Welcome duelists to UK Nationals 2026 live here in Birmingham. Now we have some very exclusive goodies that you can pick up if you are here. And if you are not here, you'll still be able to get some amazing designs online at shopyugio.com. So what amazing designs have we got? Well, of course, we have the almighty Black Rose Dragon, one of my favorite cards in the entire game. Now, speaking of favorite cards in the entire game, another one of my personal favorites and even Yugi's favorites is going to be making an upgraded appearance in the brand new core boost set of Chaos Origin coming out later on this month is, of course, Black Luster Soldier. Now, these are all officially merchandised by Konami themselves, so you can see how good these will look on your back. Now, they have designs on the front and designs on the back being the full arts here. If that wasn't enough, just for this event, one of the first exclusive designs is this official UK Nationals NEC Birmingham 2026 designed t-shirt. You can also get all of these designs as hoodies as well to keep you warm in the winter months. And speaking of keeping yourselves warm, you can also pick yourself up a good old cap to keep your bonnet nice and warm too. So make sure you head to shopyugio.com or head on down at any point this weekend to pick them up and wear them straight away.
Good morning, duelists, and welcome to UK Nationals 2026.
Watch all of the action, every round of Swiss, right up to the final.
So, the time has come to crown 2026 UK National Champion.
Good morning, duelists, and welcome to the UK National Championship 2026. It's a bright morning with orange and blue skies here in Birmingham, and we'll be seeing which duelists will be competing for our amazing prizes. So, Charles, what are our players fighting for today?
Personal favourite prize of mine, which Dale quite cruelly teased me on that, this is the closest I'll get to getting one, is the Teller of Fairy Tales playmat. Truly a beautiful mat to get your hands on, especially if you play the strategy like myself, and these gorgeous sleeves as well. Plenty in there. There's spares. There's a lot of sleeves in there.
Yeah, it's a pack of 100.
There's a lot. Plenty of these World Championship qualifier sleeves. And of course, the grand prize over here by Gabe.
After 5 rounds of Swiss that we'll have today and then a grueling top 8, the overall winner will receive this beautiful trophy for the champion of the UK Nationals. And we'll see which duelists will get closer here on our round 10 feature match.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, good match lined up, I think. Should be really good fun to watch and go through. One of my personal favourite decks, as I mentioned already, and a deck which we've not really seen much of as of late, I think. But I think considering that it can use the same non-engine as Mitsurugi, Malice, Lunalight, it's a very powerful deck and worth keeping an eye on.
Yeah, so as we might be seeing some more Teller of Fairy Tales, because we do have Fairy Tale Magistus, piloted by Adam here on the red corner. And on the blue side, we have Nolan playing Orcus Mitsurugi, which is one of the Orcus variants that sometimes gets played because of the synergy between Zombie Vampire with the Mitsu cards, being able to bridge into Orcus engine.
Absolutely, and as I say, it's just the fact that they can both use Dominus Impulse, Dominus Spark. Yeah. It's that powerful slew of non-engines. Starting off here with Adam, normal summon of Aureliona, the Ver Magistus, I believe it's called, which is going to add either I think it's a Magistus spell or trap from deck to hand on summon unless stopped by Nolan here. Adding most likely, I believe, the Ver Magic Lacrima of Light, a powerful extender for the Magistus strategy. Yeah.
So Rilona's not that standard, right? Like, not all the Fairy Tale Magistus lists that choose to end up playing it. Depends on how much Magistus cards they commit to.
Yeah, exactly. It depends on what kind of size of Magistus engine they want to use in the deck. It is a very good card. However, because it spends your normal summon, it can be considered somewhat of a risky play and a bit of a brick. It's not bad by any means. If it resolves, your whole combo is going off without a hitch, but it's a bit fragile as starters go. Okay.
So yeah, we'll see here the Ver Magic Lacrima of Light being activated, using the first effect, right? To, if you control Magister Witchcrafter, send a Spellcaster or a spell. I imagine they must want to be trying to send one of the extenders to try to concatenate into rank 4 play.
Ooh, going to send the Spencer, perhaps signaling that we have hard-drawn the Jenny, which is very unfortunate, but it's not that that's bad. He's still going to get into plays here. So we're going to link off the Rileona into an Artemis, the Magistus Moon Maiden, and then use Spencer's effect, targeting the Artemis to equip it with a monster from the graveyard or extra deck.
Yeah.
Going for, I believe, another Artemis here indeed, which now, as a spell and trap, has the effect to search for a Magistus monster from the deck. And all that will be met with an Ash Blossom, though, stopping Adam in his tracks here. Unless he has follow-up, this might be... Oh, we see a set one and a pass turn. That is unfortunate.
Yeah, and that's kind of where this Arcus deck wants to be. It does play some type of hand interaction, and it does have a lot of pushes going second as it combines the different Arcus and Mitsurugi engines. And we do see here, I assume there's a draw phase, Prayer, distributing Sagi.
Very powerful start for the Orcus Mitsu strategy here. Any kind of Mitsurugi style deck, this is a powerful way to start your plays.
Yeah, like Prayer's Tribute level 4 monster tends to be the Mitsurugi most potent play because they're really hard play to interact, because even if the prayers would be negated, you still will be able to resolve your Sagi to add. But now we are gonna, rather than do that, we're gonna summon the Sagi back with the prayer's effect, and then Sagi is gonna activate in the main phase, in the draw phase, which also plays around effect Veilers, potential spellcaster from Adam's side. But it does get met with an Ash Blossom here in the Sagi.
A very popular place to Ash as well, because again, the whole game with Mitsurugi is keep them off the ritual spell.
Yeah. And it's pretty well recognized here because, yes, the prayers is technically adding 2 cards because it's a add and a summon, but especially this deck with the last Mitsu cards like Nolan's does not have that many ways of accessing it. And because it plays 50 cards, you can kind of infer it's a variant.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we see the normal sim here of the Orcus Harpara. Very powerful card, 1 card starter for the deck because it's just that powerful Link one that came out last year in Battles of Legend Monster Mayhem.
Yeah, so we'll be here Link summoning into Galatea L, the Arcus Automatron, and we're going to be seeing if we're going to be using the effect on summon. So Galatea on summon can discard a card to search Orchestrated Babel or a World Legacy monster.
Obviously, Orchestrated Babel is an incredibly powerful card, but we don't think we see the effect on summon. I believe we are just going to go straight for the Habakiri effect here.
That is interesting. So, like, because this Habakiri, I don't understand how our plan is so far to get back into ritual summoning. Because as far as I'm aware, there's not playing like the Code Igniter rank 4 that allows you to conduct a ritual summon.
Yeah.
So like adding the Aramasa and summoning the Aramasa, attributing it, using its effect, adding a Murakumo doesn't get you yet to the position to play.
Entirely possible that we've hard-drawn the Mitsurugi Mirror or something like that. That will help.
Yeah.
But that may have just been a way to ideally burn an interaction here. Discarding the Habakiri, though, so there you go. That might just use it before you discard it.
Yeah, it's nice. I forgot the Galatea is on not on summon. It's just an activated effect,
Yeah.
so it's an ignition. So choosing to get all the value from the Habakiri before choosing to summon it, and then we get the Babel. So they have an extra Murakumo on hand, and even if you can't use, might be used as a discard in a different point.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, if Mirror is already in hand, we can just summon the Habakiri off of distributing the Murakumo, search again for something else, and go from there. So we still have potential here.
I do imagine that pitching the Habakiri represents you don't have Mirror, because if you had Mirror, you'd probably want to pitch the Murakumo.
No, you're
so
very
then
right
you
on that.
would end up tributing the Habakiri for Murakumo.
Very
so
correct.
Adam might be not having to deal with Mitsurugi cards, but there are Orcus plays going on. Ash Blossom has been used, so we do see Harp Horror resolving here for a copy of Girsu.
We don't know what the set card is from Adam here as well on the Fairy Tale Magista side of things. It could be something truly game-ending for Nolan, but he also might be a bit of a bluff. We're not really sure yet. We do see the, I believe, the Link 2 here, using the Sagi as material, summoning the Galatea.
Yeah.
Link 2 with the... Oh, what's it called? Dingirsu?
It was
that's the
Girsu,
one.
yeah. So the guy is going to be matching Forbidden Crown here, and Forbidden Crown is pretty impactful because it does stop this Galatea from leaving there.
It does. All the Sympolarization... Oh, sorry, no. I thought you were... I didn't see the screen. I thought you were telling me what that could be and not what it was.
The copy of Forbidden Crown there is pretty impactful.
Yeah, very good here.
Because like it prevents the Girsu from coming on, but because we had the Girsu, we are able to use Orcus Nightmare targeting the Girsu, which will increase his attack by the level of the monster sent times 100, which is usually here a World Wand or a Symbol Skeleton. So it's going to make the Girsu go realistically to 26,000. And it might allow Nolan to make a second Link. So basically playing around this Galatea, right?
Yeah.
Like make sure the Galatea is there. Because it's probably surviving for me a copy of Orcus Crescendo, and still be able to Link summon under it. So
Yeah, it does still have those nice Link arrows as well.
yeah, exactly. And while Galatea is pointing to a monster, it cannot be destroyed by battle.
Wonderful.
So it does get this protection to make Crescendo more sticky. We do see Road Wand summoning the Orcus Nightmare here. And now Nolan has to think how he wants to go about this. So Adam shouldn't have too many cards in hand, because realistically, like he used 1 card, right, which we got met with the Ash Blossom. This will just get traded damage-wise, so we're gonna go Gears to attacking to the Artemis.
Artemis very low in attack there, so that's just going to be decent amount of damage for Adam here, I believe.
Yeah.
But yeah, that also is detrimental because most lists only play 2 Artemis.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily need the third, but it is potentially nice to have it to be able to either link one, always nice, or attach it from the Escher deck. Now, you can attach it from the graveyard with certain effects, but it means that you more or less cut off here from your Magistus plays unless you draw into more Magistus Engine here.
That makes sense. And we're probably going to be seeing here maybe a copy of IP Masquerena. We do summon the IP. We do have the Orchestrated Babel as an option to summon more Orcus monsters during Adam's turn, right? Because we basically set up our grave again. So we'll have the Orcus Nightmare being able to summon... The Orcus Nightmare able to summon back, like summon a symbol or summon a harp that will summon a symbol. And we do have the Galatea also coming back by our own effect here.
Yeah. I think what was probably rather an unfortunate starting hand for Adam here, I think piloted very well and managed to get himself through to his next turn, see what that top deck is, see what he can do with this next turn. As I say, normal summon Leona is not necessarily your strongest play because it's so easily stopped.
Yeah, the Fairy Tail deck does have a lot of powerful one-card plays.
It really does.
So, and the Orcus deck does not do a lot of negations other than Crescendo that we know was not accessed by Engine here. So it might just be a case of a hard drawn. Did another card get set? Sorry.
Yeah, he set the Crescendo, I believe, from deck.
Okay.
But I think that was after Adam drew a card for turn, so I don't, unless it can be activated this turn, which I might be missing something on that.
It can,
I think it might be safe from that at the moment. I could be wrong on that. Normal summon Jenny, we did hard draw the Jenny. That is unfortunate. It's very hard brick in this deck.
Yeah, I kind of saw the writing on the wall there when the Vah Magic ended up saying the Spenta rather than saying the Jenny.
Yeah, very much. Kind of a tricky situation again. I guess you could, if you have another Artemis, you could do a link one, but what's that lead into? If you can get that to the graveyard, you can use the effect of the Vah Magic in the graveyard, because it's basically Jenny's effect at that point.
Yeah.
But I don't know how you get to the graveyard unless you have another link one you can use.
Yeah, I don't know if Nolan knows how many Artemis the Fairy Tail deck does play, but I wouldn't be surprised by seeing the IP Masquerena being used here to make either Dingirsu or an Ingirsu as a way of dealing with her. But no, we will just
attack it. Hey, you know what? That'll do it. A bit of damage to yourself, but it does get it into the graveyard.
Okay, so there is an interesting play that Nolan could do here. He could use the effect of Orcus Nightmare in the graveyard, in the damage step, to boost the Genie and make it bigger than the IP Masquerena, not allowing it to be crashed.
Interesting.
I don't know if it's worth it, because you would be sacrificing your own copy of IP Masquerena, so maybe not. But it's something that people do forget a lot about Orcus, is that when Orchestrated Babel is there, this copy of Orcus Nightmare is basically a battle trap.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't know if that's really worth it at the moment. It's not necessarily the worst thing you could do. However, if normal summon Jenny is Adam's only play, I think Nolan might know he's quite safe here just to hold off and wait for a more impactful place to use these interactions.
Yeah, also the Orcus deck does really enjoy the resource loop, so the fact that Adam had to commit into the battle phase should start playing puts Nolan in a pretty good position, because he will be able this turn to cycle through his Orcus monsters, use the IP to put like a Symbol Skeleton in the graveyard, summon it back, and all your cards just have this loop, right? You put bodies in the field while you put more bodies in the graveyard.
Absolutely. We do see the Jenny effect coming out here, copying the effect of a Witchcrafter spell, which Vah Magic is always treated as one. So it doesn't need to copy the condition. This condition here, which is to when your opponent activates an effect and you can respond to it with a Quick Play spell. But this is now Jenny's condition, which is banishing itself and the spell from the graveyard to activate the secondary effect to summon a level A Magistus or Witchcrafter from your deck or hand. Summoning the Zeroa, the Magister Flame here. Very good card in and of itself. Able to equip itself with a Magistus monster from the extra deck. And then when it has been equipped with a Magistus monster, it can special summon a level 4 spellcaster from your hand or graveyard in defense with effects negated. So if this... Oh, we do see the Dominus Spark coming out here, I believe. Very unfortunate for Adam, but again, we knew he was up against it here.
Yeah, and it's one of the strengths of this Orcus deck and Mitsurugi. They're both engines that are all light, all darks, basically. Yeah. So you're able to use both Dominus Impulse and Dominus Spark. And Dominus Spark is a card that all of the Dominuses get better the more Dominuses you play. Yeah. So they benefit from each other here. and just being able to have an interrupt.
Oh, we do see the second Bear Magic in hand, able to, so I believe here, summon the Magicians of Witchcrafter from your hand or deck as well. Depending what Adam goes for here, this is more extensions and more play.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate because with Ash Blossom answering that, oh goodness me, this is disastrous for Adam. This might be curtains for game one. We'll have to wait and see if he can make it work. And he's scooping it up.
Yeah, because at this point, if he passes back to Nolan, Nolan's plays will be activating the Nightmare, activating the Hard Power, or just getting all the resources going. So yeah, Nolan does take game one there, going second. A bit of an unfortunate start from Adam, right? Like just drawing one starter, getting out of the Ash Blossom. Yeah,
that hand was very unfortunate. I think just the Jenny and the Rilliona and the Bear Magic, these are cards that you like to see. These are cards that you don't want to see all together. It's a bit of a tricky one. You want to see that with a bit of variety. And again, the Jenny being drawn is so unfortunate because you just really struggle to get going without that Jenny in your deck at that point.
Yeah, and it makes sense. And Adam's list is really interesting in a couple of the options going second. We see a card that is a bit of a blast from the past, is a Witch of the Black Forest.
We do see that. It's very interesting because, again, that being a spellcaster means that this Summon Sorceress line can basically just grab it from the deck at any point.
Yeah, no, that's really cool. Can you also summon Witch with the Bear Magic?
I believe it has to be Magistus or Witchcrafter.
Okay, it's Magistus Witchcrafter, okay. But the Witch adds any monster with less than 1500 defense when it gets into the graveyard, usually as link material. So it basically allows you to search for like a hand trap, like a copy of Nibiru the Primal Being, or a copy of Drawn Lockbird. We've seen yesterday on stream the Fairy Tail deck accessing Drawn Lockbird by summoning it with some sorcerers, then Akashic Magician bouncing it. So yeah, that's one of the options you have.
There's a lot of ways to access these powerful cards like Drawn Lockbird and Dimension Shifter, even something like a Deck Veiler, which is maybe a little bit less impactful, but if you just want to add that extra layer of interaction, it does give you that.
Yeah, and we do see a copy of Different Dimension Ground with Triple Contact Trust, which is really good into Orcus and
very good.
I mean, less into Mitsurugi, but because it's a very small Mitsu package and there is no Kusanagi, there's no ability of getting back the cards from the bench. So it's a bit better into this hybrid. And I mean, Orcus monsters like to be in the graveyard.
Exactly, yeah. I find that kind of similar to Crystron in that way, of, well, the Earth Machines for one thing, but they want to be in graveyard so that they can banish themselves. They don't want to be banished before they hit the graveyard.
Yeah, exactly. So you're going to see here, probably from Nolan's side, I imagine the Spawn Trap removal is pretty okay into Fairy Tail.
I can imagine so.
Like, it's flexible in the sense.
Yeah, it's your spell and traps are, it's not your entire end field, but it's like 2, maybe 3 interactions, which is, if you manage to go for your full combo, is not all of it, but it's enough. It's enough to get rid of a few nice things. It's one of those things that's maybe worth spending a negate on. Yeah,
Mochama Perulia is also okay. There's a decent amount of summons from hand. Drawn Lockbird.
Drawn Lockbird, also very good in the strategy.
So we're going to see, this deck does have a lot of ways, and I assume I might take some of the Azamina cards out from his deck. We'll see how he chooses to navigate this game too, with Adam going first and maybe drawing a more explosive hand this time.
Oh, we certainly hope so. So let's see if Adam's going to go and start with something hopefully a little less fragile than normal Summon Rilliona. You see the Spenta coming out straight away. Very strong start this is from Adam. Adding a Magician monster from deck to hand. Also, it has that graveyard effect, so even if I see this when I'm playing against this sort of deck, I tend to just try to stop the Spenta, because if you don't stop the Spenta, it gets you a the Magician monster to hand. Normal summon that. If that gets stopped, you can still use the Spenta in graveyard effect. You keep going with Spenta starter.
Yeah, that's right. But we do see a copy of Drawn Lockbird here from Nolan, which does hamper a bit the Spenta line.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. It's not the end of the world, because we can still go for a rank 4 play here. We can still that with Zoroa in and of itself, can do it with Spencer. I don't believe I see the Synchro Zoroa in Adam's deck. However, if you did have that, it's potentially something you could do to floodgate the opponent out of using Link monsters, for example. But yeah, this is by no means is this the end. It's unfortunate. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah. So one of the advantages here is that Wicked does not search. It does send 2 cards, and then they basically add themselves back.
Exactly.
So it does kind of bypass Drawn Lockbird here. So you're still able to set up some things to draw. We're going to be seeing here the special summoning of one of the Fairy Tail monsters from
Fairy Tail
hand.
Match Giru from hand, indeed, level 4 spellcaster, which is one that can summon itself from the graveyard. So it's actually a very good one to be able to send from, to summon or send.
Yeah, Machigiru unfortunately will not be able to add with its effect here.
No, but we see the second Machigiru in hand, meaning that because there is a monster with 1850 stat on the field, can summon itself from the hand as well. So we're getting a lot of value here out of this. Using Spenta to equip another one to Zoroa, which can then be contact fused from the Spenta Trap zones into a Chorozo, which is just 4 level 4 monsters on the field spellcasters, which can be used for so many different things.
Yeah, I do wonder like what's the plan here though, like because we are under draw on Lockbird. One of the advantages of this Wish the Black Forest line from Summon Sorcerer is that it does not work under draw on Lockbird compared to the Akashic Magician line.
Yeah.
So that is not an option here for Nolan. For Adam, sorry.
We do see the special summon here of the Witchcrafter, the Fairy Tale Wicket here. Very powerful card with the strategy in many different ways. But we are going to be able to send various things you can do here. You have options here. You can go, I think most likely if it's not in hand, we're going to go for the fusion spell here because that's just going to be more plays and more extension because you can do something which is special summon from deck. It does more things here. But you can also send the Snow. You can send the Quick Play spell, which is more interaction in and of itself. So really not sure what we're going to go with here. I think we see Nolan thinking on a play here as well.
Yeah, I have a feeling he's ready a copy of Dominus Spark. It would be a card I would really enjoy activating here.
Yeah.
And it's interesting with Spark that how familiar is Nolan with the Fairy Tale strategy? Because how Dominus Sparking here might depend on your knowledge of do you know if the deck plays 1 or 2 wickets?
Very much so. And honestly, that's kind of a per-person thing. I know people who've played it at 2, people played it at 1. It depends how often you want to be able to resolve the effects and how scared you are of a card like Spark or a card like Cool Tune Clip, for example, that can take one from the deck. So it really depends how cautious you want to be. But I think you're right. I think most people do play the one of them. We see sending here just the one.
No, it was true. It was Unsupported Fairy Tale and Fusion Spell, the Tails.
Wonderful, yeah. Oh yes, he's holding 2 cards here.
Yeah, I think Nolan's just confirming here. Fairy Tale is a deck that again, it is popular, but people sometimes are not familiar with all the cards. It is a very complex deck. And we do see Adam having the possibility here. I guess one advantage of holding Dominus Spark is that you can kind of use it to trade with this fusion spell, right?
You can absolutely, yeah.
Because you'll be able to basically target the monster that it gets equipped to, and then it leaves the field.
Very much so, yeah.
I assume it's Dominus Spark. It could just be Nolan representing one.
It could, hey, it could be nothing. We don't know. We have no idea yet. It's interesting to see how this plays out. I think he has a... Oh, no, just using the fuse. It's going straight through. Okay. I think he equipped it there to the Machikiri there, which doesn't really matter that much. But then we're going for the Teller of Fairy Tale. So what we have on the field currently is the Chorozo, which does actually have a battle negation effect, which is by no means terrible, a declaration of battle. We have the Omni Negate, which can't be destroyed by battle in the Teller, and we have the Quick Play spell set on the field as well. Another set 1, and that is a pass turn from Adam. Not a bad turn at all, considering that was all under draw and not bad.
Yeah, exactly, and we got to see here, like, is this enough to stop the Arcus deck? This is one of the scenarios that cards like the Lightning Storm tend to be pretty good because you prevented them from just doing everything they wanted, and then you can lead the Lightning Storm.
Ooh, Dark Ruler No More instead coming out here, turning off that Omni Negate, very powerful.
It's trading kind of 1-for-1 here, right? With the Teller, realistically.
Sure.
It does mean that Adam will get a next turn, as you can do damage the turn you activate Dark Ruler No More. So rather than playing for surviving, he can play for trying to set up as bad of a next turn as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see the Foolish Burial Hill sending the Harp Horror to the graveyard. A very powerful 1-card combo for this deck as well.
Yeah, I think Foolish is one of the best starters actually because it allows you to basically emergency teleport for Girsu.
Yeah, very much so.
Right? You're gonna Foolish Burial the Harp, and then Harp's gonna most of the time summon the Girsu, and Girsu on summon will try to send, but it is met with a copy of Forbidden Crown here.
Very powerful here, stopping that effect and also stopping it from being used for link material. Now, Nolan hasn't used a normal summon yet, so perhaps not the end of the world, depending what he has in hand. But we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's kind of hard though, because you already used your Harp effect, you already used your Gears effect, and we'll see here Nolan just setting 2 cards back and passing. So a bit of the power of the Forbidden Crown there as defense. And as it goes to the end phase, I believe we're flipping the Once Upon a Fairy Tale?
It looks like it, yeah. We added that to summon the Machikiri, which allows us to add a get that mixed up all the time. Fairy Tale spell or trap from deck to hand, which I imagine at this point is going to be the field spell.
Yeah.
Very powerful card in and of itself. That card does so much. It's a starter, adds its combo, adds to hand. It is interaction on the opponent's turn. You can attack directly with it. That card does a lot for the strategy.
Yeah, and here, like, just being able... And there's so much pressure already on the being represented on the field because the Dark Ruler No More effect will have expired now, so the Teller of Fairy Tales is back to being a negate for anything that could interrupt Adam's plays, and we'll be able to just basically start our turn by activating the field spell. Do you search like Luna here?
I'd imagine so. It's a very powerful normal summon, and because you have an additional normal summon with the equip spell in the graveyard,
oh yeah, that makes sense.
You can basically resolve Luna more than once in your turn.
Yeah, which is really, really strong, as unless it does not seem like it's getting matched with a second copy of Drawn Lockbird here, so we are able to search through our turn.
this might be a difficult situation for Nolan here. Depends what those set cards are, depends what the card in hand is. We don't know yet. But this could be a very difficult situation here. I believe we might be seeing the... Yes, I think because we saw the life points go down. We see the Match Gear effect to change Gyusu's effect, name, to Prince of Fairies, which is very interesting.
Oh, so do you think you're going to be aiming the fusion summoning with the Gyusu?
Absolutely.
As now it's Prince of Fairies, and you're able to make the...
well, we can't use it for material yet because it's not a spellcaster yet.
Oh, okay.
The name change is important. The fact that, we do see Nolan scooping up here.
Yeah, so I mean, Nolan is with the writing on the wall. We're resolving cards. Realistically, you don't have a play, won't have a play next turn either. Better to save time so you can have a better game tree with both players having time on the clock. So yeah, good showing by Adam there. Even though like through the unlock bird, being able to set up follow-up.
Yeah.
This is one of the main things. Like sometimes you even having defense cards, so he had like the Forbidden Crown might have a hand interaction, but you need to do your turn in a way that allows you to have a turn after.
Absolutely.
And that's what the ending going for the play that Search the Once Upon a Fairy Tale set up the continuity for this turn.
Absolutely, yeah. That's what I do like about the Fairy Tale strategy and the Magista strategy is that even if it is stopped by something like a Mulcharmy or for example, the Droll, you can set up a decent half-powerful field, which will be maybe not enough to win outright, but enough to get you to your next turn, and then you can snowball that advantage.
Yeah, it's interesting here if you are Nolan. You do have access to a copy of Mitsurugi Great Purification after the side deck.
Yeah.
So basically like another insulation, being able to make your Mitsu combo a bit stronger if you get to resolve it.
Yeah,
but it is a card that can be potentially pretty dead in this deck because you don't have as many Mitsu cards. So if you draw it without drawing the Mitsu engine, you just can't resolve it.
We do also see the 2 Bestials in the side deck as well, which is quite good in the strategy because you can get rid of the Snow, for example, or the Wick Out from the graveyard. So any of those graveyard effects, because they're all light and darks apart from the fusion ones, which are Earths. So the Bestial cards are very good at getting rid of those potential threats.
Yeah, maybe it goes in match as well because all the...
They're all spellcasters, yeah.
No, those matches the attributes one. So because of the Magista's monsters, Rosaro is a fire, you're going to have a wind. So if you're able to put him in a weird position...
that is a difficult one, actually, because they are all different. For example, if I'm playing Fairy Tale, I keep forgetting the name. If I'm playing Fairy Tale, I'm actually running Rivalry of Warlords in my side deck.
Yeah,
because they're all spellcasters and it works very well.
Rivalry of Warlords goes in match. There can only be one. These cards are always coming back and forth on which one is relevant. It always depends on the strategy. Orcus and Mitsurugis both being dark allow for the goes in match. Now from Adam's side, he does play Super Polymerization. It's pretty good into Orcus.
Very good at the moment, yeah. Honestly, it is a very strong going first strategy. But we do see, of course, like I mentioned before, as for going second, does Perulia really come up here against Orcus? It's not bad, I suppose.
It's not amazing, like in the sense that like you get like 1 or 2 draws at most. Realistically, like even if the Mitsu engine can kind of play around it most of the time, because if you Perulia them, they might end up ritual summoning from deck rather than ritual summoning from the hand. I do think the Spell Trap removal though is pretty good into Orcus, especially if you can concatenate multiple of them. Like use one to force a Galatea, use the second one to clear the Babel, and an incidental interrupt.
Yeah.
So we might see those coming, especially because he has like Lightning Storms, Duster, and Triple Tax Trust. Also, a card like Super Polymerization does combine okay with a card like Duster because you'll be able to clear the Orcus monster to then enable the Duster to deal with the Spell Trap.
Also potentially the Illusion Gate, because if you can use that without interruption and maybe get back the Murakumo, or maybe the Orcus graveyard effect you're most terrified of, you could just shut off a lot of your opponent's interaction in that way. Yeah,
because Orcus is very resilient, so cards like Drawn Lockbird are not amazing, even though the deck plays Mitsu cards.
Yeah.
The Orcus deck does just do a lot in its Galatea sets. But we're going to start here with a 1/3 of Sinful Spoils.
Now we're seeing this engine at last.
Realistically, in the draw phase, just taking us back to Snake Eye format.
Yeah.
Going to search, realistically, Diabellstar.
I'd have the Diabellstar to hand. It's very interesting. We were discussing this before the game started. Although we do see this as a Mina engine, and we see the, spoiler alert, the Dark Magician of Destruction in the extra deck, we don't see Gaze of Timaeus, and we don't see the Red Eyes Jar Dragoon, though. Yeah, so it's a very interesting thing. So this deck has two constraints for Dragoon. One is the actual deck space. The other is the Gaze of Timaeus not being a good card, like in isolation. So by doing this way, you allow yourself, okay, I still can search Magician Souls, I still get value out of my D mod, but I don't have to play the bad card. Also, people will respect the Dragoon a lot anyway, so they might try negating. Like, if, for example, if you have an Omni negation, you will try to use it on the D mod regardless, because you might think you get Dragoon. So playing with the information here is pretty important.
We will be seeing here the Witch being used to summon the D-Mod. The D-Mod on summon Situ Resolving. There was a couple of Charming Swallows, the God Ash Blossom that we missed. But
I do wonder if Adam has any more interactions in hand, but added that Magician Souls to hand here as well.
yeah, so this will be the Drawn Lockbird's first spot, but that does not seem to happen. So we'll be using the Deception to tribute the D-Mod and probably search a copy of Hallowed Zamina.
I guess, you know what, that does still get you an Omni-Negate on the field, so you don't necessarily need to push for that Red Eye Type Dragoon and the Azamina Ilia Sylvia. Ilia Sylvia by itself is plenty powerful, you don't need to get both.
Yeah, so we're going to be seeing it activated here. It's interesting to see if he will go for the Murichilago or if he's going to go for the Sylvia straight. I don't see it
Depends how concerned Nolan is about more interactions here.
I guess it depends a lot if he has a value of extending if he goes with Murichilago, because he basically will need to have a second Azamina card to use, a second Sinful Spoils card to use a material.
Yeah, and I do think we see him using that here as well.
So I guess it makes sense because he can just use this to search like for wanted, and then he can special summon the Magician Souls, link the two off, and then use the Hallowed Zamina to put the Murichilago back and make the Sylvia under the link 2.
Yeah, very efficient engine here.
Yeah, it depends if he has also access to engine or not, but we do see engine. That is a hard powder. That's a pretty good start here. Interesting to note, Nolan decided to discard a Forbidden Crown at the start of his turn rather than discarding the hard powder, which to me might represent that he has a second copy of Forbidden Crown.
Potentially, yeah, you're not wrong on that. That is very interesting thought on that point because, like you say, if you kind of signaling to your opponent that you have one, or are you maybe just kind of bluffing that you might have one in hand at that point?
Yeah, but we'll be seeing here Hard Powder, discarding the Magician Souls, so no draws from Souls this time, but we will be going straight into the Galatea, using the Hallowed Zamina to get back the Murichilago adding it to hand, and then probably using it to fuse again, and I assume now establishing the Sylvia.
Yeah, you have to imagine so. As I say, very powerful card, just an Omni-Negate on the field. Arguably not as strong as Dragoon, but it's, hey, an Omni is an Omni. It's still very powerful. Also, to be fair, quite hard to interact with unless you have specifically something like Call by the Grave.
Yeah, it also probably will not be the only Omni-Negation on Nolan's side of the field this turn, because we do say Galatea that realistically will resolve because we have a Sylvia on the field, and it will be able to get him to a copy of Orchestrated Crescendo. As the Hard Power will get into Girsu. Girsu on summon will send either Nightmare or Symbol, realistically Nightmare. And that's kind of what Orcus wants to be, right? Like we're just going through the motions. We're going to set up our interruptions during Adam's turn. No Forbidden Crown to stop Nolan this time, so the Galatea will probably end up being using further than Girsu at some point during this turn.
Due to the set of the Crescendo from deck here as well. I think it's very interesting how Orcus seems to always sort of float around the metagame, especially since he got more support. And I think, if anything, it might be getting a bit more powerful now because Malice is less prepared for. And because obviously Orcus would lose to Lancia the same way Malice would, people aren't really using Lancia anymore because it's not as prominent of an issue. And therefore, sort of indirectly, Orcus and strategies like it that banish a lot, like maybe Crystron, Lunalight, that need to banish for their combos, get a bit of a boost from that as well.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Orcus is a deck that really preys on whatever non-engine people are playing. Like it's really good into some hand traps and really bad into other hand traps. It's better into stuff like the Fualoses and the Perulias rather than the Effect Veilers and the Infinite Impermanences. So here you do see the combo being made. We are summoning the new Orcus Link monster, the Annual Girsu.
Yeah. Very powerful card. Basically a bit of a snatch steal during the opponent's turn, which is very, very good.
Yes, and we are going to be able to use the World Crown to bring the Galatea back. So the Galatea is linked because the Annual Girsu is pointing at it. And that means that it can just be destroyed by battle, so there is some level of protection for our Crescendo. But
we are going to use it for the material to summon the Dingirsu here as well. Very powerful card in and of itself.
Yeah, which is also a bit of a material of protection for our Crescendo, because it also allows us to protect the Enea Silva. So which the monster that can sometimes be beaten over because it's a 1900, but the Dingirsu does give it some more layers. And yeah, that's Orcus. Traded the Fualos with the Perulia. Traded the Fualos with the Ash. There's 5 cards in hand. We'll be drawing a card here from the Wanted of Sinful Spoils. And just establishing, like, yep, there's Tuna Gates, there is a Snatch Steel, and there is the Orchestrated Babel interactions.
We've yet to see the Mitsurugi engine here, and that might be what we're still like digging into the deck for and trying to draw for. But even without that, we have a lot of interaction going on here without those things.
Yeah. If we draw Habakiri, though, you do all of this.
And you go insane.
But there's no Habakiri so far, so we are going back to Adam. 5 cards in hand. Can you break the board that Nolan has presented here?
It's not impossible. Immediately seeing the Harpies there. Honestly, that's good. That's pretty good.
It's a 1-for-1 trade here, realistically, right? Like, he has Ingirsu, yeah, of course. Because Ingirsu protects any cards on the field.
Yeah.
So it's actually not even a 1-for-1 trade because he's just going to detach this Nightmare, letting go to the graveyard.
There we see the Illusion Gate come out as well. Goodness gracious me.
Which will also trade with Ingirsu.
It will indeed. It's a tough space for Adam here, actually, because of that Girsu being there. Because of we have so much interaction here. The Girsu, we have the Omni-Negate, we have the Orchestrated Crescendo, we have the Babel here that's going to be able to let you use your graveyard effects as well. There's a lot going on. It doesn't look like the most impressive field on Nolan there, but it's plenty enough.
Yeah, so I believe the players are checking like what would happen with Illusion Gate because it did resolve, but it's not able to destroy any monsters. However, it has to destroy at least one monster to be able to special summon back from the graveyard. So it will not be able to access one of Nolan's resources. There could be a way of Adam for getting back into this, but it's just really rough, right? Like realistically, if you have to use 2 cards in your hand to try to leave 2 materials with a freezing gear, so it's not looking really good.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if he has enough to play through this at this point. It's looking a bit tricky. Obviously, I'd imagine seeing as we just had to spend these cards, we don't have something like the Super Polymerization, which would be very impactful here.
Yeah, exactly. So like the problem that you're here is that basically like the Crescendo trades with a card, the Silver trades with a card, and then Elgirsu takes a card. There's 3 cards in hand.
Yeah.
So unless one of those cards does a lot more, one of those cards is like Branded Fusion-esque, it does make this really hard. And it's why some of the decks that don't have those very potent pushes like Branded and Draco Tail can struggle to go second into decks like Orcus that presents like actual negates because you just end up having to trade card by card, but then the deck that went first and established the board has an advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I think is it 2 cards left in hand for Adam at this point? 3?
It should be 3 left, I believe, because it was the Fualos, the Duster, and the Illusion Gate.
So, still very possible. It's not as if he's out of the game yet, but we have to wait and see how this goes.
They are just going over so there's just a head judge appeal on the Illusion Gate ruling, so we're just waiting for our judges.
And as is the players, right, obviously you want to double check on these things, make sure you are able to get your game played through properly. If you are unsure of a ruling, check with the judge. If you are almost certain that you're right and the judge has said you're wrong, you are allowed to call for a judge. It's encouraged that you do so because we want to make sure that all the games are played out as fairly as possible.
Yeah, exactly. So there's this, whenever you're playing your tournaments in your local game store or if you're playing a regional, it's always good to know that you do have an appeal and you should use it if you think it's the correct call.
Absolutely.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Is very complicated.
It is. A very rules-heavy game.
Yeah, but we're going to be... while we wait here, how do you reckon the Orcus deck does into some of the more popular decks in the room?
You know what? It's not a deck I know particularly well. I think maybe the reason it's been sort of chopped up with these many different engines and different strategies in the same deck is because they all, again, I use this phrase a lot, it's more gas in the tank. It's more fuel for the fire. If one engine gets stopped, you can switch to another. It's about, for example, back a year or 2 ago, every deck was splashing the Fiendsmith engine because it's an engine that you have to interact with to let your main strategy flourish, as it were. So this might be the goal here, where if you start with one engine and your opponent thinks, I need to stop this, cool, your next engine's going to be able to keep playing after that.
Yeah, I'm surprised that this deck is still as popular because there was a push for this variant when the Orcus cards came out because of King of the Pharaoh Imps.
Yeah.
Because before you're able to bridge from A to B and from B to A, because Orcus became King of the Pharaoh Imps, Mitsu became Zombie Vampire, so you could basically always fit it. Now you don't really have access to the Mitsu cards unless you draw them.
Absolutely.
We do see to have resolved here, so the Illusion Gate does not summon.
And we
now
do see the Lightning Storm as well.
The Lightning Storm. That will trade with the Ilya Silva, leaving 2 cards left for Adam.
It's interesting because we don't know what they are. It might still be enough. This might be a custom hand. We just don't know, but we have to wait and see.
Yeah, so that is a triple tactics thrust?
It is. It's a thrust. It's the alternate artwork that came out in the Fallen the Virtuous.
That is a Tenpai Firetail hand.
Yeah, truly. Yeah.
The next thing we're missing is a normal summon Chandra.
I call the deck Fairy Tenpai sometimes because that thing can push for games so quickly and effectively.
Yeah.
But I'm very excited to see what we've grabbed here. I'm imagining another Lightning Storm because I believe that is an activation negation and not the effect. I could be wrong on that though.
Yeah, I assume whichever card gets added here will end up having to trade with the Arcus Crescendo, right?
Instant Fusion. Goodness me. And that is the most powerful starter the deck has as well because it's obviously one that doesn't use a normal summon.
There is a Drawn Lock Bird though.
And we do see the response here with the Fair Magic Lacquer of Light because it can change the Drawn Lock Bird to summon from deck. So it is going to put Nolan in a bit of a tricky situation unless he can answer. And we see the Dominus Impulse as well.
Yeah, fair enough.
Stopping Adam in his tracks.
And now
all he has now is that one card, which it will be answered by the Orchestrated Crescendo.
And with the life points paid by the Illusion Gate, I believe that the writing's on the wall here.
That is truly unfortunate.
Right, he's passing. He'll be allowing Nolan to put his Ingirsu into attack position and to swing for game with any Ingirsu and with Ingirsu.
Massive well done to Nolan there. Played to perfection, I'd say. But again, it's just I actually think that was such a good game because every card in each other's hand was actually great. It was a great back and forth. Good hand here, good hand there, card for card, trading, and it just came down to Nolan having that one extra card that was just enough to keep Adam off of playing the game.
Yeah, and it shows the power of the Arcus engine that even without the Dark Dragoon coming from the D mod, just being able to get the Magician Souls, being able to set up your game plan with the Crescendo and with the Ilia Sylvia, you have enough to stop. And the Dingirsu was really important there.
Yeah, very much so.
The Dingirsu, sometimes people don't when they count interruptions on the field, they don't count protection effects.
Absolutely.
But the replacement effect with Ingirsu, they're basically traded with two powerful spell cards.
Effectively negates at that point, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And the interaction with Illusion Gate of not allowing it to be destroyed was really crucial there. So yeah, congrats to Nolan. We'll be hearing from him more soon in the winners interview. And stay tuned for more Yu-Gi-Oh! Here at the UK Nationals. Here with Henry here today, and we're going to be talking about trivia and naming cards from different archetypes.
Sounds like fun.
So, to start off, can you name 5 different TCG cards with pot in their name?
Pot, I want to say Pot of Greed, Pot of Generosity, Pot of Avarice, Pot of Duality, and Pot of Extravagance.
Ooh, okay, yeah, those are 5. And how about 3 different cards with Rika?
Rika, I'm going to say, Rika. I should know this. I know this deck pretty well. I'm going to say Rika Petal, Rika Princess, is that a card? And Rika... What's the field spell called? I forgot the field spell.
Starts with a G.
Glamour.
Yeah.
That's the one.
All right, so now for the hardest one.
Okay.
Can you name me 10 Ritual Beast monsters?
10 Ritual Beast monsters. Okay, we got Ritual Beast Tamer Lara, Ritual Beast Tamer Elder, Spiritual Beast Rampengu, Spiritual Beast Cannonhawk, Spiritual Beast Apelio, with Spiritual Beast Tamer Winder. We have, I forget the full names of the fusions.
You don't need to give me the full names, it's fine.
I'll go Spiritual Beast Pedalfin, and then for the extra deck, there's Spiritual Beast Ultigar Apelio, Spiritual Beast Cannonhawk, and the Spiritual Beast Apelio as well.
There you go, congrats. Thanks for playing.
Thank you very much.
Hello, duelists, and welcome back to the UK Nationals. I'm here with the winner for round 10 feature, Nolan. Congrats.
Thank you.
So yeah, it was a really interesting game of Orcus against Fairy Tail. Could you tell me more on why you decided to play Orcus for the event?
First of all, I really like the Orcus archetype. I think it's a really fun deck to play, and I thought that it had a really good matchup spread into the format right now. There's a lot of sort of destruction-based removal, as you saw in the last game there.
Yeah.
Lightning Storms and Fallen in the Virtuous. And the 2 top decks, Doomsy and Kultun, both like to destroy cards as they break the board, and just ending with Dingirsu on the end board really insulates you from that.
Yeah, we saw the power of Dingirsu as like in that last game, the Dingirsu was basically 2 negates, right? Like
Exactly.
he traded with the Duster and he traded with the Illusion Gate. So yeah, really well positioned there. And now Orcus also got to play Impulse and Spark.
Yes, that as well.
Yeah, I wanted to pick your brain a bit on how comes did you choose to play the Mitsu variant? Because there's a couple of different ways of playing Orcus, right? You can play like a less cards and no Mitsus, or like just as a Minas or just Mitsus.
Yeah, so I've played a few different sort of pile versions of Orcust. I find that while the Orcust engine is sort of the strongest engine of the deck, it struggles to put up a lot of pushes.
Yeah.
So having additional engines like the Azamina cards, like the Mitsurugi cards, really just lets you sort of eat up hand traps, eat up interaction, and then try and stick an Orcust normal summon and get your engine set up that way.
Yeah, that is really cool when you can see how they can bridge with the zombie vampire now. I wanted to ask about the decision to not play Red Eyes Dark Dragoons. That's something that whenever people do see the Dark Witch and they see the Azamina cards, everyone's kind of like, oh, he'll make D-mod and then he'll make Dragoon.
Yeah.
Tell me about how you decided not to play it.
Well, I just felt that the end board was sort of full of enough interaction that I didn't need to have the Dragoon in order to win going first. And adding the additional brick into the deck with the Gaze just makes the deck a little bit worse overall. And having a target that gives you extension and can possibly draw you into the additional engines in the Magician's Souls was a better use of the engine.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. I also imagine that people might respect the Dragoon even if it's not there, right?
Exactly,
so people might just like try to remove the Witch before you make the D-mod or interact with the D-mod.
There's also a fun interaction you can do where you send the Crescendo off of the Souls, banish it with Galatea, and then add it back with Endel Girsu, so you just get an extra draw that way.
Oh, that's really cool. I didn't think about that. Yeah, you have a lot of sometimes the dead spells, even if you draw like the pre-preps and the mirrors, or like you don't have like an extra thing, so you can just cycle them into more potential interrupts like the Impulse Spark, Crown. But yeah, I thought it was really well piloted. How familiar were you with the Fairy Tail matchup?
I'm not super familiar with the new Fairy Tail cards. I've played against it once or twice maybe, but I know the Magistus cards pretty well, and they're all pretty powerful, so I was able to highlight the choke point there in game 1 with the Ash Blossom.
Yeah, because like you had a couple opportunities to choose the Ash Blossom, right? Because the normal summon of the Magistus monster, and then there was the activation of the Fairy Tail spell, that the Magistus spell that would dump one, and you chose to Ash Blossom the Artemis and the Spawn Trap. How was the mindset behind that?
Well, I know that the deck can play Crowley and get to a monster negate that way, so that was kind of the best opportunity to use it.
That makes sense because you're like, okay, even at least like it is the one hand interaction I have, so it makes sense to choose it here. Congrats! So now you're in an 8-2 record, I believe, right?
Yep.
So 4 rounds of Swiss to go. Still in contention for top 8. How are you feeling about the weekend?
I'm feeling really good. I've had a lot of fun games today. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, and I love Orcust. I love seeing Boho starting Girsu since back in the day when it got released. So hoping you do all the best and maybe continue to stream it later.
Hope so.
See you guys next round.
でもこの子これからどうしよっか。私が育てるよ。そうは言っても
この子だけであんなところにいるのは変だと思う。
家族とか仲間が近くにいるんじゃないかな。家族。明日大岩に行くついでに探してやろうぜ。いい？ウィン？もちろん。よーし、そうと決まれば明日に向けてとっとと飯食って寝ようぜ。君の家族見つけてあげるからね。よーし、昨日の特訓の成果を見せてやろうぜ。
任せて。
ペッパッ。
ピーター
行くぜ。いっけー。ダメか。
どうだった？こっちも全然。こうも動かないと何か仕掛けがあるのかも。
困っちゃったね。どうしたの？なんだ？マジかよ。もしかしてお母さん？元気でねウィン。お母さんのところに戻れてよかったね。
試練クリアってことでいいのかな？
あの苦労は何だったんだ？次が最終試練だって。
行こう。
Welcome back, duelists. I am joined here at UK Nationals 2026 by my co-casters. So I thought this would be the perfect opportunity with all three of us together on the screen to talk about some kind of highlights throughout this previous season and then talk about some of the highlighting factors of what we would expect at the UK Nationals this year. So I'm just going to start off with something nice and easily. What I kind of want to know is your favourite card that's been released this season, because remember, there's been a lot since Doom of Dimension, bringing us some brand new DDD support, all the way up to the most recent one that we got, which was Battles of Legend Glorious Gallery as well. So let's start with you, Charles. Of this season, is there any particular card or your favourite thing that has stood out to you?
Well, you know that I'm a big fan of the Fairy Tale strategy, and I love the field spell Fairy Tale Ball. I think it's so impactful in that strategy. It's a starter, it is interruption during your opponent's turn, and the name change comes up a lot more than people realise. I love using that card against Branded when people think they have Fallen of Albaz on the field. They don't.
Yeah, an absolute great kind of card that's enhanced that strategy that can be found in Blazing Dominion. How about you, Gabe? Anything that stuck out for you?
Yeah, so I think Illusion Gate's a really cool card. It has playability both in Advanced Constructed and in Genesis, and it's an interesting card as a triple Tactics Trust target, and it's another possibility of like field breakers. So yeah, it's really fun seeing it, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see it a lot in this weekend.
Yeah, so I'm going to join you, Gabe, on that one. So one of my favourite cards did come out in Maze this year, and that is going to be Gaze of Timaeus. Now, me, I'm a massive Dark Magician fan, so any card that allows me to get access to Red Ice Dark Dragoon any quicker, any easier, is always going to be a plus in my book. So let's not forget that there has also been a plethora of cards that have also come out this year. This is also going to be, or just this season in general, this is the first year that we have seen extended art cards for the game, which is massively exciting. So speaking of that, I want to talk about a card to watch. What type of card do we think is going to be shown at this UK Nationals, or could be an absolute game changer? Again, Charles, let's go to you.
I think a lot of people are actually cutting this from their decks in favour of the new kid in town. I think Forbidden Droplet is going to be very impactful at the moment. I think field-breaking cards and strategies are very powerful in the current format, and although Forbidden Crown is obviously an incredibly powerful card going first or second, I think that Droplet is not done yet.
How about you, Gabe?
Ooh, I believe Domino's Impulse is really well positioned. It's a card that sometimes decks that might be a bit lower powered in an engine sense, but have the possibility of playing cards like Domino's Impulse, and sometimes Domino's Spiral as well, like Mitsurugi and Malus are going to perform pretty well. So yeah, I'm going for Impulse.
Yeah, very, very good choice on that one. I think there's a lot of cards that you can also consider, some that are going to have very high competitive impacts. You've already mentioned Forbidden Droplet. You've got cards like Forbidden Crown, which seems to be the card that a lot of people are going to turn their attention to. We've got Super Polymerization as well, which is an incredible one, and then the brand new Dominus Spark. But I think one card that really does stand out, and I know this kind of seems like something you would expect, but the Fallen of the White, like such an incredibly good card. Now, mine personally isn't going to be the Fallen of the White, but a card that the Fallen of the White can lead yourself to, and that is going to be the Fallen and the Virtuous.
Yeah.
I just think that, for me personally, I don't just judge a card on what it can do, but I love the artwork on it as well. And I feel that that card itself is starting to find itself back into a lot of people's deck lists.
Yeah.
The ability of being able to, as you already mentioned, kind of pick apart a card on the field, but also regain that resource, I think is something incredibly important in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now.
Also, not to discount the effectively quick effect Monster Reborn.
Yeah.
Insane effect on that card.
Yeah, I think that's a fact that a lot of people overlook, but that definitely can be a massive, massive
Very
game
much,
changer.
very
So
much.
definitely got to be watching out for those cards on the stream. Now what I want to get to is there's two kind of topics that I want to touch on. So the first of all I want to do is ask you, what is your underdog deck right now? A deck that not a lot of people are seeing in the current top cuts around, but something at UK Nationals could really, really kind of not come out as a surprise, but kind of put in a very good battle. So let's go with you, Charles.
You know, I need more time to think. Go Gabe, go Gabe.
Go Gabe.
I need more time to think.
We'll go over to Gabe.
Yeah, so I think the Power Patron deck
Yes.
is something that has been gaining popularity. It did pretty well at YSS Columbus. And it has a lot of different variations, but it is a pendulum combo deck that tries to establish a lock of the Amorphages. So because of the way Keotun works, and it's a really hard deck to hand trap, people kind of gravitate towards more field breakers, and setting up something like Sloth and Lacquery can basically shut off your opponents. So I'm going with that.
Yeah, very, very good choice. Now, Charles, with you?
I have thought more now. I didn't want to say this because I do go on about this deck a lot, but I think it is Fairy Tale. I love the deck. It's fantastic. And I think it has a lot more gas in the tank than some people would perhaps think, even without the Magittas cards necessarily being a huge part of it. I also do think that unless you are building specifically to deal with that strategy, it's quite hard to deal with. It's not very weak to breakers. It can play quite well into hand interactions. It can do a lot, and often it plays very heavy on the engine and less on the non-engine. So unless you're well prepared for it, it's going to actually take you by surprise.
Is there any particular route of the Fairy Tales that you think is going to be? So you already mentioned the Magisters. Do you think that's going to be the best variant, or do you think there's going to be different ones? That
I think Fairy Tale Magisters is the best variant. My question is, how much of the Magistus engine do we really need? Now, again, I've spoken about this before, but I think that some people would play a very heavy Magistus engine and a slightly lesser Fairy Tale engine. I think maybe 50-50, or maybe pull it back a bit on the Magistus, more Fairy Tale, because I think that's where the real power of the deck is actually.
Yeah, I completely agree on that one. For my one, I think it's a deck that it's always up there, and I think it kind of comes into the format. A lot of people think about it, but they never really provide some action to it, and that's going to be Lunar Lights. Now, I know that sounds like a deck that a lot of people should be expecting, which I would personally think so. Yeah. But it's always a deck that I haven't really been seeing recently towards this tail end of the season, kind of being featured around. But I know the deck can still put in a lot, and I feel that as an underpick of a deck that I haven't seen break into that top 8, I feel definitely here at UK Nationals we could see that kind of creeping into some plays.
Every time you put in a deck list, you have to think, how do I out-align it?
You really do. You actually do. It's interesting as well because although that deck, for example, I think has a poor matchup into, for example, Cool Tune, because it's weak to hand interactions. However, pretty much every other deck is playing field-breaking cards, which it doesn't care about. So I think he's actually pretty well positioned at the moment. You think you might be right there? Yeah.
Okay, so to wrap this segment up, what we want is I want the caster's pick of what deck is going to be crowned the UK National Champion of 2026. So, as always, let's go back into you, Charles. Which deck do you think is going to be lifting that trophy?
I'd like to see, and I think we really could see, Mitsurugi. I think Mitsurugi's have been somewhat underperforming this past few nationals we've seen. There's not been too many of them in massive top cuts here and there, but I know of a good handful of very talented Mitsurugi players from the area and across the UK in general. I think Mitsurugi could see its way to being one of the best decks. Maybe not the overall winner. I'd like to see it maybe though. Let's see it.
How about you, Gabe?
I'm going with a blast from the past. I'm going with Malice. Malice has been addressed in the Forbidden Limited list with different adjustments, but it does get the advantage of playing some cards other decks don't, like the Impulse and Spyro, and it also gets access to Dimensional Fissure, Dimensional Shifter, and as people gravitate towards field breakers, Malice always kind of has an edge. So yeah.
Very, very interesting choice on that one. As I already mentioned, there's just a plethora of decks that the format right now is so varied that anyone could walk home with this. We've already seen previously that more national champions have been using this deck. We've seen previously, before even this current format, in years gone by, that this deck has also been able to walk away as a champion. I feel that we are going to be seeing either a branded strategy or a Sky Striker strategy lift up.
Sky Striker was my second pick.
Yeah. So I think one of those two could definitely be walking home champion. I just feel that the UK seems to be drawn towards those decks a lot more. And I've definitely seen an uprising in Sky Strikers right now. So if I had to choose between the two of them, I think I'm going to have to go for Sky Strikers. I think just Engage into Engage is going to be coming up quite a lot this weekend.
And that's going to be a great live stream moment. You're going to be able to check out.
Always good. Always good.
Absolutely amazing. So thank you very much there to my co-casters on this one. Let us know which deck you think is going to be lifting that trophy, and of course the accompanied duel list along with it. So we're going to be going back over to the live action and back to the stream for the UK Nationals 2026 here in UK Birmingham. So we'll catch you all in a second. Welcome back, duelists. We are here for round 11 of the UK Nationals 2026. So we're going to start off with the deck breakdowns as of round 10, which was the start of day number 2. So Gabe, show us what is the highest represented.
So it is Keltoon. Keltoon was the highest represented deck at the start of the day. It has gained some ground, really potent strategy, very versatile into the big variety of decks we've seen over the weekend. We also see branded variants gaining a lot of protection. I think they started the day at like 11 or 10%.
Yeah.
So yeah, keep us going about the elf notes.
Yeah. So following a little bit about half the amount of representation. We still have the Elf Note variants. We got to see that in round number 1 yesterday. It can be very, very explosive, and it kind of deserves its spot in this kind of representation of the top 256 duelists, and they're going to be battling out for a lot more. Just slightly under that is the Sky Striker deck strategy. Again, we saw that featured yesterday. We can see how versatile that can be and how the utilization of a lot of quick play power spells right now in the game can really give them a huge advantage. And then quite effectively, following on from the Elf Notes as part of that kind of lore, on the other side, Gabe, we have 2 more that follow that suit.
Yes, we have Doomsy and Archmage at 5% and 4%. Doomsy has dropped a lot. It was, I think, the second or third most represented deck at the start of the tournament. It has seemed to lose some ground to the Elf Note variants and to the Archmage variants. Archmage is a riser though. Archmage here does probably include a lot of the Power Patron combo decks because they do play more of an Archmage package, which is really important. We're going to see a lot of the good players playing those decks. We're probably going to see them in the next couple rounds. And to wrap it off, Mitsurugi, which is a deck that had more representation and is struggling a bit.
Yeah, so it's still kind of holding its own. It's gone through a lot of different changes since its release, but then also taking the biggest chunk of representation in the top card is the other category. So this can include decks such as Loonlights and, of course, officially Power Patron decks. It's going to be very interesting exactly what we can show you in round number 11. But let's remind everyone at home what our duelists are here playing for. So we're going to go through the prizes that every single duelist will receive just as their overall entry, but then working our way back. So for participation, everyone is going to be able to get their hands on the National Field Centre featuring the Fairy Tale Teller. Then our top 128 duelists will receive the official Nationals game mat, which will, of course, also feature the artwork of the Fairy Tale Teller. And then they'll also get a brilliant pack of the WCQ 2026 sleeves and an invite to Euros, which is happening in Brussels very shortly. So once we get into the top 32 on the next slide, you'll be able to see exactly what our higher end duelists are going to be playing for.
Yeah, as well as the top 4 duelists winning that national championship plaque, which is basically a trophy, so you can have a proof in your living room of your success as a duelist. But you see here the real top end. Third place getting a super copy of the YCS prize card, as well as 96 booster packs. That's 3 booster boxes. The second place player would be leaving the venue with a video game console and a super rare copy of the YCS prize card. And for overall winner, the travel accommodation for the WCQ Continentals in Brussels, the ultra rare copy of the YCS prize card, which is the same prize as winning a YCS because UK Nationals is one of the biggest nationals of the season, and the WCQ VIP package, which allows you to have 2-round buys during your WCQ campaign, which is really important if you're trying to covet for one of those really important road spots.
Yeah, exactly that. We've already kind of interviewed a couple of duelists over the weekend that are well within the points place playoff for Worlds. So Josh Kelly and Jordan Gallagher themselves, both working incredibly hard over the entire season to be able to kind of work their way to Tokyo this year, which is going to be absolutely incredible. But right before that, we still need to get through the rest of UK Nationals, starting off with round number 11. So these duelists have been working throughout all of yesterday, 9 rounds of Swiss. They're going to be partaking in another 5 rounds of Swiss today, and we are 2 out of those 5, not including the top 8 cut, which will feature 8 of the best duelists in the venue battling it out to become the overall winner for UK Nationals. So as we are waiting for our duelists to head to the table, get themselves settled down, ready to go, we're going to be able to show you a very, very creative deck. So starting off, we are going to get the highest represented deck in the room right now being the Cool Tunes.
Yeah, so Q-Tune, as we just saw, gained a lot of ground. Deck is doing pretty well. It does have the flexibility of being able to find a game shot with the ability of back-to-back, but it also has the ability of controlling the whole game state by knowing the hand and knowing the top of the deck. It has performed pretty well on stream as well so far. But the other side, do you want to give us an intro on what we're going to be seeing?
So, on the other side, featuring in that 41% other category, we have Ryugi. Now, I'll be surprised if there is more Ryugi in the building, but this deck is looking incredibly exciting. So for those of you unfamiliar with how the Ryugi works, it actually utilizes a lot of different worms, but then also has a very small involvement of sea serpents and dinos to be level 10 powerhouse monsters. You then combat that off with some very interesting techs inside the deck, which I'm not going to spoil for you just yet until until the action is underway. But when you have to consider this, that the duel list is currently X2 at round number 11 of UK Nationals, they are doing something incredibly well. Now, I believe this duel list has been on Ryugi for a long time and is very well versed in their playstyles, definitely against some of the highest represented decks like Cool Tunes and Branded, because you have to kind of play through those to get here. So this is going to be a very interesting one here. Standing in the way is going to be the powerful Cool Tune strategy, and it's going to be a very exciting duel to unfold in front of us as the duelists roll for that all-important position to choose who goes first.
Yeah, it's really interesting because Q-Tune is a deck of information. Q-Tune is a deck that gravitates around knowing exactly what your opponent's going to do, and then you get to prepare interruptions in that way. So when you play into a matchup that you know a bit more, when you play into Branded, into Sky Striker, you've been through those scenarios in your testing, in your OTS. How many people can say they've played Q-Tune into their 60-card Ryugi testing? So we're going to be seeing maybe the Q-Tune ability of adapting on the fly into what Ryugi is going to be presenting them here.
Yeah, exactly that. So the fist bump from our duelist, and I believe it could be Michael going second on this one. So we're starting off with the Cool Tune Synchro here. Not a bad start. Sometimes duelists like to leave that for when you have a Cool Tune monster on the field, but then sometimes you want to use it to get the direct or the exact Cool Tune monster from the deck that you want to get access to. Usually going to be Q or sometimes Rotary if you already have the Q.
Yeah, so Ryugi, do you think this is a deck that's trying more to prevent your opponent from doing it? Or you're going to be like, okay, you can look at my hand, you can look at the top of my deck, you don't know what my cards do, and then I'm going to try to use that to break the field that you establish with your Q-Tunes?
I think it's going to be quite interesting because I feel with Rotary, once you do get to see your opponent's hand on this one, like you said, there'll be a lot of cards you'll kind of be a little bit confused about. And what the Ryugi have the versatility for is that they can be used as a sub-engine. So you don't know, unless you see another engine in the hand, and even if you don't, you can't guarantee that that's the exact engine that's being supported with it. So as already mentioned, there are some variants out there that could utilize Sword Soul, there's variants out there that could utilize some Sea Serpents, and also Dinosaurs, but we're about to see a whole hand of Ryugi.
Okay, so that is a copy of Terraforming. There's a Ryugi Rising.
Yeah.
Enva. The Ritual Monster, the Mistva.
Yeah, Mistva, and then obviously the Kaiva as well, I believe it is, which is the Dino.
Yes.
So you only want to be playing like one of each of those just because you need different types. Ooh. Okay.
Oh, yeah, just resolving
the Q on this one.
Oh, the Q, sorry.
So, again, you get to see a bit of the sub-engine that's being utilized here by Michael with the Carbageddon, and that's going to get banished straight away with Trill Tactics Frost being put to the bottom of the deck here. Would have been quite a good top deck on that one, but the information that Jamie's been able to kind of gather here will allow him to navigate this field quite effectively to set up as much as he can, and it's really going to come down to how much of the Ryugi strategy that he's familiar with.
Yeah, the one thing is that we don't know the top deck now, right? Because we have put the Triple Tactics Trust to the bottom of the deck, and we're banishing the Carbonadon because we don't want him to have access to this Carbonadon. So it's interesting to see because this might play into allowing Michael to draw maybe a Super Polymerization or a better out of the Q-Tune board.
Yeah, there's definitely one card in Michael's list that I can't wait to see, and we hope that we do see, because I think there's going to be a lot of reading on that a little bit later on. But as we've already mentioned, Michael would not be any stranger to the Cool Tune strategy prior to even the event here, with a lot of testing towards the deck, and maybe even throughout this entire event so far today. But then Jamie looks very confident in his own abilities to set up the Cool Tune field in its most effective kind of way as well.
Yeah, so we'll see here, because it is like so far a Q-Tune like half board. Like we're not committing everything. We're still going to be resolving mix, I guess. There's no hand interactions, so you kind of are on your way. But we're going to pass on this.
Yeah, so we've got a remix, which can lead into different elements down here. So, which is quite interesting because I feel that maybe we wanted to read some of definitely the spell cards, right?
Yeah.
Because
he didn't pick them up for reading, right? Like he just looked at the hand.
Maybe
so
Jamie's familiar.
Maybe he just knows. Like there's a chance. We're gonna start here with the Ryugi spell, which was the Rising.
Yeah. So the Rising is going to get you direct access to one of your Pendulum monsters here. We've got the Terraforming as well in order to get you to the field spell, which is going to be one of the more important kind of cards to stick here for Michael. And that's where the ability of Remix to tribute itself off, bring back 2 or 1 to the hand, 1 to the field, and then hopefully synchro summon. And what you're trying to add here is you're either going to try and go into the Zarlan, utilizing the Trap Maker on the field to return a card, and then also utilize a card like Mix or Rico in order to destroy a monster or a spell or trap, depending on what you're trying to achieve here.
Yeah, it's interesting that what Jamie is trying to piece together is what is the card Michael has drawn, right?
Yeah.
That is like the one unknown between all the players, and Kiltoon is like, okay, how does the card that he draws alter how I play my turn?
Yeah, so we're going to be setting both our scales, being the Tensei, Ryuji, Anvar, and then also using the Mistfer as well. Now, Mistfer is absolutely very, very powerful here, and this is going to see Jamie start to react. Definitely going to be looking to utilize the ability to return cards and try to destroy cards where at all possible. We're just kind of explaining here.
Oh, because I think he might. Oh, I think he might have used Remix in response to the activation of the Pendulum's KO, and because that happened, he is able to use Anva, right? Because you can negate the opponent's card or effect activated in response of a Ryugi spell card or effect, because the activation of this KO is the activation of a spell card.
Correct. Wow, okay.
So again, this might be one of the familiarity things that this deck does prey a bit upon, because now because the Anva got destroyed, you're able to put on the continuous traps, in this case, the End.
Yeah, so with the Ryugi End, your opponent cannot target Ryugi monsters you control with card effects, and that's going to be very, very important, because straight away that knocks out RS. I believe it also knocks out Track Maker, because I think Track Maker does target.
Yeah, target as well.
It also deals with the graveyard effect of Mix and Rico as well, but just being able to kind of nullify that remix here has kind of lost a lot of advantage that Jamie might have wanted here, because as we already pre-mentioned, it would have ended up with two forms of disruption, ultimately ended up getting rid of both the scales that Michael had, and Michael is definitely showing how scary the Ryugi can be.
Yeah, and End is also like a ability to destroy if you can shuffle two Ryugis from the extra deck or from the field, and now we do have two in the extra deck, and it puts a bit of a trap, because if you try to do a quick synchro play, you're able to destroy one of the monsters in the field that would be one of the materials for the quick synchro. So it's kind of like the virtual world Chuche trap, and it's basically like another layer here. So by just activating two Pendulum Scales, we are going to be able to resolve Ryugi's most important card, the field spell.
Yeah, the field spell is absolutely incredible. So this is going to get you direct access to a lot of your resources. So on activation, you have to specifically take a dinosaur, a sea serpent, and a worm, and they have to come from the deck, and you add one to your hand, you send one to the graveyard, and you special summon. But you are locked into only special summoning dragons, dinosaurs, sea serpents, and worm monsters for the rest of this turn.
Yeah, if you had Mitya on the field, so the ritual monster on the field, you'd be able to special summon all three. Not the case here. Relevant here is that the Carbonadon that was banished by the Rotary would probably then be the monster that Michael wants to be sending to the graveyard with Warzone, as it is a dinosaur monster, but now he is forced to send something else.
Yeah, I did question what other dinosaur we have, because we have the Kyver in the hand, correct?
So I believe
there is any other.
Not really sure.
Yeah, so it needs to be specifically a dinosaur, a sea serpent, and a worm from the deck. Add one, banish one, and send one. I don't know if there's any more dinos to resolve the field spell, unless I missed.
Oh, okay, no, yeah. Sorry, they're just fixing the game state here, because it was not a legal activation of the field spell because there was no dinosaurs. They are just reconstructing the game state now.
That explains it. So we've used the Kyver effect in the hand to put itself back into the deck first, which allows them to get hold of the continuous spell card. So each of the Ryugi effect monsters have the ability to get their continuous spell cards. So that puts the Kyver back into the deck, which then allows the field spell to resolve correctly, because there will now be a dino in the deck that can be banished. So that's exactly where we are here. We are special summoning out the worm, we have sent the sea serpent, and we have banished the dinosaur. We're now bringing back the Kyver. We're also now going to be bringing back the sea serpent as well. So we've got the Hakvar, and then we also have another one of the Ryugis entering the field. This very quickly turned into a very scary field of a lot of level 10 powerhouse monsters.
And if you're Jamie, it's terrifying. You resolved everything you wanted. Like, you resolved your Q to Q. That's meant to be the gamer. Like, okay, I resolved Q. I know everything. Suddenly, one minor misstep, maybe on the timing of the remix, and everything just you lose control.
Yeah, we still have the Fraudrolis Harmonia here, revealing that beautiful extended art card, Chaos Angel. Absolutely love that detail on that card. We're also then going to be revealing the Agnista Wind Pegasus alongside the Malong, and then 2 more cool tune names. So I could possibly, we're either going to send the Agnista or we're going to use the Malong here. So we're going to try and destroy one of Michael's monsters, and we're going to try and return one. But the Harmonia doesn't target, I believe.
No, I believe it doesn't.
So the Harmonia will resolve here. The Malong does target, but it only protects the monsters, I believe. It's the monsters that are protected from targeting effects.
Yeah,
so maybe we'll return the trap card?
Yeah, because the trap would be able to interact with something if you try to quick synchro. He did choose to destroy the Kaiva, which on the field... I guess it doesn't have an effect on the field, right? It's just the effect to summon back.
No, the important one on this one is that you need to control, I believe, a dinosaur for the continuous spell card. Because the continuous spell card, I believe, would have given... I think it's double damage. It's more of the aggressive one. Yeah, when an effective monster on the field with attack less than the Kaiva is activated, quick effect, you get to place a Ryugi continuous spell you control to the bottom of the deck to negate the activation. So, again, another form of monster effect negation.
Yeah, so heads up play there from Jamie by recognizing that the Kaiva was what's enabling this, choosing to interact with this, and then using them along to return the trap. So maybe he will have a way of synchro summoning still during this turn, like maybe an extra copy of Clip.
Yeah, I think Clip could be pretty massive here. We're utilizing the Sea Serpent in order to grab us the next continuous spell card on this one as well. So this one is going to be our Ryugi Realm Sea Spires. So once per opponent's turn specifically, you get to place a Ryugi continuous spell you control onto the bottom of the deck, target card on the field, and return it to the hand. So the benefit of something like that is we already have the dinosaur continuous spell card, so we can return that one to then destroy one. So not destroy one, sorry, return one. So we're building up some interruptions, and I think Michael is starting to read the resistance that Jamie has put into place here, and we were not able to complete an OTK possibly, but we're now going to be able to try and set up as much resource interruption as possible if this doesn't go through.
So Mitsuya is doing something from the extra deck.
Yeah.
If a monster in the field is destroyed by battle or by card effect, while its card is in the extra deck, you can tribute a level 3 Ryugi monster, and if you do special summon this card, it's treated as a ritual summon, and then you can apply this effect, destroy up to 2 cards you control, and if you do, place that many Ryugi continuous spells from your deck face up on your field. So that comes straight from the extra deck, and I believe that would be tried in game, right? Because it is like a 3500 attack monster, so we do see Jamie using the Bestial Magnamut here as a way of just blocking some damage that would be coming his way.
Correct. I feel that this is all going to be about resource management now. So Jamie being able to utilize that Magnamut's effect on the field will be able to search out a dragon. Possibly going to be that Fraudrolis Harmonia on that one. And again, putting up something with 2000 defense. The Ryugis, again, are just very, very scary level 10 monsters. And usually with level 10 monsters, unless you're Yubel, you have a decent amount of attack stats.
Yeah, so we see Andva attacking. And the Mitsuya attack, that should be 6,500 damage, right?
Yeah.
Which is
very big chunk.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a lot of cards in hand because we actually ended up returning to the hand the trap, so we were going to be able to set end again, and we'll make Verduras the end of times because he is a worm.
Correct.
And that is a very strong thing.
Ooh, okay, so we've got all 3 of the continuous spell cards on this one. Now, actually, the Wind continuous spell card that is related to the Worm monster actually activates as a kind of dimensional fissure in a way. So any monster sent from the field to the graveyard during your opponent's turn is banished instead. And then the Ryugi Pendulum monsters and level 10 or higher monsters whose original type are Worm gain the following effects. So all the continuous spell cards give the effects to the types of respective monsters. So you get to place a Ryugi continuous spell card you control to the bottom of the deck, target a face-up monster on the field, and its attack becomes 0. So I think Jamie's seen the writing on the wall here. Once you've got that kind of banish effect in play, it can make it very, very difficult for the cool tunes to try and grab a foothold.
Yeah.
And Michael is going to be taking game number 1.
And even countering the copy of Fraudrolis Harmonia that got searched from the Magnamut, right? Because, yes, you have a Harmonia, but any monster you try to send will be banished, so you basically can't resolve it. Really, really impressive here by the Ryugi deck, right? Like,
yeah. There's a lot of versatility in there, and I don't even feel, again, a little bit of unfamiliarity with the strategy doesn't help. Jamie on this one, but again, there's also ways that Jamie did hold on very, very well there. But what you also need to do, if you are facing a duel like this, if you're against a duelist and you're not familiar with the deck, try and gain as much information about that deck as you possibly can in game number 1, because remember, it's a best of 3. You still have 2 more duels to then try and grab the win off the back of that one. And as long as you gain as much information as possible, it will help you with your siding patterns.
Yeah, so they're like not recognizing the interaction with the other pendulum scale, with the ritual scale, and the remix really punished, because that was a very big swing, because stopping remix is the main thing Qtun is trying to set up. From Jamie's side, he does have a lot of going first options, which I believe are going to be pretty good into Qtun. We see the common Manado reframing, so the ability of having a searchable counter trap that you can search by going to Arbitrary in your combo. There's a copy of Eradicator Epidemic Virus, which is pretty strong. There's a lot of spell cards in the Ryuga deck.
Yeah. I think from those, they'll all put in a decent amount of work. Even just the natural call tune strategy, again, can be very effective. There's one particular hand interaction in Jamie's deck that I think could be massive in this duel. But then also going to the other side of Michael, again, he must be fairly prepared and confident with the call tune matchup in general. And just taking a look at the side deck here, there's some very interesting cards I can see coming in for going second that could really, really help kind of mitigate the field that Jamie is going to try and present. So it is anyone's game at this moment in time, and it's really going to come down to the heart of the cards on some of the opponents.
Yeah, it's really interesting because the Ryuga deck, it is very engine heavy, so you have to be like, you can't put too many ways of interacting with Qtun, because that's kind of how Qtun wins as well. If you spend too much dealing with what they do, their non-engine can sometimes stop what you're trying to do. So sometimes it's just better to be a deck like that's potent like Qtun and just have all those pushes.
Yeah.
We're going to be seeing here maybe some of those going second cards, though. I don't know if you're going to have to keep both traps going first. But I would say that I would expect Michael to be definitely more comfortable in the position than Jamie is. Well, 1, because he's a game up. 2, because he has played into Qtun way more times than Jamie has played into Ryuga.
Yeah, I can imagine that. But we're going to be settled down. Both duelists fist bump. Get ready for that game number 2 of round number 11. And it looks like Jamie is going to be starting us off here with a cool tune Q. Not a bad starter.
It does get met by a Mulcharmy Follows, though. And those engine-heavy decks really benefit from Mulcharmy Follows, because you do kind of put Qtun in a position of doing some stuff. So we'll be seeing an alternate art copy of Call by the Grave here.
Yeah, I think Jamie had to think about that one here of how far he could go, how much advantage he would provide Michael if he let that Fualos resolve. But we're going to make sure that that does not happen. We're going to go directly for the Cool Tune Rico. Cool Tune Rico is probably, in this particular position here, going to be working our way into a Cool Tune Rotary, the brand new card from Blazing Dominion that really did allow Cool Tunes to step up their game.
Yeah, exactly. And realistically, you're going to be seeing a copy of the Track Maker and a repeat of what we see in Game 1 of let's get full knowledge of what's going on. Or at least as much full knowledge as we can have of Ryuga.
Yeah, so one less card to worry about, and we're going to be able to see the Q as well, being able to utilize and manipulate the top deck of Michael on this one. Maybe he does. It'll be very interesting to see if we do kind of learn from the next one and go, maybe we give them a card that we are comfortable with so we don't have to deal with the unknown. Yeah. But I'm not too sure if it actually played that much of a role in Game 1.
I don't believe he activated the unknown last game.
No, I think everything was known at that point.
I think everything was known. It was just it was mainly the interaction between Anva and Mitzvah that got missed.
Yeah.
And managing the Carbonado did matter because it would have been an extra monster. Although I don't know what you do with the tuner. I guess you can make Snake Eyes Vengeance Dragon, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, so it looks like Vengeance Dragon is the one you kind of go to because obviously it fits within that lock you've got here. And we've got a Triple Tactics Thrust, a Book of Eclipse, we've got a Fallen the Virtuous, and we also have a lot of spells. A lot of spells.
That's a very potent hand, though. Like that is basically three very strong like breaker style cards and a Ryuga Rising.
And the top 2, oh, okay. Well, that is a Mulcharmy Perulia. I assume that goes to the top of the deck on this one? Yeah.
Yeah, and that is sometimes the downside of playing cards like Mulcharmies into a deck like Qtun, is that if you draw them, they're pretty good, but if they're in the top 2 of your card after the Resolve Rotary, you have a higher likelihood of ending up with a non-life card from the top of your deck. So will this be enough from Michael's side? There's a lot of ways of interacting, but there's only one engine card so far, right? Which is Ryuga Rising.
Correct, and I feel that if Jamie now knows, Jamie now knows exactly what Michael's hand is going to be like, unless there is something that we don't know as of yet that could possibly allow Michael to shuffle the deck. But at that particular point here, you know that there is a triple tactics for us. You probably don't want to lean into that as much. You want to try and avoid using a monster effect where at all possible. I think it could be a little bit tricky though, because the Book of Eclipse could force an interaction. But I also feel that you know there's nothing going to follow that up. So if you can deal with the Ryugi Rising, maybe you allow the Book of Eclipse to resolve.
Yeah, but then how do you deal with the Ryugi Rising without using a monster effect? That's kind of the tricky situation, right? For example, if you go for something like searching a copy of Ash Blossom and Gyro Spring, that is a monster effect.
Correct.
And then the Triple Tactics Trust could be used to fetch Terraforming, which then can fetch the Field Spell.
Yeah, I feel something that you mentioned from the side deck is going to be a very, very big point here. If we can work our way into the Visas Aritama and get that counter trap card, I agree with you. I feel that there is only one card in Michael's hand that is of threat to getting the Ryugi kind of strategy moving, or just any type of strategy or presence from Michael here. And if Jamie reads that, he should be able to kind of nullify the presence of the Ryugis.
Yeah, honestly, from experience, whenever playing into a deck that I was never really that I'm not familiar with, the best way is I don't need to deal with it if your first card can't resolve. The best way of stopping it starting from the ground up. Oh.
So that's one of the cards in the side deck, especially when you know your opponent has a whole hand of spells. If that Eradicator Epidemic Virus resolves, bar Jamie having a bit of a moment and completely calling trap cards or not the spell cards, I feel that we might be going into a swift game number 3 here.
Yes, but we do have 3 quick play spells. Right? Like our hand is still Rising, Eclipse, and Fallen the Virtues, which all can be used in response to the Eradicator Epidemic Virus.
Correct.
Rising searches for a monster, I believe, right? So you would be able to search something that is not a spell.
Correct. So usually you aim for the Misfer. Misfer is the one that can then start to get you ticking, because your idea is you want to get from the Misfer to the field spell. And then the field spell starts to move you on.
Yeah, so in a way, like the Eradicator is impactful because it is at least baseline trading with the copy of Triple Tactics Trust that we've seen in the hand. But it's not like the end-all be-all. It might just force Michael to use his interrupts in a non-optimal way, because you need to use them the moment that Jamie commits to the Eradicator Epidemic Virus.
Correct, but if you're able to bookend this with a card that possibly couldn't be responded to, like a counter trap card that we could possibly see along those spell and trap zones, this could very easily take this one right here. So we know about the Eradicator.
Yeah. Do we have a tribute target in the field?
Is it Remix?
Because we only have Trackmate. That is
Trackmaker remix,
right?
So maybe we don't yet.
I don't think we do. Yeah, Remix is 1500. Usually the target is Zalan, I believe. So usually try to use Zalan and then use the Eradicator. Also, if you're Jamie, you have to think, do you need to use the Eradicator first thing?
No, not at all. I don't think you do.
You could choose low roll it a bit here. So interesting decision to see how he navigates this, because it is a complex matchup from his side.
Starting off with Book of Eclipse, very, very good start here.
Yeah.
Apart from the remix, if Jamie remembers what's in the hand, I feel that you could afford to allow this to resolve. Ooh, okay.
Some little reframing. So it does kind of have to use the reframing here, right? Because otherwise, I don't know if he can synchro summon for the rest of the turn.
But I don't think he minds that, because if you let your monsters get flip face down here. So we've got the reframe in here. We're going to bring back. Then the Book of Eclipse resolves. Both the monsters get, no matter what you summon off of the back of the remix, even if you do synchro summon, gets flipped face down.
Yeah.
But with the rest of Michael's hands, I think there was only one card in Michael's hand that I would have been fearful of, that I would want to stop. Everything else, I don't think leads to anything here, right?
I agree. I think the argument is if you don't stop the Book of Eclipse, you will not have a synchro summon monster on the field to be able to activate the reframing. Like how will he synchro summon if the Eclipse resolves, because the monster leaves the field? So the Eclipse does end up trading here. And now we will see the Eradicator be used, distributing the Zalan. This is like a lot of resources for an Eradicator that is actually not doing that much.
I feel you just respond, correct?
Because you can respond with the Fallen and Virtues. Because the Zalan's already off the field, so Zalan is not able to negate the Ryuge...
the Rising.
The Rising.
And the Rising's the quick plays. Exactly. So the Rising is the one card I'd be fearful of.
Yeah.
But it seems that we have the ability to... Like, we can resolve this now, right?
Yeah, I believe so. So we'll be doing this, targeting the JJ Kilton, and probably chaining the Rising here.
Yeah.
And maybe there's a copy of Ash Blossom Joy Spring, which would make this play make a bit more sense, but it does seem to be resolving. So
I feel this could be massive, right? And unless there is another way to... Oh, okay, there might be a way that we destroy that Misfa. Because now Jamie only has the Misfa and a Perulia.
Yes.
And I feel that something along the lines of something that can stop the Misfa, so a Fallen in the Virtuous of Jamie's own, could stop this Misfa resolving.
What is...
2 Melody of the Awakening Dragon here. One's going to get banished. Put the other one to the top of the deck. Interesting.
It's good because if you draw it, it gets destroyed by the Eradicator Epidemic Virus, right?
Very true. Yeah.
So you want the spell to be on top.
Okay, so we've added the clip here.
I'm surprised he's not using the effect of Perulia before the search resolved. So this way, if the clip summon... I guess yes, but you know what you're going to draw anyways.
Yeah, that's very true.
So
we activate the Misfit. I think this gets... If there is an interaction, this gets interacted with, right?
Yeah.
This doesn't resolve.
Yeah, basically, there's a Fallen Virtus here. So the Fallen Virtus will trade with the Mitzvah, and that is probably going to be enough because we know Michael's draw is that next turn because it's going to be a copy of Melody of the Awakening Dragon, which gets destroyed by the Eradicator.
Not necessarily, because in the end phase we resolve the Fallen Virtuous, right?
Oh, that is true.
So we shuffle that around.
Yep, I forgot about that.
But then Jamie has the ability to stop the Fallen Virtuous. Oh,
I mean, they both get a Fallen Virtuous here, right?
They will, yeah.
So yeah, I think just checking for Eradicator to see if it's search or search or draw. It's just when you draw, so he could choose to add it to the hand or set it here. I'll be surprised if it doesn't get set.
Yeah, I feel so. We've still got Clip. Correct. So if it does get set, Clip can just use Rico, and Rico is Spell and Trap Destruction.
Yeah, but even if it gets add to hand, it already got used this turn, right? So
no, of course. I mean, so if you set it, your opponent goes Clip, Rico destroys it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Exactly. And he's just going straight into Trackmaker.
So we've got the Rico on the field, just straight away synchro in with the Rotary. I think, I think the resource from this point on is going to be quite a bit.
What? Is that a Rico and a Rotary?
Yeah, it's a Rico and a Rotary.
What does that mean?
Is there another track maker? Rico's the 3.
Oh yeah, Rico's the 3.
So, we have no more track makers left.
Oh, okay. That might get interesting then.
Ooh.
Wait, he should have track.
I think he went through 2 during.
No, he does play.
The first, or does he play?
He does play 2. Yeah.
Yeah, he's gone through 2 already.
They made 2.
Yeah.
Maybe. Oh, maybe make a second one. Oh, that is interesting.
You're gonna be forced to use the Clip here. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you can use Clip and you can just make remix, right?
Well, it looks like we're going to go RS, which I think when you're trying to trade that off with Fallen in the Virtuous isn't that bad. And it looks like the Clip is going to banish the Misfa from the... Does it have to be face down?
No.
So it can banish them. Oh, okay. So we've it's not. Is it? It might be random, right?
Oh, it is random. Yeah, it is random. It's a clip effect when you use a synchro materials. That's just banishing something that won't really matter. It's one of the link monsters in the real game.
So it's Crackle that's chosen. Ooh, I would just count in the amount of tuners in the graveyard here, so this RS could be very, very powerful here.
Yeah, and we do know that Michael does not have a play next turn because the card in the top of his deck is a copy of the...
No, because we searched Fallen in the Virtuous in the end phase, so the deck's not randomized.
Yeah, so you can theoretically draw a Ryugi monster here.
Yeah. I feel like the only one you could really draw is you need access to your Misfa. You can't get access to it via any of the spell cards.
You can draw Manju.
Yeah, Manju would be a very, very good draw. It's a monster.
It's a monster,
Ooh,
yeah.
It looks like it's Anva.
Okay.
It's Anva.
It's Anva, but Anva doesn't do much by itself, I believe.
I think we're just trying to work that. I mean, RS is going to trade off for the Fallen and the Virtuous.
Because Anva... it's only an effect that used in response for Yugi spell card effect. So I was thinking maybe you could go like activate Anva, then activate Fallen and Virtuous, but that doesn't work because Fallen and Virtuous is not a Ryugi spell.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe there isn't. I mean, there's definitely enough damage, right? RS would have done
I don't know how big RS
Over
was.
4,000
I
damage?
don't-
It must have been over 4,000 damage with the amount of tuners we had.
I haven't counted how many tuners were engraved when they were doing it. We haven't had life points yet.
I feel that there was a substantial amount of damage, and I think it's going to have to go game 3 here because RS, one more attack from RS, it's just going to, it negates the Fall in the Virtuous.
Yes.
And
by banishing
then-
tuner.
Oh, okay. Ecclesia. Oh, no. I thought we were going to go for the Ecclesia of Darkness.
Oh, wait,
Darkness
this is
Dragon.
resolving? Oh, because RS is only the main phase.
Oh, okay.
So, we're just
hang on,
doing
so
this
when's-
in the end phase.
Oh, it's the end phase. Okay, okay.
Oh, I assume it's in the end phase because he
Yeah.
activated the spell and then went to the end
That
phase.
makes sense.
That is really strong there, right? Like, we are...
Well, this limits Jamie to just Rotary
Yeah.
with no Trap Maker left.
Yeah, and Michael has Fallen the Virtues in circulation.
Yeah.
That is the advantage of the Ryuga deck. That does get you play more Fallen the Virtues and more targets because of the extra deck flexibility.
Correct.
So Jamie here would have to send the Ecclesia
Ooh.
for his copy.
So it looks like we drew an Ash Blossom and Joy Spring for turn. So we're going to be setting one card, passing over.
And
We've got
draw,
Reveal. Is it a
need to
spell?
reveal. It looks like a
It
spell.
looks like a spell. Yeah.
The Eradicator, yep. That is one of the Ryuga spells, I believe. The dinosaur one?
Yeah. I feel that this is going to be a set 1 pass.
That is the second turn on Eradicator, I believe?
Correct, yeah. So I think we've got one more after this. So we draw what looks like a Ghost Spell. This is unfortunately not going to be helping Jamie right now, but we are starting to build up a bit of interaction against our opponent. So there'll probably be a response with anything that relates to an Ash Blossom or a Ghost Spell is probably going to be instantly met with either of those two.
Yeah, the Ritual Monster is really terrifying here, right? Like if you draw the Ritual Monster, it's this kind of consistent pressure that even if you Ash Blossom it, it's still going to trade with something.
Correct. Oh, we're going to set another one.
Oh, that is interesting that you choose to give away a hand interaction for some more defensive.
Oh,
that is a false.
for loss.
I mean, at least it's a card in hand. In case he draws like a copy of Melody of the Awakening Dragon, it is a live discard, like compared to drawing a spell this turn.
Ooh, okay, that is not a monster that we want to be seeing on that one, unfortunately. That is going to be set along the spell and trap zone there from Jamie, or possibly held on to. But this is starting to turn into very kind of nervous actually watching this. This is actually quite exciting because it's whoever can kind of get to the position first.
I didn't know we were watching an aircraft.
A lot of set monsters here. So we're going to flip the Rotary face up.
Does Rotary have the effect to synchro from hand? I don't believe it does, right?
It can use the hand. I think that's kind of like just the generic for all of them. But the issue is you need Rico to get into RS and you need Mix to get into Remix. And both of those, you know, a 1 and a 2 and the 1 and the 3 won't add up to enough. So if anything, I think we're going to be trying to synchro into something a lot higher here. Like we've got the Ghost Spell flipped face up and we've got the Rotary on the field.
We could make the Wind Pegasus Ignister.
I think that's what we're looking at now. It looks like we're about to make a Synchro 7. But we've also got Fallen the Virtuous set from Michael.
Yeah, because that will just trade with the Rotary, right? And now we have a Ash Blossom.
Can you go? You can go into. I'm surprised we got rid of the Rotary here because you can go into Loudness War, right?
Oh yeah, of course. You can use Loudness War here. Oh yeah, that's interesting, right? Because otherwise, if you just get rid of one of the trees, we kind of establish there is no track maker available.
Yeah.
So Loudness War here does... Oh, that might have been a bit of a mistake by Michael, because otherwise you would just end up with a Rotary in attack position and one of the Ghost Grows in attack position.
Yeah, I agree.
We do draw for turn, we draw a spell, but now we can keep our spells.
Yeah, this could be Melody Awakening Dragon.
There is the... Ooh! And the good thing is here, because we do have the Ryuga scale, we can't respond to this, right? Because if we respond to this, we do negate it with a copy of Anva. But Jamie will know this from game 1.
Yep.
Because he did get burned by game 1, so probably has learned that you can't respond to this activation, but you can do something now on resolution.
Oh, we responded to the activation straight away?
I assume it's resolution. How does Loudness War works again? It's just a quick effect to copy?
Yeah, it can banish and then replicates the effect in the graveyard when they're sent as synchro material. So I think are we eyeing up Rotary on this one?
Do we have... is Mix the spell and trap one? No, it's just a Rotary.
Yeah, so Rotary will get us access to Michael's hand, or the look at Michael's hand. It was in response.
It was in response, so we're going to once again be able to use the Anva. The Anva will negate... Oh, that is rough, because the Anva has a lot of value here, right? It will prevent the Loudness War.
Yeah.
and it will basically set him up by adding another card.
Correct. And I'm pretty sure it destroys the land this war unless there's some protection that I'm unaware of.
Yeah, and now like in the simplified game state, the Ryugi End is such a good card.
Yeah. I think we're now going to see this kind of build up. That is, that's a bit unfortunate from Jamie on that one.
Yeah.
But
although to be fair, even if he did not do that, I do not know if he had a lot of ways of interacting. Like this rotary resolving might not have done much either way, right? And then just the ritual monster getting into the field spell resolving might have been enough.
Yeah, I mean, I was quite surprised that we went for rotary. The Loudness War it's an open quick effect. It's not in response.
I believe it's an open quick effect. I need to double check.
Because if it's an open response, surely you allow the activation to happen, and then in the open game state, replicate.
Oh no, it's in response to an activation.
Right, okay, apologies.
So basically, you're a bit stuck there.
Yeah, you're forced to do it
because like the Anvil will protect, and you kind of only care about the spells, right? Like because the Anvil only protects spells, but it doesn't matter when it happens because if you don't do that, it's going to be the ritual. If you do the ritual effect, you can stop. If it's a field spell, you can stop.
But does it need to maintain Mistha, correct? Just going to double check the requirements in this one. That if it needs to maintain Mistha, maybe you allow the Mistha to tribute itself off to get you access to the field spell.
I mean, no, this is just if you...
That's just any spell, card, or effect.
So it's like this preemptive call by the grave situation. You do see the field spell resolving here, and it will be summoning a lot of level 10 monsters into the field. And this when the Ryugi deck is really scary. Oh, it's a Gravity Collapse, though.
Very, very big here on Gravity Collapse, tributing off our Loudness War. And this is going to force Michael to the end phase.
Wait, I don't think he can activate Gravity Collapse, right? Because Gravity Collapse has to be on an inherent summon.
This came off of the spell card, correct?
Yes, it works kind of like cards like Black Horn of Heaven, where they have to be into a summon that does not start a chain. In the scenario, they were not summoned by that, they were summoned by the effect of the field spell. He will be able to summon the 3 Ryugi monsters and to swing for a game here, so really impressive by Michael.
Yeah, very well there by Michael. Unfortunately for Jamie on that one, tried very, very well there. Had a fairly good starter there, and then Michael was able to kind of push through it quite sporadically. And then on top of that as well, Jamie then kind of fell foul twice to the Anva on that one, but it kind of got put into a bit of a blocked position. But like we said, Michael would have been facing Cool Tunes possibly all weekend on this one, so he did very, very well. Great duel, great exhibition from both duelists. Neither of them are out of it just yet. There's still a little bit more to be playing for. You want to try and still get yourself into that top 128 and walk home with the National Championship playmat. We're going to be back here with the winner of round number 11 shortly, so don't you go anywhere.
Welcome to your 300th YCS celebration here in Dortmund. Whether it's the main event or public events, every single one of our participants will be sat at these tables duking it out to become the best of the best. Take part in some of those public events, and you can win some tickets to exchange at the prize wall.
For this YCS, we have some special stuff at the prize wall. This is the 300th YCS.
And right now, the magic is happening over here in the analysis zone. This is our coverage area, as well as the feature match zone. This is where all of our duels that you'll be seeing here as coverage will be decided. Stick around, we've got loads of great coverage coming your way.
Welcome back, Duelists. We are here with our winner of round 11, Michael. Now, Michael, you decided to bring something. You can hear it out the back there. You decided to bring something very, very creative here. So you brought your Ryugi strategy. Now, I don't believe this is the first time I've seen you on Ryugi. Is that correct?
That is correct. I did bring it to, I think it was Liverpool Nats last year.
Yeah.
I love the deck. I can't put it down.
Well, it's actually worked in your favor very, very well. Now, talk us through your approach with the Ryugi strategy, because it's very, very streamlined in what it wants to try and achieve.
Yeah.
But you know the lines very correctly. And I think one of the highlights from duel number 1 is when that Carbageddon is banished and you've got the Kyver in the hand.
Yes.
So you end up putting the Kyver back into deck, which is something that the Ryugis do very, very well to allow you to manipulate stuff like that. So as you're powering through your plays, how has it been facing Cool Tune so far?
So I've been quite lucky. That was my first Cool Tune that I've played today. But the thing that comes up is that they want to respond to your stuff, and a lot of the Ryugi power is in the spell cards. So very subtly, you just put the left scale out, and then you start making your big plays. As soon as the field spell that has all the big flashy effects comes out, they start chaining their effects, and then you let them know that gets negated on resolution.
So we saw that happen twice.
Yes.
Very, very well prepared. Anvar seems to be an incredible card for the strategy on that one.
Like, that came in the second wave of support, like an absolute godsend. Like, the second half of the scale, protection for all your effects, one that you summon from deck with the field spells effect that destroys a card on the field. So it brings interaction there. There's a trap that specials from deck that it brings interaction there, and destruction of cards is one of the big things for Ryugi, because that allows the boss monster from the extra deck to come out, which I think you saw in game 1.
Yep.
If a monster gets destroyed, he just special summons and places all the continuous spells that give the Ryugi's effects out.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's...
Yeah, so the Ryugi strategy seems to have quite a nice balance, because as you already mentioned with the continuous spell cards, I think one that is probably a big highlight in this format right now is the one for the worm monster, the one that turns into kind of like a dimensional fissure. So how's that been working for you?
Yeah, so that was quite in contrast with last year when it was a Malice format, and it was a pretty much like a card you didn't want to see. But in this format, it's really good. It stops Cool Tunes getting effects when they get synchroed. Branded struggles to recover cards from the graveyard. Draco Tail. So it's really good. Even like a one-sided, one-turn macro, like a bad die fight is still a die fight, isn't it?
It still puts the work in. So final question on this one is, so round number 3, your opponent pretty much gives you the information. I've got Eradicator Virus, but they already know you've got 4 spells in the hand.
Yes.
You know your top deck is going to be a Mortal Imperia, which is probably not going to be very effective for you. So what was your thought process at that moment in time, knowing that you could kind of be a little bit bookended? Were you kind of happy because you had a lot of quick play spells you could respond with?
So I wasn't too worried. Like, I had Book of Eclipse, which sort of answers a lot of the Cool Tune board. I had my starter was a quick play, so like I knew if I could get that off, I would be fine. And I had Fallen, so everything was quick play except the Frost, which I was going to lose. So that was fine. As long as I could answer the board and have a starter to play, I would be fine. And I knew he would have to make Azalea and tribute it off. So I don't think there would be much left on his board. So I think I was quite all right there. Yeah. Wasn't too worried.
Well, it was expertly piloted, very, very good at an entertaining duel. So massive congratulations to Michael on that one.
Thank you so much.
Wish you all the best of luck in the next few rounds. We're going to be back very shortly with round number 12, so don't you go anywhere, and maybe we'll see Michael back here a little bit later on today.
Welcome back, duelists. We are here with another Worlds possible participant. We are here with Jordan Gallagher, who has been working incredibly hard this season to accumulate many a Worlds points. So first off, congratulations, Jordan, for making yourself into this position here. What I want to start off with is, what made you decide to start this Worlds journey?
So I kind of did it not really on purpose. I started off like playing Dracotail. I played it like at a regional, got second, and then I went to YCS Lille and I got 10th place, which was a good amount of points. But I still hadn't really committed to it at that point because I know like you have to travel to quite a lot of big regionals if you want to do it in Europe this season. And then one weekend there's the French Open, and like 3 or 4 days before it, I decided to book a ticket, and I went to the French Open and I won it. So then at that point, and it was like the biggest European regional ever, so it was the most points you could ever get from an event. I was just like, at that point, I have to commit.
Exactly that. So you've been working incredibly hard. You've traveled around loads of different venues, not just UK and basically everywhere else in Europe, just to kind of accumulate these points. And during that journey, you decided to stick with Dracotail. What made you stick with that deck as long as you did?
So there's one event this entire season I didn't play Dracotail. My first regional of the season, I played Yummy. But then after the Forbidden Limited list, where they hit the Vanquish Soul deck, and that was like the Dracotail deck's worst matchup, I played a regional the week before Frixel came out, and I got second place, and I felt really good. And I took it to the YCS the next week, and the deck just felt so fun to me, so rewarding. I felt like my gameplay mattered a lot, and just like throughout the entire season, with all the support they got, and how the deck just kind of panned out, I entered every event with it in the future, and it just felt good every time. It felt worth it.
Exactly that, and as you've already mentioned, Forbidden Limited List and just general formats, new products, kind of shake it up, change up the decks. When you're preparing for stuff like this, how important is a dedicated testing circle?
It is quite important. I've generally I've been a bit inconsistent with the testing circle the past few years, unfortunately. A bunch of my friends that I used to test with a lot stopped playing every once in a while, but recently, before YCS Dortmund, I joined a new testing circle, and then YCS Dortmund went pretty well for me, so I think it is quite important to have people who are like-minded, who want to get better at Yu-Gi-Oh!, who want to improve, who want to discuss the game, and it helps a lot, definitely.
So this being the last UK Nationals for the season, or the last Nationals for the season in general, how has it kind of felt for you? Because you kind of got yourself solidified in that Worlds playoff position at Euros next month quite early. Has that been like a burden off your shoulders?
Yeah, ever since like maybe earlier on in the year, I'd say maybe after Dortmund, it kind of felt like I was solidified a little bit. I was still a little bit nervous that I wasn't sure, so I did play like another UK Open, another French Open, and generated more points. But yeah, it has been like since the French Open, I've been a lot more relaxed. I don't have to worry about traveling every weekend or like worrying about points all so much.
Amazing. So there's an incredible journey, a very, very good story behind that as well. We wish Jordan the best of luck at the playoffs at Brussels, coming up very, very shortly next month. Hopefully you will be at home as well, cheering in on, and hopefully both Josh and Jordan can make their way to Worlds with those positions. So congratulations, Jordan. Thank you so much for all the hard work you've been putting in this season. I wish you the best of luck here at UK Nationals, but also the best of luck in the playoffs as well. Is there anyone else you want to give a final shout out to before we leave you?
I just want to say thank you to all my friends for helping me this past year with testing and just talking about Yu-Gi-Oh!
Thank you very much. And that is everything from Jordan. We're going to be taking it back to the stream.
全ての試練の先に一輪は咲くだって。
大霊術を試せってことだよね。
どうアウス？
複数の属性を調和させることで霊術の力を増幅させる働きだと思う。
うまくいくヒントもありってか？よーし、早速やろうぜ。 ちょっと待って。私たち、特にヒータとアウスはもうだいぶ霊力を使っちゃってると思うの。あれくらい全然大したことないよなあ。アウス、
こんなこともあろうかと。
回復薬だ。
夕べ作っておいたんだ。最後に全力を出せるように。やるじゃん。
すごい、さすがアウスね。
エリアもね。
あ、エリアちゃん？お弁当作ってきたの。マ
ジかよ、やったー。
休憩だね。いただきます。はあ、
準備はいい？
食った食った。大丈夫だよ。回復薬もバッチリ効いてるよ。ここまではいい感じだね。
この調子で行こうぜ。
私たちできるよ。
よし、今度こそ成功。霊力持っていかれる。
みんな意識を集中して。
ダメ、抑えられない。
このままじゃ。みんな、私たちも
今度こそ
みんなで力を合わせて
絶対に成功させる。
いくよ。大霊術一輪。また失敗しちゃったね。
マジか。
でもすごく綺麗。 来て。どうしたの？もしかしてまた？
未熟者たちへ試練を与えん。
おいおい、振り出しかよ。みんなと一緒ならきっと立派な霊使いになれるよ。しょうがない、やるか。今度こそ絶対に成功させようね。大丈夫、僕たちパワーアップしてる。よーし、とりあえず飯だ飯。エリア、とびっきりおいしいの頼むぜ。ちょっとは手伝ってよ。わかってるって。私も何か作るよ。サンドイッチ作るよ。みんな待って。サンドイッチ好きなんだよな。もうしょうがないな。
Okay, welcome back, duelists. We are here with two lucky additional duelists that want to take head-to-head a trivia challenge. Now, the challenge that is going to be put to both of these is they're going to need to tell me level 1 monsters back and forth until either someone cannot name a level 1 monster or until someone doubles up. So, let's start to my right. A level 1 monster, please.
Coaching Rotary, Fusion Parasite, Effect Veiler, Lyrillus Recital Starlord.
I've already forgot. Lyrillus Grey something.
Just to rub salt in the room, the next one there. There we go. Nice, short, sweet and simple. Level 1 monsters. Thank you very much. We're going to be getting some more trivia around the place, so we'll be back very shortly.
So, if you guys have been to some of our YCS tournaments in the past, or you've been checking out our coverage, you might have seen that we've recently started adding some wonderful Yu-Gi-Oh! Merchandise collaborations to some of our booths. And here today, we have the Gatherer's Tavern booth, where you guys can find these amazing arty bags and the bigger arty slings, including things like the Winged Karibo, or my personal favorite, the Moki Moki. These bags are incredible. Now, as you can see, my wonderful casting colleagues are styling some of these off behind me. Now, not all of these are available immediately. Some are coming soon, but they will all be available here and also online. So make sure you guys do check them out if you're in the venue, but do check out the website for the Gatherer's Tavern and make sure you guys get your hands on these amazing, amazing bags and slings, because it's time to duel in style. Welcome to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live in Birmingham.
Our duelists can compete in a lot of different events. We have over 2,500 players attending, and you can compete to get some amazing prize war tickets. You
can even win a giant card.
This is where most of the magic happens over the weekend. All the feature matches that you see happen here. Don't go anywhere, we've got loads of great coverage coming your way.
Welcome back, duelists, to round 12 of the UK Nationals 2026 here in Birmingham. A very exciting round we have coming up with two decks that maybe are not expected to be this far in the tournament, but are doing very well. What are we thinking?
I think it's actually going to be quite exciting. So on the right-hand side, well, our right-hand side at this moment in time, it's going to be Archmage Power Patron. So just another part of the lore. We've already kind of seen Doom Z feature this weekend. We've seen Elf Notes feature this weekend. We've seen partial bits of Archmage, but it's time to see the full explosive power of them. But then on the other side, we've got a little bit of new and a little bit of old, and we have
the Crystron Trains, or Crystron Earth Machine, I guess is more, but it's Trains. It's a deck that I have been shown by a friend of mine recently. It's actually a really cool deck. It has a lot of synergies. There's more than just the fact that they're all machines. Both engines do synergize very well and bridge back and forth between each other very easily. So it's a very fun, very smooth playing deck. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I like both of the art types right now because I feel that the Crystron's got a little bit of a return from the most recent Forbidden Limited list, or the one previously with Incursion coming back to free. Yeah. And then you look at the trains as well. They got some brand new support in Blues Blazing Dominion.
It was, yeah.
Yeah,
the Night Blue Traveller and the Babel Decker.
Yeah. So a lot of good support for them as well. But then on the other side, the Archmages got support themselves with the form of the Power Patrons, which are starting to really increase the level of power for all of its archetype-based options. So it's going to be very interesting to see exactly what happens at round number 13. Just remember, there's 3 more rounds of Swiss. Then we're going to be taking you through the top 8, top 4, and of course the final to crown our brand new UK National Champion of 2026. All of the duelists are here fighting out for that playmat and of course the trophy.
Very exciting stuff indeed. We're going to move over to the game at soon. I'm not going to rush anyone. But yeah, I'm very excited to get into this actually. I know Train is kind of considered to be a bit of a FTK deck usually. I'll say this is not. This variant is not very much. It just sets up a lot of interactions. Obviously the new Train Xyz monsters as well. Very strong. There is one of them which is a monster negate. One of them which has, it basically turns, I think, anything on the field into like a Clearport Towers type thing, unaffected, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, like I say, they just bridge nicely back and forth and do a lot of fun things together. And it feels very good to play, like I said. And the Archmage stuff is really cool as well. I have a friend who's been on that since they came out in Duelist Advance, and the way that deck and strategy has evolved over time has been really a pleasure to see.
Yeah, I think all of the strategies kind of work out really, really nicely. And I think when you merge, I'm always quite a big fan of being mono-type decks. And what I mean by that is like you only focus on one type of summoning mechanic and you focus on it, and it's kind of like your speciality. Yeah. So you see that with the Archmage. Power Patrons, technically, they do have access to the Pendulum monsters themselves, but the Archmages themselves really want to open themselves up to the fusion plays. Yeah. And there's a lot of different types there. So you've got your dragons, you've got your Medius the Pure that kind of brings them all together. And of course, you've got the field spell for the Archmages as well, which is very, very effective to give you access to all of those different monsters throughout your deck. Yeah. Then taking it over to the way that the Crystrons and the Trains work, you've got your synchro capabilities with your Crystrons, and you've got your Xyz plays with your Trains. And what that's going to be able to give you is it gives you a little bit more difficulty for your opponent to kind of deal with. So sometimes versatility can be very, very effective because your opponent won't be able to shut down one particular type of summoning mechanic, and it does make it a little bit more free-flowing. And in addition to that, the Trains are more aggressive than the Archmage playstyle. They want to go second a lot more, and the Archmages want to go first. So it's always a good combination when you have those two type of decks coming together, because then it becomes a game of how do you kind of break the field, pull the field apart, but then also how can you maintain your field when I'm trying my hardest to break it apart? And it's a really good tug-of-war battle when you're trying to become the victor. Yeah, very much so. And again, with this Trains deck, you can see here, they don't have the hugest amount of synchros in this deck, but you don't need it as much, because the Crystron things are really there to facilitate your Xyz plays, if anything. You get those couple of synchro monsters on the field, you get something like the FA Dawn Dragster, something like that, you know, a good negate, a good powerful piece on your field at the end of the turn, and then it's renowned for being able to make rank 5s as well. Yep. Obviously, we did see for a while the Canine Crystron variant, so we know that it can make rank 5s very easily, can make that Sub-Dragon Infinity, can make that Infinitrine Riverstormer, and go from there. So both duelists are shuffled up, drawn their cards, rolled the dice, and it's about to dive into round number 12 for this event. And we're going to be seeing which one of our players are going to be going first here, either Jack or Jack.
Oh yeah. Starting off with an awesome media. It's a very good start for this deck. Depending on the exact build of this deck, it's... I don't know if it's your preferred start, but it is good. It does get you into your plays and get you into your combo.
Yeah, it's not a bad start at all because sometimes you want to start off with Furialize. Furialize is kind of like one of your ideal pieces to go to, but I don't think the list actually plays it.
Don't believe it does, no.
So
interesting.
We're also on Shade the Obscure, the brand new TCG exclusive as well. So this is going to be a little bit more heavier on the Power Patron involved in this.
I was going to say, it's slightly more... often you see the Armage Power Patron deck, it's only really a small amount because it just gives you access to the Power Patron... What's it
Terminus,
called?
yeah.
Thank you, that's the one. Which is just such good for any of the media strategies. So a small Power Patron engine in any of them just works very well. But this is a much heavier Power Patron package, more pendulum oriented. Obviously, we Shade the Obscure, and we see a couple of rank 10s as well, like Varudras and Mercurium, which are very good cards in this strategy.
Yeah, I talk about decks being monotypes, and I'm looking at the extra deck here, and it's so the opposite of monotypes.
It's just all there. We do see some very exciting choices in the extra deck, actually, which a few of them I understand, and then some of them are like, that's interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing how that maybe plays out. But I believe we have now summoned the, use the Dupredo as material, because very small attack on that for the Clockwork Knight, and then getting the effect, adding the Vidolium to the hand to get the effect on that as well.
Yeah, I think one thing that's actually really important and a big bit of information we've just seen is that Jack actually has Harpy's Feather Duster in the graveyard. So it shows that Harpy's Feather Duster is actually being mained in, well, I say Jack L, there we go, on the Archmage side, actually main decks Harpy's Feather Duster.
Which is interesting, like you say. You're looking at his build here. It's not particularly geared... You know what? No, it's kind of a going second build, if anything. It could go first, obviously. This deck does set up a very powerful field for going first, but it has those powerful field-breaking cards in the main deck.
Well, this is something that we've seen quite a lot this weekend as well, which is kind of exciting, is a lot of duelists are leaning into decks and archetypes that give you enough space to play a lot of non-direct engine. So either you're going to be playing the field breakers, and it kind of shows you the confidence in regards to the build and how Archmage can work, how Power Patrons can work. And we're starting to see Jack on top here with the Archmage Power Patrons, taking the first Draw Unlock Bird and negating that with our Archmage Fusion Monster, but then the second Draw Unlock Bird, as Jack S on the bottom tries his hardest to stop the Power Patrons building off, getting hit with a Call by the Grave.
It truly is the second one that gets you sometimes, but you see the Shade the Obscure here using the, I think, being added to, is it added to hand or scaled from the deck, I believe. But yeah, obviously a fantastic card. It is almost like an Electromite type effect in the main deck. It's very powerful and very easily searchable as well.
Yeah, so for those of you unfamiliar with Shade the Obscure, the way that it works is it does lock you. You cannot Pendulum summon except Pendulum monsters. But if a monster with 1,000 attack or less is special summoned, which most of the Power Patrons do have that, you get to return this card to the hand. So it allows you to regain that scale resource. With it being a scale level 11, it actually works out incredibly well for your level 10 Power Patron monsters, which we're seeing here with the introduction of Varudras.
I do love seeing these world premiere cards that we get over here that they perhaps didn't have over in the OCG for a while. We have Shade the Obscure, we have Convex Knight, we have Genie of the Ring. We have these cards that give a real much-needed boost to these strategies which otherwise may have been lagging somewhat. And I think that's why we have such a wide format currently, so many different things going on, because we have there's access to these extra tools which otherwise have not been available elsewhere in the world.
Yeah, I think it's always an amazing thing to see with the different regions and the creativity and the play styles of the different players. Like in Europe here, definitely with the UK as well, we're very, very creative with what we want to try and do, and the whole of Europe are as well. We always look for these different strategies and different ways, and as you've already mentioned, exclusives to the TCG really do allow us to be set apart, and it usually kind of comes down to the duelists being as creative as they possibly can to involve a card and figure out which strategy it's going to aid the most. In this scenario, it's currently aiding the Power Patrons to its max potential, and on the downside for Crystron Earth Machines alongside the bottom, we've already had to burn 2 interactions or 2 cards from our hand, and that's going to be quite interesting to see.
Indeed, it doesn't actually seem to have slowed down Jack L all that much. I don't know the full end field standard situation here for Power Patron Archmage. I know the gist of it, and it does at the very least keep Jack L off of off the larger Archmage field, so that there won't likely be something like a Finmail here, or a Lytera, or a Graflair. However, we do still have the Varudras here, obviously an amazingly powerful card. We do still have the Dactress, also a very powerful card. There are a couple of negates. This may well be enough, considering that Jack S is starting his turn on a 4-card hand.
Well, as we always say, it is not over until those life points reach 0 or until the deck is picked up. And when we looked at Jack S's deck at the start of this one, we did realize that there is a lot of powerful field breakers here. And we've already seen 2 types of hand interactions here. We still have that option that a single field breaking card could change the direction of this. And it's also then going to test Jack L's knowledge in regards to the trains and the Crystron strategy, with how much we can trade off back and forth to make sure that the Crystrons and the trains do not get moving.
Very true. I think we see the Dagaris the Timeless here being summoned, which under Droll I'm a little bit confused by, but of course it can summon for the graveyard as well.
So both Drolls were answered by Jack L. The first one was answered with the Fusion Monster.
I see.
And the second one was answered by Call by the Grave.
Apologies. I thought one of them had resolved. That's my bad.
No, so Jack did that very, very well. Installated both of his searches. Well, the Call by the Grave less chosen installation, but the first one being insulated with the Archmage Fusion Monster on this one. And then being able to kind of push a little bit further forward, so you're non-finito.
Yeah. Very powerful card in and of itself as well. Setting, I believe, the counter trap from the deck as well, which is very strong in and of itself, as I say. But I think the Graflair to hand here, which is, I believe, somewhat of a Mystical Space Typhoon type effect on the field, which can be quite good against the Crystron Earth Machine strategy, because there are those cards like Crystron Inclusion that need to resolve us down the field ideally, or even the Revolving Switchyard in the deck.
Yeah, I think that a big important thing to remember about Archmage is that they all gain additional effects, or their effects come into play when there are 3 or more different monster types on your particular field. So what we're currently seeing here is that we've got a form of a dragon in the form of the Graflero, and then we've also got a fairy in the form of the Archmage Fusion Monster. We've got a worm on the form of the Varudras straight away. We've got a spellcaster, and then of course we've got a fiend with the Dagares. So there is a lot of different types here. So all of those effects are now going to be active. I suppose the question now comes down to it is, how confident is Jack going to be with his field breaking capabilities, or are we going to be going into game number 2 and keeping as much of the information close to our chest as possible so that we can kind of give ourselves as much advantage in game 2?
It is interesting to find out, because I know that the Crystron engine does work very well for playing into established fields and into interactions and whatnot. Again, a friend of mine who taught me about this deck somewhat has told me that ideally, if you open both engines in hand, you kind of start with your Crystron things, because that requires that your opponent answer those with some variety of interactions, and then that leaves your Earth Machine, your train plays, somewhat less vulnerable to interruptions after that.
Yeah, so this is definitely going to be quite interesting on this one. We've also got the brand new Charmer Link 4 monster here. So this started to pick up a bit of popularity. So this is your Charmers Quartet in Bloom. Very, very good in strategies like this when you do play different types, but same attributes, or same attributes and different types. So you've got loads of different options on this one to be able to get a bit more field presence. And it's a Link 4 that a lot of players are using right now that you can pick up in 3 different ways. You can get the Ultra Rare that come inside the booster pack. If you were lucky enough to win your premier event, you would have been able to pick up a secret rare, and then of course there is that all glorious Starlight rare available. And it looks like Jack has seen enough and is going to be bringing his Crystron and Earth Machine deck back together as we move into game number 2.
As you said, keeping his cards close to the chest. There is, although as you get further into the tournament, there's a chance that you see your opponent's deck being played. You might walk past the table and see who they are and who they're playing against and see what's going on. There's also the chance that they don't see that. There's entirely the chance that they don't know what you're playing. So it is quite smart, if you don't think you can play through the established field, that you just scoop up, go next.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting cards in the Crystron side deck here. It's a little bit more tailored for going second. It basically just enhances the ability to already naturally go second when you're looking at stuff like crowns and droplets and, you know, just the overall power the deck has.
We do see one particular card, though, which is a bit of a going first blowout in that side deck, which you could... I won't reveal it just yet. I'll say this. You can kind of just add generic machines to hand. Try and work out what we've got here.
Yeah, so that's definitely a lot for Crystron to kind of consider on this one. But instantly, when you're trying to make these side decks, we mentioned this yesterday, when you have cards like Molchomi Full-Loss, which are clearly more prone, or probably 100% prone for going second, it's a very easy side out. You take 3 of those out, you've opened up 3 slots in your main deck, you then cherry pick the 3 slots you want to go in, and this is the way of being able to adapt your strategy with being able to utilize cards of those ilk. But then you flip it over to the Archmage side. Now, with Jack M on the Archmage, it's going to be quite interesting in... We already naturally play a couple of... We've already seen that Harpy's Feather Dusters in the main deck. But you also then need to take into account you don't know exactly what your opponent is playing yet.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that unknown could really affect the type of cards you side in. But maybe you just double down on the generic cards that allow you to go second. So your Molchomi Full-Losses, your Perulias, even cards like Lightning Storm as well. And you don't naturally mess around with the consistency of your own deck strategy.
Very much so. And as we see, as I mentioned before, the deck is already very much geared for going second in the main deck. But I think at this point, like you say, there are just certain cards which are such powerful going first cards, like the trap cards, for example. Amazing, but you don't necessarily want to see them in your hand going second. So not necessarily something you want to see all that much. So you side those out maybe, but there's some cards here that like, yeah, you can take that out, and then you have these amazing going second cards, like you say, Sphere Mode, amazing card, and given the amount of field presence that Trains and Crystron can set up, very powerful in this situation as well.
Yeah, the best thing about cards like Sphere Mode and Lava Golem is the fact you don't need to use your normal summon, which is something that Archmages are actually very, very good at doing, apart from when it comes to Midius the Pure. But we're going to be seeing our duelist draw the 5 cards. It looks like Jack S along the bottom has said, I will be going first on this one. So let's see our first action from the Crystron Earth Machines, starting off with...
Normal Summon Scrap Recycler, one of the better cards in the strategy. It is vulnerable to something like Infinite Impermanence or Ash Blossom. However, it is not a hard one to turn effect. If you can get more of those on the field, you can keep using them over and over and keep sending those machines to the graveyard.
Yeah, I feel like there must be a little bit of confidence nowadays as well, as when you're moving towards the higher end of the tables. Usually the area, a lot of those duelists at that place will always be, or the more predominantly will be on field breakers. So you kind of have a little bit more relaxation, but it looks like we're going to be seeing a Molchomi Full-Loss here being utilized against the Crystron in the graveyard.
Also, Convex Knight in hand, very nice. One of our world premieres, as I said. I believe if you control a machine monster, you can special summon it from hand, and then it can send an Earth Machine from the deck to the graveyard. So, again, very powerful.
Yeah, very, very good exclusive. This is probably one of the cards that allows you to tie the 2 strategies together here. We've started to already start to show the Crystron side of the deck. We've got the Earth Machine side of the deck now as well. And quite like in game number 1, we're going to see how many interactions Jack S can play through. And this is the first showing that there are going to be trains involved on this journey.
Absolutely. Babel Decker going down and now summoning the Clockwork Knight here, which is going to be able to summon back the... are we summoning the Babel Decker back? Of course, we can do that by sending the Convex Knight to the graveyard as well. Interesting there. I believe we did add the Crystal Inclusion to the hand with the Smyger there as well. We have the Therion King Regulus, an amazing card here, able to set up that powerful negate on the field without much work needing to be put in as well.
Yeah, so it looks like Jack is not fearful of the Molchomi Full-Loss, getting a guaranteed at least 2 draws off of that as well.
And of course, Babel Decker having the effect of, if your opponent has tried to interact with you this turn, you can just rank up over it as well. So it does give you that ability to just keep playing without needing necessarily to have those other level 10s in the field to play with as well.
Yeah, very, very nice here. I believe Jack should be back to... I think we're going to be starting our turn with 6 or 7 cards on here. I think we've given Jack 2. And we're going to get hit with a Drone Lockbird in response. Is there a reaction here, or is that going to stick?
Ooh.
No reaction, straight into Spell Canceller.
That's tough. You know what? This is not, by no means a bad field that we have here as well. Because,
that's it.
There we go. Sometimes that's enough.
A whole hand of spells, I can imagine, from Jack on that one. That is the downside of shifting to a field-breaking format. And this is kind of shows you how clued up the duelists are, because they know people start to move to field breaker. The best field breaking cards around right now are spell cards, so then you need to counter the counter and work yourself to a spell canceller.
Absolutely, or anti-spell fragrance, but this is more consistent obviously because you can search it in this deck. But yeah, no, absolutely correct. I think it's one of those things where in a field-breaking format, you need to make sure that your field is not breakable. And the best way to do that is make sure your opponent can't play at all sometimes. Not necessarily a bad thing, because you can't always get to those fields. And they're often in the side deck. You don't often see that in the main deck these days. So I think that field-breaking formats and hand interaction formats are very interesting opposing things that you can have here. But what I find interesting about this format is that although a lot of people are switching to field breakers, it's often a good mix as well. And of course we have Cool Toon, which is almost always just hand interactions, if anything.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting that we've already seen both these decks, like the builds of these decks are actually more tailored for B going second. Yet we've already seen how good and consistent the Archmage deck can be going first in general. And then it's going to be very interesting to see how Jack with the Cristrons starts to play in order to kind of increase his consistency, because we saw in game number 1, he wasn't very successful in breaking the field apart. Yes, he did try with the 2 Giant Lockbirds, and unfortunately both of those were negated on that one. Very swiftly he responded in game number 2 by being able to kind of handle the Molchami Full Loss. Felt confident that he didn't mind how many cards were drawn on that one, because the Spell Canceller would have been enough to kind of cover him through into game number 3. But now that we move into game number 3, it's all going to come down to the wire in regards to which cards can be presented, and if the Archmage Enfield, as you've already mentioned, is going to outdo the breaking capabilities of the Earth Machines.
Very much so. And even, as I say, the Archmage deck is so geared for going second. I wonder if he will choose to go second here. It's a possibility. And I wonder if Jack...
Jack S.
Thank you,
Jack
yes. Jack S will think about that, because he did see the Harpies being discarded in game 1. So I'm not sure which player's going to go first here, but it might be something that for both Jacks to consider.
Yeah, I feel Archmage was so confident in game number 1. I've yet to see anyone kind of like hoodwink the opponent and make them go second, or decide you're going second. And that looks like exactly what Jack M up the top on here on Archmage is going to be doing here. Is we're going to be able to go straight into the non-finito, set ourselves up with that negation straight away. Very, very good way to be able to get access to this card now, thanks to the Power Patrons.
Yeah, very much so. Contact fusing from the hand even, which is very good. I think that's one of I think it's the Archmage trap that you want in the graveyard that was sent there. Potentially, I can't quite make it out because there are 2 traps in the deck, but we do see the copy of... One moment. We see the set of the Archmage Vandalism Assault as well, which is able to add a pure deck to hand also on activation.
Yeah, so this could be very useful here. So we've got the Medius the Pure. This is going to use up our normal summon for the turn on that one. And Medius the Pure is actually really quite a useful card here, because it can be utilized from the graveyard, being able to bring it back as just a body on the field or a different type if you need it, or even a level 4 that sometimes can be quite useful depending on what strategy you are playing. More so in the Doom Z variant of these types of decks. But now we're going to be seeing the Drapuldo. The Drapuldo is going to end up going into the extra deck and go for a Clockwork Knight, triggering off the effect here. And that card is actually just a really good Power Patron. I'd probably say it's the most versatile Power Patron of them all, I think.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's the one that's used in most of the different decks.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the time, if you're not going for a heavy Power Patron engine, you will still use 1 or 2. And I think that's the one that's used in kind of all of them.
So my question to you on this one then is, if you're Jack M, building up the Archmage Power Patrons, and your opponent doesn't interact with you, do you feel more confident or like less worried with the amount of field breakers that could be sitting in that hand?
That is a good question. The thing about the Christian Earth Machine deck as well is that Forbidden Droplet is one of those cards where you get so much value out of it, because you get the negate, obviously, but then you can play out of your graveyard so well as well. So if, for example, Jack S has drawn Forbidden Droplet here, that's very powerful in the strategy. Yeah, it does play so well with field breaking. It does play well into fields. It even wants to, for example, use something like Forbidden Crown on a low attack monster that your opponent has. It doesn't even have to be that low, really, because you have one of your training disease monsters which can keep hitting into it with a very high attack stat. So yeah, like you say, it does like going second and just going for game. So I think it'll be interesting to see, as you say. I personally would be more concerned, because I don't know how, unless I had something in my hand which I was sure would just secure me the win, I'd be a lot more concerned here. But we do see the Spell Canceller being added to Mercurium here, which I'm sure will be able to be retrieved in some way.
Yeah, so you've also got to try and take into account, because of the type of cards that could break this field, it looks like Jack is very, very confident on his ability that the Spell Canceller might kind of see it through on this one. I kind of want to see if there is anything in the Crystron Earth Machine strategy. And I think the one big difference is the Crystron Earth Machines themselves can present the field with a lot stronger monsters. Like on the flip side of Archmages, if they don't have access to their spells, there's only so much that they can present. Whereas with the Crystrons and the Trains, there's a lot of high-level monsters that could be very, very useful there.
Yeah, very true. I think we're going to see here the Terminus being activated here as well, which another fun fact about Shade the Obscure, it's also a Dark variant. You can add it off a Terminus. Also what we've seen Terminus use as an engine in other decks like Dark Lords as well, for example, just to sort of bring those into the Terminus fold, as it were. But very, very versatile, very powerful card here, adding, I believe, the Vidolium monster to the hand here as well, which will use its own effect to destroy itself and summon a Archmage Power Patron from the graveyard. Now fusing in and of itself, I imagine, for a Diactorus.
Yeah, and as we already mentioned, for the Diactorus to be kind of set up with its best effect in play, you just need 3 different types. We've already established that we've got a Dark Fairy on the field. We also have a Spellcaster, and then we have a Beast in the form of the Mercurium. So those 3 types are already secured for that effect. And then probably what we will end up following up with this one is maybe a Glefero, which will set up with that Spell and Trap disruption. Not that we need to worry about that so much. We're also going to add to that end field the Trap card for the Archmages as well. So the one that we're going to be able to get ourselves back to is going to be the Recapture.
Very powerful counter trap indeed. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it is more or less just an Omni-Negate effect. It's very powerful. A monster effect, I should say, sorry. Which again, any kind of counter trap is just powerful. Searchable counter traps, even more so. It's just the way that the spell speed system works. It just means it's almost like a super polymerization, but you just can't respond to that as your opponent.
Yeah, I feel that one card that we might start seeing creep up in popularity, if it hasn't already, would be something like an Evenly Matched, as I feel that that's the one card that a lot of duelists can't kind of prepare for. Yes, of course, you can get yourself set up with an Omni-Negation, but if the field is trying to be set up with a Spell Canceller, which is probably what we're going to end up seeing here, the only way that this field can then be picked apart, especially if your counter trap only deals with monsters, is going to be a card like Evenly Matched.
We see that Charmer Link 4 here coming down as well, going to be summoning the Spell Canceller, and is it going to be a Wind or is it going to be a Machine summon from the graveyard here? I believe probably a Machine with Depredo. Could be wrong on that. I imagine the Depredo... is Depredo also Wind? That's my question. Because it can't be this... It's not, it's dark.
No.
So it could be the Depredo, which then can use its own effects to summon the Jupiter, which I don't believe is in the deck, but you could do that. But yeah, I think we see the summon of the Spell Canceller being resolved along with the Depredo deciding where it wants to be. That Spell Canceller, it won the last game on the spot. I do wonder how it will fare in this one.
Ooh, is there a way to... okay, I was going to say, there's a way to stop Nibiru, the Primal Being, but there probably is.
Let's have a look here, what's going to be going on. We're going to start with a normal summon of Babbledecker, which does have the effect of when it's normal summon, you can special summon I believe, a level 10 Earth Machine from your hand as well.
So this is what I was saying previously, is that the Trains having the ability to get into rank 10s can be very, very important here. Oh, no, that's it.
That is so unfortunate, goodness me. Sometimes you just don't have the hand for it. Sometimes, and that was, I saw some repeats there as well, which is difficult. If I'm not much mistaken, I believe that was the urgent schedule, I think twice in the hand. You only run 2 because it's a brick and you don't want to draw it, and you want one to remain in the deck, so that is genuinely very unfortunate there.
Yeah, I was hoping we were going to see one of the Kaijus there, so that you'd be able to utilize that. Definitely a card that respects the Lunalight matchup as well, but can also respect the Spell Canceller as well. Regardless, congratulations there on Jack. He was able to win duel number 1 very convincingly with the Archmage strategy. It wasn't able to break through the field that Jack S was able to present with his Crystron Train strategy, but then was able to kind of fight back again in game number 3 and take the win.
Very much so. And again, Spell Canceller really coming in clutch there for both opponents. A very powerful card in and of itself. I know some people are calling for it to go onto the Forbidden Limited list. I personally, I don't think it's a huge issue because, again, you can, if it becomes more popular, you can build around that possibility in the format.
Yeah, so that was it for our round number 12. We're going to be back with the winner. Don't you go anywhere. We've got 2 more rounds of Swiss, and then we're going to be moving into that all-important top cut to crown our brand new UK national champion. So we'll be back with you very shortly.
most exciting things about Rarity Collection 5 is that we are finally going to be able to get our hands on extended art cards in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yes, Josh, I've been waiting so long for this, and finally it's happening with Rarity Collection 5.
So in total, you're going to be finding 10 different extended art versions of really popular cards in Rarity Collection 5. And for each of them, they're going to come in ultra rare as well as the really good looking Starlight rares. Now my favorite extended art in Rarity Collection 5 is by far the Dominus Perch. I really love how the artwork pops on this card, and I have some fond memories of using this card in my Yummy decks, in my Fiendsmith decks, and I'm really excited about it because it is a popular staple card that you can use in a lot of different decks.
My favorite card is Kurikara Divincarnate. Just like you, I like using it in a lot of different decks, and I have plenty of fond memories of tributing plenty of monsters with Kurikara, but it would look even better now in extended art. So Rarity Collection 5 is going to be your first opportunity to get your hands on these 10 exciting extended art cards.
I'm so happy we're finally getting these. I can't wait, and I'm sure so is everyone else, so let us know your favorites in the comments.
Welcome back, Duelists, with our round 12 winner, Jack. Now, Jack, you were able to pilot the Power Patron with the Archmage strategy very, very well. Now, one kind of question I wanted to try and talk about is your way that you expertly facilitated yourself with the Archmage non-finito. So before in round number 1, or in game number 1, when you were hit with the Draw and Lock Bird, and you did it again in game number 3, is that always your go-to first play?
It's only strong if you have other plays in your hand. Like, it's actually quite weak if you, like, say you've got only it and one other starter, because, you know what, like, 2 hand traps still gets rid of that. But if you've got a hand full of engine, it's correct to do it because draw is the only thing that can really beat you in that situation.
So when we wrapped up game number 1, your opponent didn't give you any information apart from Draw and Lock Bird. So unless he's playing a Draw and Lock Bird deck, you don't really know for sure. Did you have an inkling of what your opponent might have been on?
I had a feeling it would have been something combo-ish, I guess, because I didn't see any other hand traps, just the draw. That kind of makes me think it's not something that plays a lot of hand traps. But I didn't really. I just put in like the generic side deck cards really, which I thought would be good in most matchups if I got hit by them.
So then when you get hit with Spell Cancel, what was the cards in your hand? Were they all just kind of spells that weren't really going to enhance your strategy?
They were all spells apart from 2 Archmage monsters, but I don't have a way to put an Archmage card on the board if I don't have a way to put spells on the field.
So one thing that I wanted to mention as well is Shade the Obscure. How has that been working out for you so far?
It's been good as part of the combo, but actually I don't really like the card very much because it feels like the worst normal summon, and like in hands that are going second, it feels really bad. So like when I was going second there, for example, I sided it out because I felt like it wouldn't have contributed to me like being able to break a board. But it is really, really strong for, like you saw it in the first game.
Yep.
I had the field spell, but I didn't have a spell in hand. So it's useful for making Dogares, which most of the cards in my deck are spells or Archmage cards now. So I can have a high chance of drawing a way to turn the field spell on and get my Archmage engine going.
Amazing. So congratulations there on Jack. He is our round 12 winner. Not too long to go there. Still finding out for that top 128. So we're going to be back very, very shortly with round number 13, leading into that all-important final round of Swiss. So don't you go anywhere.
Hello Duelists! We're here for a Time Wizard Duo of October 2012 format, which is a very fun format, and we're excited to display some really cool decks, right Charles?
Very much so, yeah. This is actually the format I believe we both more or less started playing in back in the day, so it's very exciting to be able to play these cards again. I haven't played this deck in a long time and I miss it very much.
So let's get to our table so we can show the decks we're playing today. Charles, you're going first, so good luck.
Good luck, mate. And seeing as this is the 2012 format, I do draw while going first, which feels insane in this format current day, but there we go.
Yeah.
I will enter my main phase. I will set one card face down, set one monster, and I'll pass turn over to you.
I will draw for turn, and I will set 2 cards face down, and I'll pass my turn.
Okay.
That's interesting. That's usually a Gergia start.
You're not wrong. I will draw for turn.
Yep.
Enter my main phase. I will flip Raikou face up and target this spell and trap to destroy it.
Oh, so I have a response. I will respond to Torrential Tribute. It's not getting that much value, but at least it gets your Raikou.
Get rid of the Raikou, you're not wrong.
Yeah, although it does put a light in your graveyard.
You did do that.
Oh, and that could come back to hurt me.
Speaking of, let's have a think here, let's have a think. I am going to send one Light and Dark Master from my hand to the graveyard to summon the Light Pulsar Dragon in the graveyard.
Okay.
Unless I'm much mistaken, I think I did get the effect here of Light Pulsar Dragon when it's sent.
And I believe it's when it sends from the future graveyard.
You might be right. It is, yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Been a while, been a while.
It's been a minute, yeah.
I will
14 years, to be more exact.
it's been a bit. I will then use, I will banish, what am I going to banish for this, I wonder? Yeah, that makes most sense to me. The Sangan and the Raikou. To summon Black Soldier on both at the beginning.
Okay. Yep.
Let me have a little think here as well. It does a monster it targets.
Yeah.
Oh, do I just go for it? I might just go for it. Yes, I'm going to banish another Light and Dark to summon a Dark Flare Dragon.
Oh, okay. Yep, that is fine.
I will attempt to enter my battle phase.
Okay.
I'll attack for 24.
I will take 24.
I will attack for 25.
I'll take 25.
31, I believe. Yeah?
Yep.
And I'll attack for 3,000.
I'll take 3,000. So I am at 100 life points. Okay.
Heavens.
My...
yeah, I am going to pass turn back to you.
I will draw. Okay.
I believe in you, you can do this.
It's 100 life points, yeah.
You got this, you got this.
You got this, you got this. Okay, so I am going to activate Mystical Space Typhon on your set spell trap.
I will chain this and target Blackluster Soldier.
Okay, so that puts it Blackluster Soldier on 22.
Indeed.
That might help. Okay. How many cards in hand you have?
Just the one.
Just the one, okay. So I am going to normal summon Gergia Arsenal.
Sure.
And I'm going to activate Gergia Arsenal's effect.
By all means.
So I guess you special summon a Gergia monster from my deck. I will then special summon a copy of Gergia Armor. I am in the trenches here.
I think this is a real sort of the dichotomy of this deck is that it can sometimes brick and not do very well, and sometimes you can just get a slew of powerful monsters on the field very quickly.
Yeah, exactly. I do have a play though. I have Monster Reborn.
Yo, let's go!
So I'm gonna activate Monster Reborn to target my Gergia Arsenal.
Go for it.
This is pretty cool because it allows me to make a rank 4 here. Just thinking this. I will use my Gergia Arsenal effect to summon from my deck.
Who needs once per turn restrictions these days anyway?
I know, right? Yeah, 2012 was a different time.
It really was.
Yeah, so I'm gonna summon Gargiano.
Sure.
And I'm gonna use the Gargiano effect to summon my arsenal. This is really interesting. Basically, I just want to put this Gargiano in my graveyard, so when I make a Gear Gigant X, it can float into the Gargiano.
Right, okay.
Because it's a level 3 machine monster.
Sure.
And now I'm gonna overlay these two into Yuma's Ace Monster, Utopia.
Yay!
No Utopia Double, no Utopia Prime, good old Utopia.
Excellent.
Utopia here is pretty interesting because it does allow me to attack over your
because I loaded its
Lackluster
attack.
Soldier, as you gave me some leeway there.
So I take 300 damage from that.
So that puts you on 77. And I am able to set 2 cards and pass my turn.
Heavens.
So maybe we'll be stabilizing.
Alright,
yeah.
I will draw for turn.
Yep.
Enter standby phase and main phase.
Yep.
I'm going to normal summon Lila.
The normal summon of Lila is fine.
I will attempt to use Lila's effects. I will target the middle one.
That is fine. Just try my Solemn Warning that I could not pay for.
Oh, goodness gracious me.
Okay.
on that note, just thinking here, I'm trying to think. I think this is just the summon effect on this guy, wasn't it? Because someone. Oh wait, no, sorry. Hand. Okay, that's fine. It's been such a long time since I played this deck. I love this deck back in the day. Ooh, do I? Yeah, I'll attempt to go to battle phase.
Okay.
I will attack with Light Pulsar Dragon.
Yes, I can't allow that, so I will use the effect of my Utopia to detach my Gargi Armor and negate the attack.
No problem. On that note, I will enter my main phase 2, and I will pass turn.
Okay, so we're in the end phase. You have to trigger your Lila.
I do, of course. Apologies.
So let's see what gets milled there.
Which is what I want, really.
Yeah.
Okay,
so there's a land, a Mixie, and there's a Heavy Storm.
That wasn't great.
I'm happy to see that out of the way. The comeback is on.
The comeback very much. If you win this on 100 life points, I'm gonna. You know what? I'll be happy for you.
Yeah. Okay, because we're getting there. We're getting there. I will. Redarkler.
I'm trying to remember what all their effects are.
Yeah, there's a lot of cards. I will go into the battle phase.
Sure.
I'm going to attack with Utopia into Dark Lord Dragon.
Sure. I don't believe it has any effect for destroyed.
No, it should just. So it should take 100 points of damage.
100 indeed.
And then I will activate Call of the Haunted.
Ooh, okay.
To reborn my Gargarma.
You go for it.
I will then use my Gargarma to clear the Lila.
Wonderful.
I will then go into main phase 2. I will use Gargarma's effect. Set down.
Sure.
I'll set a card, and I'll pass my turn.
Wonderful.
We're back. We're back. We're still fighting. Still fighting.
I'll draw for turn.
Yep.
I'll go to my standby phase.
Just
you go for it, yeah. And my main phase.
Yep, that is fine.
What best to go with here? There's a way to do this. There's a way. You know what? I don't need to overcomplicate this. I'm going to normal summon Torgrad from the Underworld.
Okay.
Attempt to use the effect.
Oh, I will use Maxi.
That is fine. I will allow this. This is okay. This is fine.
Resolve, okay.
It's fine. I don't care. It's fine. I don't care. Also got another Torgrad.
So I'll draw a card?
Sure. Just going to think here. There's a way of doing. There's got to be a way of doing this. I might be overthinking this. I'm worried about the what's the face down is more than anything here.
That is a Gargia thing. There's so many cards face down. Gotta be aware for all the possibilities.
I just remembered as well. Now that when that flips back face up, it's no longer worried about the Callbath Grave. That's just
it will. The Callbath Grave is basically not linking to anything at this point, so it just exists here.
I will overlay these two.
Oh, that sounds like a free draw.
You are only on 100 life points though, so. See, this is the tricky thing. The negate is actually kind of tricky.
I know, the Utopia's been putting in work.
He's putting in real work. It really is. Oh. Would this be the play? No. Oh, good. I'm bumpering. I'm bumpering. Right. Okay. How am I going to do this? You know what? I don't think I can get game here. So I'm just going to play it safe and go for a Zen Mines.
Zen Mines. That gives me a second draw, which I'll gladly take.
I'll move to battle phase.
Okay.
And attempt to attack into the face down.
I will once again negate with my Utopia.
I will then pass turn back to you, my friend.
Okay, we are back. The comeback is on. How many life points are you on?
I'm on, I believe, 77.
77, okay. I will draw for a turn.
76.
76, yeah. So we are now on the Geargia zone. How do we do this? I do need to. The Zen main is annoying though. I like this struggle to clear it.
I'm trying to get my head back into the game of what 2012 was like, because obviously nowadays I'm thinking let's go for game, let's try and do it, because I might not be able to play any further after this game. But,
no, exactly, that makes sense.
But no, 2012 would take it slow.
There's time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I'm thinking. Being at 100 life points does change the dynamics a lot, because I'm really afraid of like.
You're in a tough spot. You're in a very tough spot.
Putting anything on the field. I will for sure start my turn by flipping up my Gargarma though, and activate its effects.
By all means.
Yeah, let's use a Gargi Armor, and let's use it to get a copy of Gargi Accelerator. I'll do this. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'll get a Gargi Accelerator.
Sure.
And then I will special summon my Gargi Accelerator.
By all means.
And I will overlay.
Yeah.
into Gear Gygax. Oh, this is the tricky bit. Wow, this is actually pretty tricky. Can I clear the light pulsar? So if I make the Gear Gigant and then I search guy, I attack, I crash into the light pulsar, but then the light pulsar, when it's destroyed by battle, does it trigger? Yeah, it's whenever it's sent anyway, so...
Yeah.
But that is tricky.
So that Dark Flare is coming back.
The Dark Flare is coming back, and the Dark Flare is spelling my demise right now. I will just summon my Gear Gigant X in defense. And then I'll activate the effect of my Gear Gigant X.
Sure.
And I will use it to search my Machina Gear Frame.
Sure.
Okay, and then I will equip my... sorry, I'll number summon my Machina Gear Frame and activate the effect.
Yep, go for it.
So this searches a Machina monster. I will use it to search Machina Fortress. I will then discard my Gargiano.
Sure.
To special summon Fortress. And I will then equip my Machina Gear Frame on my Machina Fortress.
By all means. Now, what effect is that giving the
So next, basically, it's a replacement effect that whenever the next time it will be destroyed, I can destroy this card instead.
Wonderful, thank you.
So I'm here, and then I will enter the battle phase.
Sure.
I'm going to attack with my Machina Fortress into your Light Pulsar Dragon.
No problem.
So then, rather than destroying it, I will destroy the Machina Gear Frame.
I will use my Light Pulsar's effect to summon from Graveyard. Now, either way, unfortunately, Dark Flare is a bit too low in attack to do anything here, so it kind of has to just sit in defense at the moment.
Yeah, and then I'll clear it with my Utopia.
Sure.
I will then set a card face down, and I'll pass my turn.
Wonderful. I will draw for turn.
Yep.
Ooh, does this help actually?
We're still fighting, we're still fighting.
Can I... Ooh, heavens. Did I play it too safe last? Did I play it too safe? This is the tricky thing.
I never know. It's the face down card. There's too many variables.
Those face down cards do scare me.
Sometimes you gotta take risks.
I'm going to send a Light and Dark to the graveyard.
Oh.
To summon the Light Pulsar Dragon.
Okay. So I believe that. So this is mandatory, which is the Eclipse Wyvern.
Yep.
By chaining 2, though, I will bottomless trap hold the Light Pulsar Dragon.
Heavens, no. Double check when it's banished. Yeah, okay. So I will...
So that gets banished first.
And we will banish a level 7 or higher. Level 7 or higher? Yeah. Light or Dark Dragon Master. Yeah, that's the one. Level 7 or higher. Level 7 or... It kind of just has to be... I could do Dark Arm Dragon. How many Darks do I have in the graveyard? 1, 2... 2, yeah. Definitely has to be the other. We will go with the Red MD.
Okay.
Yeah, that's... I can't... There's not really anything I can bother doing here. I could try to attack, if only to trigger the Zen Mind's effect to destroy stuff. However, that's a bit too smart for me, so I won't do it, and I'll pass turn to you.
That is fine. So I will draw. And now... we might be on. The comeback
might be on.
The comeback might be on.
On 100 life points, you might have this.
So you're on 76. Oh, 76 is a good one. So 76, the Zaymain is 3 protection, so I don't think I can clear, but I can definitely at least clear the Zaymains, which I think is what I want you to do. So I'll be able to establish that. Is that better than just having a card? Sorry, I'm just thinking.
No,
here.
you're good. Take your time, bud. Take your time.
A lot of pressure. It's all what you play for here.
To be again, if you manage to pull it back on 100 life points, I will shake your hand, sir.
Yeah.
I would anyway, but you know.
That's fair. I have this. I have a tour guide. Okay, I'm gonna activate the effect of Gear Gygax.
Go for it.
That's first thing for sure. And I got to add something. So who am I adding? I could add a copy of Machina Gear Frame back to equip into my Zaymains, but I do want to summon Yeah, I believe I will just get a copy of Gargis Accelerator back.
Sure.
I will normal summon my Gargi Armor.
Mm-hmm.
I'll special summon my Gargi Accelerator.
Sure.
I'll overlay these two into my Steel Storm Roach.
Oh, heavens.
I will then put my Gargi Electro attack.
Okay.
And we're going to battle phase.
Sure.
So I'm going to attack the Zaymates.
Effect.
Attack the Zaymates.
Effect.
Attack the Zaymates.
No!
And then I'll swing for 19 with my Steel Storm Roach.
Sure. 65.
I will set a card and pass their
No,
turn.
67, I think it might.
So you have your one final draw. Can you find an out?
Draw your last pathetic card. Oh. No.
I tried to cover myself for Chaos Sorcerer, for Light Pulsar Dragon.
Huge, honestly. That's really upsetting. Oh, heavens. I have taken, yeah.
Good
well
games.
Played. Well
good
played.
Games.
The comeback.
And if that's the type of gameplay you're excited by, you can come down to one of the Time Wizard events and see some of the retro formats being played. It's really fun seeing the gold cards, right?
Very much
the
so.
Maxis, the Effect Veilers, the Trap cards. And stay tuned for more content like this during the UK Nationals 2026 coverage. See you guys.
Take care. Hello, welcome back to some more fun mini games here at the Nationals here in my hometown of Birmingham. This is my friends of mine here, Lucy and Billy. We're going to give you guys a category, name as many monsters as you can in that category back and forth. First person who can't name a monster loses. Are we ready?
Yeah.
Cool. Our category is going to be Hero Fusion Monsters.
Starting from with who?
We'll go ladies first, Lucy.
Contrast Hero Chaos.
Very good.
Elemental Hero Sunrise.
Thank you.
Elemental Hero Flame Wingman.
Wonderful.
Elemental Hero Shining Neos Wingman.
Spectacular.
Elemental Hero Flame Wingman Infernal Rage.
Wonderful.
Destiny Hero Phoenix Enforcer.
Incredible.
Elemental Hero Absolute Zero.
That is one.
Mine's gone blank.
You play zero.
I did. Mine's gone blank now. Can't.
What does Absolute Zero go into?
Oh, Master Heroes. Master Hero Acid.
There we go.
Elemental Hero Mudball Man.
Wonderful.
Can't do that to me.
more Clayman fusions.
Vision Hero Trinity.
Wonderful.
Wake up your Elemental Hero.
Amazing.
Destiny Hero Dogma.
Amazing. Oh, Dogma's not a fusion. Oh, Billy, you are out, I'm afraid. Thank you both for playing. We'll move on to the next one. See you in a bit.
Hello, duelists. I'm here with Josh Kelly, who's one of the best duelists in the UK this season, and he's more likely than not going to be part of the Rhodes Points playoff this year. So, Josh, how has your season been going?
It's been really good, really fun. I traveled loads for Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournaments this year, so it was really nice. I got to see everywhere in Europe, France, Italy, Germany, all the big tournaments are there. So it was loads of fun traveling there, playing Yu-Gi-Oh!, meeting everyone. And I met so many people this year from all around Europe, so it was a really nice, really fun journey.
Yeah, and I think it's really nice that when you do the Worlds grind, you end up traveling with the same people all the time, so you end up making friends from other places. And about that, what has been your favorite tournament that you played this year while looking for more points?
At YCS Dortmund, I came 64th, which just the cut-off for points, so it's 33 points for 64th, which is a big lifesaver. And especially the YCSs are really nice because all my friends from the UK come. I meet everyone who I've met the whole season traveling around, and that was towards the end. So I'd made loads of friends across the year, and I got to meet up with them, say hi to all of them at that one event, which was really cool.
Yeah, that's really nice. It's one of the reasons we love playing Yu-Gi-Oh! About like the actual decks and the format through the season, it's changed a lot, right? So what are your favorite like cards or decks, or what time during the year you think you're the best at?
I really liked Jake Hotel towards just before when the new branded support came out, because it felt like you had so much control over the games. They were so back and forth, really fun. And the gameplay was just amazing. Like the Drake Hotel cards really promote interaction, and they're really fun to play with.
Yeah, no, that's really nice. So Worlds Playoffs coming on. We still have this weekend to play for, of course. There's more releases before that. But how are you already thinking of preparation for that? How is the experiences? Because it's a pretty tense tournament. You do all this work over the season, and you have this one final goal. So how are you approaching it?
Yeah, so I've already started reading all the new cards from Chaos Origins because it's a set coming out right before Euros. So it'll be a new format. It'll be, I think, really interesting to see how everyone adapts to the new cards coming out and how it changes the meta. And so right now I'm just learning everything that's coming out and making sure I'm prepared and know all the decks that I could face against in the playoffs.
Yeah, now that's really good, and you gotta know who are the other players you can face against. When I played it like 2 years ago, one of the main things is like, oh, this guy has played Snake Eye the whole season, so that he might be playing something like Snake Eye for the playoffs, and that's really interesting. How about this weekend? How are you taking? Because you're pretty much locked in for the point. So does it change how you choose your deck for the weekend compared to the other events in the season?
Yeah, my initial thoughts going into the national championship were I want to play something really consistent, really safe, and then I'll go X2, X3, get a bunch of points. But I don't really need the points anymore. So I'm just going to go for the win, play something out of pocket, and try and win the championship this weekend.
So yeah, best of luck to Josh, and you might see him on stream this weekend.
かつて偉大な3人の賢者がいた。魔導の神髄を追い求めた彼らは異界の門を開く大儀式を行った。世界は魔力に満ち、神秘が人々にもたらされる。しかしそれは同時に混沌の時代の幕開けでもあった。地上には魔物があふれ、そして強き力を求める火の魔人が現れた。世界は燃やし尽くされるかに思われた。だが三賢者は死闘の末魔人を打ち倒し、人々は滅びを免れた。それから長い月日が流れた。それは賢者たちの関係を変えてしまうのは十分な時間であった。
こうして火の魔人を封印した三賢者様によって世界は守られたとさ。本当にこの話が好きね。大好き。これから行く里は三賢者様の召喚師アレイスター様が守ってくれているそうよ。そこでならずっと暮らせる？きっと。やったー！早く着かないかな。よしよし。
俺は聞いたことあるぜ。三賢者の一人は暴走しちまって他の二人に封印されたって。だからただの噂だろ。
ほう、新しい住民か。我が名は大賢者アレイスター。お前らはこれから私の下僕として死ぬまで奉仕するんだ。
下僕だってふざけるな。そうだ、なんで俺たちが
我が召喚獣でお前らを守ってやる。代わりに私のために働け。嫌なら壁の外に放り出すだけだ。
そんな。あなたは賢者様じゃないわ。賢者様はそんな意地悪な人じゃない。
いいか、おとぎ話のような賢者なんていない。大人は皆薄汚いのさ。
嘘つき。
そんな体ではろくに働けないだろう。せめてこいつの餌とな。
やれやれ。こんな雑魚が召喚獣だって。
ほう、抵抗する気か。行け。
現代に召喚魔術を操る魔導士がいると聞いて来てみれば、ただ魔物を刺激しているだけだったなんて。
なんだお前は。
アレイスターの名前もその本に書いてあったのかい？
そいつを始末しろ。
見せてあげるよ。
本物の召喚魔術その一辺をもっと私の魔力を食え私を守れその魔導書作ったはいいけど欠陥品でね魔物は刺激できるけど一定以上魔力を注ぐと壊れてしまうんだお前まさか本物の今終わらせてあげよう冥界の檻よ氷獄より我が元に来たれ呼吸とす放て呼吸と
あんたどうしてくれるんだあいつがいないと俺たちはどうやって魔物から身を守ればいいそうだあんたが俺たちを守ってくれるのか
知らないよ自分の身くらい自分で守るんだね何のよ
私今は何もできないけどいつか強くなってみんなを守るの
行き場をなくした魔力が体内に滞留していたんだ珍しい症状だね
あれ息が苦しくない
手をかざしてイメージするんだ暖かく揺れる炎をこの結晶はもらっていくよ
私賢者様みたいな魔法使いになれる
それは君次第だ昔底抜けのバカがいてね世界から争いをなくしたいと言って異世界の扉を開いたけれど結局新たな火種を作っただけだった君みたいなのがいればゾロアも少しは報われるかもね借りは返させてもらうよエンディミオンサンドリオン
Welcome back. We're here with more trivia, and today we're doing like a back-to-back game. So you guys are going to be each saying one card name, and I'm going to start with you. And the team is Salomon Great Monsters.
Spinny. Phoenix. Gazelle.
Leo.
Raging Phoenix.
Pyro Phoenix.
Salomon Great Circle.
That's not a monster. Sunlight Wolf. What did I go?
Jaguar.
Ooh, you got me. Can't do it. And that was it. Enjoy it.
If you guys have been to any of our YCSs recently, you will recognize this behind me, Fine Chaos. Now, this is one of the brands that Yu-Gi-Oh! Have been collaborating with fairly recently. They've got some incredible merchandise that we've had on display at the last couple of YCSs, and they're here again this weekend for the 300th celebration. And we caught up with the team to see what they've been up to.
So my name is Mark Mølsgaard. I'm the founder and creative director of Fine Chaos. The reason why we're here is because we have a collaboration with Yu-Gi-Oh! And this time we have brought a special collection for the 300th anniversary here in Dortmund. It all started with my passion for the game. I am a player myself, and that's actually where the whole thing started. It goes back to my childhood, watching the anime, playing the game. I have a dog now named Yamayugi, which is a Shiba Inu as well. So shout out to Kazuki Takahashi, of course, for that one. To now also finding the love for the game again as a player 4 years ago. Playing branded to this day and stand by that, which you will also see with, for example, the first pendant we did with the Fallen of Albus one, and now the ones we have done for this event, which is the Dogmatica Ecclesia, the Virtuous pendant. My favorite memory would probably be my first time at Locals in Copenhagen after a big break at Far Cigar. That just sparked like a big fire in me, I would say. The best thing about the community is their authenticity and how people help each other to become better players in general. I feel like that's truly something you can feel when you're playing. The community should come and check out the collaboration because it's made from pure passion. I think you will feel that in the details from, for example, the Blue Eyes White Dragon t-shirt we have made with the studs that imitates the studs on Kaiba's jacket, to the small like woven labels, the felt embroidery, to the quality of the things. And I know that players can feel when something is quality. So I've already seen people dueling with the merchandise as well, or the collaboration, which is something I just love more than anything because I am a player. So that's something that, yeah, just fills me with love, I guess.
So if you guys are here at YCS Dortmund, make sure you guys do come down and check out the booth and get your hands on some merch. If you aren't able to be here with us in person, make sure you guys check them out online, follow them, because I'm sure there's loads of great stuff coming that you guys will be excited to see. We've got loads more coverage here at YCS Dortmund, the 300th YCS. Be sure to stick around for loads more coverage.
Welcome back, duelists, to the round 12, round 13?
13.
Round 13 of the Birmingham Nationals.
It's late.
It's late.
It's long to one weekend.
But this is really interesting as we only have 2 rounds left until we decide on our top 8. And we have 2 duelists here fighting for contention in top 8, both with an X2 record.
That we do, and it's actually quite a, although not an uncommon matchup, I think quite an interesting one because both of these decks are good at setting up a seemingly what I would say is what's the word, modest looking field, but that does a lot of interaction, but also equally good at playing into an established field. So what we have here is Sky Striker versus Branded.
Yeah, it's really interesting because both of these decks are decks that gain popularity because of the way Keltoon works. Keltoon is this deck that is not amazing into breakers, but it's good into hand interactions. And Branded and Sky Striker have a lot of similarities. They play very similar cards. Sometimes they play to protect Trust, they do potentially play the Radiant Typhoon Engine, the Quick Play Spells, and they have cool cards interacting with each other. Stuff like Shark Cannon, stuff like Widow Anchor, Super Polymerization, a lot of similarities between them. So we're gonna see how they go into each other.
Both playing three copies of Fallen the Virtuous, because that's just a crazy card in any deck, quite frankly.
Exactly, yeah. And like really important here, we do see Josh main decking a copy of Shark Cannon, which is a card that is really relevant in the Branded matchup, and you do need it because one copy of Shark Cannon is a lot of copies of Shark Cannon because of Kagaris and stuff. But yeah, really excited to see how this is gonna go. Do you think the Dyro is kind of relevant, or do you think it's a matchup that both decks can go second because they are pretty versatile?
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think it's a bit of a tricky one on the die roll thing because they do both do so well going first or second. Like I say, it's not necessarily the most impressive field, but if it's well piloted going first, it's enough. Whereas they both play into interaction and fields very effectively.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like the Sky Striker deck does need to go first a bit more. Like the Sky Striker deck does, I struggle to deal with the Branded follow-up in case it goes second, in my opinion. So let's see who won the die roll. Josh does seem to win on the die roll and start with an Upstart Goblin here.
Kicking off straight away, giving the opponent 1,000 life points, which is, hey, nice little treat. But it just works so well in the strategy. It doesn't really I feel like it's interesting actually to see how like cards and decks have evolved as time has gone on, because it used to be that you try and fit that into almost any deck you played, and now it is basically only relegated to being in this and some other like deep lore strategies. But it is just a set 3 pass.
That is pretty unfortunate here, because Sky Striker really wants to be able to link summon into your Sky Striker ace monsters when they go first, but nothing here so far. Very slow hand from Josh, and Terrence does have a field here, and we see a Goat Sarcophagus activated.
Very good start for this deck. If we do have the Tribal Mercuria in the deck still, which it seems we do, does kick off your plays very effectively with that card. I always find it interesting. This is just me being ignorant to the strategy of Branded, but we do see the Ash Blossom answering the Tribal Mercuria here as well. So at least Ash in the first starter, but answer with the Branded in high spirits at least.
Yeah, it's interesting that the inclusion of Goat Sarcophagus and Mercuria, because that's not in every single Branded deck so far, but it does pay benefits here, and I think good recognition by Josh. I know like he did decide to Ash Blossom the Mercurier, while back in the day you'd save a lot of the Ash Blossom for a card like you save it like for like Branded Fusion, but with this current Branded deck you actually want to stop the cards from even touching the graveyard.
Absolutely.
Especially because if you're in a position that you don't have engine, you need to stop Fallen in the White.
Yeah.
However, High Spirits follow-up allows him to get the Fallen in White, and now we do see one of the biggest strengths is that this card is so hard to interact with.
It really is. Again, it's one of those things where I find that, if anything, like if I'm playing against this deck, I tend to try and interact with Fallen of the White Dragon. Obviously, you can't really stop the summon of the card, particularly, unless you have an effect that can do just that. But generally speaking, it kicks off your play so effectively. And the moment you get to this Ecclesia, and you get to the Ecclesia Synchro as well, that's way harder to stop unless you have something like a destruction effect, which will get rid of it before it resolves.
Yeah, and the main thing in Fallen of the White is Fallen of the White into a game state where your opponent does not have engine is so powerful because of those 2 cards that are already in the graveyard. I believe the Titanic was the first one sent, and now we have the Albion.
I think it was Rinbrum.
Was Rinbrum?
Yeah.
Okay, but similarly, like they are like effects, right? So you have access to your copy of Fallen and Virtues, you have access to other things, and this Ecclesia is a recursable card.
We see the Widow Anchor stopping the effects of the Ecclesia Synchro there, and then I believe it's just a summon of, I think that's another Ecclesia.
Yeah, that's just a second copy of the Incredible Ecclesia, so both Ecclesias will swing here.
Moving to battle phase makes me think this is more or less all that Terrence can do here.
Yes, but we do know that Branded real turn is in the end phase.
Main phase 3, absolutely.
Yeah, and this Ecclesia is a big threat because it is still on the field, so it will still be able to tag out into maybe a copy of Cartesian, more ways of fusion summoning during your opponent's turn.
Oh, cool. Both of you have coming out here. What are we targeting with that? Going with the Albion, very powerful in this specific scenario here, being able to stop the opponent from getting to that Branded Retribution.
Yeah, it's interesting they decided to go for Albion. Like, there is an argument you could have chosen to save it to interact with a card like Ecclesia, because Ecclesia seems to be the access to Fallen of Albus in this situation. And you can also call by that. You could even have it willing to call by the Ecclesia in graveyard, and then that would also stop the Ecclesia on the field.
Yeah, I think it is just a matter of what... I think scooping it up already. Yep, that's unfortunate. On a very consistent deck like Sky Striker, sometimes you simply don't have enough access to those cards you need.
Yeah, and it's a part of Branded deck. Like, if it gets to resolve one thing, you see how that was already a resource loop. Like, even though the Widow Anchor did stop the Ecclesia Synchro, it still is threatening to tag out again. So if you don't have engine, you basically... If you're just keeping spending cards to deal with that synchro, but you don't deal with it, doesn't get out from the field. It's basically you're just going minus, I'm going plus. Eventually, I'll get something true.
Yeah, absolutely. As I say, it's a bit of a tricky situation there for Sky Striker. It plays so many draw cards. It has Upstart Goblin. It has the Radiant Typhoon Visions, it has the Pot of Desires. Even when you get a few spell cards in the graveyard, it has Engage. And then sometimes you just don't see them, which is really unfortunate. And I think that might have been what happened there, just a very unfortunate, a brick hand there.
Yeah, I do think it's also a bit unfortunate if you are Josh, because I believe you are more favored on game 1 than you are post-side in this matchup. Yeah. One of the advantages of Sky Striker is that it is really good into the cards that people play for other decks. So it's good into Mushroom Follows, it's good into Purple Memorization, but post-side, the branded player can take those out and put more effective things.
Very much so, yeah.
So looking from the striker side here, we do see a second copy of Shark Cannon, which probably will come in this matchup, like just more flexibility, more ways of accessing it, more ways of interacting with those graveyard effects from the branded deck. And we do see the full playset of Solemn Accusation.
Yeah, very much so. And again, that's just kind of a good thing to put in against most decks when you're going first. It does obviously have those matchups where it's a complete blowout card against Sky Striker, against Radiant Typhoon. There are certain matchups where when you banish their 3 of spell, they can't play. Not necessarily going to be that as useful against Branded, but using that against Branded and High Spirits, getting rid of all of them, that's still very powerful here.
Yeah, exactly, and it does also help protect your spells and traps from cards like the Lightning Storms and the Dusters that Branded commonly will want to have in this matchup. From the Branded side, you do have a lot of cards that I think are kind of suboptimal. Things like Fualos, I think even Forbidden Crown going second is not like an amazing card in this matchup. Super Polymerization is arguably cuttable. Droplets is arguably cuttable. He does play a copy of Dark Lord Gugulat, which is a cool send from Branded Fusion, as you can add a Crown or a Droplet, and you can send it from Grungugino as well, but it might come out. That leaves you with a lot of room.
I think side deck options-wise, I think your main thing here is going to be the Droll and the Lightning Storm, and the Harvey's Feather Duster, of course. These are just things that are good specifically in Sky Striker. I find it kind of weird to side for actually and plan against, because it does play on such a different axis to so many other decks in the format, in any given format that it's in usually, that you kind of have to think, okay, what does this deck do? It sets spell and traps. We get rid of those, can we? Let's have a look.
Yeah, this Branded deck is really prepared for the Striker, because it's also playing 3 copies of Santa Claus, which is a card you don't actually necessarily play for Sky Striker. It might be more targeted at the Power Patron combo decks, or like even Luna Light, it's like an out for Liger Dancer. But against Sky Striker, if you're able to put a monster on their main monster zone, you do stop the activation of cards like Widow Anchor and Shark Cannon.
Very much
and because the deck does try to end on Rose a lot, that also means you can interact with the Rose.
Yeah, very much.
Which is way better than interacting with the like a Shizuku or something, because there is an actual effect there.
We also do see the Caught by the Grave in the side deck as well, which, although it's not very consistent to draw, obviously, being at 1, it is great against Sky Striker strategy. If you can use it on the Ray, that can be very difficult to deal with.
I mean, there's Ray, there's Rose, there's the Link Chu.
A0.
There's Zero. Definitely a card here. So we will see, however, reinforcements of the army. So we have Ray.
Yeah, we have Ray. We got
Ray. Or Rose.
Oh, maybe Ray's already in hand by that logic.
If there's a Ray, there's a way. So we can...
Sorry, that really caught me off guard.
We can probably normal summon our Sky Striker Ace Ray and special summon our Sky Striker Ace Rose.
Wonderful.
So we do have 0 setup, and I assume that's what we're going for here.
Without having to use Ray's effect, which is notable here as well.
Yeah, exactly. So that's pretty strong. We'll go for Camellia.
Interesting. So we're going to be sending a Sky Striker spell from the deck to the graveyard here with Camellia, as there are not currently 3 spells in the graveyard. Does also have, I believe, a destruction effect, but this is just a way of basically getting an engage to your hand, because I think you can link this off into Kagari here.
Yeah. So if you are Josh, I think what you really want to do is try to maximize your engage draws, because I think your Striker interrupts are not that amazing into Branded, but you really want to get to the spell and trap negation to protect yourself from the Storm Dusters, from the Lightning Storms. But their first engage is not drawing, so it is just an engage for a search. This is the second card in the grave now, because we did tarot the reinforcements of the army.
Yeah, absolutely. We did have that engage back, like you say. So adding the Hornet drones to hand, which very good here, as you say. But I think at this point, if you Hornet drones, you can just go for a 0 here in a way. Not even bothering putting the token on the field, because, hey, we all know what that does. That's fine. But yeah, we'll go straight for the A0.
That allows us to search another copy of Engage, I believe, right? Which this one will be able to convert into a draw. And that is kind of like what Josh needs here. I think you're just trying to maximize your chances of drawing. Interrupts that are flexible into back row removal. So things like Ash Blossom, things like the counter traps.
Very much so. I would imagine here going for... I don't really think there's anything inherent to Sky Striker that you can search that will stop the back row removal, like you say.
Yeah.
However, like you say, if you're going to keep drawing into the deck, we're going to go for a Widow Anchor here, and then hopefully draw into something that will help stop with that. But it's going to be a matter of pure luck here to see what we draw into.
Yeah, but deck finny as much as we can. Maybe we see Engage to Engage.
Hey, hopefully.
Engage into desires, into vision, into engage.
It's always fun when you see it.
It is a tale as old as time. Let's see what Josh's next card is after drawing more draw cards.
Hopefully, we'll see. We'll see.
I'm excited to cast Engage to Engage. Just like Pascal Kim at YCS London 2019, one of the all-time moments at Yu-Gi-Oh! Streams, but we do not get to see it apparently. We will just be setting 4 cards to the Spell and Trap zone and passing the turn to Terrence. Now, from Terrence's point of view, the first big question is, do we have a way of dealing with Spell and Traps? We might be trying to draw one.
Immediately going for the Radiant Typhoon Visions here. Maybe even just, I'm not sure if it's in the list, but maybe just trying to add the Mystical Space Typhoon, but being ashed immediately, not wanting his opponent to be drawing at all there.
I think that's a very heads-up Ash. I think people sometimes are way too protective of Ash Blossom against Branded, and realistically here, especially if you do not have an out to a Spell and Trap removal, it's really important to prevent your opponent from hitting it.
No, I think you're absolutely correct. It's very intelligent to do, like you say, because if they do already have Lightning Storm or Harpies in hand, you can't do anything about that.
Yeah.
If they don't, they can't search it.
Exactly.
So they just have to draw it. So stop the draw, and that's your best option of trying to stop that from happening.
Yeah, so a very heads-up play. You do see High Spirits here basically discarding a white to add a white. It does put a monster in play for Cartesia, but the Branded hand does seem to be quite weak, and now we do have to play into a lot of cards.
That we do. Although we know about the Lightning Storm, we don't really know about much else here. I can imagine something like the Solemn Judgment and the Solemn Accusation have been sided in, but we just don't know yet.
Yeah, so the Cartesia is being special summoned, and then a normal summon of the Quem. Interestingly enough here, the Cartesia is a bit of a problem because it does not allow Josh to just use Widowmaker clearly, because if he tries to Widowmaker something, it will be met by a chain of a Cartesia, unless he has 2 copies of Widowmaker.
Yeah.
We'll see what Josh's plan is here, because there are 4 Branded monsters in the field right now, and we are threatening the Synchro Summon of an Indomitable Ecclesia.
Yeah, very much so. And of course, we can still go for the A0 here as well to destroy non-target destroy a card by summoning the Ray and the Rose.
Yeah.
But we are going to go for the summon of the Ecclesia Synchro here, Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon, which, as we all know, is a very powerful card in the strategy.
So we do see the summon resolving apparently, because we are having the Guiding Quem on the chain to summon the Ecclesia back. So one thing here now, if you're Josh, you know you don't have to worry about Branded Fusion because you have Synchro Summon for during the start. So that is like an advantage.
Thinking about the plays here from Terrence, I think activating or attempting to activate the we do see the Full of Virtuous. That is going to be difficult here.
Yeah,
because if it's no longer on the field, the effect will not resolve. It has to banish itself. Chaining the Cartesia, going to respond with anything here, Josh. We do have the Widow Anchor. We are going to respond with the Widow Anchor. I imagine targeting the Cartesia here, stopping both of these plays from Terrence.
Yeah, and a very heads-up play, basically just trying to make sure that you force something that will have to respond to the Cartesia, and then saving that Widow Anchor for the Cartesia. Now we do have both monsters on the field. We will be using the effect of the Ecclesia. Maybe we can go for an Albaz and fuse with our own Cartesia?
Very possibly. I mean, there are 2 monsters there as well. It can make, if I'm not mistaken, the Dragon that Devours the Dogma at this point, if you do summon the Albaz. Because I think they can use the... we do see the OG Albaz there being summoned.
Yeah, you could even mix Mirror Jade, right? And
of course, yeah.
And like use the 0. But it's very hard to make Albaz resolve in this matchup. And we see it not even activating here.
Yeah, interesting. So we are just wanting to use the effect of Fall of the White Dragon from hand to summon itself, sending that Dragon that Devours the Dogma, in fact, to the graveyard to do so.
But if you're Terrence here, you're in such pressure because the Sky Striker follow-up is so much right now because of the presence of this 0 on the field.
I think contacting for here for Alba Lenitus, which is interesting.
I forgot what Alba Lenitus does on the field.
Yeah, Alba Lenitus, I know that it adds either polymerization or a... I think the term is, I think it's a normal fusion spell from deck to hand, I think is the wording on that.
You are correct, yes.
Yeah.
But on the field, it can attack equal to the number of materials used, so it can attack twice. But yeah, not a lot of threat here, realistically. This 0 is still somewhat unchallenged. We'll attack in going to the battle phase. Diablo Lenitus will be attacking into the 0, and now the question is: are we gonna tag out? We seem to be tagging out. No, we seem to just be taking the battle damage.
But you are still going to be able to summon the Ray back from the graveyard.
Yeah, exactly. So Sky Striker Ace Ray coming back because the Sky Striker monster was left the field by opponent's card. Teo as well this time as well.
Absolutely. Attacking again, but we can opt to use the effect if needs be, if we want to do that. It looks like we're considering that at the very least.
I'll be surprised if we do not use the Ray effect here, even if it is just to get a Kagari, to get an engage, right?
Yeah, or a Kaina to stop the attack if needs be, something like that.
Yeah, I don't even know if they play Kaina lately.
It might not have to be fair, just a thought, but yeah.
We do seem to be activating the effect of Sky Striker Ace Ray, and we're tagging straight into a copy of Kagari.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
adding, I imagine, Engage back to the hand.
Probably
because
Engage.
We are in that level of grind game that Sky Striker loves to be in now.
Yeah.
Obviously, Brandy does well in a grind game as well, but as far as grind game decks go, I think Sky Striker is almost unmatched in this this aspect.
So I'm curious, why do you think he didn't tag out the 0? Am I missing something?
It might be to do with the Cartesia being there. I could be wrong about that. But yeah, it might also just be that didn't want to. It might have just been a better option to let it be destroyed and then take the damage, summon the Ray back. I'm not sure, truthfully.
No, that's fair, because I guess you could get rid of the Quam. Maybe you're trying to play around like a Call by the Grave on the 0. But like, it's still playing to the Call by anyways, because you could Call by the Ray on the Ray effect to tribute.
It is possible.
Because this is not as much follow-up as Josh might want here, right? Like, the Ecclesia is being summoned, it will be able to search. The Cartesia is going to come back, because the Widowmaker effect will finish. And yes, you have Engage, he has the Fallen and Virtues, but it's not like nothing from Terran's side.
No, not at all. It is possible that we just have the roses needed in hand, because it can only summon from deck or graveyard. But if we have the roses in hand, then we can't use the effect.
But we have a rose in graveyard for sure, because we did normal summon the Ray and then special summon the roses.
Was that the last game?
No, the last game he didn't play.
No, you're right. Sorry, of course.
Yeah, last game there's nothing happening last game. So there should be a rose. Like, I think the 0 should be activatable. I don't know if I'm missing something, but
I don't know. It might have just been a bit of a play that, as a non-Sky Striker main, I haven't noticed myself. I'm not sure what the deal was.
Yeah, but it is coming back with Terrans with a pretty decent position considering the circumstances here. Like, you're getting the Ecclesia to hand. You get your Cartesia back. We do get to resolve a copy of Albion from Josh's side to get another Fallen and Virtues. But Terrans has, I believe, an Albion and a Dogma.
I believe so, yeah. So we should be getting a Fallen Virtuous and maybe even... maybe not Retribution. I don't think you'd leave that in going second.
Yeah, I was surprised if there's Retribution in the deck.
But you know what, to be fair, this is kind of the field that Sky Striker doesn't mind, because it is playing into an established field. It is a strategy built to break through that, and we do see the Lemnis Gate. This could be huge.
Yeah, there's a very, very strong Lemnis Gate here in the end phase, which basically probably is going to allow Josh to out like most of the problematic things, right? Which is, okay, you set all your spell and traps. Cool, I am now going to return all of the ones that I care.
Absolutely. That is, I think it sends 1 for every 3 you put back, so that is 2 being able to be sent back into the deck, I believe it is.
Yeah, so it's if you do minimum 3, you do 1 per pair.
Yeah.
So we do recycle both our Kagaris, which is also pretty important, and we put both the spells and traps. So this leaves the only interruption, the only interruptions on Terran's side of the field being the Quam and the Cartesia. So if the Engage is able to find that answer for the Cartesia, it can basically out the whole field.
Very much so. Wondering what that top deck will be for Josh here as well. But again, like I say, we're in a situation which Sky Striker does love to be in. It thrives in a situation where it can pick apart the opponent's field piece by piece, get into that extended grind game, and just push forward from there.
Yeah, actually, we have even a bit more, I just realized, because we do have the Fallen and Virtues from Josh's side, right? So we could Fallen and Virtues the Cartesia before we enter the main phase.
Very true. It looks as if we're going to be doing something like that here.
Oh, that is interesting from Tyrants. So recognizing that he wouldn't have a spawn trap, before he passes turn, he is using the Fallen and Virtues that got returned to his hand to send one of the monsters, so probably a copy of Rindbrum, to allow him to have Alba's access during his turn.
Very exciting stuff. So yeah, you're not wrong, and that can be very impactful here as well.
Yeah.
Being able to get that Albaz back, it's maybe not the best thing to use. It's difficult because you don't want to use it against the Ray because that can dodge it very quickly. But imagine it doesn't target.
It doesn't target, right? So if you have the Ray, you can still use it to make a Mirror Jade with the monster the Ray summons.
Of course, yeah.
So we will see here the Engage searching Ray, and now we're once again, there are 2 Engages in that because one got shuffled back. Are we going to see it?
Come on, come on.
Come on.
Let's see it. Oh.
Drum rolls.
It could happen.
It could happen. It could happen.
Hold.
Interesting here, he did choose not to use Fallen and Virtues on the copy of Cartesia, so he is allowing that to happen.
Yeah, that is interesting, but we are going to summon the Fall of the White Dragon with the Rindbrum here straight away in the main phase.
Yeah, I mean, it's similar to summoning the Albas, right? Basically, you summon the Fall of the White Dragon, the Fall of the White Dragon summons an Ecclesia, and then the Ecclesia summons the OG Albas.
Yeah.
It is putting a lot of monsters, and Sky Striker does only have X amount of attacks per turn. Branded is really good at being sticky.
Yeah, I don't think, I could be wrong, but I don't think it's possible for Sky Striker to close out the game this turn. However, it may well be possible to set up such a field that your opponent can't play into it very well, which again is what Sky Striker likes to do.
Everything is possible depending on how many engages you're willing to draw. With enough Widow Anchors, you can do anything.
Yeah, very true. Very true.
So we will see the Fusion Summon resolve. So the Cartesia is activating. It is resolving.
I'm imagining that's a dragon that has the Dogma coming out here, yeah. Which, seeing as there's an Ecclesia in the graveyard, is a huge, unaffected body.
Yes, I don't know how Sky Striker actually deals with that.
That is interesting.
Because there is an Ecclesia grave. I mean, you can get rid of the Ecclesia with Shark Cannon.
Suppose you could, yeah.
But I don't know how many Ecclesias there are in grave. I don't know if it's 1 or 2 for Tyrants right now.
I believe it's at least 2.
Yes.
Because there's a Dogmatica one there as well.
So that makes it pretty expensive to deal with.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how this plays out here. Not impossible, of course, but it's going to be tricky.
I mean, it doesn't do much, right? It is just a big body.
Exactly. But again, it's keeping Terrans in the game here.
Yeah, it's interesting how Terrans decided to go about this, because like the only thing Josh has done is get the Engage. And we did see Engage probably drawing a copy of Pot of Desires, and that's going to draw 2 more cards.
Come on, Engage.
Yeah.
We could see it.
Actually, a pretty heads-up decision from Tyrant to use his Cartesia on realistically the first opening he had. Because otherwise, if you let Josh draw the cards, he's able to respond with cards of like Widow Anchor or cards of Forbidden Droplet that he might be drawing here. This way, the Dogma is already on the field and unaffected. We're checking our banish. I see a lot of spells.
A lot of spells.
But, well, it's Sky Striker, so everything's full.
Not shocking, to be fair, yeah. Curious to see what was banished there. Hopefully not too much that we needed there. But again, I think a lot of what we need is already in play in the graveyard, so not the end of the world here.
Yeah, so we do see Sky Striker Ace Ray. Normal Summon Ray. I believe Quem has not activated yet.
I don't believe it has. I could be wrong, but I don't think
that might be triggered now as we go into 0. So Ray tags into 0. Into C. The Quem will be activating. Is he going for a copy of Albus? So he will summon the Albus. The thing is, the 0 can search and answer for this Albus if we want to, right?
Yeah.
We can just search a copy of Widow Anchor or a copy of something, but we're just going for another Engage.
Which... Hey, at least it was in the deck still.
Yeah, oh, he does have a Retribution, though. That's a pretty good discard for the Albus.
It was, yeah.
It might be met with the Fallen Virtues here, if I would guess, from Josh's side, as a way of answering this Albus more cleanly as we keep resolving Engage.
Going to be seeing here what will go. Another Fallen Virtuous targeting, I believe, that...
Yeah, so
Albus there, sorry.
Yeah, so basically like that means our 0 stays on the field. We do send the Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon from Josh's side, and we'll be able to use it to shuffle back our Albion and our Ecclesia back.
Yeah, very much. Another Engage coming in here again, obviously, adding another Linkage to hand, which is a fantastic card in this strategy, able to help you push for game in a situation where you can't attack directly.
How are we going to beat over this Dogma? So Linkage can give us an attack boost, right? So
it can. I don't think it'll be enough unless it's specifically on Kagari.
We can make like a big Kagari. Maybe that's the way. Like, you just make like this like massive Kagari with like 11 spells. Yeah. Because the Linkage boosted by 1,000.
I believe so, yeah. So it's possible.
That is possible. That is AOA. We do seem to just be going to battle phase. Did you see what the Engage searched?
Linkage.
It's a Linkage, sorry.
So we're adding the Linkage, which, and in battle phase, of course, that can be used, which could be used to go for a Kagara here, which we're able to get over the Linkage here, sending that Sky Striker Ace 0, summoning that Kagari, which can add back the Linkage if you want to, or maybe another Engage. We don't know yet.
I think I will go for Engage. When in doubt.
When in doubt, go Engage.
To be fair, it is a problem that Sky Striker had. Sometimes you'd go for too many Engage and you shouldn't, because the draws are actually not as relevant anymore. This happens especially in the old Sky Striker with like the deck before, with like when you just play multi-row and Shizuku control.
Of course.
But Engage is cool.
And we see the Engage added back to hand there as well, so you're not wrong.
Yeah.
We're going to attack with the Kagari over the Albanatus, which is interesting.
Are we willing to out this? So outing this might give Tyrant a branded fusion to start his turn.
This is the concern here, yeah. It's a very powerful thing to give to your opponent here by outing that. But
I don't know if he has a light and dark in the graveyard. It's a 0 light or dark, I forgot. The 0 is light, so the Kagari should be boosted, but I think it wouldn't be...
Rose is light as well, if I'm not mistaken. I think those are the attributes of Rose and Ray.
Yeah, but the original Rose got shuffled back by the Lemni's Gate at the end phase. So we will use the Kagari to clear the Abalanatus. We can probably use one of the Engages to get a copy of Shark Cannon to deal with that Abalanatus Engraves to try to prevent the surge.
Oh, good point, good point.
But yeah, this is looking like a grind game, and we do have 25 minutes left here. So if you're Josh, you are a bit worried because Sky Striker doesn't win really fast. Well, most of the time. And you do need to like win this game and win the next game. So we're going to see a copy of Engage searching the Lemni's Gate.
Yeah.
I believe we do have 2 Lemnis Gates in. Well, it depends on the Pot of Desires because they got shuffled back by the Dragon Diverse of Dogma.
We have seen one. Oh, sorry. Yeah, of course. You're completely correct on that. I was thinking about where's that come from. But yeah, one
So
may
we
well
do
be
see-
gone, which might well be why we've had to. We just see the Radiant Typhoon Visions here coming out as well. Another draw too, digging even deeper into that deck. Hopefully finding those tools that we need to keep playing here.
I keep pitching at Harner Jones because it doesn't contribute much here. The really interesting thing here is that if you're Josh, like you've drawn so many cards that you have a good likelihood of having hit those counter traps that he probably has in his deck as he went first this game. So he should have a pretty strong setup. And this Shizuku can be used in the end phase to search a copy of the Shark Cannon, assuming we haven't hit both of them of the Pot of Desires, and use that throughout the Albalantos. And the cool thing here is because you're a turn player, you have the priority, so I am able to search my Shark Cannon from my Shizuku, and before I pass priority for you to resolve your Albalantos, use it, target the Albalantos, and then say, here you go.
Completely correct. And we are adding that Shark Cannon, as you say here, cutting off the opponent from that potential Brand Infusion be added to hand by getting rid of the Albalantus here. Well, possibly. I assume that's what's going to happen here. But
now. Also interesting to know that Josh did not end up using his Ecclesia in Graveyard, so he does have Ecclesia and Albion as an extra way of pushing through Terrance's board. So we do see a really cool grind game here, and this is one of the things that I love about this deck, like Sky Striker and Brandon. Both of them have so much resources, so many cards coming back. We see here Ecclesia, Cartesia, Brandon High Spirits coming back, and you're just having this back and forth.
Yeah, everything's cycling in and out, in and out, in and out.
Like
Keep going.
I have 6 cards in hand, I believe.
I believe so. It's a very big hand here. Brandon High Spirits coming out here I'd imagine in the draw phase, but there's the solemn accusation. How many life points are we paying with this?
Probably 3,000.
I'd imagine, but it might not need pick up the deck yet. There we go.
There we go.
Get rid of all of those Brandon High Spirits from the hand and deck. And it's a very powerful place.
I
to use it
believe
here.
he has an extra one in hand.
There we go.
Yeah, so that is pretty strong there. Just cutting off cards. Even if the High Spirits couldn't be, even if it wasn't going to be useful, it's still like a discard for Fallen of Albus. The Brenda deck, yes, it has a lot of resources, but it is a fusion deck, so you do need a lot of cards to play.
Absolutely, yeah.
And you see the advantage of those counter traps in Sky Striker, even if not drawn turn 1, because your deck's kind of slow, it did help you stabilize here.
Yeah, very much so. We do see the Fallen of the Virtuous added to hand here as well. Always a welcome sight, always very good.
Yep.
Going to see what we're going with here. I think we're going to push some of the Cartesia from hand.
Yes, we have Fallen of Albus in the graveyard.
Wonderful.
The Shizuku is also reducing a lot of attack from everyone except the Dogma.
Oh, and the Forbidden Crown here.
So
Terrence unable to respond with monster effects here. Doesn't mean that he can't use Fallen the Virtuous in hand, but I don't think he's choosing to do that.
Yeah, he could choose FOV to pop it, and then be like, what do you fuse? What do you do
well,
here?
You can, of course, Crown doesn't target, does it? Of course, I just thought. Completely correct, that's a tricky one.
Yeah, but like I guess you could use Fallen Virtues to destroy it, and then the Crown would resolve. Like
whatever summon.
It wouldn't, because the Cartesia is before in the chain than the Crown is, because the Cartesia is chilling 2, the Crown's chilling 2, the Fallen Virtues chilling 3.
You're right.
But it would like try to negate the Dogma, which it can't because it's unaffected.
Yeah, of course.
But he chooses not to do it.
Checking through the graveyard here, I imagine counting the spells up here, because there's plenty in there.
Yeah,
you want to make sure how much you're being reduced by.
And here's the situation that if you're Terrence, do you even want to play this game as well? Like we got to consider the time here. We have 21 minutes on the clock. Okay, we got to attack over the Shizuku, but like this will do damage. This will do 2,000. It will do 2,000.
Sure. It's
but raise back.
Yeah, exactly. And I think you're right. It's a weird thing with Sky Striker where I think one of the most important things to understand and realize when you're playing against Sky Striker is actually when to scoop up.
Yeah.
Because you need to save time, and you sometimes when you get into that extended grind situation, I don't think you're going to beat Sky Striker. It's just so good and built to do that, and every single time you get into a grind game, it's so good at those one-to-one interactions that are just like stopping you every time you try and play.
Yeah, it is a complicated scenario. I understand from Terrence's position as well, because like he does have this the Dogma Dragon that Sky Striker does struggle to out, and there is a lot of life point pressure because Josh is only on 2,000 as he's paid 3,000 for the accusation. We do see an Ash Blossom, one of the draws here, being used on the Fallen of White, and we're going to see the Sky Striker Ace Ray probably tagging into either Kagari or Zero.
Have to manage Kagari here to add some better hand.
It could be Zero and just you don't do the effect, and then you do the effect in end phase to destroy one of the spell trap cards that he might set. I think he should have a Zero back in deck because one of them got shuffled by the Lemnis Gate.
You are correct on that.
But we go for
Kagari.
We'll go for Kagari instead. And then Kagari will resolve. It will. Yeah, Kagari resolve. We're getting. Is that an engage back or is that a shark cannon back?
I think it was another engage.
Because
hey, when in doubt.
When in doubt. Yeah, and we have the Lemnis Gate. Like, this game is in Sky Striker's control here. As long as you can find an answer for this Dragon and Dogma.
Summoning the other Ecclesia here as well, going for, I believe, a Synchro summon. I think maybe another Synchro Ecclesia, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, mind you, it can send itself back to the Escher deck. It might be the same one. I hadn't noticed, to be honest.
Yeah. So it will be using its effect here to tag. It can summon from the graveyard, so it might be getting back to our Quam. Yeah, this is a very interesting match because those two decks can keep playing, but they don't they're not doing much to each other. They're kind of just trading, and like at least Terran's getting some damage in, but Josh has the card advantage.
This is the equivalent of like playground tag, where it's back and forth, just a little touch back and forth, just to try and do whatever you can here and there.
Yeah,
but it's taking the issue, like you say, it's taken a while. So it's going to be up to, unless one of these players can close out the game convincingly here, I think it will be up to which player sees the writing on the wall first.
Yeah, it is a very interesting scenario because it's a pretty tense game. They're both X2. They are 2 wins away from being in a top 8 of the UK National Championship. So you do have to think about what you're doing. Nice play here by using the Shrouded Dragon to dump a copy of Branded Opening, which can protect the fusion monster being destroyed by card effects.
Yeah.
So another layer of protection for that Dogma. But I believe that we will be able to hold it. Sure, you can activate Engage enough times to put enough spells in grave.
Very much so, yeah.
The Ecclesia is tagging back. It is coming. And then end phase, maybe a copy of Lemnis Gate being activated here.
That would be very impactful. We did see one be added to hand, but we're going to just draw for turn here instead.
Yeah, so Josh, I believe, has 5 or 6 cards in hand, and it does seem to be like a draw, probably a draw phase Lemnis Gate to play around the Ecclesia.
There we go, yeah. And of course, wanting to add these cards back to our deck and into our extra deck. Again, keeping that grind game going, hey, these resources that I've been spending through, I got those back now.
Yeah,
actually.
my Kagari's back to the deck. Interestingly here, I do not see an out other than Big Kagari for the Dogma.
Yeah.
Do you see anything else that I'm missing?
If Lemnis Gate can sort of shuffle back from graveyards, but I don't think that's what's happening here.
Well, either that or you can Shark Cannon both Ecclesias. That's another out.
Of course, yeah.
Because I believe there is only Indomitable Ecclesia in grave, because there shouldn't be the Synchro monster. So that could be an out.
We're going to see here the engage.
We're back. This is like, does we have a counter of how many engages got activated?
That's why we should do that.
That's why we love Sky Striker.
Oh, goodness me.
We do see an engage here. He does have the shark, the opening that he does need to be aware of.
Adding... Again, it's the issue with this stage in the game and the fact that you have activated desires. Although, luckily, we do seem to have the pieces that we need in the deck. It's about managing those as and when we need them, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's about finding those as and when we need to see them and going back and forth. Actually reminds me a little bit of the more recent way to play Dragitail, because you are limited on that resource of the spells and traps in your deck, and you have to be very smart about how you cycle them through, which seems to be what's going on here.
Yeah, basically, you can technically go infinite, right? Because you can Lemnis Gate back everything, and you can Kagari the Lemnis Gate, so you do have like a cycle.
Yeah, of course.
But you need to be careful, and we'll be seeing here the Widow Anchor, I assume targeting the Quam, because the other guy doesn't do anything. We'll link off the Quam and our Kagari into a copy of Spiller Knight.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, that is a way of starting to get rid of the Indomitable Ecclesias.
It is, and we do have linkage in hand still, so we can remove the SP Little Knight from that extra monster zone, freeing it up.
Yes. Oh, the other Ecclesia also count. I forgot about the Dogmatic Ecclesia. Yeah. So one Ecclesia down. How many to go?
I think there's like 2. I could be wrong. I think there's 2 in there. There's at least 1. That much I'm sure of, but I think there's 2.
Yeah, this is an interesting game. Like, it's an uncomfortable position for both players, and especially when you're like in a position like Terrence is, where in such a big lead, but you are time pressured. It is easy to like lose your cool a bit.
Yeah.
So you gotta think through your plays and have a game plan on how to deal with the situation that I'm in control. But you can't take too long, because then you're also hindering yourself for game 3.
Yeah,
and there's a fine balance between playing too fast and taking too long.
Yeah, very true. We see the Kagari here adding what's that? I believe another engage, or am I being wrong?
I would be surprised if he goes for engage here. I would expect a copy of Shark Cannon or Lemnis Gate or Linkage.
Linkage, there you go. I thought you had it back already, that's why I was wondering. But yeah, there we go. Adding that linkage back to hand. Obviously a very powerful card of strategy.
How many spell cards are we on?
It's quite a lot by the looks of things. It may be enough.
So is this enough shot? I guess so.
There you
Yep,
go.
there we go. We are beating over it.
Oh, it crashed. Interesting.
Oh, that's even better, actually. That's actually the perfect position.
Yeah, you get Ray back at this point, do you not?
Yeah, because by crashing, they'll be able to do. They're looking into the Ecclesia in the graveyard, in Terrance's graveyard.
Not sure.
I think it's nothing relevant here. The Ray will come back. The Ray can't swing here because of SP Little Knight.
Yeah, there's actually. I'm not sure.
I think they might have
we
missed
summon the
it.
Kagara here, but this might be a path to get to game here with this. Because we can go for 0 to attack against that. It's 1500 into 2000.
Yeah, but we can't attack. We can't attack this turn because of the SP Little Knight.
You're
we
right,
have
of
SP Little Knight,
course,
the
yeah.
Ecclesia, so we can attack directly.
Oh, I'm getting excited there.
Yeah, but it did establish a position that he wants to be, which is back on 0, back on spells and trap cards. We have outed the big dogma,
Yeah,
big evil.
but it seems that every turn it's just like picking apart the opponent's field and then setting back up the exact same field.
But Brendan is back, so we are going to be resolving the dogma to add a copy of Fallen Virtues.
Oh
and
my
I believe
goodness
we're
me.
gonna, because the fusion got sent, we're getting Domino Ecclesia back.
Of course.
No high spirits because you're all banished. Josh
Goodness
is on
me.
2,000 life points. So his main concern is to just keep going, but really, really cool game here on feature. Tends to see who is going to keep fighting for their spot in top cut. Both of these players need to win.
No, I love it. The back and forth, like you say, it's very tense. And yeah, it's difficult because, like you say, they are desperate to win and keep themselves in contention of that top 8. And it's difficult at this stage because I think if you're Terrence, it's a weird situation of, not that I think he's in a losing position here as such, because they're both very grindy decks, but if you feel like you're in a losing position, do you want to give up or do you want to try and win here? It's a difficult spot.
It's so winnable still. Like, you see, he
no,
special summons the Domino Ecclesia, special summons the Cartesia. Now he has like this pressure. This Ecclesia can tag into a Fallen of White again. If we have do we have a one left in deck? Because I think there's so much.
No, it's insane. They both start off on just like a couple of cards, 1 or 2 cards in hand, a little bit in graveyard, and then by the end of their turn, they've picked apart the opponent's field and gone again. And it's that back and forth, back and forth, back and forth that we keep seeing here. And like I say, very tense, and I'm excited to see how it plays out. But like you say, it's not as if Terrence is in a bad spot. I couldn't say here who's going to win or lose. This is a very close game, I think. Seeing the Summon of the Fall of the White Dragon here as well. Going to be going for, thinking about his play here, I think Super Polymerization here cannot be responded to by Josh.
That is really strong to make another copy of the Dogma.
Another, whoa, goodness
because
me.
One of the things here is this Dogma is just really big. Like, how do you interact with it?
This might be difficult. I believe you can still activate Ray here, as it was the Sky Striker Ace was removed by an opponent's monster effect, so I think you can activate Ray here.
You can still activate Ray, yes. And I guess we can go into a Kagari that should be pretty big.
Yes.
But it's still a lot of pressure.
I don't think we see him activating Ray.
I think he might be building the chain because Terrence is turn player, right?
Right, of course, yeah.
Like Josh's Grave is there, yeah. Because so the Dogma Dragon is the first thing in the chain,
sure,
because he is a turn player.
Oh, of course, yeah.
But it is usually resolving, so maybe we're not activating Ray here.
Interesting. This is a difficult spot now for Josh, unless he has a way to get to that Ray.
Yeah, I mean, you could have a copy of Linkage here still, but the Super Polymerization was a huge draw because basically it doesn't. Card advantage doesn't matter if you have a big towers, right? And that's
exactly
what this second copy of the Dragon that Diverts the Dogma is. And really part of the decision as they play 2 copies of it.
Yeah, very much so. I've actually seen that a lot recently. I think 2 copies seems to be the norm now. It's interesting because not only is it that big towers like monster that's difficult to interact with and difficult to deal with, it also has that other advantage of sometimes your Albion has been hit with something like Call by the Grave, or maybe used it on the opponents or whatnot. So you need to send something else which can get you more interaction for your next turn.
Yeah, so we'll be seeing the Dragon Diverse Dogma swing here, and we'll be using the Linkage. Linkage will be sending a copy of Solemn Accusation.
Fair, you can't really use that at this point. It's going to be difficult to use.
There's no spells really going to be activated. Can we summon Kagari here? Or Kagari's gone? Because if we have a Kagari, we do have a way to survive this attack. I guess we always have another way to survive this attack because whatever gets summoned does get boosted.
Yeah.
So we're just thinking of the summon here. Like even if you summon a Rose, not Rose. What's the name? The Link Chew. I've lost my track now.
A 0.
The 0, yeah. Even if you summon a 0, it will be boosted to 3000 attack.
Yeah. which isn't quite enough.
Yeah,
but
because it should be
is
at
at least
35.
enough to get you to your Ray again if you so choose to do so.
Exactly. So we'll tag out here into Ray, into Rose, maybe popping the Grangogino.
I'd imagine so. I'd be shocked if not.
So we'll be destroying the Grangogino. No, not destroying the Grangogino. Okay. Attacking into Ray. Now he has a decision. I think you do still tag it out. Oh, we have a Lemnis
There's the
Gate.
Lemnis Gate.
Okay.
It might be that both Kagari were in the graveyard at the moment, which that makes more sense.
So we will use Lemnis Gate again to loop our Kagari's back, bounce the Grangogino back to hand, and use the Rage, then go into Kagari, and that Kagari should be big and it's not gonna be big enough because it won't be summoned by the linkage, but it will get him a resource back. And it will allow him to probably keep the Rose to link someone again during his next turn.
Yeah, very much so.
Really, really tight game here. It's still game 2, by the way.
Yeah, incredibly tight. Hey, it reminds me of our game the other day when you got to your 100 life points.
Yeah, honestly, it's just like our caster duel, except more modern cards. So we do see the attack coming in here. The Ray will tag out into the Kagari, I would expect to.
I'd be shocked if that wasn't tagged out into a Kagari here, but it might not.
No, it didn't. I guess it's not the end of the road to not tag out into Kagari because then you don't take the damage and you just make the Kagari during your own turn.
Yeah, exactly.
So this way you have the out of, you go Rose, you Rose into Kagari, you Kagari, Kagari add a linkage, you linkage for another Kagari, and you beat over the Dragon that Diverse of Ogma.
Yeah.
But again, we're not getting there to game, and we have the Retribution from the Shrouded Dragon, which will allow him to probably establish a Fallen and Virtues again.
Yeah, very much so. I'm actually surprised that he left that in his deck going second here. I know it's not like an impossible option, but I just find it interesting.
It's been really strong as well, because it actually got recycled by the Dragon that Devours the Dogma, and then it got set again. So that card being this resource loop is a Kagari of this deck.
Very much
and
so.
because this happened, he's able to use this, targeting the Sky Striker Ace Rose, to basically try, like, okay, you don't have a Ray. This is what Terrence is saying here.
Am I wrong in saying that Ray can only be summoned by when a Link Master destroyed that you control?
Yeah. But we do have another Ray.
Normal Summon Ray, there
normal
we
Summon
go.
Ray, straight into Kagari probably.
Going
a Ray
into the
effect into
H0.
Rose. Into Zero, sorry.
No, you're good. And then adding back, goodness me, it can have back from graveyard as well.
Right? Like,
I'd imagine linkage
it's
is the way
probably
to
like
go.
linkage into Kagari so we can beat over this Dogma again.
Very much so, yeah.
And that shoot.
Hey, I don't know, but again, I don't know if that's game at this point.
No,
Because
I don't think it's game.
No,
but I think it's enough to clear this Dogma.
Oh, goodness me.
You know what's crazy? You know what card has not been activated this whole game?
Go on.
Branded Fusion.
You're right. That's insane.
We are on like turn like
We've seen, how many times have we seen
We get engaged. We get engaged. Oh my god.
Engage. No, Brandon, the iconic cards for these decks, and one of them just hasn't been seen this game yet.
Okay. Oh, so we get engaged for a Shark Cannon instead. Maybe we can get rid of the copy of Ecclesia.
Very possibly. I'm not sure how many are left in the graveyard at the moment.
Because if we get rid of the copy of Ecclesia, or if we have a linkage in hand.
Yeah.
But yeah, Josh is just trying to play as fast as he can here. There's only 7 minutes left in the clock.
This is the tricky part. Even if Josh does win this, it's going to be a very quick, very tight game 3.
So Shark Cannon gets activated. I assume he will be targeting the Ecclesia. No,
Going
just
for the
targeting
Albion.
the Albion. Okay.
Because you just don't want it to resolve in the end phase if you're expected to get there.
Oh yeah, true. Okay, and then we do the linkage. Because I guess he just wants to get the Shark Cannon back.
Yeah.
So that's why he uses the Shark Cannon first, because this way he gets the Shark Cannon back, beats over the Dragon that Devours the Dogma, and then Shark Cannons it. So
Very
basically
much so.
that does put Terrence on a top deck.
Yeah, it does indeed.
Although he does get the Cartesia and the Ecclesia back.
He does. Goodness me, there's so much going on in this game.
Okay, we do some damage. We do crash again, 35. Really well played by Josh here by crashing exactly, because this does do more damage by Ray.
Yeah.
I don't believe you can tag out the Ray though, right? Because we used the Ray to tag out into...
yeah, I think we used that already.
I think we did use it already. Maybe this main phase too.
Oh, it might be.
There's a Hayate, right?
There is a Hayate, which makes me think it's still battle phase. I could be wrong though. No, main phase 2. Okay, just link it into Hayate.
Link into Hayate. It puts another monster in the graveyard for Lemnis Gate.
Exactly, yeah.
Makes a Shizuku.
Now, is this going to be enough for Josh to take this game?
So we can again, I don't know if from the way he's been playing this, I have the impression one of the Shark Cannons did get banished by the Pot of Desires. So I think there's only one Shark Cannon available for him.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that.
Will we see... So Shizuku was out first.
going for Hornet Drones. Interesting.
I think it's basically what he got left. I also had the feeling he doesn't have Widow Anchors left.
No,
or
I don't
like
imagine
one
so.
Widow Anchor left.
I think just in graveyard at this point, like you say, it might just be, or maybe one set, but yeah.
Yeah, and we will be seeing a copy of Fallen the Virtues back, and we'll be seeing the Ecclesia back and the Cartesia back.
It's a super playable hand every time. Every time it goes back and forth, it's I've got a playable hand. I've got a playable hand. It's what would look like a simplified game state, and yet it's really not.
Oh, and drew a lightning storm from the top.
Oh my
So there's a lightning
goodness
storm,
me.
4 spells and traps.
That might be what takes the game here for Terrence. Oh my goodness gracious me.
We're gonna see a copy of Lemnis Gate activated. Just trying to get his resources back, because he needs basically to keep his Kagaris alive, right? Just shuffling 3 and 3.
It's not game over yet, because we do still have access to that Ray resummon from the graveyard.
Yeah, the thing that I haven't kept track of, is really hard, is how many extra deck cards does Terrence have access? Because we've been through a lot, right?
We have, yeah. I mean, there's still some there we can see.
There's no Mirror Jade, though, so we can still sell Mirror Jade.
No, very true.
Also, I don't know if he has access to Albus, because I think Indomitable Ecclesia only summons from the deck. Incredible Ecclesia, sorry.
I think you're right. I think you're right about that.
Yes, hand or deck. And I think we're out of Albuses. So yes, we do have a Cartesia. Yes, we do have Ecclesia. But can we play? Oh, we can revive
We
with
can
the Fallen
revive, of
Virtues.
course, yeah.
And we're back.
Goodness
Guess who's
me.
back? And that can swing for game because the
And
Shizuku
that's it.
isn't affected.
Yeah,
and we
of
have an
course.
Ecclesia in the field. Incredible game.
That was absolutely phenomenal gameplay.
Honestly.
Both players played their hearts out there,
Yeah.
doing an amazing job trying to keep themselves in contention for that top 8 cut. But Terrence being patient, sticking to the game plan, knowing what he's doing in a situation where, hey, if that were me, I'd have been like, nah, I can't win this.
Yeah, and this is the thing. This is a match of like, it's pretty common, so they know some of these patterns, the Shark Cannon pattern, the Dragon that Devours the Dogma pattern, and there's all the variabilities with the desires and the hidden information. Really well played there, and even the cards that sometimes only get value during turn 1, like things like Lightning Storm, even like the Super Polymerization that he kept in, they all were relevant into getting him into the position that he could win this game.
Wonderful.
So honestly, really, really impressive there. Also, congrats, Josh. Really cool game by both
players
parties.
played so well. I don't think either player truly set up wrong at any place. They did the best they could with the tools they had. And we'll be back with the player interview in just a couple of minutes. Hello and welcome back to some more of these fun games we have here at the 2026 UK Nationals. I'm here with Harry. Hello, Harry.
Hello.
And I'm here with Matt.
Hello.
Hello. We're going to play a game which is I'm going to get these guys to name as many light fiend monsters as they can. The first person who can't name one loses. Rock, paper, scissors, who goes first? Oh. I think it's that. Okay, go for it.
Fabled Leary.
That's a good start.
Fiendsmith Engraver.
There we go.
Lacrima, the Crimson Tears.
Oh, nearly.
Lightsworn, Lightsworn Weiss.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
We'll take Archfiends, but yeah, there you
go. We'll go with Magical Musketeer Calamity.
Wonderful.
Fiendsmith Requiem.
Fantastic.
We'll go Fiendsmith Track.
Let's go.
Fiendsmith Lacrima.
You know what yes, it is, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to get you to name 2 now, actually, because Tract is the spell.
Yeah.
So we're actually going to get you to name 2.
We'll go Agmande, Fiendsmith Agmande, and then we'll go Fiendsmith Rextremende.
Very good. And next?
Desiree, Fiendsmith Desiree.
Sure.
Yeah. We'll go Magical Musket Max.
Wonderful.
It's one of the sync. No. No.
There's 2 synchros that I use very much in Alpha.
Yeah. I can't. Oh, Moon of the Closed Heaven. I'll just.
Wonderful.
We'll go with Magical Musket Doc.
Sure, you just know all of them at this point.
10.
Extra Knight.
Kisakill skill? 10. No.
No, not the count.
8.
Not the count. Yeah, I'm out.
Oh, well played, lads. Well played. I was going to say that we went through the Lightsworn Archfiend. There's a bunch of Archfiends that also count for this. And also, I think a couple of Evil Heroes as well. There's a lot of different Light Fiends, actually.
I was trying to think of the Synchron I was trying to think. It wasn't a Synchro monster. It was the one of the tuners. The level 1...
Fables?
No, not the Fable. The... I can't remember. It looks like the... You know, like the Synchron stuff off... like the Archfiend tuners.
You got me. I ain't got a clue on this one.
Looks like... Oh, bear with me.
Either way. Well, thanks for joining us both here, guys. We're going to move on to the next game. Let's go.
Welcome everyone. Today we're going to be going on a short adventure through the wonderful world of the variant art cards that are available in Rarity Collection 5.
And there's actually a couple of those that have text on them, some English, some Japanese, so we're going to go over some of the text bits and explain what they mean.
Do you have a favorite one so far, Josh?
My favorite of the ones I've seen so far is the cross-out designator. It has just the word no written all over it, and I think that's very funny because your opponent just activates a card that you have in your deck as well. You just tell them no, and you move on.
Yep. Let's see what some of the other ones say in Japanese. Let's talk about Fateful Adventure.
Yeah, on the original artwork of the card, you can see Water Enchanters of the Temple and the entire gang going on an adventure together.
And the text on this version says "Iko," which literally means "let's go."
Which I think is a very fitting sentence to go onto this card, because of course when you play the adventure deck, it's all about going on an adventure yourself, so it's inviting you to go on an adventure together. Famously, a tour guide's job is to show you around some of the most wonderful and interesting places in the world and help you out with some interesting facts along the way.
However, I usually get distracted and wander off somewhere, and that's when I hear the most famous phrase in the world of guides. Kochira desu, which means "this way please," and that's the text that we see on Tour Guide from the Underworld. So when you're getting lost in the Underworld, be sure to keep an eye out for Tour Guide.
In the artwork of Mikanko Promise, we witness one of the most sacred of all vows, which is the Pinky Promise.
Exactly. Hare, the sword Mikanko, and Nini, the mirror Mikanko, making a yakusoku to each other, which means promise. Aren't they adorable? Let's talk about Solemn Warning. Just as your opponent's about to summon their boss monster, and you give off a casual "chotto mate," which means "hold on a minute," and flipping over your Solemn Warning.
Which I think encapsulates exactly how you feel when you play this card, where you just tell your opponent to hold on a second.
Exactly.
Now I want you to imagine that you're working very hard on a large field of monsters when you're going first, and then your opponent just activates a very powerful card to get rid of all of your stuff.
I've definitely given a very firm hold up or a wait, and that's the exact phrase that we see on the variant art of Solemn Judgment. Mata, which means wait.
Now, we all know from previously released alternate artworks of Nibiru the Primal Being that the Primal Being is actually living inside that rock as it's making its way onto the field.
Well, the catchphrase on the new variant art of Nibiru is "Nukattemasu," which means "I'm on my way." So the next time you're summoning that fifth monster, just think, Nibiru might be on its way.
Now, we all know being attacked by one of your opponent's big monsters is not the greatest feeling in the world, but it very well might be if you have a magic cylinder ready to go.
And now you can politely say, "Okaishe shimasu," which means returning this to you.
But what if I don't want it back?
Then I guess you have to say, "Mata!"
Now, I was wondering, have you ever noticed that most people, when they send a monster to the graveyard with Foolish Burial, because the monster has a very powerful graveyard effect usually, it doesn't end up staying in the graveyard for long?
Well, that's very appropriate, because on our new variant artwork of Foolish Burial, the phrase is "dashite," which means "get me out." So I'll grab the shovel, you grab the hand, and we'll get him out.
Let's do it.
My favorite variant art card that's in Rarity Collection 5 is Compulsory Evacuation Device. And that's because its catchphrase says "Kaeru," which literally means "I'm going home."
That's a good choice, and I especially love about this one how they incorporated the text in the artwork of the card with like the motion blur of the evacuation happening. I think it's really fitting.
Kaeru! That's why you meant to make me turn into a rocket ship. Oh, Josh, I can never figure out how to get to sleep after being so excited and talking about Yu-Gi-Oh all day.
Well, I do have a solution for you. I heard that counting sheep token is a great way to fall asleep.
Well, that's perfect. Even our sheep tokens on the new variant art of Scapegoat are saying Oyasumi, which means good night. Now I guess it's time for a sleep.
And those are just some of the amazing alternate art cards you can find in Rarity Collection 5. There's a lot more to discover, so I hope you're all looking forward to it.
Make sure you let us know which are your favorites down in the comment section below.
Hello and welcome once again to the Yu-Gi-Oh! UK Nationals 2026. I'm here with one of our team lead, judge team leads?
Judge team leads.
Judge team leads here, apologies. Named Anthony. I'm going to ask Anthony some questions about how you get into, well, I'll ask you directly.
Yeah.
How did you get into judging yourself?
Well, a little while ago.
Hello and welcome once again to the Yu-Gi-Oh! UK Nationals 2026. I'm here with one of our team lead, judge team leads?
Judge team leads.
Judge
Yeah.
team leads here, apologies. Named Anthony. I'm going to ask Anthony some questions about how you get into, well, I'll ask you directly.
Yeah.
How did you get into judging yourself?
Well, a little while ago, hang on, 9 years ago, a friend of mine asked me, we need judges for this regional, can you come and judge? And I wasn't a good player, so I came and judged.
I highly respect the honesty on that. Tickled me. That's how you got into judging yourself. How does someone in general get it? Someone who's interested in getting into the judging program, how would they get into doing that?
I would recommend like a regional or an OTS championship, speaking to the judges there, speaking to TOs. They'll get you in touch with people, or honestly, if you just want to shoot a shot, they'll give you a shot. There's some tests you can take online, the RC1, namely, that you can do to make sure your rules comprehension's there. But once you've done those, you should be more than good to judge. Do that a bit more, get experience, apply for NATs, apply for YCSs, all that kind of stuff. And then you can also team lead judges if you really, really want to.
Absolutely. Well, that's another question as well. What is the main responsibilities of a floor judge compared to a team lead judge? So we'll go one after the other. What would you both be doing?
So a floor judge typically is the person that is, honestly, they're the meat and potatoes, if you will. When you call for a judge, they're the people that come there. For the main event primarily, but also for side events, public events, and all that sort of stuff. The floor judges are the meat and potatoes that will get you what you need. The team leads are the people who've been doing it a bit longer. They have a bit more responsibility. They're the ones that the floor judges go to give game losses if they're needed, or for more complicated situations, and also to just manage things, make sure people are in the right spot, make sure judges get breaks, all that kind of stuff, and just kind of feedback to the judges after the event. Make sure if there's anything they need improving on, we tell them that. If there's anything they've done really well, we tell them that, and we feed that back to head judges and all that kind of good stuff to make sure the right people get picked for the right events.
Wonderful. Well, that is very informative. Thank you very much for that. Another question, just kind of related to the judging thing. What, if anything, is your favourite deck to win this tournament?
This event, a bit of a sleeper.
Okay.
A little bit of a sleeper, but I think Branded is probably going to win this event.
I can't disagree. It's done very well. It's been doing very well. I mean, I don't know if I call it a sleeper, but
It's as awake as they come.
Anyway, thank you very much, Anthony, for talking to us here, and we'll pass it back over to you.
Hi, Duelist. We're back here in the UK Nationals with more trivia. So we're going to be listing up to 10 elemental hero monsters. So?
Okay, Elemental Hero Wildheart.
Doglaw.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, sorry. Burstinatrix.
Elemental Hero Avian. That's 3.
Shining Flame Wingman.
Elemental Hero Sparkman. That's 5.
Straddles.
6. Elemental Hero Shadow Mist.
Bubble Man.
Mask Hero Darklaw.
Elemental heroes.
Oh, it has to be specifically
Elemental.
Okay, Elemental Hero Shining Flare Wingman.
Sparkman.
I said Sparkman.
Sparkman, one more.
Oh. Elemental Hero.
Need help?
Elemental Hero Clayman.
There you go. Teamwork.
Oh my god.
Alright, let's take a look at some of the cards and rarities that you can find inside of Rarity Collection 5.
Absolutely, Josh. All of these different rarities are going to be the ones that you're looking out for.
Inside of Rarity Collection 5, you'll find a total of 7 different rarities.
The normal rarities that you're used to seeing in lots of different booster packs, that's super rares, ultra rares, and secret rares.
Then you'll also find some exclusive rarities to Rarity Collections, which is your Prismatic Collector's Rares and Prismatic Ultimate Rares that people have liked so much in the past.
And then we've got the more premium rarities. We have the Platinum Secret Rare and Starlight Rares.
And some of the Starlight Rares also have this sort of alternate artwork to them, which is going to be something that people are going to be after. Alright, first let's take a look at some of the normal rarities that people are already used to seeing inside of Rarity Collection 5.
Yes, Josh, we've got the super rares, which people are used to seeing in their core boosters, and you can always tell those by the shiny illustration on the card.
And then for the ultra rares, on top of that shiny illustration, you'll also have a gold text on them. And for some of the ultra rares, you're even going to find them with an alternative artwork inside of Rarity Collection 5, which is really exciting.
And the last of our normal rarities, the secret rares. You see them with a rainbow patterned foiling on their name and a diagonal foiling pattern through the illustration.
Next up, we have the Prismatic Collector's Rares, which is a rarity exclusive to Rarity Collections. And what makes this special is that you have this textured foiling on the card artwork, but also around the border of the card.
The last exclusive rarity, we have the Prismatic Ultimate Rare. The unique thing about these is that you see the raised varnish across different elements on the card. It has a very tactile feel to it.
And then we have the Platinum Secret Rares, which have a similar foiling pattern to the Secret Rares, but it extends across the entire card.
And last but absolutely not least, we have Starlight Rares. And you can tell those by the crisscross pattern that goes across the entire card. And something really special about Rarity Collection 5 is there's going to be plenty of amazing variant arts that you can find in Starlight Rare. Not all of the cards come in all of the different rarities. So for example, some cards that have previously been printed in Starlight Rare won't ever again be printed in Starlight Rare, so you won't find them as Starlight Rares in Rarity Collection 5.
Alright, now that you know all about the different rarities in Rarity Collection 5, you can let us know your favorites and which version you're going to hunt your favorite cards in.
Hello, welcome back to the next minigame here at the UK Nationals 2026. I'm here with Ollie and Jack. I'm going to give you guys a card category. First person who can't name a card in that category loses the game. Are you ready?
Yes.
Wonderful. The category I'm going to pick today is Synchro Dragon Monsters. Rock, paper, scissors. Let's see who's going to go first. Start with Jack. Here we go.
I'll go Crystal Wing Clear Synchro Dragon.
More or less.
Stardust Dragon.
Wonderful.
Red Dragon Archfiend.
Amazing.
Black Rose Dragon.
That is one of them.
Black Rose Moonlight Dragon.
Ooh.
Black Winged Dragon.
Heavens.
We'll go Stardust Assault Synchro.
Stardust what, sorry?
Stardust... Oh, what's it called? Stardust Rising Dragon.
Is that one?
Is that the new Prime one?
Welcome back, duelists. We are here for the final round of Swiss. 14 rounds of tournament play, and it all leads to this point here. The final chance to get yourself to that prestigious top 8 finish and then work ourselves into crowning the UK national champion. Gabe, how has the weekend been for you so far?
It's been so exciting. We've seen some really good Yu-Gi-Oh! Played here on stream, especially last round for the people that tuned in with the Sky Striker branded matchup. So many of the new cool decks and new innovations people have brought to the table, but this is it. One last round to decide our top 8.
Exactly that. So all of the duelists wanted to get into that top 8 to get hold of that brand new and very, very good looking national playmat. So the top 128 duelists will be able to walk home with that one. And then as you work yourself into the top 32, you'll be given an array of booster packs. And then even go a little bit further, what you're aiming for is to get into that top 4 spot. In those top 4 spots, you will get an additional YCS prize card. So that will be a super rare copy. And then the overall winner of the entire tournament will get an upgrade of that, being an ultra rare version of that, alongside with a gaming console as well, and of course being the UK national champion that we've been showing you all weekend from Birmingham, UK. So Gabe, has there been any particular deck you've been excited to watch this weekend, or has there been a deck that's really stood out to you?
I think Branded performed really well, like the flexibility of Branded, of having cards continually coming back and how good it's been. I knew it was a potent strategy coming into the weekend, but seeing some of the people that put a lot of hours into it really shows like a very, very above average Branded player finds ways to win games. So yeah, that's probably like my success story.
Excellent. I've absolutely loved the range we've been able to kind of get hold of here as well. So when we looked at the deck breakdown previously, you got to end up seeing that Cool Tune was the highest represented deck in the room, followed very closely by Branded. And then as we started to do drop down into the single figures, we still got to see like Elf Notes, we had Doom Z's, we had Art Mages, all utilizing the brand new Power Patron strategy. And then the biggest chunk of that entire poll was the fact that we also got to see a lot of others. So that included stuff like Lunar Lights, which we saw yesterday on the stream, put in a very, very good display. And then also on top of that, you've got the Radiant Typhoon hybrids as well running around.
Yeah, so we still have like a Radiant Typhoon deck in competition right now. The magic number for the players is getting to that X2 bracket. So everyone that gets to 12 wins and 2 losses should be locked in for top 8. We still have a Radiant Typhoon playing for it. However, this round, we do have a Khotun.
Yeah.
And what's the other deck?
So on the other side of that, it is an Archmage Power Patron. Now, this one is going to be a little bit different from the one we showed you in one of the previous rounds today. This one is going to lean more into the Archmage kind of setup. It still plays a lot of field breakers on this one, and that does seem to be the format we're currently tending towards, but it's going to be quite interesting to see. So let's get on to game number 1 of the final round of Swiss and see which of our duelists will be starting us off.
Yeah, it's a really interesting Archmage list. Like, it's pretty different than the ones we've seen before, especially with like how much Power Patron there is. And the Power Patron cards are so much advantage, and Chris is going first here, apparently.
Yeah, so we're about to see the non-finito enter the field, which is a great way to start your turn because the non-finito will give you a layer of protection, especially when you consider the Cool Tune strategy right now. Like to play a lot of hand interactions, and we're about to see one straight away with the Infinite Impermanence.
There are a lot of ways to interact with Infinite Impermanence, such as this Fallen Virtues here, which is really cool. So you're able to use this Fallen Virtues to destroy your own Archmage non-finito. Yes, it might seem counterproductive, however, it means that the effect will resolve, and it might enable you to get to like an engine card.
Yeah, I think it's sometimes quite important so that your non-finito is either going to be an insulator or, of course, as you mentioned, it's going to get you moving a little bit further on. It does also show something quite interesting because with Infinite Impermanence, the one thing that a lot of Cool Tune players were considering with it is that because it's not a monster, it's not a tuner that you can utilize in your hand. Like a lot of the hand interactions that Cool Tune want to utilize will be the cards like the Ash Blossoms, the Ghost Spells, and Effect Vaders because they have double usage. They can either be used as an interaction from your hand against your opponent, or they can also be used as that synchro material that you might need from the hand to push your plays further forward.
Yeah, but then it does come with the advantage of Infinite Impermanence. It is a more versatile card. It's good if you draw it going second. It's a 6 card. It's also good as being able to be used in the draw phase where Effect Failure can't. So I do see Ben choosing to go with the Imperm here. And now we're going to be seeing the activation of, is that the Archmage field spell?
Yeah, so this is the Archmage Academics Academy, or Archmage Academic Arcane Arts Acropolis.
Say that 5 times.
No, you're good. Maybe if we activate 5, but that's going to get instantly met with the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Now, we've actually gone through a lot of resource here from Chris, and unfortunately has to use that Super Polarization as additional discard, because remember, the Archmage Acropolis is not a hard once per turn. It's only the cards you search that are going to be once per turn.
It is interesting from Ben's position here, because like he knows the card is not once per turn. He even picked it up to read, and he still chose to use the Ash Blossom. Do you think this represents that he might have another way of interacting with the Archmage monster that will be summoned here?
I would like to think there possibly is another form of interaction, but I feel that the resource that Chris has gone through here is quite massive, because when you look about this, we are going to be able to get access to the trap card back from the graveyard. We're going to use that again for the Acropolis. I feel that if you had anything more effective on the Acropolis, you probably would have used it, and it then becomes a... like, how much resource can Chris regain to search out? And it looks like we're going to be getting the 2 Archmage monsters onto the field, which can set themselves up with a bit of negation and also a bit of disruption as well. So we're going to be going into the Finmel and the Latera as well.
Yeah, so it's really strong here because it also puts the Archmage trap card in the grave, the Archmage Pack Awakening. So Awakening has a graveyard effect. We can banish it and then target an Archmage you control, return it to the hand or extra deck, and then destroy a card with a quick play effect. So there is like layers of interaction here, and we do see a discard that's evenly matched.
So this would draw off of the Finmel, I believe.
Yeah.
So if you draw a spell or trap, again, this gives you access to utilize the Acropolis, which is exactly what we've just seen here. We're going to be able to get access to the Archmage version of their Power Patron, and this is going to be our normal or possibly normal summon of the turn, which can facilitate a fusion play. And we've also got that recurrence of Fallen and the Virtuous that will come back during the end phase. There's still a lot for Ben to do. He's got the 3 cards in hand. He's got his draw for turn. As it currently stands, you might not see any insanely powerful monsters on the side of Chris, but there's a lot of intricate details and intricate effects that will come from these Archmage monsters, with them all being different types on the field as well.
Yeah, so like this is where the Archmage deck really wants to be, is when you get to put the Archmage Power Patron on the field, and now we might be able to start getting into fusion monsters, as all Power Patrons do when they conduct their required type of summon / interaction, like the Destruction one for Doomsday and the Fusion one here. It will get more advantage and keep snowballing. So it's really important recognition there that using the Fallen and Virtues to make sure that the non-finito went through was really the thing that put this turn through.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, Ben has not made this easy for Chris either, because it's not every day you want to use Fallen and Virtuous on your own monster. You don't want to always discard Super Polarization with as powerful it is. But we're also seeing how good the Archmage can be, as previously mentioned on the past round, with the amount of flexibility it gives you to either play and main deck stuff like your evenly matches, your Super Polarization, and all in between. And it looks like we're going to be passing it over Ben to see what we can do against this field.
So yeah, 4 cards in hand. We do know the interruption in the graveyard in the form of the Pact, and we do have the pressure of the Archmage Power Patron on the field.
So starting off with Duelist Genesis, not a bad way to go here. I suppose the one really important thing for Ben is to make sure that he's aware of the trap card, I suppose, in the graveyard, that knows it has that additional effect. Sometimes when cards enter the graveyard, it's something that gets, you know, that it kind of gets overlooked. But it looks like we're going to be using the Latera to return the Power Patron. So our Nerverdo, the Shade Beast Power Patron.
Yeah, I don't believe this is doing much, but I guess it's a better monster to fusion summon with, because when it goes to your extra deck, it will give you advantage. So we're searching the overtake here with Ben.
Yeah, so the overtake's quite important here because it'll get us a monster on the field without needing to commit our normal summon, and it looks like that's going to get chained with the Archmage Power Patron to perform the fusion summon, and exactly as you've already called it, Gabe, we're going to be able to get a bit more resource here. So even with that fine amount of resource we had during our turn as we had to play through, or as Chris had to play through, you know, the Ash Blossom and the Infinite Impermanence, we're actually going to start to recur this a little bit more as well, and Ben is going to go directly for the Rico, revealing the RS off of the overtake.
Yeah, so we'll see the Rico being activated here as chaining 1, and there will be some chains on the side of Chris, because you do have the Power Patron effect to, I believe it's that one from the deck, because it got sent to the top by extra deck, and you also have the non-finito on summon effect to set a spawn trap, Archmage spawn trap from his deck. And I believe one of them is allowed to activate the turn it's set, right? Which should be the counter trap.
Yes, as long as you control an Archmage monster.
Yeah, so probably going to be setting the recapture here with the non-finito. And we'll have the, let's just follow up from fusion summoning with the Pendulum monster.
Yeah, so we've also got the Clefairy. The Clefairy will be a spell and trap disruption now as well, because again, we still have 3 different types. We've also got the, I believe it's the effect negation of the Finmail as well, currently on the field.
Oh, because the Finmail is still in the field, right? I forgot. Because basically we're setting up the different types this way.
Yeah.
Really, really well played here if you are Chris. Oh, God, I forgot, sorry. I think the Power Patron summons back the Archmage one, right? Yeah, special summon. So the special summoning it back allows it to special summon the Clefairy back.
Yeah.
So
still maintaining those different types is really important here, but also the benefit of not using your normal summon is you can get probably one of the best normal summons for the deck of Cool Tunes, and that is your Cool Tune Q.
Yeah. So now it's like this Fallen Virtues is paying dividends here, because one of the ways that you can interact with Cool Tune pretty effectively is just removing all the monsters you put on the board. Because they only have so many ways of putting an initial monster on the board, and here we do have still the access to our counter trap. We do have the, which can negate, like for example, the activation of the Rotary to put a monster on the field.
So I think this is quite big now, because if you stop the Rotary, that's your additional normal summon. The only other thing you really need to worry about is if Ben has got JJ Cool Tune in the hand, is the only other way that we can still present monsters to the field in one way or another.
Well, we still have the real normal summon.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what you want to try and do is you want to try and force the normal summon to be Q.
Yeah.
And then I suppose that's where you can then trigger the counter trap card to destroy the Q. I think we've just corrected this as well. So it was Rico that used its effect to try and search out Q, but obviously it can't search out a level 3 Cool Tune. So we're just rectifying that to get mixed
so
here.
it got mixed here. And that does change a lot, of course, because that means here that he might not have, Ben probably doesn't have Q, otherwise he wouldn't want to search Q with Rico.
Correct.
And this is not like a one-card play. So in case this gets interrupted, let's say with the Archmage trap, just summoning mix doesn't achieve much with a Rotary. But it does let you resolve, and it does get here. But we're going to be using the
yeah, so we'll use the monster negates within the Finmail, which will so the Finmail is being able to negate all of the monsters on the field, because again it has, well, not all of the monsters on Ben's side of the field, because they have 3 different types, included with the Clefairy being a dragon, the Finmail is, I believe, a warrior, and then I believe the Fusion Monster is a illusion, and it looks like Ben is going to be scooping it up here and going into game 2. Very well controlled there for Chris. A lot of resource had to kind of be utilized after that Infinite Impermanence and the Ash Blossom, but it ultimately ended up getting a little bit too much for Ben to kind of push through. Yeah. But now it looks like Ben possibly could be in the ascendancy here, because he gets to go first. And I would like to think, again, you've kind of faced field-esque breaking style decks by now, so you have a little bit more preparation for it.
Yeah, it's also like you do have access to some of the searchable counter interaction, the Q-Tune deck with the reframing. We also see he is playing on the Q-Tune playlist, which is a card that's not always seen in the Q-Tune deck, but it is like another type of interaction that you can search with your engine, like with your track maker.
Yeah.
So yeah, playlist does basically allow you to access one of the effects of the guys in the graveyard, and this is really good against Archmage, because you can copy the effect to destroy a spell and trap.
Yep.
So you can basically use it as basically a searchable Mystical Space Typhoon, and it interacts with the field spell, which is the Archmage card.
Yeah, it does seem that the field spell is going to be something that Ben's going to be a little bit more weary of right now. There's also another hand interaction in Ben's deck that he probably would have traded off for the Ash Blossom in that first game that would have stopped a lot of the searching right now. It's a particular hand interaction that I'm quite fond of, because I feel that a lot of duelists are prepared for their card to be negated, yet stick on the field. Very few are always prepared for that card to resolve but possibly not stick on the field. So
there's a lot of tools here available for a ban. Like even game one, this is what the Q-Tune deck is trying to do. It did draw like the range that is true to hand interactions, and it's kind of like what you would live with. Sometimes choose enough, sometimes should have been enough. One more card probably have won him that game. But going first, I believe that he probably knows what the cards, the Archmage card, are trying to do, and you will have full knowledge because it's not the type of deck that's trying to stop you.
Yeah, I think what you've also got to remember as well that there might have been a little bit of a misstep in regards to revealing the RS rather than the remix off of the Overtake. And I think once you kind of... your brain tells you know what you want to do, but what is most important for Ben on this particular point here is not only does he need to get himself recomposed into this one, but also shake that kind of moment off and go, right, that was a mistake, dust it off, go again, and recompose, and that will be allowed in giving the best advantage going further into this round. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what strategy Chris takes here as well, because like he does have access to some more preemptive options inside that, like the putting more cards that actually were like multiple follows and draws and things like that. They get better, I believe, when you go second because you get to use them during your opponent's turn, and so you don't need them as much as discards for the Archmage field spell. But I don't know what his planning to Q-Tune is. Is he comfortable just letting Ben do whatever he wants and then trying to go through it, or are you trying to like funnel into like a half situation and then dealing with it? Yeah, I feel with Call Tunes or just decks in general, if there is a card that activates to summon from the deck, it kind of gives you an edge. You always want to make sure that when you're activating a Multi Before Rush, you're trying to give yourself the best possible chance of drawing that. And I think that's where Call Tune Q comes into play, because Ben's not going to want to summon from the hand. So I agree with you. I think we're going to see maybe some of the trap cards come out and the full losses come in, and we're about to see exactly how that's going to work out for both Ben and Chris. Right now, round 14, game number 2. One of these duelists will be making their way and trying to get into that top 8 cut. So it is currently Chris 1-0 right now, best 2 out of 3, and we're going to be starting off with that Call Tune mix to grab us a Call Tune monster that is not a level 2, and that is going to be the brand new Call Tune Rotary. Oh yeah, it's interesting. Mix is not the one you usually want to start with, but against a deck that doesn't play that many hand interactions, it does have the value here, and you do see the ability of revealing this Ghost Ogre to enable the special summon of the Rotary. Now, the one thing is, you do let him know about the Ghost Ogre, but there's a good chance he will come back. Yeah, I think we're going to get the Ghost Ogre back. It's not something you want to reveal. I also feel that if you're revealing a Ghost Ogre, it kind of also preemptively shows that you don't have anything else, because of all the hand interactions you have, that's probably the last one you want to show Chris to say, hey, if you play your field spell now, rather than just using Ash Blossom and you can use it again, I'll actually use Ghost Ogre. Yeah, it's also the one that, like, even if you had Ash or Bell, I agree, like, you'd rather reveal that, because those will be used earlier. But we do see a lot here. There is a Super Polymerization, 2 Forbidden Droplets. I believe that is the Archmage Power Patron. Yeah, so we've got Medius the Pure, and then we've got the Archmage Power Patron. Both of them actually pretty good here, because we've got some type of field interactions. We've got Super Polymerization that now Ben has to be a little bit more careful to try and play around. You definitely don't want to be walking into that one, and I think that's exactly what Ben is looking at now. So we're going to be adding the Call Tune Synchro and the JJ Call Tune off of the back of Rotary and then Trackmaker respectively. Yes, this is really cool now, because if you're a band, this is the scenario of how does Q-Tune beat Super Polymerization? This is one of the questions that players have been asking all weekend. Yes, you can Super Polymerization any 2 monsters into the monster of Theseus, but one of the ways that decks sometimes deal with it is only presenting 1 monster. So now that you know that that card is there, you could choose to only make the remix. However, we also know the Forbidden Droplet, and that puts a bit of a wrinkle in the plans. Yeah, it does make it a little bit tricky, because, that 1 monster, no matter how you do it, I suppose you might have to, not so much gamble, but kind of utilize that remix to get you access to that Ghost Ogre, and then that Ghost Ogre becomes your safety. Yeah, the thing is, because he has a Forbidden Droplet and Chris is the turn player, Chris can, even Rebel being the turn player, because Remix is main phase only, he could just use a Forbidden Droplet to negate the Remix before it has a chance to distribute itself. Yeah, true. So it does put a bit of a wrinkle, because usually the coexistence of Droplet and Super Poly makes the plan not work that well. But we'll see here, just a Remix pass, no knowledge of the top deck from Chris, as we did not synchro with Q. And we'll see if that's enough. We do know the Ghost Ogre, we do know the Ghost Ogre in Graveyard, and we do know 1 Q-Tune Synchro that was searched off the chain. Correct. Yeah.
And a clip as well, I believe.
So this is interesting. Would you have used Forbidden Droplet straight away to stop the remix?
I thought you would. Like I thought that the plan might have been like straight up activate Forbidden Droplet.
Yeah.
Which would basically allow you to do the thing. Although there is a possibility here. I know. I guess if you change the remix to the Nervado, you can't use the Nervado because it hasn't resolved yet, right?
Yeah.
So he is letting this resolve. How much value does a Ghost Ogre get if you don't get the field spell, right? Let's say, okay, I know this is there, so I'm just not gonna get the field spell.
I mean, it could still be pretty good against the scales sometimes. Obviously, they'll still get there when they're sent to the edge deck effects, but it does give you an answer to those directly. It can also be a little bit tricky against the Archmage Power Patron when it wants to try and fuse, because I believe it has to use itself as material.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's pretty good.
So if you do Ghost Ogre that can kind of limit the fusion access. So we've still got the two sets. I believe it was the Ghost Ogre that was added back by Ben. We've also got the Rico that has entered the field of play, utilised the Rico's effect, and it looks like we drew the second Power Patron for turn. So we're going to be going into the non-finito, getting rid of one of those Forbidden Droplets as well.
Yes, so we will be making the non-finito. Now it's a question for Ben, like how do you interact with this? Which cards does Chris even have in his deck? And we're going to Solemn Judgment it.
Well, that's definitely one way to make sure that Super Polarization can't be used in response.
Yeah, and that's also pretty important because if he, in case Ben tried to use a monster effect in response, he would be able to use the Nervado to negate that. It would destroy itself and it would summon a Power Patron back. However, because the Solemn Judgment doesn't have that window, it's also not a monster effect.
I suppose the other thing that Ben's done really, really well here is leaving only one monster on the field and making sure that Chris can't get a monster to the field. It means that even Chris can't use his own monster's fusion material for Super Polarization. But now comes the Medius the Pure that's going to get instantly met with the Ash Blossom and Joyous Springs.
Yeah, so his hand should now be a Super Polymerization and a Forbidden Droplet.
Correct.
It's also a good use of Ash Blossom because Medius the Pure is not a Power Patron or an Archmage. So it is a card that you can Ash Blossom without having to play into the Nervado.
Yeah. It looks like we're going to be setting one. And then this is the other side of the Super Polarization, is that you kind of need that card in the hand to discard. So I suppose the question becomes for Ben is whether we feel that set card is either going to be Forbidden Droplet or that Super Polarization. And I can imagine utilizing the Cool Tune Synchro, we might perform a Synchro Summon here to destroy that set card.
Yeah, I think the best way of dealing with it is not caring about what it is and just getting rid of it. So we're going to probably be making a copy of our ass here and using the Mix and the Rico to destroy the Medius and destroy the Spawn Trap, and Chris is probably just going to pick up his cards here. And we're going to game 3.
So I half expected that maybe we held the Forbidden Droplet, keep it in the hand, and then end phase.
I mean, you could do it, right? But then, like, you still lose your Spawn Trap card, you still lose your monster.
It would all go regardless. But that was game number 2, so great. That means we're going to be going into a game number 3. It's all still to play for here. Ben has kind of shown that his end field is still very, very strong as well with the Cool Tunes, and he navigated very well through those 2 Forbidden Droplets and the Super Polarization. So very, very excited to see what we're going to get in game number 3. We know that it's going to be a little bit more now back into Chris's favor, being able to get to go first. There are some interesting cards on the side that will facilitate that go first, but then I also feel that Ben is going to counter-side with a lot of his go second cards as well.
Yeah, the one thing is, like, Ben's deck is made to not let other people start going, right? The Keltoon deck is not a field breaker deck. It is like I'm going to hand interaction, Q to Q. And a lot of the things that the Archmage deck does are like negs in card advantage. There are things that cost 2 for 1. Like you're using 2 cards to summon the non-finite, or using a field spell plus a discard to use a field spell. And these things don't trade particularly well into hand interactions. So if Ben has a critical mass, he can put himself in a position where he only might need like enough hand interactions plus 1 Q-Tune card. And that's kind of the angle we're going for.
Be very interesting to see. So if we do switch over to Ben's list on this one, just have a quick look to see what... Okay. So there's a couple of interesting cards in there that I think will be kind of making their way in. Now, with the Infinite Impermanence, maybe you could consider Fallen of Virtuous with the ability of being able to kind of bypass the targeted effects. Do they become... Well, I mean, we saw Judgment in game number 2. So Judgment, I would feel, is obviously going to be coming out on this one. What else would you kind of take out on this bit?
I feel I still want all my hand interactions. Like, if I'm Ben, I am probably going to try... I don't believe Magnamut actually will provide you that much. I think it's like, if you're trying to preempt him from playing, the Magnamut doesn't actually do that much. It kind of sets it up to break it a bit better. I also believe that maybe even Fallen in Virtue is a card that could potentially come out. Maybe Pot of Prosperity, maybe Call by the Grave. Maybe basically all the cards that are like pushes rather than preemptive.
Yes.
If the idea is like I'm going to deny him from playing, I want to have as many hand interactions as possible. I feel like the Muchari Fualuses and the Draws and Lockbirds, and maybe the Lightning Storms and Harpy Feather Duster. Because the decks, so many decks right now are siding spells and trap, powerful going first spells and trap cards, like the Accusations, the Judgments, the Warnings, and these cards are pretty versatile because you always trade with something.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to activate an Accusation on a Cool Tune Synchro, that can be very, very devastating to lose all copies of that card.
Yeah. And it does trade well into the half field from the Archmage deck as well.
Yeah.
For example, like game 1 where he had 2 hand traps. A lot of the interactions were his set Fallen Virtues and his set trap card from Non-Finito.
Yeah.
So if you can force him to Non-Finito, then you Lightning Storm or Lightning Duster him, get him out. I believe that's probably the way Ben should go. But it's tricky, like how much consistency do you take away? Because you need to start maybe touching cards like Kilton Clip, and it's all a game of balance here.
Yeah, I think Draw Lockbird could be very, very important. We saw how powerful the field spell is, the Acropolis for the Archmage is, and the amount of advantage that it can net off the back of that.
Yeah.
So being able to kind of mitigate the amount of searches that could be done here could be very, very important.
How's Ghost Spell?
I mean,
I don't know what you hit with it.
I feel you might be able to sacrifice it. I don't think there's anything. It's not one that doesn't do nothing, but it's also one that does something very, very specific against the Archmage. The Archmage movement. So when you look at the graveyard effect of your Medius the Pure, you've also got the Latera to utilize during the opponent's turn to return one from the graveyard to the field.
Yeah, you have the Nervado.
There's a couple of moments you can interact, but I feel that if you were ever pushed for a moment of going, okay, what card could I sacrifice to put in something, that could be one you'd get to.
Yeah, because there's 2 types of hand interactions. Some of them are like, I will not let you get going. It's the Infinite Impermanence, the Ghost Ogre, the Ash Blossom. And some of them are like, if you get going and you put in a half field position, they allow me to get it better.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where the Ghost Spells coming in, or like even the Bestial Magnamut.
Yeah.
So I would like to see maybe those come out from more proactive cards, or even like the Mushari Fualuses.
Yeah, I feel that you could probably navigate with an Archmage engine quite a bit without the Fualus, because for the pure fact that they like to summon from the hand a lot. Probably a bit more restrictive.
Yeah.
But I guess we're about to see what both duelists were actively thinking on this one as we move into that all-important Game 3, the final round of Swiss for the UK National 2026, live here from Birmingham. And I believe Chris will be going first on this one.
Yeah. We'll see the Terminus as the first card activated, so that's a very, very good card. That's usually how you want to start.
Not a bad start. Any interaction from Ben on this one here? Looks like there's something being considered.
Yeah, I believe this is a card that does kind of force an Ash Blossom just because of how much it sets you up, right? Because it dumps one, it searches one, and it kind of gets you going. But there's a possibility it doesn't. I do think he has a Drawn Lockbird, and that does change a lot to how you Ash Blossom.
Yes,
because you want to like make him get this card, and that's a card that searches.
Yeah.
So
and that's exactly what's going to happen here.
There you go. There is a copy of Drawn Lockbird being used there after the add of the Vidilium.
Yeah.
So that's cool because the Vidilium also doesn't do much from this scenario now because it can destroy itself, but it can't search. We'll still see him activated in the scale. It can destroy itself through Reborn, a Power Patron, right?
Yeah, so we've already got the Power Patron in the graveyard, which is exactly what's just going to happen here. So still gets that body on the field, and then we're going to normal summon down the Archmage Power Patron, so he's going to give the ability to fuse during our opponent's turn, and it looks like Chris is set to and passed over to Ben here.
Okay, so yeah, really, really impactful Drawn Lockbird there. Some of the things Draw does better than most cards, which is like, you will have to do less.
Starting off, I'm assuming in the draw phase with a Cool Tune Synchro, that's going to get met with an Ash Blossom, and the Ash Blossom gets met with a Call by the Grave.
That's interesting here. So I do believe, though, Ben has a copy of Ash Blossom himself.
Yes.
So that is a pretty thing here. Like, yes, you get your call by this Ash Blossom, but if you're trying to Ash Blossom and effect during Chris's turn, you won't be able to. So, but you can always use the Ash Blossom in your hand as synchro material.
Yeah.
Which is an advantage of the Kilton deck.
So it looks like we searched out the Cool Tune Rotary here. We're revealing Rotary and the Ash Blossom. So one of these tunes is going to enter the field of play. It looks like we're going to chain the effect of the Archmage Power Patron to try and fusion summon here. Some of Ben's having a quick look through his extra deck. He has chained Harmonia.
Oh, yeah, this Harmonia is really strong.
So revealing Malong, the Agnista, Wind Pegasus, 2 Remix, and 1 Cool Tune. Trap Maker.
So yeah, like if this Harmonia resolves here, it will basically be able to destroy the Archmage Power Patron, which needs to use itself as material.
Yeah, so we're going to be sending the Atignister Pegasus. We're going to be destroying the Archmage Power Patron. And then we get to resolve the Rotary as our additional normal summon. We're going to be utilizing the effect of the Archmage Power Patron. As long as it is sent to the graveyard, you get to add an Archmage spell or trap. But that's not going to affect right now exactly what Chris is trying to do, but there are still 2 set cards, so Chris is still getting himself set up for the next turn, so it shows that there is still a plan in motion.
Yeah, it is like interesting here because the Fidelis Harmonia is a monster you can use as synchro material, and we do see the Fallen Virtues here, the probably MVP card over the whole weekend, just removing the tuner from the field, sending the Albion, and it's so much pressure now because it does put Ben in a position that he has to interact, but the Wind Pegasus at Ignister being able to trade with the next spell and trap.
See, there's a very important card that I believe Ben has in his hand here, which is going to get the most use out of that Ash Blossom, I believe. So there's still plenty of time on the clock. We're just trying to get rid of that last possible unknown interaction that Chris has here. And then from this point on, it's going to be everything Ben can do to try and get as much Cool Tune presence on that field as possible, push through that defense position, Power Patron, and then hopefully leave Chris with very little resource to kind of come back into this.
Oh, it's a JJ, okay. So, really interesting play by Ben. He realized that there's a good chance of having Fallen Virtue, so he sends the Wind Pegasus at Ignister rather than Malong when he used the Fidelis Harmonia, and that's able to clear the second set card from Chris's side. And now the JJ Kutun allows him to tribute, and probably going to be summoning Rico?
Yeah, I would go for the Rico. Oh, we'll go for the mix.
Okay. I mean, that works.
Mix gets a Rico?
You can get a mix for Rico, yeah. And then you can normal summon, yeah, because then you can queue for Rico. And that is the driver's seat, right? That's what Kutun wants. You know, the Ash Blossom in hand, which can't do much now, but unlikely the card in Chris's hand is an interruption.
Yeah, so I wonder if Ben is going to play this cautiously and try and play around Super Polymerization, or are we going to try and put as much... I mean, it's not that big of an issue because it would sacrifice the spell card in Chris's hand. It would have to be the top deck for Super Polymerization. So I feel from this position, I feel that Ben is probably going to kind of cement where he's at on the field, get as much resource as possible to try and give him a bit more. Yeah. We're utilizing Rotary to look at our opponent's hand. That's going to confirm that. And then we're also going to utilize the Track Maker, which we're probably going to search us out 2 Cool Tune Synchros, I can imagine.
Yeah, I believe we might just be going for game. There's so much pressure here. We definitely have back-to-back available, and back-to-back plus any monster in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is usually game. And we're going to have full knowledge of the hand. So you can see him going through the motions. Oh, we know the card in hand. The card in hand was the search from the Power Patron. And yeah, we're getting a KTS.
Yeah, so 2 Cool Tune Synchros here. We've still got Q. We can synchro into Zarlan here if we want to, and then that would just allow you to utilize the Track Maker effect to return the Power Patron, so that gives you a clear field. And then you've got 1 more Cool Tune Synchro you can activate because it can be used twice per turn. And we're just going to synchro straight out to Zarlan, utilizing that Ash Blossom here.
Yep.
We're going to try and work our way, I believe, into back-to-back or B2B here. Yeah. So utilizing the Trap Maker to return the Power Patron back to the hand.
So that on the field is a 3 and a 2, right? Also, the JJQ tune has a boosting effect, I believe.
It gives 3,000 to Loudness War if your opponent has a tuner in their graveyard.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that could come up here because I think he does. Oh, doesn't have the Ashes got called by the grave.
Yeah.
But yeah, we do see here the RS Cool Tune. We do
B2B.
see here.
Ben is moving very pacey. He knows what he's got. Is there any graveyard interaction from Chris on this one?
And
no, there's the fist bump. Ben is on his way, possibly to taking it into the top 8 of UK Nationals, which we'll be able to confirm very, very shortly. Do not go anywhere. That was so exciting to see that build up.
Honestly, really, really cool. Like, very heads up of how you use the Dragon Lock Bird and the Ash Blossom there. Recognizing that you want to get your Dragon Lock Bird in through first. Not being afraid of call by the grave in the Ash Blossom, even though you had an Ash Blossom, because you know that you just need that to go through. So yeah, going through all the motions and using the best of Qtun, getting all the advantage, getting all the knowledge, and using that knowledge to find victory.
Yeah, exactly that. And using the Ignister as well could be a massive, massive change there as well. By not being able to give that resource back to his opponent, he was able to kind of counteract it and make sure and pre-read a possible Fallen and the Virtuous.
Yep.
So we will be back here with the winner interview, which will be Ben, of course. Then we'll be bringing you our top 8 feature match, and of course everything from that point on right up until the final, where we will crown this year's UK National Champion 2026. So we'll be back in a second.
Hello duelists and welcome to the UK National Championship 2026. Even though a lot of people will be here for the main event, we also will be running public events across all weekend. And public events are some of the most fun I have playing Yu-Gi-Oh! As you get to play for different prizes in the usual main event. What caught my eye was this very cool copy of Brain Control, which is the prize for the Genesis Challenge. However, if you're interested in Advanced Constructed, you can play for the oversized Phydraulis Harmonia, or if you're still here on Sunday, you'll be able to compete in the Attack of the Giant card for the Crimson King Jet Atlas Ace card in a giant copy. However, that's not all. There are plenty of other events happening over the weekend, such as Time Wizard and Trivia Trees, and all of these grant you prize wall tickets. And to tell you more about those, straight to Charles.
Thank you, Gabe, and welcome to the UK Nationals 2026 prize wall. Here, you can exchange your prizes from the public events for the ever-popular playmats, including the Forbidden Crown playmat, a personal favourite of mine. These adorable yummy stickers, I wouldn't recommend eating them though. And of course, over here we have this stupendous slew of card sleeves and these wonderful regional deck boxes you can get your hands on over here. You can also exchange your Bliss Bonus Series points here for more goodies. That is the prize wall here at the UK Nationals 2026. Hopefully come on over, we'll see you here.
Hello duelists and welcome to our feature match winner of round 14, Ben. Congrats.
Thank you, thank you.
Probably the most tense feature match in all of the weekend because it is like the win and in. It
is by far the most intense. Like I mean, you could see on the feature as I was playing, like with the the Rico thing, where like I added the Q, I was just like, oh my god, I've just blown this. So yeah, it's crazy.
Well, Pilot, also you just told me that you did start 0-2.
Yes.
So every game is a win and in.
So every game has been a win and in. It's you could say it's sort of like the underdog story of the weekend, and it's phenomenal. Being able to just say like, yeah, I started 0-2. I've now. I believe I've made top 8.
Yeah, so
with the 0-2 start.
I believe all the X2s should be making top 8 from one of the understandings. But that is, I mean, that's impressive, right? So how do you go every round? Like every round you're like, oh god, it's round 3. I prepped so much for this tournament. I start 0-2. I queue into a bad matchup or I break something. This happens to everyone, right?
Yeah.
How do you keep yourself motivated? You're like, okay, eventually luck will average out.
Yeah. So I mean, obviously once I hit 0-2, I was like looking at the side events like. Okay, it's time to grind maybe that. And then one of my mates went, maybe it is, and I'm like, I'll play the next one, see how it goes. Yeah. And then it just went on from that. And he told me, just play every match and just finish the game. That's all you got to do, just finish the game. Like, don't worry about if you misplay, don't worry about, if you've done something wrong, just play the match. And, the support and everything that I've had from my friends, just to name a few, like Luke Bennett, Conor Dwyer, just all the people from my local, Dale Hawkes even. I mean, I've got a list of shout-outs galore for whichever YouTube profile wants my deck list. But I mean, Luke Bennett made the list for me, and he did everything, and Conor Dwyer taught me everything about how to play against Branded, how to beat Branded, and everything. So now it's just a case of just putting my skills to the test now. Hopefully in the top 8, and then going from there.
It's always one game at a time. Like you can only control what's in front of you, and it does take
and the main thing is just finishing the match.
Yeah, exactly. One game.
Yeah.
It's one. It starts with 10, then it's 9, then it's 8. Now it's 3 to go. So 3 games should be the UK national champion.
Potentially, yeah.
But
I mean, to get this far so far, I'm over the moon. I'm ecstatic. This is the first time that I've gone in, I'd say, a tier 3 event that's like finishing X2. So it's a phenomenal feeling. It's amazing. There's loads of people I want to shout out. Also, just to the people at the Blessed Edward School, I've been doing this program of getting kids into Yu-Gi-Oh! And everything. Cool. It does show that with hard work, determination, you can get there, and just never give up. Just never give up, guys.
Yeah, now congrats. I want to just ask some stuff about the list.
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
So it is a bit different than some of the things we've seen over the weekend. I think the main thing that interested me is like you choosing Infinite Impermanence, because a lot of the decks are choosing like the hand traps you can always use as synchro material from the hand.
Yeah.
So how comes you decided to go for Imperm over the other ones?
So obviously you need cards to stop. Cool team cards, and also you need cards that ultimately stop Branded cards. And like Imperm acts as a semi-board breaker as well. Like me and my mate Bennett didn't want to like make the deck too board breaker heavy. We didn't want to make it too like hand trap heavy. We just wanted it so that it had coverage over everything, because UK Nationals is a pool of whatever you have. Like if you were to take this to a YCS, this list, it's probably a different story. You know, you're probably playing against like mirror match after mirror match after mirror match. But because it's just whatever comes in front, like literally, I thought at first I was in a mirror match, and then he started because the way he positioned his cards in game 1, I thought it was about to real rotary and a tuner. So I thought he was about to do that, but then he just did the contact fuse thing, and I was like, oh, okay, right. So then, that's where it came from.
It pays off versatility, being able to adapt. That's what the kill tuning deck is, just using the knowledge, the best thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So congrats on your result.
Thank you.
We'll wait for the final standings. They should be coming out in the round finishes, and hopefully we'll see you top 8 and maybe see you in stream later.
Yes, hopefully.
All right. See you guys. So we're gonna be back in a bit with the top 8 breakdown, and then straight into top 8 rounds once the round's finished.
Okay.
エンディミオン様。魔法都市エンディミオン。魔物であふれた世界において屈指の安全を保障する場所。治めるのは偉大な賢者の一人、神聖魔導王エンディミオンである。しかし長い平和は間もなく終わろうとしていた。古に封印されし炎の魔人が復活しようとしていたからな。魔人の名はゾロア。兵士長、兵たちに出征の準備をさせてくれ。戦いの時は近い。はっ。
お仕事は終わりましたか、エンディミオン。
アルテミス、あいにくまだ。
ではお茶にしましょう。夫婦の時間も世界と同じくらい大切でしょ。久しぶりね。こうやって二人でゆっくりするのも。恐れているのでしょ。禁じられた谷へ。あなたがかつて封印したゾロアに再び立ち向かうことを。
当然だ。相手はかつて世界を滅ぼしかけた魔の神なのだから。
否定しないのはあなたらしいわ。
入念に準備してきた。奴に対抗するために魔法石を開発し、この国を作り上げた。私に鼓舞は必要ないよ、アルテミス。
出会った頃からあなたはそういう人だった。なんだか懐かしい。
この際だから聞いておこう。君は若き兵を死地に向かわせるこの愚かな王になぜここまで寄り添ってくれるのだ。この戦いで間違いなくほとんどの兵は帰還できない。かつての友アレイスターはもういない。私がこの手で封じたからな。サンドリオンには頼りを出したが答えてくれるかどうか。再びゾロアを倒せる可能性は、しかしやり遂げねばならん。どれほど犠牲を出そうとも。
ああ、まったくあなたって本当に不器用なんだから、すぐにそうやって自分を悪者みたいに言って有罪です。本当に昔から変わらない。兵士たちのことが心配でつい先頭に立っちゃうところとか、友達のことをすぐにかばうところとか、表では軍備のためと嘘吹きながら魔力を持たない人間に魔法を使えるようにしてあげたいって頑張っちゃうところとか。だから私はあなたを好きになったんだけど。
アルテミス、
一人で行くつもりでしょう。ゾロはかつての友のもとに兵たちに戦いの準備をさせているのも、自身が不在の間に国を守らせるためなのでしょう。
女神に隠し事はできないな。
ええ、お見通しです。あなたをずっとそばで見てきたんだもの。私に心配させたくなかったの？
いや、軽蔑されたくなかったのだ。あまりに非効率なただのわがままを通そうとしている。世界を危険にさらそうとしているんだ。許されることではない。
かつてあなたたちは異界の扉を開いて世界を魔力で満たした。それは良いことばかりではなかったかもしれないけど、私はあなたに出会えたわ。綺麗な空しか知らなかった私に土の安らぎを教えてくれた。あなたが世界を救ったんだもの。一度ならわがままを言う権利はあるわね。
ありがとう、アルテミス。この町に住む全ての民よ、聞いてほしい。間もなく魔人の封印は解かれる。奴が復活すれば世界は混沌に逆戻り。故に兵たちに命じる。皆命を懸けてこの町を守護せよ。魔人の討伐には私一人で行く。これは賢者としての責務であり、私のわがままだ。君たちが背負う必要はない。どうかこの愚かな王の最後のわがままを許してほしい。必ずや魔人を倒してみせる。はっ！ありがとう。
いってらっしゃい、エンディミオン。お土産期待してます。
ああ、行ってくる。
Hello Duelists! We're here at UK Nationals for more trivia, and because we're at UK Nationals, we'll be asking about previous National Champion winners. So, do you remember which deck won the UK National Championship in 2025?
Fire King?
No. Oh. So 2025 plays level 4s, plays Rituals.
Mitsurugi. Yeah.
How about in Ireland in 2024?
Snake Eye?
Yeah, that's a safe answer. And at last, the French nationals in 2025.
Hint? A hint at all?
Oh, it plays level 3 monsters. It likes to summon itself from the banished.
Malice?
Yeah, it's Malice.
That was the obvious.
Yeah, there you go.
Hello, Duelists, and welcome to this extremely exciting, in my opinion, Duelist and deck showcase for the Archmage and Power Pater strategies. I'm joined by Luke Tyler here, a very prominent player in the scene at the moment. Luke, please talk us through the deck that you were playing during this weekend.
Yeah, so this is a really wide format. You can play a lot of different decks. A lot of decks are quite undiscovered or not really touched on a lot. One of those, I think, is the Power Patron cards.
Yes.
These cards, people know are insane, but might not know how insane they truly are.
They really are
These
insane.
cards are ridiculous. So I'm playing Archmage Power Patron because I think that the pure Patron deck is really strong, has an incredible time going first, but it has some issues where sometimes your deck isn't always the best into full loss. And going second, it can sometimes just run out of gas quite easily.
Sure.
Like, you'll push into a board, and then once you've gone through like your names, that's it.
Sure.
Whereas the Archmage cards in the deck, they add just a lot more layers to how much you can do. So it really raises the ceiling of the deck quite a lot. So I'll go over what I play in the deck, really.
Wonderful.
So in any deck playing this lore archetype, you play Medius.
Absolutely.
Because it can get to any Patron. So that is any of these 4 cards here of level 1.
Yeah.
And one reason why I like this deck a lot more than pure Patron is because this card is amazing. I don't want to be biased, but I think that it is the best level 1 Patron of the 3 lore archetypes. Because
I think it's got the nicest design, in my opinion.
Yeah,
like
it's really cool.
Yeah.
It's cool because the Doomsday one has to be destroyed.
Yes.
And the Elfin one has to be singled off. This one has to go from hand or field to grave in it searches, which is like it's very easy to get the effects.
Yeah.
So into a board, it's amazing because if they negate it, you can just crash it.
Yeah.
If they pop it, you can search anyway. So it trades really well into interaction, which is very nice. And it can fuse, we'll get into in a moment, into these cards here.
Yeah.
Most Archmage decks don't play like a huge engine of Patrons. They'll play like this red one,
yeah,
Benevedo and Jupredo, which is the Doomsday one.
Sure.
Like in Doomsday, they'll play more copies of the Doomsday one. We play more copies of the Archmage one in Archmage. I play 3 of it in this deck and 1 of this. I play a larger engine than most people, where I play also the Genaldo, and I also play Pendulum Treasure. So
very good card in this
deck.
deck.
Yeah, this card's really good because its 1-card combo is kind of weakened to draw, but as they extend it, it's really good because you can put this into the extra deck face up to summon this card, or this card from the deck, or any of these 2, which is really good.
Yeah.
So into a board, you can go treasure, put this, and then summon this from deck, which is insane.
Yeah.
Because it's quick effect diffuse, which is really, really good. And then normally if you already have this card live, the counter trap to negate monster effects, and you can play into draw a bit more safely, you can go treasure into Jupredo, or if you want to ignore draw, you can go this into Geppetto, and this card adds Terminus.
Yes.
And this card you might be a bit more familiar with. This card
Very
is
much so, yeah.
in a lot of decks right now. It's insane because it dumps a patron monster from deck or the extract to the graveyard to add a Dark Fairy, which is Medius, Vidolium, or Shade. Shade, our new card for the TCG, is incredible in any of these big patron decks. It's really strong.
Any Pendulum deck needs this card, and it's such a good card.
It's so good. This card's fantastic. I don't play more than one of it because it can be a bit weird into removal going second.
And it's so easy to searchable in this deck as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's very easy to search. So it's also got very high scale too, which is very nice. But normally you're going Terminus into Medius and then either summoning from deck this to make your Link 2 plays or adding this. There's a lot of different options you have with this deck. Your hands and your combos change a lot depending on what they do and what you have.
Sure.
But normally the idea is that you get Medius into rotation early or into a bit later when you search for Terminus, and this gets you into the Owl, and the Owl can fuse into any Artmage Fusion monster, so it can fuse into Non-Finito.
Very good card in and of itself.
Yes, so the reason why I like this deck a lot, the Artmage deck and not Pure Patron, is because this deck is incredible in a deck that can play it. So it's really good in Pure Patron, because you can just contact fuse with this from my hand, and then this can set the counter trap from deck, which is a monster negate.
Yeah.
It can use this turn it's set as well. Or you can set the Assault to add Medius. So typically in Pure Patron, you'll see people will play like one, I think maybe two Finito, and then like these cards.
Sure.
But in Artmage, we have access to the other cards too. Actually, missing a card here. We have the Field Spell.
Yeah, the Artmage Field Spell, yeah.
Yeah, so this card is really strong. The Artmage Field Spell is technically 5 times per turn, because it can search for any name. So it can search for...
It's once per name, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, so once per name that hasn't already been declared and isn't on your face-up monsters.
Sure.
So if you have this as a scale, it's a spell card, so add it off of this anyway. So yeah, this card's really good. It's great to get to later in your combos, because you have to be careful, it does lock you into... It's a bit of like a loose lock, into Artmage monsters, Medius, and from the extra deck. So you can summon most things anyway.
You can do a lot of stuff with that still, yeah.
Yeah, the extra deck especially, you can make like all your link cards and whatnot.
Absolutely.
It most means that you can't reborn from grave anything that's not like an Artmage. You can't like reborn like these from grave, for example, right?
Yeah.
Or summon this from hand with its effect. But it's a lot you can get around pretty easily. There is also the other field spell, which is Vidolia. This card is played in Pure Patron, not often in Artmage, but I like it a lot because I'm playing again a huge Patron engine in this deck.
You are, very much so, yeah.
Because it lets me get to my full board more easily. And sometimes against Branded, you can do the full effects, which is that when you have each of your extra deck patrons, which is the Jupiter, Genora, and Nerva, they can't use any effects in the graveyard. So it's actually not too hard to get to this because you just need to get to all 3 on board and then just like banish 9 cards.
Sure.
So
yeah,
it's pretty good. Has a pretty nice attack debuff effect too, which can be relevant, but it's not what we play it for already.
Comes up.
It comes up, yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then you're going back to the Patron, this can make this card too.
Yes.
Deactus is a very common end board piece because it's a Omni Negate. It can negate anything.
Not dissimilar to Desiree in the way it works, if I'm not mistaken?
A bit different. Desiree negates from Resolution. This is just negate.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's like, I guess more so like Barujas.
Sure.
So you end on both Barujas and this, so you have 2 Omni Negates.
Yeah.
It has the effect too, which is that if it's destroyed, you can summon Medius. So if they Virtuous it, you get summon Medius from deck, which is pretty
Wonderful,
good.
Yeah.
What is cool with this is that in the end board, it's good to like use this card, try to hold it for later on, because if they negate it like Droplet or whatever, you can fuse it off with Non-Finito and then bring it back from graveyard with Littera.
Sure.
So it's very easy to have a more layered end board with Littera and this card.
I always find Littera is actually, in this deck, a rather impactful Go spell. For
Yeah.
Not to give too many hints against this deck, obviously.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, normally in the combos, if you go like off uninterrupted, you'll get to this at the end, so that wouldn't affect you.
By that point.
Yeah.
Not a big deal.
Yeah, but Littera is probably like one of the only bricks in the deck.
Sure.
Because like these are all fine to draw. Littera by itself doesn't really do much. It has to add back from grave, but it's still fine. It's okay. I guess to add more to like the layers of the end board, of course we have the counter trap cards. Mentioned before, you can use it with turn it's set with Non-Finito. So even if you cannot end on this, in their turn you can go Non-Finito, to fuse into a second one to set it from deck, because
Oh, I
Finito
see.
is a soft once per turn.
Right.
But the summon's once per turn.
Yeah.
So you can go like in their turn, fuse into another one, and then set from deck, and then the second one can fuse again.
Sure.
Into Stapelia or into whatever you play, Sylvia, etc.
Goodness me.
And yeah, the extra layer on the end board, apart from your huge field, is this card here, which is the Archmage normal trap card. This card's crazy. It's so insane because its best effect is in the graveyard, but on the field, it summons Media Archmage monster, and then it applies like a branded lost effect, I guess.
Yes.
So they can't use things in the fusion response window. So it's really strong, but it's also mostly in here for the effects of a graveyard.
Wonderful, yeah.
What can be banished to bounce one back and pop a card on the field. So you can recur your advantage and destroy cards too.
Yeah.
So even if they like drop your entire board, you still have these two cards. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
And yeah, there are some crazy things you can do post-siding too, but generally the end board that you'll see, at least what I go for, I don't play the Charmer Link 4 because I play other cards in the extra deck, but I end on SP, I'm going to start with my extra deck, I end on like...
Plenty of interaction, I imagine, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot. You have SP, typically this will be just chilling over here.
Sure.
You have this counter trap set, this one in the graveyard. You'll have Non-Finito, Varudras, Deactorus.
Varudras in and of itself is a fantastic card as well.
It's really strong, yeah. Especially when paired with Deactorus, you have like two of them, so it's very nice.
Insane.
And then you also have Littera and Finmail. Typically, if you see people play the Link 4, they end on the Link 4 up here instead, but I make this end board.
I'm not sure you always need it, you know?
Yeah, but Link 4's an incredible card.
It's amazing, but is it always... That's my point, it's like, not always.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
It's very good, though. Very good.
It's a very good card. I find that I want to dedicate my... Because it's a very tight extra deck.
Yes.
To have more spots for utility. So I'll end on this. So you have, like, these 6 cards on the field, which are interaction. This one gives you more interaction by making Stapelia or Sylvia. Then you have these cards too, so it's a lot. It's a lot.
It's a lot. It's incredible deck.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
As I mentioned to you earlier, I have a friend who's been on this since it was first out in Jordan's Advance. So the deck has always been a fun option. Was obviously very powerful in Genesis for a while.
Yes.
And is now, I think, a real threat in the meta when paired with these Power Patron cards.
Yeah, yeah. It's sort of like a good bit of success with K9 before.
Of course.
But now it's seeing, I think, a even greater like energy that has more synergy with it with the Patron cards because they have like direct interaction. It gives you more like common pieces with this card.
Very much so. Well, I think that's all we've got time for at this, but thank you very much for talking us through the strategy. It's absolutely fantastic. Best of luck in the tournament in the next couple of days. I look forward to hopefully seeing you on feature. Thanks for watching, everyone, and hopefully we'll be on to another game very shortly.
Welcome, duelists, to UK Nationals 2026 live here in Birmingham. Now, we have some very exclusive goodies that you can pick up if you are here. And if you are not here, you'll still be able to get some amazing designs online at shopyugio.com. So what amazing designs have we got? Well, of course, we have the almighty Black Rose Dragon, one of my favorite cards in the entire game. Now, speaking of favorite cards in the entire game, another one of my personal favorites, and even Yugi's favorites, that's going to be making an upgraded appearance in the brand new core boost set of Chaos Origin coming out later on this month, is of course Black Luster Soldier. Now, these are all officially merchandised by Konami themselves, so you can see how good these will look on your back. Now, they have designs on the front and designs on the back, being the full arts here. If that wasn't enough, just for this event, one of the first exclusive designs is this official UK Nationals NEC Birmingham 2026 designed t-shirt. You can also get all of these designs as hoodies as well to keep you warm in the winter months. And speaking of keeping yourselves warm, you can also pick yourself up a good old cap to keep your bonnet nice and warm too. So make sure you head to shopyugio.com or head on down at any point this weekend to pick them up and wear them straight away.
Here with Henry here today, and we're going to be talking about trivia and naming cards from different archetypes.
Sounds like fun.
So, to start off, can you name 5 different TCG cards with pot in their name?
Pot, I want to say pot of greed, pot of generosity, pot of avarice, pot of duality, and pot of extravagance.
Ooh, okay, yeah, those are 5. And how about 3 different cards with Rika?
Rika, I'm going to say, Rika. I should know this. I know this pretty well. I'm going to say Rika Petal, Rika Princess is that a card, and Rika. What's the field spell called? I forgot the field spell.
Starts with a G.
Glamour.
Yeah.
That's the one. That's the one.
All right, so now for the hardest one.
Okay.
Can you name me 10 Ritual Beast monsters?
10 Ritual Beast monsters. Okay, we got Ritual Beast Tamer Lara, Ritual Beast Tamer Elder, Spiritual Beast Rampengu, Spiritual Beast Canohawk, Spiritual Beast Apelio, with Spiritual Beast Tamer Winder. We have, I forget the full names of the fusions.
You don't need to give me the full names, it's fine.
I'll go Spiritual Beast Pedalfin, and then for the extra deck, there's Spiritual Beast Ultigar Apelio, Spiritual Beast Canohawk, and the Spiritual Beast Apelio as well.
There you go, congrats. Thanks for playing.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to your 300th YCS celebration here in Dortmund. Whether it's the main event or public events, every single one of our participants will be sat at these tables duking it out to become the best of the best. Take part in some of those public events, and you can win some tickets to exchange at the prize wall.
For this YCS, we have some special stuff at the prize wall. This is the 300th YCS.
And right now, the magic is happening over here in the analysis zone. This is our coverage area, as well as the feature match zone. This is where all of our deals that you'll be seeing here as coverage will be decided. stick around. We've got loads of great coverage coming your way.
Welcome back, duelists. We are here with another Worlds possible participant. We are here with Jordan Gallagher, who has been working incredibly hard this season to accumulate many a Worlds points. So first off, congratulations, Jordan, for making yourself into this position here. What I want to start off with is, what made you decide to start this Worlds journey?
So I kind of did it not really on purpose. I started off playing Dracotail. I played it at a regional, got second, and then I went to ICS Lille and I got 10th place, which was a good amount of points. But I still hadn't really committed to it at that point because I know you have to travel to quite a lot of big regionals if you want to do it in Europe this season. And then one weekend there's the French Open, and 3 or 4 days before it, I decided to book a ticket, and I went to the French Open and I won it. So then at that point, and it was the biggest European regional ever, so it was the most points you could ever get from an event. I was just at that point, I have to commit.
Exactly that. So you've been working incredibly hard. You've traveled around loads of different venues, not just UK and basically everywhere else in Europe, just to kind of accumulate these points. And during that journey, you decided to stick with Dracotail. What made you stick with that deck as long as you did?
So there's one event this entire season I didn't play Dracotail. My first regional of the season, I played Yummy. But then after the Forbidden Limited list, where they hit the Vanquish Soul deck, and that was the Dracotail deck's worst matchup, I played it at a regional the week before Frixel came out, and I got second place, and I felt really good. And I took it to the YCS the next week, and the deck just felt so fun to me, so rewarding. I felt like my gameplay mattered a lot, and just throughout the entire season, with all the support that I got, and how the deck just kind of panned out, I entered every event with it in the future, and it just felt good every time. It felt worth it.
Exactly that, and as you've already mentioned, Forbidden Limited list and just general formats, new products, kind of shake it up, change up the decks. When you're preparing for stuff like this, how important is a dedicated testing circle?
It is quite important. I've generally I've been a bit inconsistent with the testing circle the past few years, unfortunately. A bunch of my friends that I used to test with a lot stopped playing every once in a while, but recently, before YCS Dortmund, I joined a new testing circle, and then YCS Dortmund went pretty well for me, so I think it is quite important to have people who are like-minded, who want to get better at Yu-Gi-Oh!, who want to improve, who want to discuss the game, and it helps a lot, definitely.
So this being the last UK Nationals for the season, or the last Nationals for the season in general, how has it kind of felt for you? Because you kind of got yourself solidified in that Worlds playoff position at Euros next month quite early. Has that been a burden off your shoulders?
Yeah, ever since maybe earlier on in the year, I'd say maybe after Dortmund, it kind of felt like I was solidified a little bit. I was still a little bit nervous that I wasn't sure, so I did play another UK Open, another French Open, and generated more points. But yeah, it has been since the French Open, I've been a lot more relaxed. I don't have to worry about traveling every weekend or worrying about points all so much.
amazing. So there's an incredible journey, a very, very good story behind that as well. We wish Jordan the best of luck at the playoffs at Brussels, coming up very, very shortly next month. Hopefully you will be at home as well, cheering in on, and hopefully both Josh and Jordan can make their way to Worlds with those positions. So congratulations, Jordan. Thank you so much for all the hard work you've been putting in this season. I wish you the best of luck here at UK Nationals, but also the best of luck in the playoffs as well. Is there anyone else you want to give a final shout out to before we leave you?
I just want to say thank you to all my friends for helping me this past year with testing and just talking about Yu-Gi-Oh!
Thank you very much. And that is everything from Jordan. We're going to be taking it back to the stream. Welcome, duelists, to UK Nationals 2026 live here in Birmingham. Now, we have some very exclusive goodies that you can pick up if you are here. And if you are not here, you'll still be able to get some amazing designs online at shopyugio.com. So what amazing designs have we got? Well, of course, we have the almighty Black Rose Dragon, one of my favorite cards in the entire game. Now, speaking of favorite cards in the entire game, another one of my personal favorites, and even Yugi's favorites, that's going to be making an upgraded appearance in the brand new core boost set of Chaos Origin coming out later on this month, is of course Black Luster Soldier. Now, these are all officially merchandised by Konami themselves, so you can see how good these will look on your back. Now, they have designs on the front and designs on the back, being the full arts here. If that wasn't enough, just for this event, one of the first exclusive designs is this official UK Nationals NEC Birmingham 2026 designed t-shirt. You can also get all of these designs as hoodies as well to keep you warm in the winter months. And speaking of keeping yourselves warm, you can also pick yourself up a good old cap to keep your bonnet nice and warm too. So make sure you head to shopyugio.com or head on down at any point this weekend to pick them up and wear them straight away. Okay, welcome back, duelists. We are here with two lucky additional duelists that want to take head-to-head a trivia challenge. Now, the challenge that is going to be put to both of these is they're going to need to tell me level 1 monsters back and forth until either someone cannot name a level 1 monster or until someone doubles up. So, let's start to my right. A level 1 monster, please.
Coaching Rotary. Fusion Parasite. Effect Veiler. Lyrillus Recital Starlord.
I've already forgot. Lyrillus Grey something.
Just to rub salt in the room, the next one there. There we go. Nice, short, sweet and simple level 1 monsters. Thank you very much. We're going to be getting some more trivia around the place, so we'll be back very shortly.
So, if you guys have been to some of our YCS tournaments in the past, or you've been checking out our coverage, you might have seen that we've recently started adding some wonderful Yu-Gi-Oh! Merchandise collaborations to some of our booths. And here today, we have the Gatherer's Tavern booth, where you guys can find these amazing arty bags and the bigger arty slings, including things like the winged Karibo, or my personal favorite, the Moki Moki. These bags are incredible. Now, as you can see, my wonderful casting colleagues are styling some of these off behind me. Now, not all of these are available immediately. Some are coming soon, but they will all be available here and also online. So make sure you guys do check them out if you're in the venue, but do check out the website for the Gatherers Tavern and make sure you guys get your hands on these amazing, amazing bags and slings, because it's time to duel in style. Welcome to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live in Birmingham.
Our duelists can compete in a lot of different events. We have over 2,500 players attending, and you can compete to get some amazing prize wall tickets. You
can even win a giant card. This is where most of the magic happens over the weekend. All the feature matches that you see happen here. Don't go anywhere, we've got loads of great coverage coming your way.
One of the most exciting things about Rarity Collection 5 is that we are finally going to be able to get our hands on extended art cards in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yes, Josh, I've been waiting so long for this, and finally it's happening with Rarity Collection 5.
So in total, you're going to be finding 10 different extended art versions of really popular cards in Rarity Collection 5. And for each of them, they're going to come in ultra rare as well as the really good looking Starlight rares. Now my favorite extended art in Rarity Collection 5 is by far the Dominus Perch. I really love how the artwork pops on this card, and I have some fond memories of using this card in my Yummy decks, in my Fiendsmith decks, and I'm really excited about it because it is a popular staple card that you can use in a lot of different decks.
My favorite card is Kurikara Divincarnate. Just like you, I like using it in a lot of different decks, and I have plenty of fond memories of tributing plenty of monsters with Kurikara, but it would look even better now in extended art. So Rarity Collection 5 is going to be your first opportunity to get your hands on these 10 exciting extended art cards.
I'm so happy we're finally getting these. I can't wait, and I'm sure so is everyone else, so let us know your favorites in the comments.
Hello, welcome back for some more fun mini-games here at the Nationals here in my hometown of Birmingham. This is with friends of mine here, Lucy and Billy. We're going to give you guys a category, name as many monsters as you can in that category back and forth. First person who can't name a monster loses. Are we ready?
Yeah.
Cool. Our category is going to be Hero Fusion Monsters.
Starting from with who?
We'll go ladies first, Lucy.
Contrast Hero Chaos.
Very good.
Elemental Hero Sunrise.
Thank you.
Elemental Hero Flame Wingman.
Wonderful.
Elemental Hero Shining Neos Wingman.
Spectacular.
Elemental Hero Flame Wingman Infernal Rage.
Wonderful.
Destiny Hero Phoenix Enforcer.
Incredible.
Elemental Hero Absolute Zero.
That is one.
Mine's gone blank.
You play zero.
I did. Mine's gone blank now. Can't.
What does Absolute Zero go into?
Oh, Master Heroes. Master Hero Acid.
There we go.
Elemental Hero Mudball Man.
Wonderful.
Can't do that to me.
more Clayman fusions.
Vision Hero Trinity.
Wonderful.
Wake Up Your Elemental Hero.
Amazing.
Destiny Hero Dogma.
Amazing. Oh, Dogma's not a fusion. Oh, Billy, you are out, I'm afraid. Thank you both for playing. We'll move on to the next one. See you in a bit.
Hello, duelists. I'm here with Josh Kelly, who's one of the best duelists in the UK this season, and he's more likely than not going to be part of the Rhodes Points playoff this year. So, Josh, how has your season been going?
It's been really good, really fun. I travelled loads for Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournaments this year, so it was really nice. I got to see everywhere in Europe, France, Italy, Germany, all the big tournaments are there. So it was loads of fun travelling there, playing Yu-Gi-Oh!, meeting everyone. And I met so many people this year from all around Europe, so it was a really nice, really fun journey.
Yeah, and I think it's really nice that when you do the Worlds grind, you end up traveling with the same people all the time, so you end up making friends from other places. And about that, what has been your favorite tournament that you played this year while looking for more points?
At YCS Dortmund, I came 64th, which just the cut-off for points, just 33 points for 64th, which is a big lifesaver. And especially the YCSs are really nice because all my friends from the UK come. I meet everyone who I've met the whole season traveling around, and that was towards the end. So I'd made loads of friends across the year, and I got to meet up with them, say hi to all of them at that one event, which was really cool.
Yeah, that's really nice. It's one of the reasons we love playing Yu-Gi-Oh! About like the actual decks and the format through the season, it's changed a lot, right? So what are your favorite like cards or decks, or what time during the year you think you were the best at?
I really liked Jake Hotel towards just before when the new branded support came out, because it felt like you had so much control over the games. They were so back and forth, really fun, and the gameplay was just amazing. Like the Drake Hotel cards really promote interaction, and they're really fun to play with.
Yeah, no, that's really nice. So Worlds playoffs coming on. We still have this weekend to play for, of course. There's more releases before that. But how are you already thinking of preparation for that? How is the experiences? Because it's a pretty tense tournament. You do all this work over the season, and you have this one final goal. So how are you approaching it?
Yeah, so I've already started reading all the new cards from Chaos Origins because it's a set coming out right before Euros. So it'll be a new format. It'll be, I think, really interesting to see how everyone adapts to the new cards coming out and how it changes the meta. And so right now I'm just learning everything that's coming out and making sure I'm prepared and know all the decks that I could face against in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now that's really good, and you got to know who are the other players you can face against. When I played it like 2 years ago, one of the main things is like, oh, this guy has played Snake Eye the whole season, so that he might be playing something like Snake Eye for the playoffs, and that's really interesting. How about this weekend? How are you taking? Because you're pretty much locked in for the point. So does it change how you choose your deck for the weekend compared to the other events in the season?
Yeah, my initial thoughts going into the national championship were I want to play something really consistent, really safe, and then I'll go X2, X3, get a bunch of points. But I don't really need the points anymore. So I'm just going to go for the win, play something out of pocket, and try and win the championship this weekend.
So yeah, best of luck to Josh, and you might see him on stream this weekend. Welcome back. We're here with more trivia, and today we're doing like a back-to-back game. So you guys are going to be each saying one card name, and I'm going to start with you. And the team is Salomon Great Monsters.
Spinny. Phoenix. Gazelle. Leo. Raging Phoenix. Pyro Phoenix. Salomon Great Circle. That's not a monster. Sunlight Wolf.
What have I got?
Jaguar.
Oh, you got me. Can't do it.
And that was it. Enjoy it.
Top 8 matches here. finally here at the end of the very long weekend, but we're very excited to be here, as of course we are. How you feeling, Dale?
I am absolutely ecstatic. So not only have the daughters been working towards this, but I've been excited to get here.
Yeah.
I want to be crowning our new UK national champion. We have our top 8 duelists, the best duelists in the room. And we're going to be starting off with the highest represented deck in the room as well. So we are going to be able to get Cool Tunes. So you can see up on the screen right now the bracket. So these are the lucky 8 duelists that have worked their way here.
We have, of course, Ahmad Raja versus Joe Brudenell. I might have mispronounced that, I apologize. Then we have Rabi Halawani and Eric Nathan Roth. Then Ben Challoner and Jake Stocks. And then lastly, we have Alex Redman and Danny Khan. Well done to all of you for making it this far in this very, very difficult field, I think. Very difficult format. As I say, I've mentioned before, it's a very wide format, and to do so well, so consistently against, I imagine, so many different decks, very impressive.
Yeah, that's what's amazing about this game right now and the format is it is so varied. And then you start to see the decks and the players. And we already got to feature Rabi and we featured Ben already this weekend. So you've kind of seen how those duelists have navigated. And it's those minute details that you would have seen within their duels that kind of changes their trajectory and their path, making the right decisions at the right time and being able to kind of adapt on the kind of fly, I suppose to say, and then work its way here. So our first will be, of course, Ahmad that finished first in Swiss, and he is going to be piloting Cool Tunes up against his opponent, who is also on Cool Tunes. So the highest represented deck in the room. It's going to be very interesting to see exactly how these two Goliaths are going to be coming together.
Very exciting indeed. It's an interesting matchup, actually. As I see, we have 5 Cool Tune in the top 8, 1 Branded, 1 Reddit Typhoon, and 1 Teller, which is really exciting. That old strategy which has gotten some new support in Battles Legend Glorious Gallery, really having a really interesting, good showing here at the tournament today. But of course, these fan favourites, Reddit Typhoon, still putting in work even after it's been hit on the Forbidden Limited list. It's still doing fantastic work. And of course, the Branded, which it's anyone's game truly at this point, I think.
Yeah, exactly that. I think we're all kind of still in it with a chance because I believe we all said that Branded was our pick to possibly win it here.
Yeah.
So a very, very good strategy on that one as well. Cool Tune are standing in the way. Every duelist is now going to be walking home with, of course, the entry prize, or the prize map for the top 128 duelists. So it's going to be featuring Fairy Tale Teller, and then they're all going to be trying to work into that top 4. One more win away, and you'll be able to walk home with a super rare version of the YCS prize card, and then 2 wins away. That's right. 2 more duels and you can be walking home as the UK national champion with your ticket and accommodation all ready to go for Brussels and holding that glorious trophy.
Very exciting stuff indeed. I went to Berlin last year for the WCQ as a player, and it is really exciting. The atmosphere, and it's the one sadness of how this weekend is not being able to play this tournament, being here as a commentator. Playing these big tournaments are so exciting. The atmosphere in the room, the sort of back and forth, the mind games you play with your opponent to play. And again, these top 8 contestants have done a wonderful job doing that. And I'm hopefully, if not win the whole thing, genuinely, I hope they've all had a fun time as well.
Yeah, I think without a doubt you've had a bit of a fun time with this one here. So both of our duelists are going to be cutting the decks up. And remember that they've already gone through 5 rounds of Swiss this morning. And it is currently nearly 3 p.m. here in the UK. And we're going to be diving into top 8 game number 1. And we're going to see who's going to take the first step into trying to become the UK national champion.
I actually played against Ahmad last week at an OTS, and I know from experience he's a very, very talented player. And although I don't know Joe, he must have done well to get this far in the tournament as well. So good luck to both of them here. We see Ahmad starting here with Cool Tune Q, a very powerful, very strong start for this deck. I'm wondering if there's any response from the opponent here, also, let's say, on Cool Tune.
Yeah, so it's very important here that we've used our additional normal summon here, and that's going to get met with an Effect Vader. Very important card to try and stop here. It doesn't stop its effect to be able to synchro summon from hand, which is exactly what we're about to see Ahmad do here, but it does stop that special summon of another Cool Tune named directly from the deck. Or technically any tuner from the deck, but you kind of want to be going for the Rico or the Mix or sometimes Rotary.
More or less, yeah. And of course, we see the summon here of the Cool Tune Trapmaker. I would hazard a guess at, we see the Infinite Permanence hit coming down, answering the Trapmaker. No search here for Ahmad, but we are at least going to see the top 2 cards of the opponent's deck, seeing the Infinite Permanence and another Effect Veiler.
So I suppose in this situation, are we better off Oh, we're banishing the Vader. Are we going to top deck the Imperm or bottom deck it?
I'd imagine give it to your opponent because they can't do much with it at this point, you know?
Yeah. Completely agree. Has Ahmad got any more answers? We know we've got the Cool Tune Rotary in the hand. We still have our original normal summon as well. It just kind of comes down to if there is another Cool Tune name or access to another Cool Tune name in Ahmad's hand in order to kind of enter the field of play to give Joe a little bit more to think about as he tries to build his field in response.
Excited to see here how Ahmad does play here. It might truly... I think I see some spell cards in hand. It does seem to be a pass turn, though. Might be wrong on what I saw there. Oh, no, it's not. Sorry, might have just been talking to his opponent. Revealing it's for the extra normal summon by the looks of things.
No, so we've already done the extra normal summon. That was the normal summon of Rotary. It looks like we're going to be synchro summoning into another Cool Tune Track Maker.
At the very least, getting the knowledge of the opponent's hand, even if nothing else.
We get the access to the Cool Tune Secret if this resolves. It's a sacrifice for the Ash Blossom, but we're about to reveal a Rotary, a Fallen of the Virtues, and a JJ Cool Tune.
Not a bad hand. Not a mind you, no, there's no, no, they're going to draw into an Infinite Impermanence. That's you know what? No, tricky spot for Joe, I think, actually.
Yeah, not ideal what you want to be seeing here. So we're going to be able to see Ahmad respond with a Cool Tune Synchro. I feel that that's probably... Oh, we're going for the JJ Cool Tune instead. Or we're just going to swap around one of our trap makers, and that'll work us into a Rico or a mix. I suppose that is a bit more free now that you know your opponent doesn't have any more interactions.
Exactly. Ahmad knows he can play freely here, and like you say, tributing off one of these trap makers, I assume, to go for, like you say, one of the maybe a mix or Rico here to see if we can go for one of those powerful synchros. Now, the question is, do we go for the remix? Do we go for the RS? Or do we just try and go for something like Azalin here? We have to wait and see how it goes.
Yeah, I feel that, me personally, maybe we don't need to worry about RS. Maybe we just, or maybe we get both, but a remix could be quite useful here, right? Because it doesn't fear the Fallen and the Virtuous.
Exactly.
Infinite Impermanence might be, but then you just chain the remix, whereas an Infinite Impermanence will trade off with the RS straight away.
100%, yeah. No, I think you're right. I think a remix here is probably the way to go. Opens up a lot more possibilities for Ahmad here, I believe.
Also lets you get that Ash Blossom back for the JJ Cool Tune, I suppose.
Of course, yeah.
That could be quite big.
I did play this deck a little bit before Christmas, and I always forgot that you could do that. It's a very powerful interaction that you can do when playing this deck, is grab those hand interactions that you've used already back into your hand. Even something, I believe, like Vidrolus Harmonia you can do that with. It's really incredible power of this deck.
Yeah, very, very good for its consistency plays as well. So we're going to see the reason why Ahmad is here in the top seat right now with a 13-1 record. Joe getting in top with an 11-3 record here. So we're going to get the remix. We're going to get one card set. And then we're going to be passing over to Joe to draw what we amazingly know is being the Infinite Impermanence and see where we're going to be able to try and work on from here.
Seeing how Joe plays at this turn is going to be very interesting. It's I don't know how much he really has in terms of potential power here. Honestly, it's going to be tricky because the remix does sort of just answer anything. It's a difficult situation for Joe, unfortunately. Is it unwinnable? It depends how Ahmad plays it, I suppose, but it's a tricky situation indeed.
Well, both duelists have already gone through 14 rounds of Swiss, so they've never... I'll be amazed if they haven't seen or been in situations like this before.
Absolutely.
They're going to be working incredibly hard to see where we can get from this one and then kind of build on from there.
Going straight for the Typhon here. Interesting. Now, again, we do still have the remix on the field, and that can answer the Typhon by simply summoning the RS if he wants to, but I think that might be what's going to happen here. I could be wrong. I thought I saw it against the graveyard there. I know, just Fall of the Virtuous. Sorry, I didn't even see that. And that still, in and of itself, will answer the Typhon and leave Ahmad free to play, I believe, in the following turn.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see what Joe does here. We still have the Fallen Virtuous ourselves, so we're going to chain a Fallen Virtuous. I suppose you set yourself up with a Fallen Virtuous for during your opponent's turn and remove one of the monsters on the field. I kind of feel like you have to go for Track Maker here, right? Because otherwise, unless you want to force the remix or you get rid of the JJ Cool Tune, could be quite useful here as well. That kind of mitigates Ahmad's resources later on, but I feel even with the remix removing itself from the field, gaining back the advantage on one of the Cool Tunes from the graveyard back to the field, and then grabbing a possibly Ash Blossom maybe from the graveyard back to the hand.
Sounds about right. To be fair, I wouldn't disagree with your analysis there. at all, my friend Dale. I'm interested actually, because obviously we see these deck lists. I'm quite interested to see what the individualities between them are. It looks as though the main decks are sort of fairly uniform and quite what we've come to expect. And obviously it's the extra and the side decks, which is where you're going to see a bit more expression here, which is quite exciting.
Yeah, there's some very interesting tech choices that a lot of duelists have chosen to add to their deck for particular matchups like this. As we mentioned throughout the entire weekend so far, that Cool Tunes is the highest represented deck around. It's definitely already got kind of people starting to look at different tech options. So we've seen Discord, is it Discord, the trap card?
I believe so, yeah.
A lot of people have been considering playing, and kind of cards like on those same ilk. So some duelists have decided to put those in their side decks. Some have decided not to and kind of focus more so on the more well-rounded cards like Solemn Accusations, Solemn Warnings, and Solemn Judgment sometimes. But it looks like we are moving to the end phase, resolving the Fallen and the Virtuous. That is going to allow us to get access to both players having Fallen and Virtuous here.
Indeed.
It does give Joe some form of disruption. But I feel that JJ Cool Tune on the field is probably what's going to be targeted by Joe's second Fallen and Virtuous during Ahmad's turn. And Ahmad is now just going to try and get a bit more resource here to probably push in and take this on to game number 2.
Seeing that top deck here could honestly be anything, of course, but even the situation that he's in, even removing this here, is maybe not going to be enough to deal with what is already on Ahmad's field and in Ahmad's hand. Just being able to normal summon. I believe he added one of the Cool Tune monsters back to hand. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I would like to think that Ahmad has a monster in hand. It depends on which one was added back, because if you add back Rico, it doesn't really add anything for you. It can't synchro into a level 5. There's not a level 5 that's of use to you right now, because Crackle specifically needs you to utilize Clip. And even then, some duelists are choosing to cut the Clip. But we're having a look now. We've got the Fallen and Virtuous, but the only card you can target will be your own, because it's the only one face up on the field. Is there a play to come from Ahmad here? Or maybe he might have got a hand interaction, and that's a hand interaction you probably don't want to lose. Unless you want to go to Zarlin, I guess. Couldn't be the worst idea.
Yeah, absolutely. Wouldn't be a bad idea at all, being able to, even if you have to chain your own Fallen and Virtuous to any sand face-up card that's not doing anything, or even just your own Zarlin, it's going to be able to negate something at the very least. We do see a synchro summoning happening here with that clip.
It was the clip. Are we going straight into Crackle?
Going for the loudness war, I believe, here. Which, hey, just a monster to sit on your field at the end of the turn, nothing to sniff at. A very powerful monster in and of itself.
Yeah, I think Loudness was always quite interesting, because it really does come to light during the mirror match, because that's the only match you can guarantee that there will be a tuner in your opponent's graveyard. Yes, of course, you have the Ash Blossoms and the Ghost Spells, but if they don't get seen by your opponent, they're never going to be in the graveyard. So all Ahmad needs to do here is get either a second JJ Cool Tune or get the JJ Cool Tune back from the graveyard by somehow, and then that gets activated on the field, and then straight away the Loudness Ward becomes a 3k defender to becoming a 3k attacker.
We do see a banishing of the Trapmaker from Joe's deck here, and then a normal summon of the Mix, which this is a lot already. This is going to be a lot of interaction and a lot of power here. Not entirely sure if it will be enough to go for game, but at the very least, it's going to be a powerful field for Joe to have to play into with limited resources here.
Yeah, so if you're in Ahmad's shoes right now, do you go for the Rico into RS, or do you go into another remix? How many we play? Yeah, we're playing 2 remixes.
I think we do still have the Infinite Impermanence in Joe's hand as well, unless I'm very much mistaken.
Correct.
Which I think was just sent back to his hand by Ahmad, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, we are going for another synchro summon here as well, which could be either the RS or the Rico. We go for the RS here. No, sorry, that's Rico.
Remix.
Apologies.
Remix. Yeah.
I know what I mean.
Yeah, we got you. Don't worry. So we're going for the remix. We're going to get a little bit of damage here. So Ahmad is definitely playing the patient play on this one here, because playing around that Infinite Impermanence, at first, definitely the right idea to top deck that Infinite Impermanence for his opponent. But now we're starting to see him as a bit more of resistance than previously first thought.
Yeah, now that Joe has forced somewhat of a grind game here, it's actually those one-to-one interactions are impactful enough to make that matter. But we do see Ahmad going for the remix here straight away. I think that was 3,000 damage dealt by the battle there, unless I'm much mistaken, because there should be a tuner in Joe's graveyard. I could be wrong on that. I need to remind myself on that. But we do see the summon here of the Rico and the add back to hand of, I think that was the Clip.
Correct, yeah. So we've added Clip and we've got the Rico on the field. Be interesting. I assume we're not going to activate, we're not going to synchro summon, but would you activate Rico's effect here, or do we add Yeah, would you use,
yeah,
I know we've got the
would.
infinite impermanence, but you might as well activate the Rico effect and then kind of tempt your opponent to use that infinite impermanence here while there's an empty field.
I could be wrong because I think I looked down at the screen, at our screen for a moment, but I think he might have used that to add the clip back to hand from graveyard. It might have been something else that the remix had. I could
I
be
also
wrong
feel
on
like
that.
tuners can't be. So can't be.
Can't
Yeah,
target
your
in
opponent
the
can
first
target
place,
on the
yeah.
card effect. Okay, so that's why infinite impermanence is null and void now. So.
This is a difficult spot for Joe. It's not a lost game yet, of course, but it's a tricky place to play the game here. We do see the Ecclesias. No? Perhaps thinking about his next play here, asking about, inquiring about that face stack, which I think is another copy of Fallen of the Virtuous, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we are using the Ecclesia, the Darkest Dragon in the graveyard. It looks like Ahmad is going to respond. Yeah, so we're going to banish the Rico, not the Rico, Rotary, sorry, to get the guaranteed look at his opponent's hand here. So this will give full knowledge as to whether Ahmad needs to try and protect, I guess, or what type of interaction to provide.
It may also be the Rotary's other effect to non-target send a card from the opponent's graveyard back to the deck, which would turn off the Ecclesia here. But to activate.
Very true.
Which I think might be what has happened. I could be wrong. I think we're still resolving the chain. Important to sort out these complicated chain links here in these mirror match decks. And we do see the infinite permanence coming down, stopping that loudness wall, which would then, of course, stop that rotary effect. But then, there we have the Fallen Virtuous targeting Ahmad's own loudness wall, getting rid of it, dodging the infinite permanence, and the rotary sort of copy effect will resolve. And I think it was the hand peeking there to search as well.
Does this now work into Joe's favor? Because we've been able to get rid of... I mean, all you've got to worry about is the clip, right? So the clip can come into play here. Okay, we're just showing the Ash Blossom there. That's enough to deal with the JJ Cool Tune. So we're going to be moving ourselves into game number 2. A lot of the intricate details on the Cool Tunes that I kind of overlooked on that one there. The target protection, very, very important of the loudness war. And then, of course, we've got some other kind of interactions to be kind of head here. But that's only the first game. So still 2 more to go, at the very least. Possibly 2 more games to go. And this is where the side deck is going to come into play. So Joe will get the benefit of being able to go first here and then work on from there.
Very much so. And like I say, it's an interesting matchup as well. There are certain parts of this matchup which I think are renowned for being a tricky mirror match, in that the RS and the back-to-back do give your opponent a level increase, which is difficult for the mirror match. But those didn't come up there. It was just a much more simplified back-and-forth one-for-one trading happening going on.
Yeah, a lot of trading off going there, and it kind of... I'm having a look at the side decks now. I feel there's a small handful of field breakers from Ahmad's kind of side deck on this one. There is a very interesting card that you kind of pointed to in his opponent, in Jack's... his opponent's deck, sorry.
Yeah.
We're not going to spoil that one just yet.
Not quite yet. It seems more of a going second card, but it's quite interesting. So I'm excited to see how it goes on that. A little spicy tech, which is always quite fun to see.
Yeah, I feel the benefit of it is that the fact that I believe it's a quick play spell card, so it gives you the ability to kind of set it up. Maybe we see that if the field is broken, depending on what we're trying to achieve here.
Potentially, yeah.
But it seems like the go-to for a lot of the Cool Tune duelists, if they are going first, is to get that Vanadium Refrain into play.
Yeah,
You've also got the searchable action of the Cool Tune playlist. And then you're trying to work your way into some of the other side deck options that you're looking towards, maybe something like an Anti-Spell Fragrance.
Absolutely.
Trying to try your luck on a limited card there.
Even something like the Ghost Ogre is maybe not the worst move here. Obviously, you can summon it off of your Q effect if you have something in hand already to use the Synchro Summon with. And therefore, Ghost Ogre is the only one of those, that sort of line of hand interactions that can activate from the field as well, and therefore quite powerful in this scenario.
Yeah, so there's a lot of kind of options on that one there, because being able to take away your opponent's Q as well could be quite damaging, because they then need to be able to utilize an additional normal summon off of the back of the Rotary. But one of the ones that could be quite effectful is if you take care of that JJ Cool Tune as well.
Very much so.
That could really stop your opponent extending their presence a little bit further. So both of the duelists are kind of cutting up and shuffling up each other's decks right now, trying to get themselves ready. What could be possibly the last duel for Joe, but hopefully not. We're going to be seeing into a game 3 on this one. A lot of interesting kind of options here. I think like you always wish you have a Ghost Spell ready for that remix. Could be quite massive here, and we're about to find out exactly what our duelists are going to be setting up with in game number 2.
Absolutely. And as you say, I actually find that quite an interesting aspect of the Cool Toon cards, is that almost all of them, at least the monsters, the starter monsters, are affected by Ash Blossom, Infinite Impermanence, Effect Veiler, and Ghost Spell, which there's so many ways you can interact with them if you want to, so it's maybe not the worst thing in the world to do that if you have a hand full of those cards.
Joe just looking at 2 options in his hand right now. We're going to see which one's going to be activated first. And it looks like we're going to be activating the Cool Toon Synchro. Always interested to find out if this is happening during the, as early as possible. It's going to get met instantly with the Ash Blossom and Joyous Springs.
And that is what a lot of these first turns look like in the Cool Toon mirror match, because it is so many hand interactions back and forth that it's these, I gotta say, one-for-one trades that kind of grind it into a simplified game state, which normally doesn't necessarily happen with Cool Toon against other decks.
Yeah, so committing our normal summon here on the Cool Toon Rico, seeing if there's any response from Ahmed on this one as to whether or not we want to stop that resource add. We have what looks like some healthy interactions here, actually.
I think I spotted a Veiler or 2. I could be wrong on that front. But yeah, there's plenty of things that Ahmed can go with here by the looks of things, but it is quite a little bit tricky to see at the moment. And we do see a Ghost Ogre coming down here, immediately destroying that Cool Toon Rico. A fun thing that I like to do sometimes is Ghost Ogre and then Veiler, because it negates and then destroys 2 cards, but he gets rid of it.
Yeah, so we're resolving here, getting access to the Rotary. I suppose the question now for Joe is, can we get a normal summon in addition with iTuner Monster? What one are we going for? We're going to be additional normal summon of the Rotary here, and that's going to get instantly responded with a Multi-Way Force, which is chained by an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. And now we're going to be able to work our way, utilizing that Ghost Spell in the hand to work ourselves into the Track Maker, which should hopefully for Joe start to get a bit more resource and out-resource his opponent here.
Absolutely. We do see here as well, like you say, we're going to add ideally, we do see the Phadralis Harmonia coming down here, which is maybe?
I think they're questioning the when effect on Harmonia, because obviously it was Chainlink 1, Track Maker, then Chainlink 2 Rotary. Very, very important, because Harmonia only triggers with a monster your opponent controls.
Yes.
With Rotary being in the graveyard, they don't control it. So he's actually, Joe played that very, very well there and chain blocked the Harmonia, and also now knows his opponent has a Harmonia in the hand.
Very much so. Like I say, it's actually not something you generally do. I think normally you go Chainlink the other way around with the Chainlinks to protect the Rotary there. But knowing that the Ash Blossom has already been used here from Ahmad's side of things, we are just going to go the other way around. And we do know Ahmad's full hand here now as well. We know that there is the Phadralis Harmonia in hand, no starters, and just a whole lot of interaction, which has been very, I'd say quite skillfully here by Joe played through as well.
So this is very interesting now, because all you need to answer is that top card of your opponent's deck. So you've got 2 options to do this one, but you need to be very fearful of the Harmonia. So do you try and play around the Harmonia for this turn? But like, how long does it go before you have to activate a monster effect on the field?
It is difficult, but having said that, if you are accruing this much resource, do you care that much about the Harmonia? If you're playing through this much, I think maybe at this point you might go for like a normal summon or a special summon of a queue. Even if you do get Harmonia after that, is that the end of the world at this point? There's a lot happening on Joe's field here. It is difficult, though.
Yeah, I mean, Joe's already shown that he's very good at chain blocking in the correct order, so maybe that is the approach going forward on this one, is that to always make sure he's chain blocking correctly with his kind of combos, and maybe that just keeps the Harmonia locked in Ahmad's hand. Otherwise, we could just see Harmonia, and then depending on what the top card is going to be here, is it a starter or it's a spell card?
And in this deck, usually that means a starter, if not always. It is a Cool Toon Synchro that does keep Ahmad in the game here. But it is obviously, we see the Joe has the Cool Toon Synchro set as well, and I believe an Unknown in hand, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's going straight for that Q.
Adding the Q to hand. Again, probably, I imagine normal summon Q. I don't see what else you can do here, quite frankly. But yeah, Ahmad is still, it's a great start for a bit of a shaky turn there. But
is there an interaction from Joe on this one? This could be big. There is the Effect Veiler on the Q. Me.
That is tough. And we still have the follow-up here from Joe with that Cool Toon Synchro set. Again, we do have the Phadralis Harmonia in hand from Ahmad, so it's about whether or not he decides to let the game play through here and see if he can use that at an effective place.
Yeah, I don't feel that you don't really want to put the cube back into your opponent's hand. You don't really want to use Rico's effect here.
No, not at all.
I definitely feel that, not Rico, sorry, Track Maker's effect here to perform the Synchro Summon. but I also feel that you've kind of got to protect the Cool Tune monster that you get off of the back of the Cool Tune Synchro. So maybe we're going to see what is on the top deck, and if this is a playable card that could then be either blocked or not worry as much about that Harmonia.
Absolutely, I'm a passing turn here. I'm curious myself as to what the Joe has drawn here, but we do see the activation of the Cool Tune Synchro. Immediately, I imagine in the draw phase, just to be safe, force a habit if nothing else, adding and searching for I think that is the Rico, if I'm not much mistaken, but I'll have a better look in a moment.
I think it looks like the Q.
Oh, it is a Q,
so
apologies, yeah.
Q.
So we have the Q in hand now, and I believe thinking if we on resolution if we want to do the Synchro Summon, but I think that's a no on that front.
Yeah, so we're going to North Summon down the queue. I mean, we're going to be playing into this Harmonia now. I would be surprised if Ahmad doesn't respond, but as you mentioned quite rightly, is it the worst thing that could happen here if Harmonia was to resolve destroying one of the 2 cards on the field, and then you're still going to get that other piece you need from the deck anyway, which may be returned to the hand, depending on what is revealed off of the back of Harmonia. And it looks like Ahmad is going to be very reserved with this Harmonia now and allowing this to play out.
Yeah, as I say, I do know Ahmed to be a very talented player in and of himself, so I'm sure he's waiting for just that right moment to use it. We do see the summon of the mix here as well from Joe, able to add from deck or graveyard to hand a non-level 2 Cool Tune monster.
I was going to say, do you even tempt fate here? Do you even tempt to use it and just go direct into a remix?
Yeah, I don't think you do. I think you're right. I think remix is the way to go here, and then you at least get to see what your opponent's going to draw as well.
Yeah. So destroy the Q, get that off the field. Let's have a look. So we've got a Rotary, and we have a Rico. Ooh, 2 very good cards. Do you? This is the big question now, though. Like, do you let them have the Rotary? Would you definitely banish the Rico? You don't want them to have that.
No.
But do you put the Rotary back onto the top of the deck so they draw the Rotary? Because Rotary on its own.
Banishing the Rotary and then putting the Rico back. Fascinating.
We must feel confident that we can stop that Rico, right? Because I felt like if you gave your opponent the Rotary, there's not a lot they could do.
You get the free normal summon, but that's it. Like, nothing else happens there with the Fedralis in hand. I was going to suggest maybe even put one on bottom and then just not know, because those are both very good cards. But just the Rico being added to hand here, of course, for Ahmad on his draw for turn. Exciting to see how this is going to play out. I do wonder what Joe's cooking up, but I think we do see a draw phase, if I'm not mistaken here, from Joe. Remix. I guess you could just add an Ash back to hand, and then it's not really that big of a deal.
I feel that it could have been avoided, no?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit of a tricky one, that.
I mean, Joe is sitting there and I'm sitting here, so he definitely knows something that I don't.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I feel much the same. And we do see that Fedralis happening here, which is going to be, at the very least, an answer for the Trapmaker on the field, stopping that send back to hand effect, which can be quite tricky to deal with. Obviously, can still be used by Loudness War later on by banishing it, but at least for now, not a big deal.
So sending the Wind Pegasus at Ignista here, destroying the Cool Tune Trapmaker, resolving the remix. We're going to be adding, it looks like we're eyeing up the Ghost Spell. Not a bad choice here. We're going to eye up the Effect Veiler.
All works. Again, like these cards do lose to all of these different interactions, so it doesn't matter which one you go for the most part. It all kind of works here. Interesting to see how it does play out. Summoning the mix here, which, as with the Wind Pegasus adding this to percent, that is going to get the surge and be more or less left alone here. We're going to see the normal summon of that Rico at some point, which doesn't have the attack to get over the 2,000 defense mix as well. So I think Joe's in a good situation here still.
Yeah, so also getting that Q back from the graveyard to the hand. So definitely the Effect Veiler answers the Rico as soon as that enters the field of play. But I also feel that we can make B2B here, right? Ahmed can make B2B?
I think that needs to have a Synchro Monster as part of the material. I could be wrong on that.
Correct, yeah, okay. So we can't make B2B. So does Ahmad now commit the Rico, even though we know it's going to get instantly met by that Effect Veiler? Yeah.
Oh.
Accidentally revealing the clip there. So Effect Veiler
coming down.
Yeah. Instantly on the Rico. Fedralis is strong enough to deal with the remix. The mix. We're going to chain the clip here. Looks like we're going to be utilizing both of those. And Ahmad's just going to scoop it up here because I think the writing was on the wall there. So utilising that clip, which I don't think Ahmad knew about, would have worked itself into the trap maker. Trap maker would have then get a bit more resource for Joe on that one there, and then also utilising the mix to destroy the Harmonia would have started to build up a bit of a wall there. So very, very interesting.
Yeah.
A decent amount of back and forth, like you already mentioned. So very well played by both duelists there.
Very much so. Like I say, I actually find the Cooltoon mirror match quite interesting because it just plays very differently to any other matchup that Cooltoon has. They do these one-for-one trade interactions with their hand interactions, and then it always grinds down to just one or two engine pieces playing against each other, and it's down to who the better pilot is in that situation, I think. And again, it's not to say that the better pilot is one that always wins the game, but obviously going first does play a factor as well sometimes. But yeah, I think whoever wins the overall match, it comes down to let's see who pilots the deck in a better way in this situation.
Yeah, I think one really important thing when you change the deck up for when you're going to go second or going for first is you need to make sure you don't disrupt the synergy of the deck as well. So you need to make sure that when you're putting in your field breakers, you kind of need to take into account, you don't really want to be taking out your tuners for field breakers. You kind of want to try and keep the levels pretty similar. And I feel that maybe we might see some changes for Joe on this one. There's quite a few cards that could help break a field set up by Ahmad. But then we flip over to Ahmad. He's going to want to try and facilitate his end field a lot more. And there are some cards in the game that can help him do that, and definitely some cards that he decides to side. Even looking at something like the Millennium Reframing that we previously mentioned, and then some of the Solemn cards as well.
Yeah, very much. And of course, the Triple Tactics Talents and the Cross-Out Designator in the side deck, very powerful here for going first. Or going second, really, but I think in the mirror match as well, Cross-Out Designator is going to be so powerful. We do see those solemn cards, as you say. No judgment, because I guess the Millennium Reframing is kind of, it's not a judgment as such, but it is a powerful, searchable on the negates on a counter trap, and then see the warning and the accusation. Accusation, I would say, has just been an absolute poster child of the side deck in the last month or so.
Yeah, I really like Solemn Accusation because I think what it does is it gives the duelist the option.
Yeah.
Do you want to give that option that your opponent might have an evening match for the next turn, or do you want to make sure they never have evening match again for the rest of that turn?
Very versatile, very versatile card indeed. Like I said, I like it a lot. It's cool that it does that because there are some matchups where it's better to use one over the other as kind of a rule, and then sometimes you go, actually, no, this turn, better to do the other way around.
Completely agree with that one. And then there's one big change that I'm seeing. So obviously the Solemn Accusations for and Solemn Warnings for Ahmad. But then on the other side, there's a couple of interesting cards here that could help break the field for Joe. So it'll be interesting to see if we get to see any of those as we move in. And it looks like our duelists are cut up and they're ready to go. So we're just doing the final bit here. And we're going to move ourselves into that all-important game 3. For one of these duelists, they will be walking home with a semi-smile on their face, but the other one will be massively grinning from ear to ear as they move to the top 4. Yet both duelists have done the tournament incredibly proud here.
Absolutely. Making it to day 2 even on it itself is a fantastic achievement. To then play through the next round of Swiss, day 2, 9 rounds day 1, 5 rounds day 2, and then make it to the top 8 cut. These duelists must be absolutely exhausted, and they're still playing truly stellar games of Yu-Gi-Oh! Here.
Yep, staying switched on here. Oh, Ahmad setting to maybe a little bit too much siding, and we're going to be moving straight over to Joe here.
Ah, that's unfortunate. Maybe this is enough, I don't know.
About to see Joe start off with Synchro Overtake. Is this going to get met with a response? Is this worth a Solemn Accusation? No, it's going to get met with an Ash Blossom anyway.
Ash Blossom, plenty enough. Yeah, also another one of those cards that can be met by Ghost Bell as well.
Triple Tactics Talents. I feel you have to react here.
You simply have to. This is tough if you don't do something here.
Cross-Out Designator.
These battle of the one-offs back and forth here. Cross-Out Designator going to be, I assume, banishing Triple Tactics Talent here. There we go. Hey, you never know.
No, I completely agree. When we mentioned Cross-Out Designator in the side deck, I was just thinking, this is amazing. It's like a second call by the grave here. Yeah. But being able to utilize and facilitate against the Triple Tactics Talents is also pretty massive. Is there a starter in Joe's hand that can allow him to set up some field presence? And there is going to be the best starter. And is that going to get instantly met here by Ahmad, or is this going to be able to resolve?
I don't know what we're going to see here. We do see the Solemn Warnings. I think it's only the warnings that could answer this. What's going to happen? This is tense.
This is very, very tense. Is there any reaction here from Ahmad? I feel even if you were to use, it could be a Fall in the Virtuous, which could be the reason that you're thinking about it so much, because I feel that if it's a warning, you utilize it straight away, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Having said that, you do get extra normal summons in this deck, so maybe on the warnings you wait for the special summon of the Synchro Monster to stop the graveyard effects from happening.
Very true. So we're letting this all resolve. Let's see what we're going to go for from Joe on here. Are we going to be seeing ourselves a mix or a Rico? We're going straight for the Rico in attack position. Is there going to be any response here from Ahmad? And there is
Hydraulis Harmonia! Now this is an impactful Hydraulis Harmonia here. This will clear off Joe's field of these cool 2 monsters. Now, it's not game over here, obviously. We do still have that search coming down from the cool 2 and Rico. It's not over, it's not finished, but that is going to be a very impactful place to use this powerful new card.
Yeah, exactly that. But also remember, these are all the cards that Ahmad has. He has 2 more cards. You would have thought that if he had a Cool Tune Synchro, it possibly would have been activated during his first turn. So you then need to start to read that those 2 cards could be a little bit more impactful in the counter-track type of style. So the question is, after we resolve this Harmonia, where are we going to be able to go for Joe? Because he will also get the guarantee search off the back of the Rico, which could be Mix, not going to be able to provide you much yet without a Rotary, or it could be Rotary to provide you with a little bit more to push through those 2 set cards.
Very true, yeah. As I say, if it is a warning, it might be an idea to wait for a potential Synchro Summon, because again, obviously these monsters get effects when they're used as materials for a Synchro Summon. If you negate that summon, those effects will not activate in the graveyard, so you're keeping your opponent off of a... Let's say you wait for the a Rotary Q into Trapmaker. You negate all of that, and their entire play is gone at that point.
Exactly that. Joe is just kind of contemplating which Cool Tune monster he decides to search here. Ahmad with those still 2 set unknown cards. It will be very interesting to see exactly what else Joe has in his hand for this one as well.
We do see, I believe, that Rotary be added to hand here as well, which again, that with Q into Trapmaker normally would do a lot. But you see the Cool Tune Synchro, I believe.
Is there going to be an accusation here? There is a solemn accusation!
Oh, that is going to get rid of, well, maybe. We don't know what effect he's going to choose to use here.
I think you will be crazy not to get rid of all copies of that Cool Tune Synchro.
I just wanted to be spicy about it, but no, you're completely right. You're going to get all of those copies gone, because I believe there's no way that the deck can retrieve them from banishment either.
No. Very, very powerful solemn accusation there, getting rid of all copies of the Cool Tune Synchro.
Still not game over for Joe. We do still have that Rotary in hand. We just, I think at this point, oh wait, no, of course it was sent back. We do have a bonus normal summon at least though, so it's not over. It's a tricky situation. I believe that's
is that Illusion Gate?
It is Illusion Gate.
Ooh. So we could add back the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. It doesn't really add a huge amount to us as of yet, but you would need to get the Rotary onto the field first.
Yeah.
But then there is fearful of what else is in that spell and trap zone for Ahmad. But then it does become about who then gets to draw. If Ahmad draws into, or if there's a way for Joe to manipulate the top deck or anything, there's so much that could still be going on here.
Absolutely.
Very, very well battled here.
The Rotary revealing the queue. I would guess at summon the Rotary, yeah, because you don't need to use the thing in hand. You can save that for potential, more interactions.
Right, Fallen on the Virtuous, okay. So this definitely needs to deal with that Rotary, yeah. So it's not a solemn warning, but still very, very impactful. It will give Ahmad a resource for the next turn as well.
Very much so.
Is there anything more that Joe can do here to add to this field? No, we're going to be setting 1 card, passing across to our opponent here, resolving the Fallen on the Virtuous, and it's all about that top deck from Ahmad here.
Joe ending the turn with a set card and just a loose Ash Blossom in his spell and trap. I can't talk today. Monster Zone here, and of course, as you say, the Fallen on the Virtuous being added to the hand or set, depending on what Ahmad chooses to go with here, added to the hand.
No, unfortunately for Joe, Ash Blossom does not work like Ghost Ogre. It can't be used from the field. But there is still a lot that Ahmad could draw here to change the course of this game.
I think Ahmad is truly just one Cool Tune name away from
if Joe doesn't have an interaction.
From playing here. I think the only card left in Joe's hand is the Q. So ooh, that's good.
Duelist Genesis, great start. We're going to go for Synchro Overtake to maintain on normal summon here. Just confirming the solemn accusation.
Yeah. It's difficult. As I say, all of the Cool Tune Synchros are gone for Joe. The only card that we know of is a Q in hand. We have no idea what this set card is. It could be anything. Now, I'd like it if it were that spicy tech that we were talking about earlier, because that would be really quite impactful here, I think. But
Yeah.
we'll have to wait and see.
That would be absolutely massive. So we're going to activate the Synchro Overtake. We're going to go for, I think once this starts to move forwards, like your mix or your Riku, you start to get a bit of resource. And then usually, if it's Rico, it goes into a Rotary goes into Trapmaker, and then it starts to snowball very, very fast for Ahmad here.
Very true indeed. Now, wait and see. I don't believe he's revealed yet, so I might just be thinking on what he's going to reveal here for the summon. All that at hand, depends what he wants to go with.
Yeah.
Let's have a quick look. Have a good think. Think away. I kind of think away. You've got to consider your options here very carefully.
Yeah, I feel when you're looking at the graveyard right now, you've either got mix to get you your special in the mix, get yourself your Q. Q becomes your normal summon.
Yeah.
And then maybe you're playing into a little bit more there. That you've already kind of bypassed a possible Ash Blossom and Joy Spring from the hand because you might want to use it on the Synchro Overtake, considering we know the card that is in Ahmad's hand right now, and so does his opponent. So we're going to be going for the mix. The mix might push itself into the Q. Is there going to be any interaction here from Joe?
You have to assume it's just that set card. I would hazard a guess at Falling the Virtuous, but that's just truly a guess. I have no idea. I don't think anyone does. Anyone knows but Joe at this point. But it's very exciting to see what it could be. And again, it's you've got to play very carefully here. Ahmad checking his graveyard to see if there are any targets, I believe. But we're going straight for a Falling the Virtuous.
This is very interesting, using this a little bit early, because this could... Oh, okay.
Oh, I see. Sending that set card back to the hand.
Do you respond here? No, it goes sent straight back to the deck on that one.
Deck, sorry, apologies.
Normal summon of the Q. That's very well played, because it meant that if there was any interaction along that spell and trap zone, that is now gone.
It's now just the Q in hand for Joe.
Yeah. I think this is now going to snowball very, very fast. Rico's probably going to grab hold of that Rotary, which is exactly what it's done here. We're going to Synchro Summon into the Trapmaker. And there's the fist bump. Only 4,000 life points there. Unfortunate from Joe. Very well piloted there by Ahmad. He is one of our first duelists moving into the semi-finals, the top 4 cut at UK Nationals 2026. Very well done. First in Swiss, earned the position here, and he is still going strong. Very well done there.
Very well done indeed. As I say, he goes to my locals every now and then. I know him to be a very talented player, so seeing him piece out that field, although we didn't know what that set card was, you don't want to risk it. It could have been anything, and you just want to go, you know what, I'm going to play it safe, and then you can continue to keep snowballing snow from there. So I think very well played there.
So, no, I was going to say exactly that. It's a little bit of a spoiler that it looked like that set card was an infinite impermanence. So very well done there by Ahmad.
I think it might have been. We didn't get to see the Spicy Tech card, though.
We didn't get to see the Spicy Tech card, but don't worry. Remember, there was 5 Cool Tune decks, and one of them has now, unfortunately, been eliminated from the top cut. So there is still 4 more Cool Tunes running around. One of them might be able to bring up that Spicy Tech later for you in the top 4 match. So 2 more duels before we crown our UK national champion. Do not go anywhere. We're going to be back with Ahmad on a bit of an interview, and then leading straight into the top 4 duel.
If you guys have been to any of our YCSs recently, you will recognize this behind me, Fine Chaos. Now, this is one of the brands that Yu-Gi-Oh! Have been collaborating with fairly recently. They've got some incredible merchandise that we've had on display at the last couple of YCSs, and they're here again this weekend for the 300th celebration. And we caught up with the team to see what they've been up to.
So my name is Mark Christiansen Mølgaard. I'm the founder and creative director of Fine Chaos. The reason why we're here is because we have a collaboration with Yu-Gi-Oh! And this time we have brought a special collection for the 300th anniversary here in Dortmund. It all started with my passion for the game. I am a player myself, and that's actually where the whole thing started. It goes back to my childhood, watching the anime, playing the game. I have a dog now named Yami-Yugi, which is a Shiba Inu as well. So shout out to Kazuki Takahashi, of course, for that one. To now also finding the love for the game again as a player 4 years ago. Playing branded to this day and stand by that, which you will also see with, for example, the first pendant we did with the Fallen of Albus one, and now the ones we have done for this event, which is the Dogmatica Ecclesia, the Virtuous pendant. My favorite memory would probably be my first time at locals in Copenhagen after a big break at Far Cigar. That just sparked like a big fire in me, I would say. The best thing about the community is their authenticity and how people help each other to become better players in general. I feel like that's truly something you can feel when you're playing. The community should come and check out the collaboration because it's made from pure passion. I think you will feel that in the details from, for example, the Blue Eyes White Dragon t-shirt we have made with the studs that imitates the studs on Kaiba's jacket, to the small like woven labels, the felt embroidery, to the quality of the things. And I know that players can feel when something is quality. So I've already seen people dueling with the merchandise as well, or the collaboration, which is something I just love more than anything because I am a player. So that's something that, yeah, just fills me with love, I guess.
So if you guys are here at YCS Dortmund, make sure you guys do come down and check out the booth and get your hands on some merch. If you aren't able to be here with us in person, make sure you guys check them out online, follow them, because I'm sure there's loads of great stuff coming that you guys will be excited to see. We've got loads more coverage here at YCS Dortmund, the 300th YCS. Be sure to stick around for loads more coverage.
Hello and welcome back to your player interview for the first of the top 8 matches here with Ahmad Raja. How are you doing, Ahmad?
Not too bad, good. But yeah, I started off the stream very badly.
Yeah.
With a misplay. I wouldn't say misplay, I just picked the wrong card to synchro it. I've been doing it very fast.
Oh.
But yeah. It ended up working out.
You pulled it back. It was all right.
Yeah.
It was all right.
Yeah.
I want to ask you about some of your the plays that are made there and a couple of deck building options that are yours. Because I love looking at people's decks and seeing what's going on.
Okay.
I see you have 2 accusation, 2 warning here.
Okay.
What's the thought process behind that?
Yes, so I was meant to have more cards for going first.
Oh, I see.
And I was talking to a friend, and he suggested a warning. Seems not bad. So this deck list, I literally put a warning. I submitted at like when was 1 minute left until so I just started 2 warnings.
No way.
Yeah, and funny enough, I forgot to add a judgment. It was meant to be a judgment, 1 warning, 1 judgment, but I just ended up just going with 2 warnings.
There you go.
Yeah.
I want to ask you about that game 3 as well, because starting off with set 2 and pass, so the set 3 pass?
Set 3 pass, yeah.
Set 3 pass, that's tricky. And they must have, do you have no starters in hand at that point?
Yes, I had no starters. I had the best hand to play through hand traps and stuff, but I had no starters, unfortunately, because I had cross starters also in case Ash for his full in case he plays it. And I had Accusation, Fallen, and also Federalis.
There you go.
Yeah, so it was a bit unfortunate. I was like, yeah, no starters, but it ended up working out because he's playing board breakers.
Yeah.
So I made no board, so there's nothing for him to break.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Worked out. No, I think you're part of that expert. I was saying to the audience, we go to the same locals every now and then.
Yeah, exactly.
And I know you to be a very talented player. I played against you twice and you beat me twice, so I know you're very good. Not that you have to be good to beat me, but still. Yeah. But no, it's wonderful to see you pilot this deck so expertly on stream as well, watching the decision making. Now, that bit at the end, what were you concerned about with that face down card being? Or was it just you want to get rid of anything that was there?
Okay, yes. I was a bit concerned about Imperm or Fallen. Those were the only 2 cards. To be honest, if you had Fallen, you would have already used it maybe a bit early. And yeah, so I think in hindsight, like I should have first activated Fallen, my own Fallen, to destroy the Ash. The play I did after.
Yeah.
That's what I should have done first.
Right.
Which I realized. Then my mix will be, but in my head I was thinking if anything I special summon, if it's impermanence, I can play around it because I have Fallen, so I can destroy my own card.
Of course, yeah.
So like there's nothing that, I was thinking there's no card that can actually, unless it's a judgment or a warning, but obviously he's going second, so he's not going to have those cards.
Yeah.
So like at that point I knew there was nothing else that can stop me from multi-king him.
Well, very well played there, Ahmed.
Yeah.
Good luck in the next of your rounds. I hope to see you going forward as you continue to do so.
Yeah.
Join us very shortly with our next round, which will be the top 4.
すべての試練の先に一輪は咲くだって。大霊術を試せってことだよね。どうアウス？複数の属性を調和させることで霊術の力を増幅させる働きだと思う。うまくいくヒントもありってか？よーし、早速やろうぜ。ちょっと待って。私たち、特にヒータとアウスはもうだいぶ霊力を使っちゃってると思うの。 あれくらい全然大したことないよなあ。アウスこんなこともあろうかと。回復薬だ。夕べ作っておいたんだ。最後に全力を出せるように。やるじゃん。すごい、さすがアウスね。エリアもね。あ、エリアちゃん？お弁当作ってきたの。マジかよ、やった。休憩だね。いただきます。はあ、準備はいい？食った食った。大丈夫だよ。回復薬もバッチリ効いてるよ。ここまではいい感じだね。この調子で行こうぜ。私たちできるよ。よし、今度こそ成功。霊力持っていかれる。みんな意識を集中して。ダメ、抑えられない。このままじゃ。ギガみんな、私たちも今度こそみんなで力を合わせて絶対に成功させる。いくよ、大霊術一輪。また失敗しちゃったね。マジか。でもすごく綺麗。 な来て。どうしたの？もしかしてまた？未熟者たちへ試練を与えん。おいおい、振り出しかよ。みんなと一緒ならきっと立派な霊使いになれるよ。しょうがない、やるか。今度こそ絶対に成功させようね。大丈夫、僕たちパワーアップしてる。よーし、とりあえず飯だ飯。エリア、とびっきりおいしいの頼むぜ。ちょっとは手伝ってよ。分かってるって私も何か作るよ。サンドイッチ作る。みんな待って。サンドイッチ好きなんだよな。もうしょうがないな。
Good afternoon, duelists, and welcome back to the UK National Championship
of 2026. How are we all doing today, and how are you doing, Gabe?
I am doing great, and honestly, I'm so excited for this match. We'll be able to be seeing Ahmad, who just won his feature.
Indeed, straight back on feature. Quite a lot of pressure on Ahmad there, but I hope he's handling it well.
I mean, he's an experienced player. He's been on feature many
Very
times.
much so.
He is on feature again because his opponent is playing a deck that we have seen him before on stream. We've seen him against Adam Leonard, I believe, a game that he lost, but that was one of his two losses of the event, and he's playing Satellar Knight.
It is indeed very interesting. Again, not a deck I know a lot about. I know more from back in the day when it first came out, or playing back then, but I'm excited to see this newer build of the deck and how it plays nowadays. Actually, on the topic of Ahmad, I'd also say, he did tell me when the cameras went off, 2 years ago at Nationals, he came third.
Yeah.
Last year, he came second.
Yep.
So he is shooting for first place this National. So good luck to all the duelists, but that would be something poetic about the 3-2-1 on that.
Yeah, but there's also the storyline of Stellar Knight.
Absolutely.
Deck that came out of nowhere, not really expected. It does prey a lot in the decks that are playing a bit more of a field-breaking approach, which is not the case here on Ahmad's side, because it is like Keltun, right? Keltun is Keltun. But it's going to be interesting to see how those decks interact. The one thing with the Stellar Knight deck is that it's not something a lot of people are familiar with. Ahmad himself probably doesn't know much.
No.
So we need to see how he navigates that and how he chooses to interact with Rabi.
Absolutely. It is an interesting deck. Like I said, I don't know a great deal about it myself. I know more about the Altair from back in the day, but that seems to not be that important of a card. It's in there, but it's not, always going to be that important of a card.
Yeah.
But yeah, we just have... it is an exciting XZ strategy that, because it is so old with all these wonderful new cards in it, it feels fresh, it feels different. So I'm excited to see how it plays and how it goes for this.
Yeah, honestly, it should be really good here. I believe that it's a matchup that Rabi definitely prepared for.
Yes.
So from Rabi's point of view, like he knows Q2 and he knows going to come into this, and he's coming with a bit of a more like, I'm not going to let Ahmad go off. So it's interesting. It's really, and is this like probably like the 5th or 6th one he's going to be playing?
Yeah, absolutely. As you say, it's interesting. I think, given that it's an XZ strategy, again, he clearly knows what he's doing if he's gone this far in the tournament, don't get me wrong, but it must be quite a tricky matchup with those floodgate type effects that Kultun puts out of level boosting your opponent. In an XZ strategy where you need to have your levels be the right, the right range. So this is going to be quite interesting to see how it goes from here.
Yeah, so our players are just getting ready. I believe they're probably just heading up. Ahmad did just play his feature match here, so just giving him some break time. While we wait for them to get ready, I wanted to ask you, like, what are their games this weekend that you thought were really like impressive on stream?
The one we actually did earlier with the Sky Striker branded one, that was amazing to watch. I thoroughly enjoyed that one. But I think a close second is the Mitsurugi Sky Striker from yesterday. That was great.
Yeah, that was a good game as well. And I feel like I really enjoyed the Memento game.
Yeah.
The Memento just going off, resolving other factors of the
Very
sleepy.
good.
So
sorry,
yeah.
not Sky Striker, Lunalight, misspoke.
Yeah, of course. Sorry, I got mixed up as well.
No, I misspoke on that, so it's my bad.
Yeah, and it's a very interesting top cut, right? Like, I believe we have the top cut breakdown?
It is. We have 5 Cool Tunes, 1 Tellarknight, 1 Radiant, and 1 Branded. So obviously Cool Tune dominating that, which not a massive surprise on that front. But we do have the Branded, which honestly I thought we'd seen more represented here. But obviously this Branded player has walked through hellfire to get here and clearly knows what they're doing. So that's quite exciting to see.
Yeah.
And one Radiant Typhoon player, which I am very excited to see if that. Actually, I don't know if they've been knocked out yet or not. I'm not sure.
So the top 4 breakdown is actually 3 Q-Tunes and the Taller.
I see,
so
I see.
The Radiant Typhoon played the Taller Knight, so he played Robbie, and Robbie beat him in top 8. There were 2 Q-Tune Mirrors and a Q-Tune against Branded at Q-Tune 1.
Of course, there you go.
So the other side of the bracket is a Q-Tune Mirror. So we'll be seeing Q-Tune in the finals for sure, but maybe we'll see Taller Knight being the Q-Tune Slayer.
Hey, you never know. It could happen. It could well happen. Be very exciting to see either way. But as I say, it's going to be quite exciting to see these games play out as they do. And again, I'm quite excited just to see how this game will play. I just don't understand how Taller Knight works that much as is. But yeah, no, I'm quite excited to see it, truthfully. I understand that it has quite powerful Xyz effects on ranking up on top of it itself as well, which I always enjoy that. And Xyz is one of my favorite strategies and types. I also, a little fun thing, this is not important, but I like that the Teller strategy is sort of cosmic based, and the Xyz, it's not just like a flat black background, it's like stars on it, so it kind of works.
Yeah, it's really interesting. So one of my first deck that I played for ICS, I think I mentioned this when we played this round, is Constellar.
Oh, amazing.
So I played Constellar for ICS in Brazil, and it was a time that Constellar was a deck they went like normal summon Constellar Pollux, using an additional normal summon, you normal summon the Constellar Cows, you use the effect to make both level 5, and you make a Pleiades, and you set a safe zone. In 2013, that was a very strong play.
Yeah.
I believe that now our deck, our Teller Knight, Constellar Knight deck does a bit more, maybe turn skipping.
It's a bit different. You know what? That reminds me a little bit of the Return of the Duelist format duel that we had on Friday, because again, this all came out not long after that format was around.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting to see that format, or more or less, is what has now been improved upon and enhanced by the Glorious Gallery cards.
Yeah, exactly. So what is your favorite deck of that Duelist Alliance format?
Duelist Alliance format.
Like the Teller, because it was like, you had like Teller Knights and Teller Knight Shadows, Cliffords, and
That's really
Necros
tough.
a bit later.
I like Rituals cards on principle because the color of the cards is nice. I'll go Necros. I think it was just really cool. I didn't play that much around that time, but I was still watching the game and seeing what was going on. But yeah, I think that Necros was a really cool, interesting list. Close second will be Teller Knight. Just keep an eye on what he was doing.
Cool.
How
I
about
believe
yourself?
both players should be ready now, so
amazing.
let's send it to the table. As they're gonna be doing they're shuffling now, and we're gonna be seeing the dice roll. I think the dice roll matters a lot here. Both of these decks do really want to go first.
Yeah.
Especially because like the Q-Tune deck is so versatile into the hand interactions if it gets to go first.
Very much so. Having said that, it's the amount of hand interactions that Cool-Tune does play here, it may just be able to slow down the Teller Knight player completely.
Yeah.
To my understanding, I think the normal summons in this deck are very strong, but you need them to resolve.
Yeah, so like, but you do have a lot of hand interaction also from Robbie's side. We've seen different variants. There are actually a Teller Knight mirror match on table 1 during round 13, which Robbie won. And there's 2 different variants of the Teller Knight deck. There's one that plays more extender cards, like the Dodo package.
Right, of course.
Robbie's deck is more conservative, and it does play just more Teller Knight cards and more hand interactions.
Of course, yeah. We do see the 7th Tachyon here as well. Given that it is an XZ strategy that can just search any of these, works wonderfully well in this case. But yeah, it looks like a lot of interesting cards here. And some of the older ones here coming out as well.
Yeah, but we're ready to go here. Game 1 of our Nationals top 4 semifinals. Let's see who wins the die roll here. Cool. I believe that Rabi's going first, by the way he's pointing his cards.
Does look like it, and we do see that 7th Tachyon at the start of his hand there. Very powerful, very good. I'd imagine that's where we're starting. It is indeed starting at the 7th Tachyon. I'd say very powerful card. First released in the Maze of the Master, I believe, last year, but now been finally reprinted in the Glorious Gallery set, which is wonderful to see. Revealing that the number
104.
104,
Masquerade.
thank you. Thank you very much. Masquerade there to add pretty much any of the Teller Knights to hand, I believe.
It does get traded with an Ash Blossom Joy Springs here. And then we do see the normal summon of this one is the Teller Knight Stygian. Stygian, when it's summoned, it allows you to add a Teller Knight or Constellar monster from your deck to your hand. I don't know if he's actually using Stygian, sorry, because he also has a Lyran. Oh yeah, so sorry, he normal summons Stygian and then he chains the Lyran to the Stygian. So the Lyran's kind of like the Salamangreat Fowl. Like when you summon a monster, you get your summon it from the hand and it goes on the chain. So we get the Decision's Chaining 1, the Lyran's Chaining 2, and both when summoned allow you to add a card. So that's pretty strong here, as even though Ahmad has used the Ash Blossom on the 7th Tachyon, he will be able to resolve the Caduceus, add that guy to add the Caduceus, and then the Lyran to add a spell.
Absolutely.
The spell tends to be a copy of either Constellar Tellarknights or Tellarknight Skybridge. So Constellar Tellarknights is kind of like a Fire Formation tanky style card.
Yeah. And then I believe Skybridge, is that the one that lets you... No, I'm thinking of the different one that lets you draw a card when you exile summon. I think there's something different there.
Yes, but Skybridge is like a Swallow's Nest.
I see.
And
Okay.
you do see a thing here that is an interesting dynamic, which is kind of like with Ryzo, right? Like, you hand interaction them a bit, but it's really hard because all the cards plus.
Yes.
So the Lyran goes +1, Decision goes +1. You see that he interacted with the Tachyon, but then these two already gain advantage, and the rank 4 that they make will also get advantage.
Absolutely. It is difficult to interact with in this sort of sense, unless you have a hand full of interactions, which it doesn't seem as if Ahmad does. He just kind of stopped after the Ash Blossom.
Yeah, so sometimes you only have the Ash Blossom, you just got to use it on the first thing and hope it stops.
Absolutely.
But it does not be enough here, as we do special summon the Constellar Caduceus, and as the Constellar Caduceus is summoned because you control a Constellar monster, he's able to add the Constellar Tellarknights.
Yes, absolutely.
Very important in this deck, you got to keep track of which cards are Constellar cards and which cards are Tellar cards.
Yeah, I know that some of them do just say Teller, and that's kind of all of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's the Constellar, Tellarknight, Satellite, they're all different things going on. So it's something to keep track of and something to be very careful of as well.
Yeah.
And it's something that both players should really be keeping an eye on as well with this.
Yeah, so we will be overlaying here for, I don't know, I think he's thinking about it. The relevant thing is Decision can be used as 2 materials for a monster that requires 3 materials, so like a Settler Knight Dauterus, for example.
Taking a moment to think on what he'll be summoning here.
I think he's the class. Oh, yeah, so he's the class.
Explaining why that, yeah,
he's
okay.
explaining that, and I believe that is the Tellar Knight Constellar Dauterus.
There you go.
So Tellar Knight Constellar Dauterus is 3+ level 4 monsters. You can target rank 4 or higher Tellar Knight or Constellars with card effects. So he's only rank 5 or higher, so you can target this card. And once per turn, you can detach a material to add a Tellar Knight or Constellar monster to your hand, and then conduct an extra normal summon.
That is pretty darn good in a deck that likes a normal summon like that. It relies on the normal summons being resolving and going through. That's pretty darn good in this situation. Yeah. I'm excited to see how Ahmed navigates the field at the end of Rabi's turn.
Well, that's assuming Ahmed gets a turn.
This is true.
So
you're not wrong.
So here, the name of the game is 7. We're looking for 7 materials under our Tellar Knight Ptolemaeus. The usual way you get to this is you overlay 5, and you're gonna have the Constellar M7 on top of something, and then the spell, the Tellar Knight Constellar, I forgot the name, the Constellar Tellar Knights allows you to put 1 more on top. So basically, we get 5 materials, we put 2 more fake XYZs on top, and then we do the Ptolemaeus with 7 materials to perform a turn skip. So we do see the normal summon additional of the Constellar Caster, and when the Constellar Caster is normal summon, it allows you to special summon a monster from the deck, and that's going to be a copy of Altarian.
Do you see the Skybridge coming out here? I believe targeting the Triva, I think that was?
Probably the Altarian, I'm going to guess.
Apologies.
So Altarian has the effect that if a Constellar is special summoned to your field, you can summon it from the graveyard. So I believe that you're going to be using the Skybridge here to get an extra monster. And maybe a copy of Altair. Oh yeah, that is Altair. Like
see, that
OG,
one I know.
That is OG Altair.
Yeah, that one I recognize.
You want to tell the audience what it does for the new people?
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, it does let you summon one from the graveyard when it is summoned.
Indeed, it does.
Which is a quite a simple effect, really, but obviously very powerful in this day and age.
Yeah, and we do see here like the setup for the turn skip is happening. We're going to be activating the search spell, the Constellar Tellar Knights. It will. I think Ahmad is just reading, especially just trying to get familiar with the cards, realistically. And he will, when this is activate, you can special summon a Constellar or Tellar Knight from your hand or graveyard, so you got the extra summon there. And now we overlay all 5 of them.
Goodness me. I know if that were happening against me, I would be rather threatened by that. But yeah, there we go. We see the Exile summon of that 5 material monster here.
Yeah, so that is Tellar Knight Constellar Caduceus, and when this one is XYZ summoned, you can target a Tellar Knight and a Constellar card. So 1 Tellar, 1 Constellar, and add them back. That is relevant for 2 reasons. 1 is that you get follow-up. 2 is that it allows you to, because a Constellar, you can put Ptolemy M7 on top. And now, because of the effect of the continuous spell, we put the M7 under it. And now we detach 7 materials.
There you go.
And now this is the point. Is there an answer?
I guess not. But then having said that, just got to get the follow-up next turn. Yeah, that's crazy.
Because if it comes back, basically Rabbi has a battle phase, Ahmad doesn't have a turn, and we just proceed to the battle phase.
You got to hope that there was maybe another Ash Blossom in Ahmad's hand. I think that's what we can hope for here. I don't know.
I think there's a lot of follow-up that Stellar Knight deck generates, and this is the power of... it's not a first turn kill, it is a second, it is technically an OTK if it resolves.
Yeah.
But we'll see an effect Veiler here, change the massive activation here.
I did not see that coming. Ahmad clearly knew what he was up against here and knew to save that card for that moment. This might be curtains for the Tellarknight strategy in this moment. We do see the Caught in Synchro coming out here from Ahmad's hand, and that is going to be a great deal of interaction and power.
I mean, that's the power of this deck, right? That's what it does. You're basically... He recognized that everything was going for the turn skip combo, and it does play really hard into an Effect Veiler or into an Infinite Impermanence. There is an argument that from Rabbi's side, you can choose to like make a end board that's worse to respect a held hand trap, but he chooses not to go for it, and now the Q-Tune Synchro will get Ahmad into Engine as the Rotary will be revealed.
This is not looking too good for Rabbi. Having said that, I'm not 100% sure if we know all of what's in hand. I could be wrong on that. But I don't think we know all of the cards that are in Rabbi's hands. So there might be enough that he can do here. And also, truthfully, I don't know if there are any graveyard effects that Ahmad needs to be wary of here as well.
I don't believe so, because most of the Tellarknights have effects when they are under XYZ materials, and that is the thing of this decks with very high ceilings, like skipping a turn. If you don't have an insulation, you can just pass for an expertly held hand trap.
Yeah.
So very well done by Ahmad there, and now he's just going to probably go through the Q-Tune motions of making Trackmaker, and now he's gonna have full knowledge of what's in Rabbi's hand, what's in Rabbi's top of the deck, and probably proceed to summon back-to-back.
Absolutely. Will be plenty of damage here from Ahmad's side of the field. Very exciting to see how this is going to go. I'm wondering... Oh, skipping it up here from Rabbi's side of things.
He recognizes there's no point giving Ahmad free information about what he's playing, maybe like the contents of his hand, because there's just overwhelming there. So really well navigated. We all thought it was over, but he
absolutely.
had it.
Goodness me, that was exciting. So not only did I get to see what the turn skip looked like, I got to see how to stop it.
Just a back failure.
Yeah, there you go. I know how to play that. I just play that on my deck now. Sorted. Yeah. Wonderful.
If your opponent activates an effect you don't like, have you tried negating it?
You know what, dude? That's crazy.
That's usually a good strategy.
I'll try that next time. You see, I put all these cards in my deck and they have words on them. I don't read them.
I know.
But we move on to game 2 very shortly. I imagine we'll be seeing Rabbi going first here again, because I don't know what else you do in a deck that could... Hey, I mean, maybe it can do breaking the fields very well going second. I actually don't, like I say, I don't pretend to be an expert. It's quite a new deck to me.
It's interesting because we had Rabbi on stream before. We had Rabbi against Branded. And what happened in that scenario is that he did like break game 1, and then game 2 he performed the combo. But against Branded, it's a strategy that does not play a lot of hand interactions. So he is pretty much free when he gets to go first to do this. However, as you saw against Ahmad, he will have copies of Effect Veilers, of Infinite Impermanences, of Drawn Lock Birds, and stuff like that. So... and his side deck, does not have a lot of things to aid going first.
Yeah,
like it's mostly ways of making this deck pushing going second. So you kind of just have to go for it. I think the question for Rabbi is, do you try to commit to doing the turn skip again, or do you try to just set up a board with the normal Tellarknight interruptions?
That's tough. I think given that you know you're against Q-Tune, it might be worth setting up a normal field, because Q-Tune is going to have those cards that will stop you from getting to that turn skip. So just having regular interruptions on a normal field might be well enough in this case.
Also, it is a bit of a situation that if Ahmad holds his hand interactions too long and Rabbi is just trying to set up a normal field, you get way less value, right? Let's say all of Rabbi has is one starter and all Ahmad has is like an effect failure. If he chooses to not effect failure that first starter, he will do it at some point during the combo, but that will stop some interruptions. But if he did it the first thing, it would have stopped all of them.
Absolutely.
So it is a double-edged sword. It's interesting to see how they're going to go for it here. I assume Rabbi will go first again. Does seem to have a play.
Let's see how he opens the turn. Starts off with a normal summon of the...
That's Castor.
Castor, yeah.
Yeah, so Castor is how you want to do it. So it does Castor and chains Lyran, but there is met by Amu Charming Swallows.
Which He's difficult.
And it does resolve here. So the Mochari Follows is really important because it is, again, it's chaining directly to the fact that summons from the deck. So it already traded for itself. And it kind of puts Rabbi in this weird position of you can't really extend as much as you'd like.
Absolutely. Again, if you really feel confident, I guess you just still go for the turn skip. However...
you can't do it.
No, not. I think there are some decks you probably can do that with.
Yeah.
If you know you're against Striker, for example, you're probably safe to do it there.
Exactly, like Striker branded, but I don't believe into Q2, and that is a viable strategy.
Absolutely not. I think you have to go for as powerful... Although we are at 4 already. I'm a little bit concerned here, but we'll see how it goes. This is interesting.
But the thing is, like, I believe you need to actually see someone a couple times to put the materials for the turn skip. So you're gonna see the Caduceus add the Constellar Knight Teller Knights, but I don't know what you can do with multiple rank 4s here. The Constellar Knight Teller Knights allows for the extra number summon of Constellar Knight the Nap.
There we go, another old school one that I recognize at least the name of.
Blast from the past. When it's summoned, it allows you to search for a Teller Knight from your deck.
Wonderful. A classic card.
Yeah, it's Elemental Hero Stratos, one could say.
Yeah, exactly.
And that does get a copy of Altair. For the people that played back in the day, the loop used to be DNAB searches Altair, Altair summons DNAB, DNAB searches Altair for next turn.
There you go.
You make a style.
And I do wonder what we're going to go with here, because we have a lot of materials in the field. However, it depends what the chosen option will be. It looks like we're going for it again.
I guess to be fair, you can do it. Like it is okay. So it is 1, 2, 3 draws, and you just put him on. Will you draw an Effect Veiler or an Infiniting Permanence?
This is the thing. You are just
because
hoping.
if you don't, it's not every hand interaction that interacts with it. And you do see the Ghost Ogre here.
Ogre.
Wait, no? Oh. I don't understand. Oh yeah, no, that's fine. It's the Ghost Ogre on the activation of the effect rank up. And that's the thing, like, it's really risky because if you do this and you don't get there, you're so behind.
This is the thing. It is very high risk, high reward here. If this works, sure, you win. If it doesn't work, you have lost. This is it.
Yeah, so now we tribute our 6 materials away? Or, because the Stellar Knight Skybridge allows you to summon then return. So we're going to summon a Vega from the deck, which will give Amma the draw.
Oh, you can just summon it again? Am I being daft?
I am...
I'm not entirely sure what's going on here.
Neither am I right now, sorry. So the Skybridge targets the Stellar Knight monster you control, special Stellar Knight with a different name, and then shuffle the targeted monster into the deck.
I see.
Maybe it was not a legal activation?
Oh, perhaps, yeah.
Okay, so sorry, it has to target a Teller Knight, and that is a Constellar Ptolemy 7.
Of course.
So you can't activate the Skybridge.
You did say that earlier, it's tricky. There's a lot of different Teller cards, and not all of them are the same, and not all of them are allowed to be targeted by the same things as well.
So if you're Amma, that is the turn of your lifetime. You resolve Swallows, you didn't get turn skip, you have 8 cards, there's only an M7 with no effect.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult spot. Again, not necessarily a loss here. We don't know what's in Rabbi's hand, we don't know what is going to be played here, and we don't know what's in Ahmed's hand here. Although it's 8 cards, it's no guarantee that that's playable.
Yes, but we do see a Rotary revealing an Ash. The Rotary will summon itself, and well, this is playable by itself, right? Like Rotary Ash is a combo, and that's what we're gonna see Ahmed go for here.
This is add 2 with a free summon, basically. It's very powerful.
And information on the hand. So this is probably gonna be the Rotary as Chainlink 1 and the Trackmaker as Chainlink 2. This way, you guarantee that you're gonna have the hand information regardless. You do see Dominus Purge?
Dominus Purge here on the Trackmaker, which sure that will stop at least one of those searches.
Yeah, but the Rotary does resolve though, and that's the thing. Like you do resolve the Rotary, you have full knowledge now, and you get to just search.
We know that we can just sort of play through here.
I think the only interaction is actually the caster. So there is a caster under that M7,
of course,
and I'm not sure if it gives the effect to Constellars as well.
No, I think a lot of them do give these effects as well. Is the thing. Yeah, Constellar Xyz Master, it does indeed.
Yeah, so for the people at home, a Constellar X is a monster that has this card as material gains this effect, which is when your opponent activates a spell card or effect, you detach 2 materials and negate. So if Ahmad here might go and maybe for a KTS, expecting that to be the way to play, that can be stopped by the casters. That's something you got to be aware of.
Very much indeed. Or truly any of the spells in Ahmad's, if you're trying to, a spell that will push for more engine.
Yeah.
You gotta just sort of hope for the best with this one, I think.
Yeah, but we are just probably gonna end up going for something like Mix or something like Racco. We go for Keotun Synchro though. We are gonna activate Keotun Synchro, and that will be matched by the effect of caster detaching 2 materials.
I imagine it's seen as a lot of them do give effects to their sort of attached monster. You actually have to be careful about which ones you're detaching here as well.
Yes, but I believe it's, I think mainly just caster here that is relevant. We do have a second copy of Khotun
there's a
Synchro.
second Khotun Synchro
because
here.
it's not once per turn.
No.
Wait, is Khotun Synchro, is there two casters?
Is what, sorry?
Are there two casters under the M7? No, there aren't.
no.
So that's going to allow him to add a copy of Q. Q is going to be resolving, and this is probably going to be ending pretty shortly.
This is tricky. Again, we don't. No, sorry, we do know what's in Rabi's hand.
We know everything.
This is. I don't think he has any more interactions
this is a
here.
Q resolving. This Q is probably going to end up summoning Rico. Rico is going to end up going for a mix.
Yeah.
And what a way to go to back-to-back finals and summoning back-to-back.
Absolutely. I mean, again, I think it was just a bit of a high-risk, high-reward situation here for Rabi. This might have been the way to go. This might have been the best play possible for him. We don't know.
Yeah, I don't think this is necessarily bad. Like, you don't know the exact contents of Ahmed's list, and if it's a list that is not usually playing Infinite Impermanence, as some Khotun lists we've seen is not, the only hand traps that would have hand interactions that would have interacted with the Ptolemy play would have been the Ghost Ogre on the Constellar Knights and the Effect Veiler.
Yeah.
So there is an argument that, yeah, I would give him 3 draws, but maybe that is a better odds than just making my board that I know is going to get broken anyways.
Sure, absolutely. It is a bit of a tricky one, though. Like I said, it's a bit of a tricky situation. But my question is, would that have been better to make a couple of different Xyz monsters? Because there's a 15-card action deck there, and we've only seen a handful of cards from there in these feature matches.
Yeah, but then if you do multiple Xyz monsters, you also give multiple draws.
True.
I think you gotta play to win, not to play not to lose sometimes. And it was a position that is pretty bad. It's a Mushtarmi Swallows resolving into a subpar hand, into a matchup that you really don't want the Swallows to resolve in.
Gotta play to win and not play not to lose. I like that a lot. I'm gonna keep that in my head going forward.
Yeah, you gotta play for your ranges. That's Yu-Gi-Oh. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Ahmed just taking his time here. It's untimed because it is a semifinals. So just want to make sure that there is nothing else in the Constellar arsenal that he forgot about, because there's a lot of cards.
Absolutely. Seeing here, just thinking about the plays going forward here. Given that Rabi's not scooping up, he might still have more things he can do here, or at least we'd be hoping to make it to the next turn. As I say, I keep saying it, I don't know a huge amount about the Tedline deck, but it excites me seeing it being played here by someone who clearly knows how to pilot the deck very well.
Yeah. I mean, basically, Ahmed's just making sure he guarantees to find game here. So I think he does make a couple of our ass. Rico gets to destroy the M7, and then these two will be making a synchro summon into Zalan.
Yeah.
So that's a Zalan, and that's an RS. Q will be resolving, so we'll be looking at the top cards. There's a Ghost Ogre, and there's an Infinite Impermanence.
I think maybe you just leave the Ghost Ogre at this point. Yeah.
Yeah, probably the Ghost Ogre is less impactful than the Impermanence here. Like, you can trade with the Zalan. It does not seem to have game. Okay.
No, not quite. But having said that, Khotun doesn't always push for game in that way. Unless you're going for back-to-back, it doesn't necessarily get the chance to push for game in the same way that other decks do. It's better at setting up, playing through interruption and setting up like a bit of a grind instead, I think.
Yeah, so no back-to-back yet. We will just do the Zalan. Is that Zalan Remix?
I believe it is, yeah.
Yeah, so that is the Q-Tune.
It is. It's the classic end field for Khotun, and because it gives so many interactions, so there's the reason why it's so popular. Just checking through his hand and checking through his possible plays here for Rabi as well.
He does know Rabi's hand, right? So it is a Altair and it is a Tonight. I mean, he does have plays, though. Assuming that is not game, there is a good chance Ahmed has other hand interactions, because he does have a lot of cards that were drawn out of the Mushtarmi Follows.
But having said that, even if all Rabi has here is a normal summon, that might be it. It's tricky.
I mean,
it's difficult.
He has the normal summon, but he has the Sky Bridge as well. So there is some layers to this. We're going to be seeing the Altair targeting the Lyran. Let's see. Ahmed chooses to chain the Remix, and now there's an interesting thing he can do, which would be using the Sky Bridge to basically not allow the Altair to be negated by the Zalan.
Of course, yeah.
Because it won't be in the like the two chains that go basically.
Of course, yeah. Oh, and the Effect Veiler coming down.
And the Effect Veiler coming down here. Because that's pretty smart, because now if he chooses to use the Sky Bridge, you can use the Zalan in response, negate the Sky Bridge, and that will ensure that that works. Sure, we can Ghost Ogre the Zalan, but you still end up with the scenario that you want, right? Which is the Altair being negated.
Yeah.
And the Remix will resolve here, and it can get back a copy of Ghost Ogre.
It can get back the Veiler if it needs to, you know?
Oh yeah, of course. It can also get the same Veiler, because the Effect Veiler is not once per turn.
It can get back pretty much any tuner, anything in Ahmad's graveyard here. So this is a very tricky spot, again, that Rabi's in. And Ahmad is in a bit of a commanding lead here, I would say. Again, game's not over till it's over. Game's not over until someone's scooped up their cards.
Yeah.
But I'm excited to see how this plays out here.
Yeah, chooses to go for an Ash Blossom and then summons the Rico. The Rico gets the clip, so we're basically setting up the RS. Yeah, this is so much pressure here. If you are Rabi, you have like one card in hand that is known. And I think the writing might be a bit on the wall as, he's going to try and go in battle phase, going to activate the clip, make the RS, and use the effect of Rico to destroy the Altar.
I don't believe I think the Rico spells and traps.
Oh,
I think he's mixed
sorry,
monsters.
sorry.
But at the very least, you are able to remove one of the monsters from the extra deck.
Yes, but then the RS still can threaten the...
Absolutely, yeah. And it's going to be a pretty darn big RS at this point, which is also fluctuating the levels of Rabi's monsters.
So yeah, that's important in this matchup, right? You didn't even think about it because it allow basically make some level 5, some level 4 depending on their attack stats.
Yeah.
He will pass here. He's going back to Ahmad, and this is the kill to the moment. 5 cards in hand. Can we beat an Altar?
the cool to moment, very much so. I don't think it'll be too difficult to close that game here for Ahmad, and we're going to do the Rotary Summon Mix, which will let us add a non-level 2 cool tune from our deck or graveyard to our hand, of course. Going for the Q, which again we've not used our main all summon, using that to summon here.
Yeah, I was going to bring back
the Zaylan, of course.
And now
here we have the back-to-back.
It's time. For back-to-back finals, back-to-back hits the field. It will swing for game, and Ahmad Maja is one of your finalists of the UK Nationals 2026.
Well done, Ahmad, into the final again here. And also, of course, well done to Rabi. Played the best you could, and honestly, well done taking this rogue strategy to so far into the UK Nationals. Clearly a very talented, very good player in his own right.
Yeah, now so really, really impressive here. We're going to be hearing more from Ahmad in the winner's interview in a second. His second one back-to-back.
Yeah, exactly. Cool,
maybe we'll do back-to-back.
Yeah.
If you win the finals. But yeah, stay with us, and we're going to have Ahmad in a bit, and then the finals in a bit later.
Welcome everyone. Today we're going to be going on a short adventure through the wonderful world of the variant art cards that are available in Rarity Collection 5.
And there's actually a couple of those that have text on them, some English, some Japanese, so we're going to go over some of the text bits and explain what they mean.
Do you have a favorite one so far, Josh?
My favorite of the ones I've seen so far is the crossout designator. It has just the word no written all over it, and I think that's very funny because your opponent just activates a card that you have in your deck as well. You just tell them no, and you move on.
Yep. Let's see what some of the other ones say in Japanese. Let's talk about Fateful Adventure.
Yeah, on the original art of the card, you can see Water Enchanters of the Temple and the entire gang going on an adventure together.
And the text on this version says "Iko," which literally means "let's go."
Which I think is a very fitting sentence to go onto this card, because of course when you play the adventure deck, it's all about going on an adventure yourself, so it's inviting you to go on an adventure together. Famously, a tour guide's job is to show you around some of the most wonderful and interesting places in the world and help you out with some interesting facts along the way.
However, I usually get distracted and wander off somewhere, and that's when I hear the most famous phrase in the world of guides. Kochira desu, which means "this way please," and that's the text that we see on Tour Guide from the Underworld. So when you're getting lost in the Underworld, be sure to keep an eye out for Tour Guide.
In the artwork of Mikanko Promise, we witness one of the most sacred of all vows, which is the Pinky Promise.
Exactly. Hare, the sword Mikanko, and Nini, the mirror Mikanko, making a yakusoku to each other, which means promise. Aren't they adorable? Let's talk about Solemn Warning. Just as your opponent's about to summon their boss monster, and you give off a casual "chotto mate," which means "hold on a minute," and flipping over your Solemn Warning.
Which I think encapsulates exactly how you feel when you play this card, where you just tell your opponent to hold on a second.
Exactly.
Now I want you to imagine that you're working very hard on a large field of monsters when you're going first, and then your opponent just activates a very powerful card to get rid of all of your stuff.
I've definitely given a very firm hold up or a wait, and that's the exact phrase that we see on the variant art of Solemn Judgment. Mata, which means wait.
Now, we all know from previously released alternate artworks of Nibiru the Primal Being that the Primal Being is actually living inside that rock as it's making its way onto the field.
Well, the catchphrase on the new variant art of Nibiru is "Ukattemasu," which means I'm on my way. So the next time you're summoning that 5th monster, just think, Nibiru might be on its way.
Now, we all know being attacked by one of your opponent's big monsters is not the greatest feeling in the world, but it very well might be if you have a magic cylinder ready to go.
And now you can politely say, "Okaishe shimasu," which means returning this to you.
But what if I don't want it back?
Then I guess you have to say, "Mata!"
Now, I was wondering, have you ever noticed that most people, when they send a monster to the graveyard with Foolish Burial, because the monster has a very powerful graveyard effect usually, it doesn't end up staying in the graveyard for long?
Well, that's very appropriate, because on our new variant artwork of Foolish Burial, the phrase is "Dashite," which means, get me out. So I'll grab the shovel, you grab the hand, and we'll get him out.
Let's do it.
My favorite variant art card that's in Rarity Collection 5 is Compulsory Evacuation Device. And that's because its catchphrase says "Kaeru," which literally means I'm going home.
That's a good choice, and I especially love about this one how they incorporated the text in the artwork of the card with like the motion blur of the evacuation happening. I think it's really fitting.
Kaeru! That's why you meant to make me turn into a rocket ship. Oh, Josh, I can never figure out how to get to sleep after being so excited and talking about Yu-Gi-Oh all day.
Well, I do have a solution for you. I heard that counting sheep token is a great way to fall asleep.
Well, that's perfect. Even our sheep tokens on the new variant art of Scapegoat are saying Oyasumi, which means good night. Now I guess it's time for a sleep.
And those are just some of the amazing alternate art cards you can find in Rarity Collection 5. There's a lot more to discover, so I hope you're all looking forward to it.
Make sure you let us know which are your favorites down in the comment section below.
Hello, duelists,
Hello.
and welcome to our interview for the winner of our top 4, Ahmad.
Yeah.
So first of all, congrats.
Thank you.
You were here, I want to say, about 25-30 minutes ago after winning your top 8. So I think it's your second Nationals final, right?
Yes, yeah.
So how do you feel about that?
I feel happy. The one before in Birmingham, I came top 4, and the one before that, I lost in the finals because of misplaced. But yeah, so here again, maybe third time the charm.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Maybe that's what's gonna happen. Maybe Q2 is the one.
Yeah, maybe Q2 is the one.
So tell me, we're chatting a bit before. You're telling me you weren't practicing much. What's your approach when like you come to an event and you were not having the time to play too much? You have your friends supporting you. How do you learn what's going on? Because there's so many different decks this format.
Yes. So for this event, I booked it just because it was local, right? So I was like, I might as well go. But I had no testing afterwards. Bologna, I didn't play at all. And then I saw some decks and I was like, this seems interesting. I also like Branded, which seems very good. Because the style of play of Branded is actually quite nice right now compared to before Branded. I never liked Branded, but this time. So it was this or Branded. And so my friend had this deck, he had both decks. So I just played a little bit with it on DB last week, my friend. They did a lot of testing against Mitsu and Sky Strikers, that's what they were playing. And then I think what I learned is that I learned the deck, like how to play. I didn't know what the format was, I didn't know what the other cards do, the Power Patron cards, I had no idea what they do. So I just started learning my own deck. I think that's the more important part. And to be honest, I saw like what other people were playing with this deck. And this deck is like kind of, the lists are very standard, nothing special really.
Yeah. It's just good technical play, right?
Yeah,
just good technical play, good Yu-Gi-Oh, being able to have your cards outvalue your opponent.
Yeah, exactly.
And when you're a really good player and you have like full knowledge of what their hand is, the top of their deck is, you basically have this full comfort of like, this is what I can do now, and it's like a checkmate position.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I know for a fact, because if I look at the hand, I know what they will do, and then I know how they should play to win. But the moment they make a mistake, I know that won because they haven't, played on my cards. They don't know my hand. I know their hand. I know everything.
Yeah, you gotta play with that information gap. You know everything they don't.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
You gotta represent things that they might not know, even know you have, because that's your range. So yeah, that's really interesting. But you did kill into a matchup that I assume you probably weren't prepared, especially if you weren't playing too much. It was the Constellar Teller Knight deck.
Yes, I had no idea what the cards did. First time I was like, okay, I don't know how this go in here top 4. but yeah, like that game, like he just started summoning a lot of them, and they all that just added and added. So I was just like, I had Ash Veiler. Usually, my goal is to just kind of like, if I don't know, just stop the first play, which was to search.
Yeah,
so I was like, I need to stop them from searching. Maybe I don't know what they're gonna search, but he had plays, and then I was like, they all just search, so there's no point varying one over the other, and then I just wait to see what he actually does. And then he summoned next season. It's like effect, and I'm like, can I target that? He's like, yeah. I was like, just Veiler that then.
It's kind of like Veiling the dual drive against Ryzo,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
But
yeah.
rather than Veiling the dual drive, you're Veiling like
exactly.
7 material dual drive.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, and that worked. And then you go into game 2. I guess it is a matchup that probably is pretty favored for Q2. I think the Constellar deck is probably more aimed into beating the Branded and the Sky Strikers, the decks that are less hand interactions. But then game 2, you do have the Muchami Follows, and it does resolve. And from that position, did you think he was going to try to commit to the turn skip? Did you think he was going to pass? What was your...
Yeah, I thought he was going to commit because the deck doesn't really make an end board. So like, I thought he was just going to play as much as possible. But like, as I mentioned, like, my approach is like just hand traps.
Yeah.
So like, both sides I have like 24, 25 hand traps. So it's like, I need to see a combination.
You're bound to draw them, especially on the follows.
Exactly.
Did you have the Ghost Ogre already, or did you draw it like
I already
on a
had the
clutch
Ghost
time?
Ogre, yeah. My hand was Ghost Ogre, Veiler, Imp, and Fuva, I think.
Okay, so yeah, the card was not resolving.
Yeah, the card was not resolving that turn, because I had Imp and Veiler, so I was like, yeah, that's not resolving.
That's fair. And then once it comes back, it's just... Did you know the caster effect? The spell negate?
Yes, he told me. I asked, does it have an effect? He goes, yeah, it goes spell negate effect.
Fair enough.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because we were like, oh, maybe he would like forget about the caster and he goes track maker search and search a spell. But he had multiple.
Yeah,
so.
no, I knew the effect. That's why I did another one to just make him negate, and then I can activate my second copy.
Yeah, because KTS is a really good card.
Fast
So congrats. We'll give you a break because you played back-to-back games on stream before we have you back for the finals.
Yes, thank you.
So wish you all the best of luck. Rest up and get ready for the finals.
Yes, thank you very much.
And for everyone watching at home, stay tuned. When the other semi-final finishes, we'll be back to crown the UK national champion.
Hi, Duelist. We're back here in the UK Nationals with more trivia. So we're going to be listing up to 10 elemental hero monsters. So,
okay, elemental hero Wildheart.
Doglaw.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, sorry, Burstinatrix.
Elemental hero Avian. That's 3.
Shining Flame Wingman.
Elemental hero Sparkman. That's 5.
Straddles.
6. Elemental hero Shadow Mist.
Bubble Man.
Mask hero Darklaw.
Elemental heroes.
Oh, it has to be specifically elemental. Okay, elemental hero Shining Flare Wingman.
Sparkman.
I said Sparkman.
Sparkman, one more.
Elemental hero.
Need help?
Elemental hero Clayman.
There you go. Teamwork.
Oh my god.
Alright, let's take a look at some of the cards and rarities that you can find inside of Rarity Collection 5.
Absolutely, Josh. All of these different rarities are going to be the ones that you're looking out for.
Inside of Rarity Collection 5, you'll find a total of 7 different rarities.
The normal rarities that you're used to seeing in lots of different booster packs, that's super rares, ultra rares, and secret rares.
Then you'll also find some exclusive rarities to Rarity Collections, which is your Prismatic Collector's Rares and Prismatic Ultimate Rares that people have liked so much in the past.
And then we've got the more premium rarities. We have the Platinum Secret Rare and Starlight Rares.
And some of the Starlight Rares also have this sort of alternate artwork to them, which is going to be something that people are going to be after. Alright, first let's take a look at some of the normal rarities that people are already used to seeing inside of Rarity Collection 5.
Yes, Josh, we've got the super rares, which people are used to seeing in their core boosters, and you can always tell those by the shiny illustration on the card.
And then for the ultra rares, on top of that shiny illustration, you'll also have a gold text on them. And for some of the ultra rares, you're even going to find them with an alternative artwork inside of Rarity Collection 5, which is really exciting.
And the last of our normal rarities, the secret rares. You see them with a rainbow patterned foiling on their name and a diagonal foiling pattern through the illustration.
Next up, we have the Prismatic Collector's Rares, which is a rarity exclusive to Rarity Collections. And what makes this special is that you have this textured foiling on the card artwork, but also around the border of the card.
The last exclusive rarity, we have the Prismatic Ultimate Rare. The unique thing about these is that you see the raised varnish across different elements on the card. It has a very tactile feel to it.
And then we have the Platinum Secret Rares, which have a similar foiling pattern to the Secret Rares, but it extends across the entire card.
And last but absolutely not least, we have Starlight Rares. And you can tell those by the crisscross pattern that goes across the entire card. And something really special about Rarity Collection 5 is there's going to be plenty of amazing variant arts that you can find in Starlight Rare. Not all of the cards come in all of the different rarities. So for example, some cards that have previously been printed in Starlight Rare won't ever again be printed in Starlight Rare, so you won't find them as Starlight Rares in Rarity Collection 5.
Alright, now that you know all about the different rarities in Rarity Collection 5, you can let us know your favorites and which version you're going to hunt your favorite cards in.
Hello, welcome back to the next minigame here at the UK Nationals 2026. I'm here with Ollie and Jack. I'm going to give you guys a card category. First person who can't name a card in that category loses the game. Are you ready?
Yes.
Wonderful. The category I'm going to pick today is Synchro Dragon Monsters. Rock, paper, scissors. Let's see who's going to go first. Start with Jack. Here we go.
I'll go Crystal Wing Clear Synchro Dragon.
More or less.
Stardust Dragon.
Wonderful.
Red Dragon Archfiend.
Amazing.
Black Rose Dragon.
That is one of them.
Black Rose Moonlight Dragon.
Ooh.
Black Winged Dragon.
Heavens.
We'll go Stardust Assault Synchro.
Stardust what, sorry?
Stardust... Oh, what's it called? Stardust Rising Dragon.
Is that one?
Is that the new Prime one? I thought it was Stardust Riser Dragon.
We'll give it to you. We'll give it to you. I was not sure. We'll give it to you.
Trident Dragion.
Sure.
Sangenpai Bident Dragon.
There we go. There's literally one more of those.
Yeah, I just always go by the nicknames. Ancient Fairy Dragon.
Wonderful.
Sangenpai Transcendent Dragon.
There we go.
Of course you know all the names. I don't know any of them. I'm just bubbling.
10.
That's it.
9. 8. 7.
Regular Crystal Wing.
You didn't.
Regular Crystal Wing.
There we go.
Crimson Dragon. Ultimius Zolkin. Cosmic Blazar Dragon. Cosmic Quasar Dragon.
Yeah.
I'll go... Oh, no. I'll go Centurion... Which one's the dragon? Is it Legatia or is it not Legatia?
I think they're machines.
One of them is machine, one of them is dragon.
Right.
And Legatia, I think, is the machine, and I can't remember the name of the other one. No, it's on the tip of my tongue.
10. 9. You can just pick a different one. 8.
I know, but now I'm lost.
7. 6. 5. 4.
Oh, I can't think of anything.
3. 2.
No, I've got
1. Oh! Well done to our winner. Thank you for watching. We'll see you very shortly.
Hello, duelists, and welcome to the UK National Championship 2026. Even though a lot of people will be here for the main event, we also will be running public events across all weekend. And public events are some of the most fun I have playing Yu-Gi-Oh! As you get to play for different prizes in the usual main event. What caught my eye was this very cool copy of Brain Control, which is the prize for the Genesis Challenge. However, if you're interested in Advanced Constructed, you can play for the oversized Hydraulis Harmonia, or if you're still here on Sunday, you'll be able to compete in the Attack of the Giant card for the Crimson King Jet Atlas Ace card in a giant copy. However, that's not all. There are plenty of other events happening over the weekend, such as Time Wizard and Trivia Trees, and all of these grant you prize wall tickets. And to tell you more about those, straight to Charles.
Thank you, Gabe, and welcome to the UK Nationals 2026 prize wall. Here, you can exchange your prizes from the public events for the ever-popular playmats, including the Forbidden Crown playmat, a personal favourite of mine. These adorable yummy stickers, I wouldn't recommend eating them though. And of course, over here we have this stupendous slew of card sleeves and these wonderful regional deck boxes you can get your hands on over here. You can also exchange your Bliss Bonus Series points here for more goodies. That is the prize wall here at the UK Nationals 2026. Hopefully come on over, we'll see you here.
若き兵を死地に向かわせるこの愚かな王になぜここまで寄り添ってくれるのだ。この戦いで間違いなくほとんどの兵は帰還できない。かつての友アレイスターはもういない。私がこの手で封じたからな。サンドリオンには頼りを出したが答えてくれるかどうか。再びゾロアを倒せる可能性はしかしやり遂げねばならん。どれほど犠牲を出そうとも。
まったくあなたって本当に不器用なんだから、すぐにそうやって自分を悪者みたいに言って有罪です。本当に昔から変わらない。兵士たちのことが心配でつい先頭に立っちゃうところとか、友達のことをすぐにかばうところとか、表では軍備のためと嘘吹きながら魔力を持たない人間に魔法を使えるようにしてあげたいって頑張っちゃうところとか。だから私はあなたを好きになったんだけど。
アルテミス、
一人で行くつもりでしょう。ゾロはかつての友のもとに兵たちに戦いの準備をさせているのも自身が不在の間に国を守らせるためなのでしょ。
女神に隠し事はできないな。
ええ、お見通しです。あなたをずっとそばで見てきたんだもの。私に心配させたくなかったの？
いや、軽蔑されたくなかったのだ。あまりに非効率なただのわがままを通そうとしている。世界を危険にさらそうとしているんだ。許されることではない。
かつてあなたたちは異界の扉を開いて世界を魔力で満たした。それは良いことばかりではなかったかもしれないけど、私はあなたに出会えたわ。綺麗な空しか知らなかった私に土の安らぎを教えてくれた。あなたが世界を救ったんだもの。一度ならわがままを言う権利はあるわね。
ありがとう、アルテミス。この町に住む全ての民よ、聞いてほしい。間もなく魔人の封印は解かれる。奴が復活すれば世界は混沌に逆戻りだ。故に兵たちに命じる。皆命を懸けてこの町を守護せよ。魔人の討伐には私一人で行く。これは賢者としての責務であり、私のわがままだ。君たちが背負う必要はない。どうかこの愚かな王の最後のわがままを許してほしい。必ずや魔人を倒してみせる。はっ！ありがとう。
いってらっしゃい、エンディミオン。お土産期待してます。
ああ、行ってくる。
Welcome back, Duelists. We are here with the final match to crown our UK National Champion of 2026. We have two duelists who have been battling out over 2 days, and we're about to see which one is going to become the victor. Gabe, are you ready?
I am so ready. One final game to crown the UK National Champion. We have Ahmad, who you guys have seen on top 8 and on top 4 on stream, trying to go for the back-to-back. He has lost a UK Nationals final before. He's on his second one. Maybe this is the time he gets first. And on the other side,
Yeah, so consistency is key, and as we say, back to that one is going to be Jake Starks, who is also on the Cool Tune strategy. So both of these duelists should be very familiar with this matchup. It's going to be very exciting to see which one of them is going to be sitting back here with us in probably just over one duel time to grab that trophy. So let's get into that final round and start off the final game of UK Nationals 2026.
Yeah, this is a match that is really exciting because whoever goes first doesn't necessarily have that much of an impact, because there is a lot of hand interaction on both players' sides, and there is a possibility, there's a lot of interactions that are specific to this matchup because of RIM, because of RS, and because of back-to-back increasing levels.
Yeah, so it looks like Jake is going to be starting off with that Cool Tune Q. Let's see if there's any response from Ahmed on this one here. We know how important Cool Tune Q is to the strategy, and of course Ahmed will know that just as well.
I feel if you can interact with Cool Tune Q, you do interact with it here. It is like a very strong card. Usually Mochami Fualos is the card you want to see here. I'm not on it, so maybe a more fair hand interaction.
Yeah, so Ahmed just taking a moment, composing himself on this one. Compared to Jake right now, he has been on that feature spot for the past 2 rounds, so he should be ready with the pressure, and everyone watching outside and at home. It looks like our Cool Tune Q is going to resolve here from Jake.
Yeah, so if you're Jake, what does that say? Like, do you take Ahmed's like thinking time? Do you consider it? Do you think like, doesn't matter because I'm gonna look at your hand anyways?
I definitely feel that from Ahmed, you definitely want to kind of put yourself in a position where you're going to interact before that information comes down.
Yeah.
And going straight into the trap maker here, we're about to find out if there was any interaction from Ahmed or if Jake will go off uninteracted. So and here is the response window going back with the trap maker. Not really respecting Harmonia here, but we're about to find out what is going to be used.
Yeah, so this is a play that's worse into Harmonia, but better into Drawing Lockbird. Chooses to summon the Rotary with the Q to basically do both searches in the same chain. So in case you get Drawing Lockbird, you do get to look at their hand, and you do get to search the 2 cards. And if you end up searching Q-Tune Synchro, you'll be able to change the Drawing Lockbird. So Ahmed has to make a decision here on how he wants to interact, because Jake will know all his cards. Because regardless, he can really interact with the Rotary, as the Rotary is chaining 1 and the Track Maker will be chaining 2.
Yeah, exactly that. So there's quite a lot of information that's about to come to Jake's, straight away in front of Jake. So we're about to see, has Ahmed got the response? Now is the time before Jake will see it all. Here it comes. The first interaction is a Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit on the Trap Maker. Any response from Jake on this one here?
Yeah, so there's an interesting downside of putting the Track Maker as the card that is in Chainlink 2.
Yeah, exactly that. Losing that body on the field, a level 4 tuner, and we're going to chain a Cool Tune Synchro to make sure that we can get use out of that Track Maker. Is there any more response from Abed? And unfortunately not. We are going to be seeing this Cool Tune Synchro resolve.
So that is going to probably be adding a copy of Rico and going to be making a Zalan, I'm going to guess. It could make a Loudness War as well. I'm not sure how your end board changes in the mirror match. I couldn't really see which one Jake has used as material.
Like
it was a Rico?
Yeah,
it is a Rico. We're going to the Zalan here for installation. And now it's the moment that the Q-Tune deck is really strong. We got Foon. We're going to get the Search first, maybe a second copy of Q-Tune Synchro, maybe JJ Q-Tune. Because we still got the JJ Q-Tune normal summon, and we're gonna be able to look at Ahmed's hand.
Yeah, we also use Q as well, so we're going to be able to sculpt the top deck for Ahmad here. I think there's a big difference with the Cool Tune strategy, because some of the cards, well, a lot of the cards in the Cool Tune strategy, they kind of don't mind being on the top of the deck.
Yeah.
So you also sometimes want to know what they're getting, but you also don't mind giving them the blank, because it could be anything.
Yeah, so let's go for the second copy of Q-Tune Synchro. Q-Tune Synchro is important here as it's able to look at as interact with the Zalan as a way of negating whatever card Ahmed uses. And we see double withdraw this Harmonia, a Rico, I believe?
Yeah, Rico and a JJ Cool Tune.
Yeah, is that an amazing hand by Ahmed here? Because now the Zalan is keeping a bit of the withdraw this Harmonia in check. And yeah, he's going to end up going for his JJ and the second copy of KTS. And now we're going to be looking at the top cards, and there is a Ghost Bell and a Mix.
A Q.
It's another
Yeah,
Q? Oh,
that's a Q. So I think we're definitely going to get rid of that Q. You do not want that to be Ahmad's next top deck. Depending on whether Jake wants to end on the remix, even knowing everything that is in Ahmad's hand, maybe you let them have the Ghost Spell, but you're still giving them a tuner. It's just kind of whether you want the knowledge of knowing what that's going to be or not.
Yeah, I think the play that comes to mind for me would be giving him the Ghost Bell and then just not making the remix, not
Correct,
letting him get value from this Ghost Bell. Rather than doing that, we try making the RS. The RS also has the benefit of screwing up the levels a bit on the Ahmad side. But we're going for the other way. We're going to get rid of the Ghost Bell and we're putting the monster on top of the deck.
Yeah, so we're giving Ahmed direct access to the queue. That kind of shows to me that Jake has an answer for it directly already.
Also, interesting, he's choosing to activate the Kilton Synchro, right? Because I thought the Kilton Synchro would be the installation for the Zalan.
Yeah.
But does not seem like it, as we've decided to add a monster here.
Oh, okay. I think there is another card that Jake might have here that could very easily and very quickly turn the tide of this game, even with the Harmonias fully known to himself and the Q about to come back from the top deck. Unless there is a way for either Ahmad or Jake to manipulate the decks again, which I don't believe there is. So we're going to be able to resolve our Cool Tune mix, grab ourselves a Cool Tune Rico. We still have the ability of utilizing additional normal summons here and the ability of JJ Cool Tune to kind of swap a tuner around as well.
Yeah, I just realized there is the real benefit here because, of course, the Fidelity Harmonia has to be in response to the activation of an effect. So the Zalan doesn't need the Q-Tune Synchro to negate the Fidelity Harmonia because it will always be chaining 2.
Correct.
So that's very, very heads up here. Knows that 2 cards in Ahmad's hand are not playable, and I believe we're going to be seeing a very impactful spell card.
Yeah, so Jake just deciding on what we're going to go for. We definitely got rid of the Ghost Spell. So that says to me that he wants to kind of prioritize Remix over RS, which kind of makes sense now by getting rid of that Ghost Spell. Guess we're about to find out what we're going to see here.
Yeah, I mean, both are pretty strong. He's in a very, very strong position here either way, I would say.
Yeah.
So using the effect of JJ Q-Tune to cycle the mix into Rico.
Yeah, so they're just confirming here that I don't believe we've used the search, or have we used the search?
I believe
no,
we haven't, no. Because we started with Q Summon Rotary.
Correct. So we're going to get the search of adding the mix back from the graveyard. So Jake utilizing the secondary effects of being able to add back from the graveyard rather than directly from the deck as well.
Yeah.
So sometimes that can be quite useful. It maintains the amount of starters you have in your deck if you need to get to position there. And we are going to use a triple tactics talents, and we are declaring to take a card from the hand, and that is going to be the Rico, getting rid of that starter for Ahmad, but it does shuffle the deck.
Yeah. It is interesting to me here that he did choose to get rid of the Ghost Bell, because you could just have gotten rid of an actual resource in deck rather than the Ghost Bell if you're going to commit to shuffling the deck anyways.
Yeah.
It's very minor though, like realistically you won't go through all 3 copies of the monster. But yeah, this is like fully under control here. There is one play, you do have an interaction with the Remix and the Zalan that basically can trade with whatever the draw is. Assuming Ahmad even draws a play, right? Because otherwise we basically are just going straight.
So we draw over turn. Is there a play that Ahmad can make to swing control back over to his side? It looks... Oh, I don't even want to say it just yet. Let's see it get played first. Jay just seeing if there's anything to happen during the different phases of the draw phase, standby phase, before we move into the main phase for Ahmad here. Maybe there is a Cool Tune Synchro that Ahmad wants to use before that point.
Yeah, I don't even accounting for what Jake might potentially be in hand. It's a normal summon drawn Lockbird. This does represent Typhon.
Very true, yeah.
But like Typhon is a card that sometimes looks like it's doing something, and then a lot of the times it gets summoned and it gets destroyed. But Jake's going to get ahead of the pack here and use the Remix on the summon of the drawn Lockbird, recognizing that yes, this is the card he didn't know, so he knows everything in hand. So all he has to do is to do with this monster.
Yeah.
But from our point of view, this match is untimed. You can let Jake stress about it a bit more. Let him find a way.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, this is the final. There is no redos. There is no take-backs. You want to make sure that every single movement, every single add, every single summon is correct.
Yeah.
You want to take your time here without going into the slow play penalty warnings, but also compose yourself. Take that deep breath. Make sure you do it correctly, because you do not want to be walking away from here with any regrets, no matter the outcome.
Yeah, so there we go. We're going to be summoning the Trackmaker, and we have used a mix, so we'll be able to destroy the normal summon of the Drawn Lockbird, and Ahmed just picks up his card at this point because, yes, now it would just be a matter of putting an attack. So Jake takes game 1 here, very convincing.
Yeah, very well there. Unfortunately for Ahmad there, I don't think his hand was quite as good as you would have liked. You've seen one Harmonia, great. You don't really want to be seeing two. And then that Triple Tactic Talons in Jake's hand really does give you the ability. Took away that Rico, even though it kind of shuffled up the deck. That trade-off was probably worth it. Got rid of the only guaranteed starter that Ahmad had. And Jake is one step closer to becoming the UK national champion.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision there from Ahmad because he had different spots to choose at Fidelis Harmonia. He could have chosen choose the Fidelis Harmonia at a different spot, which would be the normal summon of the Q, right?
Yep.
But chose to try to use the Ghost Ogre on the Track Maker instead, and that was kind of bad. Inch the Q-Tune Synchro.
Yeah.
So interesting decisions. The Q-Tune Mirror is very technical. It does remind me a lot of the Snake Eye Mirror match, where you have those decks that are complicated and have a lot of hand interaction, and you need to play around them. The talent is actually one of the differences between both of these players' lists, so you do see it paying off very well for Jake there.
Yeah, I think this is going to be quite interesting to see when we move into this side element here. There, again, as we saw previously on the past two features, Ahmad does play some very, very good go-first cards.
Yeah.
We saw in the top 8 match that there was a couple of set cards that really put in a lot of work for him. On the flip side, Jake has some very interesting cards in here. He's respected certain monsters that could enter the field of play and during his turn could cause a few issues. Yeah. And there's also a lot of variety here.
Yeah, I believe like they have similar approaches. Realistically, some different choices, but the idea is similar. It's
Correct.
like cards to prevent your opponent from resolving everything. Cards to deal with like the last half remaining. And we're going to see which angle he goes for. I do believe the spell and trap removal tends to be pretty strong, just because this matchup kind of grows into a halt. So being able to trade 2 for 1 tends to be pretty good, especially with how potent the trap cards are.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think that's something that Jake's going to be fully aware of, especially when you're looking at those type of cards that like your Harpy's Feather Dusters, your Lightning Storms, that can be quite useful for you here. But we also still need to remember there's a lot of hand interactions here that could be utilized, and it's all about being able to predetermine and preempt cards like the Cool Tune Synchro as previously mentioned. You've also got ways to be able to use Fallen and the Virtuous, which can allow you to kind of dodge targeted effects in order to make sure that your effects resolve. And like we said, Ahmad is no stranger to the feature table. He's no stranger to being here before. He is well versed to be able to kind of take this one again. Jake is locked in, 1 duel away. Both duelists are still well within this, and we're about to find out who is going to be our new UK national champion as the duelists shuffle up. And they're all working to get that amazing plaque right there that they're going to be able to take home with them and put it on their shelves. So it is a badge of honor, and we're about to find out which one is going to be doing that. So the duelists are shuffling up, just getting a good refresh of the decks. Is there any particular kind of core moment you think that both duelists should be focusing on here?
I think the main thing is how you decide to choose your hand interactions. Are you trying to interact with the first thing and hoping that's enough? Or are you going to try to hold them in combination for your turn? Cards like Fidelis Harmonia, Ghost Ogre, Ghost Bell have different spots in this matchup. You can try to use them very aggressively and stop the player from playing, or you can try to hold them. And it really depends on how they start. Sometimes they have stronger starts and weaker starts. We do see Muchami Fualos in the draw phase, I believe, and got met by an Ash Blossom.
Yeah. Instantly met there with the Ash Blossom, starting off with the Cool Tune Rico. So now it's all down on Jake. Like you said, do we try to use our interactions as early as possible and hope that that is enough? And that's exactly what we're going to see here with the Ghost Bell, which is going to be chained with a Cool Tune and an Ash Blossom in response as well.
Do we have a play? So we do have the Cool Tune Rico. If this now is like, do we have a hand interaction we're able to synchro with? Can we keep going?
On the other side of that, you also need to take into account that Jake has just used 3 cards from hand. We are going to be going to the Track Maker. Is there any more that Jake can do here?
Yeah, so here is like, it's a risky Track Maker, right? You have to give up your Effect Veiler. If it resolves, you're probably in a very good position. If it doesn't, you're probably in a very bad position. So it does seem to be resolving here for Amado, so that is what you want to see. Especially because those hand interactions are used really early by Jake, it means that actually we only used 1 Q-Tune effect. Like 1 Q-Tune effect and 1 Q-Tune synchro activation.
Yeah.
So we'll still be able to kind of do everything we want. Yeah. I mean, in a way, right? Like we don't have the rotary in rotation now, but we'll be able to surge the Q-Tune synchro. Maybe like get a Zalan plus a play.
Yeah, I think you've also got to remember though that Jake only has 2 cards. Yes, Cool Tune are very, very good with minimal resource in order to kind of gain a lot more. But we're definitely going to be able to see a search over the back of this one for Ahmad. Do you go JJ Cool Tune or do you go Cool Tune Synchro? If you've got another tune in the hand, I suppose you go Cool Tune Synchro to get access to the rotary. If you don't, I guess you go JJ Cool Tune to trade off your track maker for possibly a mix in order to get that effect to resolve and then still get your rotary, but it's where you're going to go from that point on.
Yeah, so I imagine my thought process would be like JJ, and I think you go JJ Tribute Track Maker for mix and then mix for Q, right? Because then you can normal summon the Q with the actual normal summon from the JJ.
Yes.
And then you can use that to Reborn, and then you can... no, not to Reborn or someone from the deck. You could choose to summon the Rotary from the deck and make a Loudness War, and then you have like the Loudness War interaction plus the Rotary search for like a KTS.
Yeah.
You're pretty incentivized here if you are Ahmad to make Remix, I think, because Remix is access to the Ash Blossom back into his graveyard. And so like it's a pretty good play because when you're so low cards, that Blossom is always trading probably 1-for-1 with like an Overtake, a Duelist Genesis, a card like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of very good cards in the Cool Tune strategy that an Ash Blossom can be effective against. So Synchro Overtake.
Oh, we had the mix.
Oh, it's the last monster.
So we already had the mix, so we are not going to be using the JJ to tribute and get the mix. We're going to rather just be using mix straight up.
So I guess it's all going to come down to how cautious Ahmad wants to be, because if we were to go for a Q, I suppose you go, normal summon Q, use the effect, and then a Harmonia is potentially quite damaging there?
I believe that the Harmonia might have been dropped elsewhere. Like if you're Jake, right? Like I think it's if you're going to do the approach of trying to prevent him from playing, I don't believe you'd hold this Harmonia for too long.
So, but where could we have gone? So we Ash the... we Ghost Spelled the Rico.
Yeah, you could have like, I guess because it's Ghost Spell, not Veiler, right? So you don't really have a window. So yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe there could still be a Harmonia on Jake's hand.
It's just whether Ahmad tries to play cautiously around there. So we've used the JJ Cool Tune here to tribute off the Trap Maker, revealing the Rotary, gaining that additional summon here, now going for the Cool Tune Q. Cool Tune Q will now seemingly resolve with no chain block. So I feel that maybe this was the last point of interaction for a possible Harmonia.
Yeah, also if you look at Jake's demeanor, he's not really like even considering activating something. So if I'm Ahmad, I would be feeling pretty comfortable that my Q is resolving. And this is the power of Q2. And again, 3 hand interactions, still basically resolve everything.
Yeah, very, very well held there by Ahmad. So we're about to see what we're going to be going for in here. Would you go for the, like, you've gone through everything. So do we go for the Rico that sets you up the ability for an RS if you want to keep it simplified that way? Or we're going to go to the Remix, like you said, to get access to the Ash Blossom? Or maybe we go for both.
Yeah, I feel you definitely want to remix, and I think you definitely want to make, resolve Rotary so you have full knowledge of the hand.
Yeah.
I guess you could just make Remix and make a second copy of Track Maker, maybe?
I think
with the Rotary in hand, right?
Yeah, I think that might be exactly what Ahmad is about to do here.
Because in this way, you get a Rotary Search, which will convert into a copy of Q-Tune Synchro. And it also allows full knowledge of hand and top of the deck. So that is an Overtake and a Q-Tune Synchro?
Yeah. And we're also about to see what the top card would be for Jake, or top 2 cards would be for Jake on that one as well.
Yeah. So chooses to go here. I mean, it's pretty Q-Tune Synchro, right? There's no much reason not to go for it.
Yeah.
And that is that. And an Illusion Gate. Oh.
Okay.
Well, that's a good hand for a 3-card hand, right? Like, regardless, is there a world you bottom both of those?
So definitely banish one, and then I would definitely bottom the other.
Yeah. Sorry, don't give him a known, right?
No,
like,
I agree. I
feel like I definitely don't want to give him Illusion Gate.
No, 100%.
I guess the argument is the known Q better than the unknown card? Because the unknown card can be another Illusion Gate. It could be like a Ghost Bell for the remix. Like, do you think this Q is under control? Because there's a chance that like you have checkmate here.
Yeah, I think especially when you've got Synchro Overtake and Cool Tune Synchro, probably the best pairing you could ask for in the form of the spells here.
Yeah.
I think both RS and Remix in their own rights will answer the Cool Tune Synchro, but the issue is the Cool Tune Synchro can be done during the draw phase. So it can play around the Remix, being able to get a hold of the Ash Blossom as early as possible, and that can make it a little bit tricky, whereas even RS also has to wait to the main phase. So the Cool Tune Synchro possibly is going to resolve here.
Yeah, I don't think it's fine if the Q-Tune Synchro resolves, though. I feel like I would be incentivized to give him the Q. Like, just let him have the Q, because I think the way to lose is probably having access to like another like Illusion Gate, right? Let's say you put this on bottom, you draw another Illusion Gate, and then like you can be in trouble, or like a copy of Ghost Spell for the remix.
Yeah, it's so much whether you want to give them the 100%. I think the Illusion Gate is either getting bottom decked or banished.
Yeah.
But the question then becomes: do you want them to have rotary?
Yeah.
You know that the other card is Cool Tune Synchro, so how far will that allow them to push?
Is that rotary or that Q? Sorry.
No, that's rotary.
Oh, that's rotary.
Yeah,
sorry, I was
yeah,
under the
yeah.
impression of being Q. Anyway, being rotary, I think you definitely give them the rotary.
Yeah.
Yeah, every time. Because like the Ash Blossom will trade with either the Q-Tune Synchro or the Synchro Overtake realistically.
But so the Cool Tune Synchro could be activated earlier.
Yeah, you can draw phase Q-Tune Synchro and first action in the main phase Synchro Overtake. Yes.
Yeah.
But then if that happens, the Ash Blossom is still going to trade with one of the effects
But
for
when are
search.
you getting the Ash Blossom? Because you can only use Remix during your opponent's turn during the main phase, correct?
Yeah, but you can do it in response to the Synchro Overtake. So even if Ahmad chooses to use because if he uses the Q-Tune Synchro in the draw phase to try to play around this Ash Blossom timing, he ends up not having the Q-Tune Synchro as a dodge for the RS pop effect.
Got you.
So
okay.
I think that is pretty fine, and just play with the null information here. Yep.
So setting one here. Oh, we're going to go straight into the Zarlan.
Oh, make Zarlan instead. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way to negate something during the draw phase, I guess.
Yeah, I guess it can be pretty good. We don't know the full contents of Ahmad's hand. I think he has one more card that we do not know.
Well, so I think the last card is set, and it must be a Cool Tune Synchro.
Yeah, so yeah, there is a Q-Tune Synchro here. It will be in the draw phase. That's an interesting draw phase, right? Because I thought you'd want to hold it a bit to use it as the Zarlan interrupt, but
yeah, I suppose if you're going to go into the remix then becomes the interrupt itself.
Yeah, that is fair. It's not bad here. Realistically, you get it either way because you obviously trigger the Zarlan, right?
Yeah.
Basically, you use the Zarlan to protect the remix, and as long as the remix resolve, you have like also the clip in case there's like a chain block situation. So I'm in a pretty comfortable position here. He has full knowledge. We'll be seeing the Rico and the Ash. I mean, he could add the Veiler back. We didn't think about it, but he does go for the Ash Blossom.
Yeah. I think Ash with the knowledge of the hand gives you a little bit more versatility as well.
Yeah, you're gonna be seeing the clip being added, and then just the synchro summon for remix, I assume, with KTS, or you can use the clip as the way of interacting.
Yeah.
We're gonna keep the clip apparently.
Illusion
Gate.
We gave the Illusion Gate. Yeah.
We gave the Illusion Gate. Okay.
This is so then chain clip. And then chain Zarlan to negate the Illusion Gate, and you've made your opponent pay half their life points.
I mean, yeah, you can do that as well. I feel like giving them the rotary is a card that you wouldn't need to think about it at all.
Yeah, I agree.
While you do need to interact with this Illusion Gate, right? Like, sometimes knowledge is a problem.
Yeah, I agree.
But there's no way this card's resolving, right? I think we can establish that.
Yeah. Unless Ahmed has some crazy scheme plots up here ready to go, but I completely agree. Definitely respond here.
Yeah, so I imagine a copy of the clip will be used here.
I think it's quite interesting though, because the Illusion Gate is now traded a 1 for 2.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like that's the same thing. Oh yeah, now this way he doesn't have the ability of using Zarlan on the Illusion Gate because because the Q-Tune Synchro will be chaining 3, and Zarlan can only check something 2 chains before.
Correct.
So this Illusion Gate is resolving.
Wow. Okay. Maybe an overstep by Ahmed there, allowing that Illusion Gate to be added.
Yeah, because now, like, what do you even do with the Synchro Summon? Because it's just going to be destroyed, right? Like, you probably will use the Zarlan. Like, you have to use the Zarlan here before it gets destroyed. So you use the Zarlan to interact with the Q-Tune Synchro. But then the Illusion Gate resolves, brings the card back, and we have the Synchro Overtake for the Ash in the hand.
Yeah, true.
That is a big play here.
But then you also get the monster off the Illusion Gate, correct?
Yeah, so basically, like, there's 2 layers of play, right? There's a monster from Illusion Gate, and there is the Synchro Overtake against an Ash Blossom.
Yeah. But so then what do you stop off the back of that?
You don't?
No, exactly.
As far as I'm aware, you don't. That is crazy. This Illusion gets resolved.
Do you? Could you not resolve the clip instantly synchros, correct?
Yes, but like, what are you gonna do here that is relevant? Because you can't make Loudness War, right? Because it's you only have a 5.
No, you'd have to go.
Whatever you make will be destroyed, I believe.
It'd definitely be destroyed. There's no doubt about that. I'm just trying to think if there's any value to make that synchro monster to trigger off the clip and Rico effect in the graveyard, but I don't think you want Rico, you want Mix here, don't you?
But if it was Mix, it would be good, because then you could destroy the monster that gets summoned by Illusion Gate.
Yeah.
But because there is no Mix, like, it does not much value. If anything, if you make a Synchro, you give him the Synchro as well, right? Because it could be special summoned from the Illusion Gate.
Correct, yeah.
Because it will be properly Synchro summoned. The one saving grace here you might do it because of the clip effect. There's a chance that the clip effect of randomly banishing a card from the extra deck could hit a card like back to back, or in case Jake only plays one track maker, which he doesn't. He does picture.
I'd be shocked if he was.
So it is a thing people do.
No, I agree.
You got to picture out if you're Ahmed here, right? They're like, oh god.
I think this is the best possible option here is to perform a synchro summon. It's just where it's going to be Crackle or RS. It was RS.
Yeah.
So where do we go? Because Jake can now bring back. I think he's got access to Mix or Rico here, if he wants to, and then the effects aren't negated from Illusion Gate, correct?
I mean, he could even bring Zalan back, right? Is that crazy? Like, because if you just bring Zalan back, and then every card, if they ever change the Ash Blossom to anything, does Zalan just negates it?
Oh, we went for Track Maker. This is interesting. Because surely you go, Jake only has Overtake, correct? So we activate Overtake, gets met with the Ash instantly. Whereas if we took a Rico or a Mix, we trigger those effects.
Yeah, but you get to trigger the Track Maker effect here, right?
Very true. Yeah,
like,
yeah.
It's the same thing. Yeah. Okay. I think they're. Yeah. So the Track Maker will resolve here, and then we have the Track Maker situation and the Overtake. And now, is the Ash Blossom enough to not be game? I don't believe so, right? Like, they don't have a real good spot.
No, so I think as soon as we resolve this Track Maker, we're now going to get our starter in the form of the Q. Normal summon if you normal summon the Q, it gets hit with the Ash Blossom. If you Overtake, you let that go through?
There's not, yeah, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't, right?
Yeah.
Like, one will get, you need to stop either Mix or Rico, but doesn't really work out with either. Because you have SHUEISHA start playing here, it's, yeah. We'll be seeing the Overtake here as the first card. Ahmed is thinking, I think if you're Ahmed, you do need to like hold this Ash Blossom at this position, right? Because like, if you just activate it here, you just give him free ground. But we're doing that, and we're summoning the Q. The only thing, I don't think you can resolve Rotary, right? That's the only thing, the only tricky thing you might run into.
Yeah, correct. So you can't resolve Rotary, but do you even need to? So you go Q, and then you're probably going to go for Mix. Mix gets you a Rico, even though it would be a follow-up, or even the Rotary in the hand for the follow-up.
Yeah.
You Synchro into Remix, and the Remix itself can gain back either a Ghost Belt or an Ash Blossom, which can give instant access depending on what Ahmed top decks. The only thing Jake now needs to be aware of is the JJ Cool Tune.
Yeah, and no, it doesn't even destroy it when you synchro off the Rico, right? So we'll be going here for the RS.
Remix on that one.
Is that Remix?
Yeah, Remix on that one. We're now going to be attempting to use Q to stack the top deck. Harmonia and draw.
That draw Lockbird is going straight to the top of Jake's deck.
Yeah.
Of Ahmed's deck, sorry. And we'll be resolving the effect here. What's going on?
I believe we're just going to go straight into the battle phase.
Is the Mix not destroying? Oh.
No, because it was Rico is the spell and trap, Mix is monster.
Sorry, I keep getting them mixed up
So
today.
at the moment we're going for 3,000 off of the back of the Remix. We're going for, I believe it's 1,500 off the Rico. So that brings Ahmed down to 3,300. Now I suppose it really comes down if there is a Typhon that we could possibly be summoned off of the back of Ahmed right now. We go normal summon draw, but then I believe that's going to get instantly met with the Remix here, possibly.
Yeah, the Remix is always going to come out here. I'm surprised to make Zalan. Am I like should we have made Zalan right with the Rico and the Track Maker?
But if you use the Track Maker, doesn't it go to Ahmed's graveyard? So Ahmed triggers it to return.
Yeah, but then you can negate it with the Zalan, right?
Very true.
Because you go like Chaining Quan, pop the Field Spell, Chaining 2, that Chaining 3 Zalan negate the.
Yeah, but I mean you're not worried. There's no tune to come into play, I suppose.
Fair enough. We're only a Typhon away here. That's all that's threatening.
I don't think can we even Typhon?
Oh,
Jake
we can Typhon. Yeah, we can Typhon.
Right?
Yep. Every good Typhon is an illegal Typhon.
No, because I don't think Jake summoned
twice. Yeah, he only summoned once, right?
Yeah.
All the Typhons that would be good, just do one thing. And it's passing here, and we will probably
didn't even say
go for game, and that's
Jake is our UK National Champion 2026. Wow. Okay, what a final.
What Illusion Gate?
Illusion Gate, yes.
It was it was my card pick of the year. Remember? Maybe it was for a good reason.
Mate of the Master. Great choice there. Massive congratulations to Jake. Having a good old conversation with Ahmed there. Commiserations. But don't worry, Ahmed does not go away empty-handed. The big difference is going to be that trophy that Jake is going to be lifting up very, very shortly. We're just going to let Jake decompress a little bit, have a good old communications with his teammate there, and then we're going to be bringing him back here for the players' interview. But what a weekend. Absolutely loads of rounds of Swiss, all of those leading up to 14 rounds of Swiss, then top 8, top 4, and top 8. Both of these duelists went through every single round, and now we have our UK national champion. What a weekend.
What a weekend. We saw the power of Keltoon, right? Like being able, even going second, even like with very few cards in hand, once one thing goes through, you have so much freedom, you have so much avenues, and you see the way Jake Palotadero is so smart. So congrats to him. He'll be lifting this trophy very soon here with Dale for the interview.
Yeah.
And yeah.
You can hear the applause around the back now. Jake is the champion. He'll be joining us very, very shortly. But don't worry, you know, every one of the duelists that made it into the top 126 will be walking away with the national championship playmat, the pack of the sleeves. And then, of course, on top of that, we're also going to be giving Jake the ultra rare version of the YCS prize card. And in addition to all of that, his travel to Brussels, where he's going to try and power on with Cool Tunes and maybe do a back-to-back event championship and hopefully bring it back for Euros. So now we are ready. We're just waiting for Jake to work his way in if we are ready to go.
Yep.
Gabe, congratulate our UK national winner. As we are just waiting for him. He's just getting some pre-warmed up motions.
Yeah.
Come on, Jake, stop leaving us in suspense. Let's get down here. Come, go, 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 go. Look, we have left you in the seat right in front of you. Wow, 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 wow. Look at that smile. It's just crazy. That's what you got to say. Ladies and gentlemen watching at home, ladies and gentlemen sitting in the viewing area, please make a round of applause for your UK national champion, Jake, right here. There we go. Listen to that. There we go. Come on. UK National Champion 2026. How are you feeling, sir? Yeah, I feel good. I can see. We're not going to take many words away from you. Do not worry.
I felt sick before this started, so like I literally threw up before I came here, so I wasn't expecting this. I just, yeah.
Don't worry, you've held your composure. 14 rounds assist, many a top cut. You had to do the hardest thing in the impossible world is you had to face a teammate. That's always going to be a big struggle. I'm going to let you go out there and celebrate. You can take your trophy with you. Ladies and gentlemen, duelists of all ages up and around the country, all around the world. Our UK National Champion 2026, Jake!
Can I just give a shout out to my brother?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. One shout, go for it, go for it.
I want to shout out my brother. He's the best person in my life. I love you.
Thank you very much, everyone. We will be back with Euros very, very shortly, where Jake will be competing. Have a very good rest of your day, and we will see you on the next one. Congratulations, man. Yeah.